Start your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
The match is about to start.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold car, we're down. That was so bad.
Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving back line.
No, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, baffle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back's on cart. Come on, back's on cart.
Going in.
Stop the cart.
Oh my god! Ah! Go to world! Do you see that?
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Hello, friends, and welcome to the FACEIT League Season 5 Master Division Playoffs. We are here to crown 2 champions. We're going to send teams to OWCS. Lots on the line. A whole weekend of amazing action coming up, and it all starts right here, right now. My name is Jeff. I'm here with OC today as we get into day 2 of our playoffs. Oh, so much on the line, so many wonderful players, and so many incredible next ups here to show what they got and try to make a spot here for OWCS in Stage 3.
Yeah, FACEIT Masters. I mean, this is how you qualify. This is how you make it to the top. And these players, I assure you, they're nervous, at least to an extent, and they want to make things happen today.
It's going to be, I mean, you got lots of time. You got lots of action coming up. We're coming in on day 2. Day 1 did take place yesterday, where we kind of got through the first round of our upper bracket, but we're getting into the nitty gritty here. I mean, we're going to be breaking some hearts, and we're going to be crowning some champions. We got a whole weekend of action coming up. We're going to get EMEA and NA coming up this weekend as we take a quick look at what we have in store. We will start here in your lower bracket for EMEA and run through to your upper bracket finals. We'll have same thing going on down in NA a little bit later on, all culminating to your upper bracket your lower bracket finals and your grand finals taking place tomorrow.
Yeah, and our first match today is going to be Quick Esports versus Arius, and these teams, they're in the lower bracket, and, you know, this is their last chance. They got to make things happen now, and these teams have a pretty long history, don't they?
Oh, very much so. Very much. A lot of history between these two teams. Both of these teams have fought their way up through the ranks to get here. I mean, really from the ground up, and which part of what makes this so exciting and so awesome is this tier. You know, the pyramid you might have seen there in our pregame before we went live. I mean, you can start from the bottom of open division teams where anybody can sign up and, I mean, fight your way up through the ranks and all the way up into OWCS, and that is exactly what both of these two teams have done, and it's so cool to see. I love to see these teams rise up like this. I mean, Quick Esports, one of the teams we're about to see on here for our first match, they were your grand champions in advanced division back in season 2 OC. They have quite literally fought up through every single rank of that pyramid.
Yeah, and that's super impressive. And I think the format here is excellent. It's exactly what I wanted, right? I mean, back in the previous season of the OWCS, I was like, hey, you know, we have promotion relegation. We can make advantage, take advantage of that. That'd be amazing. And it's been great for the players, I think. It's been great for the player experience. And we've seen so many players in the OWCS even recently that we would not have honestly seen in the Overwatch League era. And I think that's really interesting, right? So it's been really exciting. It's been really exciting to see these players actually be able to prove themselves in a tournament system that allows them to.
Yeah, I mean, meritocracy from the ground up. I mean, it's been such a breath of fresh air. We've really kind of found our own path here in this new era of Overwatch esports. And I'm so excited to watch these new players move up through the ranks. Let's take a look at our bracket here. Figure out how we got to where we are today. As I mentioned, we will be focusing in on the lower bracket here to start off. But yeah, don't neglect those those teams in that upper bracket final either. I'm looking forward to seeing them a little bit later on today.
Oh yeah, Vision. Violet has made his way to EMEA and into many of my videos as well. He always has a little bit of silliness to show. There's always something exciting with Violet, so I'm really looking forward to that match. That's gonna be real fun.
Yeah, you Violet and Choice say while playing an EMEA Tier 2 here in FACEIT Master Division. Needless to say, that team has gone undefeated. No one has been able to topple that squad. We'll see a little bit later on if Anomaly is able to do it. They're a powerhouse of a team. But you know what? Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. First things first, we've got this lower bracket quarterfinal we need to zoom in on. Quick, taking on Aries.
Yeah, and like you said, I think you told me before, Aries, a ball team, right? They really like the ball. I think it was Aries, right?
Yeah, no, it's Quick who actually is the ball team.
Oh, yeah, the ball team.
Aries is the Zarya team. Yeah, this is gonna be a fun one.
Okay, Zarya versus Ball. I mean, that's really interesting, right? Because I think when you're talking about the Zarya, one of the best counters to that is kind of a very, very fast brawl composition. You know, you might get a Mei in there or a Ramatra. Basically, you just outpace it, right? But, you know, for Quick Esports, they're on the ball composition. It might be difficult to make that happen.
This is going to be such a fun match to watch for that very reason. I think we're going to get a little bit of that play and counter play. Well, many would call the chess match on how you handle these unusual looks. And both of these teams have them in spades. And you know, both are trying to fight from the lower bracket for that precious spot in the grand finals. Remember, friends, you know, we were just looking at that bracket. All you got to do is make it to the grand finals here, and you'll have a shot in the promotion relegation matches happening on the 21st, I believe.
Right, and you know, the Quick Esports, this squad has 3 support players, and they use all of them, right?
Yeah, they use the entirety of this roster and very effectively as well. We may see even Rory and Golden Pants in at the same time on Control. You know, I don't want to spoil any surprises, but it can get fun. It can get a lot of fun. But Golden Pants is known for their wrecking ball. That is what this team does. You were talking about the ball team. That is what Golden Pants is known for, and is quite literally one of the best balls in the world. I call this ball player Junbin Jr. and is just an incredibly talented and technically adept wrecking ball player that will pull off all kinds of tech, and it's just absolutely a joy to watch. I'm a fan.
You know what? I love it. It's EMEA. Usually, like, we get very few players who are willing to play kind of the more dive tank, especially, okay, we have plenty of D.Va players here. We have too many of D.Va players here, but when it comes to Ball and Winston, maybe a lacking amount. So that's really fun, actually.
And now we're taking a look at Arius, and this is such an awesome squad. This is a team that has been around since Season 3, where your runners-up in Season 3 in Expert Division and fought their way up to where they are here. Had an okay performance during regular season for Season 4. Kind of went 500, I think, ended up by 8 and 7. I mean, just above 500, but then just blew up in playoffs last year. Went on to claim 4th place in Master Division playoff last year. Have come in this year with an exceptional record. Areas have just blown the roof off of this division and are now one of the absolute powerhouses. Honestly, surprised to see them in the lower bracket.
Honestly, whatever happened in that VOD review pre-playoffs must have been exceptional because they just really improved from then on. And I'm actually curious, you know, for IFish, what's the hero pool looking like for the tank here on the solo tank?
Lars can do a lot. We'll be seen as Lars in game. Okay. And I mean, we'll pull out like I said, we'll pull out the Zarya. Keep an eye if you see Jesper Swag come in. Jesper Swag tends to play the Venture, and that's when they usually pull out the Zarya comps and they start getting really aggressive with that. But Lars will pull out the JQ, and is very, very flexible. Can move into, you know, more traditional brawl style tanks if they need to. I don't recall seeing a lot of dive out of Lars. That's the one thing that when I'm digging through my gray matter, I don't recall seeing Lars play a lot of D.Va or Winston or any more of the dive tanks. I think tries to stick more ground and pound.
Interesting, and just really likes the Zarya then. Really
in those particular comps, oh yeah, and is extremely adept at the Zarya as well. It was so good.
Got it. Okay. Well, it's definitely going to be a good one, and again, I think maybe the key is what can Arius bring to the table to deal with this ball composition? What are they going to play? You know, one of my first thoughts is Cast Tracer, one of the best DPS lines against ball. You would think it'd be Sombra, right? You would think Sombra would be the best, but funny enough, and this is a good one for your ranked games, by the way. If you want to pull this out, ban the Tracer. Tracer's the best counter in the game to Sombra, so if a team's running ball Tracer, the Tracer can actually permanently keep that Sombra locked down, and then it's not really that much of a problem for the ball.
Yep. I mean, and that's one thing good guys are gonna be very quick. That was Golden Pants' previous team. I'll get my rosters. Talk about old scale. I was living in the past there for a moment. I'm so sorry. Anyway, that's one of the things Quick is very good at, and you'll see Evil play that Tracer a lot today, and is so good at keeping the flank scheme and keeping Golden Pants. I mean, doing what they do best and not taking that pressure and being able to just have free reign of the map. So keep out for Evil to play that Tracer you're talking about if we don't see Arius ban it out.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what they do. Again, Cast Tracer, probably the best way to go if you're not banning it out. Looks like our first map is going to be Oasis as well, and Oasis has a lot of options. I think you have City Center, which is going to be really strong for the ball compositions, but the other two sub-maps, maybe not as much.
Everything is Oasis. It's one thing I've been learning recently, OC. Everything is Oasis.
I have to admit, and in my FACEIT Open match recently, even I had my team go Oasis. It's all Oasis.
It's all Oasis. I mean, there's so many fundamentals built into this map. It's one thing I have truly learned and across all 3 points. But I want to circle back to that point you're making about the Cassidy, because the funny thing about Arius, and this is what reminded me of it, is that one change they have made. They've pretty much been the same core squad since they were known under a previous name, Hypnos, back in Season 3, and that runner-up season in Expert I was talking about, have pretty much been the same core team. One of the changes, though, has been ICAV coming in here in Season 5, is exceptional on that Cassidy. Is truly, I mean, top tier on that Cassidy. So, you know, Golden Pants on the Wrecking Ball could run into some real problems with ICAV. So I just wanted to circle back, because I thought it was an important point that, I mean,
that is important. You need a good cast player, you know?
Yeah, could play a big part, particularly in this first map. We'll see what Quick wants to come out with.
Yeah, I mean, cast right now is really strong, especially against some of those dive compositions or in certain compositions. I think when you run the cast, you're mainly playing to pocket that cast, keep that cast alive at all costs. Think back to like how Frosttails kind of played with Keo and the Cassidy in OWCS, like same deal, right? And that's what maybe you go for here against the ball compositions, right? Maybe you run a Diva, you just keep that defense matrix on top of the Cassidy and hope for the best.
We'll see if Arius wants to slow it down like that. A little bit of history between these two teams. These teams have faced off. I've got stats for you, OC. I got some stats for you. I'm pulling out my inner Avril here. We've got across the breadth of history here. These teams have played each other 3 times. Going back to that Expert Division season in Season 3, Arius have won every single matchup between these two teams historically across the breadth of FACEIT League. And even that Season 3 was a lower bracket quarterfinals just like this one. And Arius were able to knock Quick out in that lower bracket finals in a 3-1. Coincidentally enough, literally every single match between these two OC has been a 3-1 in Arius's favor. The exact same score line every single time.
I guess we're looking out for that today. I mean, either way, we have a good match, right? Surely. 3-1 either way. It'd be funny if it's a reverse 3-1, you know? Maybe Quick pull it off this time. They pull a 3-1, you know? That'd be fun.
I mean, Quick are here to do it. I mean, Quick, So they did make it into Master Division at the start of 2025 here in Season 4. They had a pretty middling, like a 4-11 Season 4 last season. It was, it was not what they expected. It was their debut here into Master Division. They played an Expert previously. They struggled a little bit, as most teams do when you push up that tier. A lot of competition, a lot of rare, best of the best here in Path to Pro once you get into Master Division. But this season rather, Quick really turned it around. They went from 4-11 last season to 12-3 this season to take your 3rd seed. I mean, it has been an insane glow up. So, I mean, if there's any time that Quick are going to, buck history and turn that around, I think now is their chance, OC.
Yeah. And I also find it very impressive that these teams are sticking with the same roster, sticking with the same players for from season to season, especially going to this one. And the fact that they've improved so significantly, right? That just shows player growth. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Obviously, meta shift. Sometimes players will struggle in certain metas, whatever else, but it's mostly about experience. It's mostly about getting those hours in. It's mostly about what can you learn with each scrim, each VOD.
And I think it also shows that anybody can do it. Anybody, I mean, you go in and you put the time in, you've got the passion. I mean, you put the work in. Talent is nothing without hard work, right? And this is proving you can quite literally come in and fight your way up from advanced, and are now a couple of wins, or a handful of wins away from OWCS. I mean, it's truly exciting. It is amazing. I mean, you can do it too. Anybody can go sign up. Go sign up for Season 6. It's open, available to everybody. You can go sign up for FACEIT League Season 6 right now.
True. Recommend competing. It's probably the most fun you can have with Overwatch. It's why I mean, I love this game so much, and competing is a huge part of that.
You can find yourself playing against Violet and Choice A1 if you play your cards right. You know, I mean.
Oh, goodness. Yeah. Now, I'm kind of curious, right? Oasis. This is a map that, you have a lot of different map types on it. I think the D.Va could potentially come out from Arius as an answer to Quick's ball composition. What are we thinking that Quick Esports are going to do maybe if they get a map that isn't that great for ball? I mean, what if they get a New Junk City? What if they on University here, you can play ball, but it's a little tough. What do you think they're going to do?
Well, I think we'll know once we see the lineups. If we see Rory and Golden Pants in at the same time, Golden Pants will actually not be on tank. We will see Golden Pants move into a flex support role where they kind of run this double flex support look, and Rory will pull out a more traditional, like an Orisa or maybe a D.Va or something like that. So they do have a bit of a backup as far as that tank is concerned. If, say, the Wrecking Ball gets banned out, many teams are going to ban the Wrecking Ball out against Golden Pants, just recognizing what a powerhouse this player is on that hero, can really take over a lobby. So it wouldn't surprise me to see Arius just ban the Wrecking Ball out of the gate, or do they try to save that for later? But Quick does have Rory in the back pocket in case that happens.
Yeah, and you also have to think about, what maps are going to be good for ball, right? I mentioned New Junk City. We have New Junk City and Suravasa in the pool. Suravasa is great for ball. It's excellent for ball. So I think maybe if you're Arius here, you might want to hold off on the ball ban here and maybe try and beat the ball. And then, if you lose this map, you can go to New Junk City and you can save that ball ban for later in the series. Or if you end up winning the first map and they take it to like Suravasa or a really good ball map, you can say, oh, no ball for you.
I agree with that 100%. I think a lot of teams make the mistake of banning the ball out on control and banning the ball early, and it kind of just gives away your hand on map 1, where to the point that Quick have already anticipated this. They're expecting that. I completely agree with holding on to that ball ban for a more significant map. Try to play it a little bit, try to get more value out of that.
Right. And you could go for the Tracer ban here, to be fair. I think that is like a plan, because when you're talking about ball Tracer, you're talking about that super kind of aggressive and flexible front line. You can get rid of that a bit by getting rid of the Tracer. The Tracer is another key component of that composition. So if you still want to really hinder it a lot, you can get rid of the Tracer if you'd like to. But again, Oasis is the kind of map where it's like City Center is going to be really hard against the ball. Like, it's going to be really hard. But the other 2 points, very winnable. And it's like, do you trust yourself to take it? Or are we going to use a valuable ban to try and force a win out, right? And if a valuable ban is used by Arius, I think we'll have to look for an Arius win there, because otherwise they're going to be in a real rough position.
Right, they're gonna have to spend all this value. They need to get the dub on the back of that whenever they do ban that ball out. I love the Tracer talk as well, and I think one of the concerns of banning the Tracer though is, I mean, Sleek is an exceptional Tracer for Arius, and if we do end up with the evil, which is Quick's Tracer player versus Sleek on the other side, then that could be a Tracer matchup for the ages. I don't know if that's something they're going to want to get rid of. Ooh, Quick are going to ban out Jesper Swag's Venture right out of the gate. Jesper Swag is pretty much a Venture specialist and really enables the Zarya that Arius like to play.
Okay, yeah, getting rid of the Venture early, getting rid of that kind of DPS lineup. Also, Venture, I've been saying this for a while, I think Venture is like really strong right now, especially against the Symmetra compositions. So that's like the counter, right? So Venture kind of underrated for sure.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I was thinking the same thing, but I trust your critical analysis more than my own. So I feel validated now. All right.
Yes, it is the counter.
What do you think of this Brig ban coming out from the other side? We got Quick. We got Arius banning out the Brig.
Arius banning out Brig. Well, that is kind of nice if you run D.Va here, right? You're up against a ball composition, probably. And if you ban out the Brig, that makes the D.Va, Kiri Lucio maybe easier to run. But it looks like it's going to be a Risa Kiri Lucio instead. And Quick Esports, they're on Winston.
Okay, we are. Golden Pants showing us a little Winston. Does play things other than Wrecking Ball, but not very often. Okay, AES. I was about to say, get rid of that streamer tag, AES. Come on now. Come on now. You're on the big stage.
Okay.
Okay, we're probably just going to get a sim roll. I expect we're going to get the evil Sleek Tracer duo that I was talking about. There's ICAV on that Winston, on that Cassidy as well. Powerhouse with the 6-iron.
Yeah, the Cassidy here against the Winston composition going to be pretty useful to allow Arius to kind of stabilize, do a lot of damage to the Winston. I think, early win condition in these neutral fights for Arius is going to be to shoot the Winston as much as they can, pressure the Winston so that way Quick Esports, they can't hold space.
Lars with a very safe position, kind of hiding on this corner, can just tiptoe on and off the point. Very easy, doesn't cost a whole lot of health. You still have a lot of cover to work with. He's going to go ahead and take a few steps out to put pressure in onto Golden Pants, and will force that jump off of the objective. This is giving Arius a lot of point presence, and but Evil was able to find a kill on it. Jazzy's down to Volta. Pick up the Lucio early. And now Arius are forced to try to make a move. Try to go out and find some trades. You see Sleek going and hunting for it. Kick Fight Hunt down. Gets the recall for us. And AES finds that beautiful pick. It's a +2 here to Quick Esports to start things off. This should get them first cap. Although they do lose Golden Pants. ICAV able to take their toll late in this fight.
Yeah, ICAV is still dangerous here. Finds another kill into Whitebeard, and they're Evil trading out ICAV. I think Quick Esports should be able to close this out, but it's still a close fight. You see Sleek coming back in here, going to try and touch. The point still contested, finally in favor of Quick Esports, but we have a disconnect, unfortunately, on Quick Esports' end.
Oh, what a terrible time for a DC as well. But we're coming up on that first ult cycle. You can see ICAV sitting about 3/4 of the way to that first ultimate. I imagine Frenulous was quite similar in ult charge. That could be disastrous here as we've just gotten first control. There's 0% still on the board, though Quick do have possession.
Yeah, that's rough overclock. Very, very valuable ultimate there. And I think with this Winston composition, I have to say, it was executed pretty well from Quick Esports there. They're running the Sojourn. In comparison to the cast, the Sojourn plays for kind of longer sight lines, right? You're playing for those longer sight lines. They played kind of that open angle and spread out, took angles. They let Arius initially kind of anchor themselves in the point, but you take angles, you do as much damage as you can because the Winston composition, it's a slow buildup, right? You think to kind of Weibo Gaming's Winston composition, the specialists in this kind of like Winston, Kiriko, Lucio composition, they really, really like to start off the fight slow because you have to, right? I mean, this Orisa composition is just going to poke you out too much. It's going to be too much damage for the Winston. But once you get ultimates like Primal, you get Kitsune, you get Beat, then you can start to go super, super aggressive.
So it's a matter of avoiding the poke damage while you build up your own resources.
Pretty much.
Evil got the Pulse Bomb. It could be a good resource if we can get Land Stake. We're looking at AES with that Kitsune Rush, able to match Texal here as Quick trying to hold on to this point. Arius have Flurkle looped around to put ICAV on the high ground, drops down with the Deadeye, and this is just buying a lot of point presence. Almost got the flip, but she's able to jump back onto this objective. Kitsune Rush now invested here from Texal, while Sleek is trying to keep the back clean, lands the pulse. Whitebeard gets blown to smithereens, 27% away from that Sal barrier, meaning Volta doesn't even have to use theirs. Good fight win from Arius.
And Quick Esports here, they're going to have to play pretty slow, and they're going to have to play carefully here because they don't have their beat just yet. They have to play for this for Whitebeard to get back into the fight. Volts already has it available. Lars also with the Terra Surge. Arius have a pretty big ult advantage here. They should be able to get at least a good, decent amount of progress in the point until Quick Esports are actually able to go for their engage. And I expect a pretty aggressive beat coming out from Quick Esports here.
Stage on the high ground comes Volta looking for. Well, that's a risky move from Volta. You can't afford to die early. You're putting yourself in sight lines of Fenris jumping out like that. But Fenris is under a bit of duress over here, trying to protect this hallway and keep that backline alive from Lars pushing in. Lars does have the ultimate to work with. Sound barrier is going to get thrown in from Quick Esports. His White Boom gets it built up, and Lars gets melted. Tried to launch the Terra Surge, did not get the spear down. This means suddenly the beat advantage has swung dramatically, and Volta has to hold on to it. Fenris with a nice little two-piece to make it 3 here to close out this fight.
That was a very surprising fight and an interesting rotation from Quick Esports too, with Fenris actually choosing to rotate through the hookah. It's that little enclosed inside lane on the Sojourn that limits your line of sight, but it did work out pretty well for Quick Esports there, at least. Now Fenris playing for this overclock. Pretty close as well. They're really shoving this corridor.
Risk of getting sandwiched, but Quick does back away from that hallway after an initial bit of a poke. Here comes the overclock that you're mentioning, and a Primal Rage into the corner. Sound barrier out from Volta has protected ICAV momentarily, and it's about enough time for Lars to take the Winston down. Now, Tankless Quick Esports are just kind of backing away, hoping they can get maybe a kill in the disengage. Woo, AES Swift steps out with maybe 50 health, and Evil actually finds that trade. Things are getting a little bit interesting here as Quick Esports will have a quick recontest.
It's a winnable fight now. Quick Esports over to the Orisa in the Orisa mirror. It's going to be Kitsune for Kitsune on the point. It's just a matter of who can win out that initial fight. You know, if Whitebeard is able to get this beat in a longer fight, that could matter.
Significant advantage here. We already saw Evil get a lot of space. I kept trying to buy it back here with this Deadeye. So, the Continue Rush from AES is in play, but they're going to have to do this without Fenris. A lot of damage, no absent from the point. GP under complete duress just gets too many bullets to the face. Back into watch a respawn counter you go, and Arius will hold at 87%. One last chance for Quick.
Quick Esports, they need a very quick re-engage here, of course. They're onto the ball. They're gonna have the beat. Volta a little behind on that. So that's actually gonna make this fight winnable for Quick Esports if they're able to get a touch. And there's the initial touch from the Tracer from Evil.
Oh, Gold Pants is here on the record. We're getting a little hint of what we might see in the future. Top barrier throw it in from Whitebeard. There's a massive advantage. Need to get a kill on it. Evil has gotten the Lucio low. Volta in trouble. The Swift step in. They get Evil sticks Tetzel on the back fade blink. And this is going to flip this over unless ICAV continues to do that. ICAV's already got two in this fight, but Lars has been finished off. Now ICAV just biding some time. We will get one last 99 engagement here in this opening round.
Okay, Evil using the laws of gravity there to land the balls. I guess what goes up must come down, right? And throws it right in the path. That's beautiful. That's real fun. Now Golden Pants building up to the mines, and it's going to come down to one final here. Now, this time, Volta could potentially build up to the beat. 66% to it right now, 70%.
It's going to be an aggressive engage from Golden Pants. Gets so much shielding off of that, but doesn't want to go back in. Playing a bit conservative, can move to intercept this hallway rotation. ICAV does have the Deadeye. Just could just buy more and more time for Volta to get that precious sound barrier online. It's going to go ahead and unleash the Deadeye onto the point. Everybody from Quick just moves off. This gets the flip over to Arius. Now, Quick have got a little bit more pressure that they can contend with. All five come roaring back onto the objective, but Ivor goes down. Whitebeard, that is, and Sleek lands the pulse. ICAV has been traded out from AES. Let's see if Arius has enough damage to finish off this point with a Consumer Rush in play. It's looking like the answer is a resounding yes. Good spear follow-up kill onto AES. And Arius have got this one pretty much on lock. A little bit of cleanup left here onto Evil and Golden Pants still working around. Those mines eventually unleash here to 1v4. But a good spear lands. GP not looking like they're pretty much done with a sound barrier in play here from Volta. And Texel finding a kill on a Whitebeard. Arius will claim round one.
Quick Esports deciding to take the Brawlmere halfway through, simply couldn't make the dive happen. I think it's difficult, but it's possible. It's just a difficult point for it, right? It's not the easiest, especially now in this current meta. Brawl has definitely been favored, and I think it's just so much damage onto the dive tank, onto the Winston, onto the ball, and there's just not many angles for the ball to hit in, right? You've got those hookahs, those enclosed lanes that just, you know, the Cassidy can sit inside, and it's just almost impossible to reach the Cass at times.
That's exactly the way Arius drew it up. I mean, is that why you were seeing the Winston, you think more? Do you think the ball would just had a harder time finding access? And then with that said, what do you do coming into University?
Yeah, I mean, University here, it's a little bit better for ball. You do have some interesting angles that you can hit from, but still, it's awkward, right? It's not the most fun. This is probably the worst draw that Quick Esports could get. Now they're going on to University. City Center is going to be their best ball map, and they don't have it yet, right? That's going to be the final one. They have to win this one first. They're on the Sojourn. They're just going to spread out. You see how they're going to spread out? They're not going to do much other than take as much of the map control as they can, while Arius are going to bunker down inside of the enclosed lane and just try and pressure point. It's going to be a matter of Quick Esports trying to build their ultimates as fast as they can. Same deal as the Winston composition to start in the neutral.
And not giving up too much percentage or taking too much poke damage in the meantime. As you see, Evil and Golden Pants both taking turns tagging in to prevent this opening cap. Slowly that bar is building. And a couple of great shots from ICAV are going to send Golden Pants packing. Evil is low, and Sleek wins that out. And Arius do, in fact, grab first cap here on University. Still more work to be done as everybody from Quick Esports has moved up to the high ground. Sleek doesn't want to pursue. Just protecting this angle for now. Oh, slowly but surely is going to make their way. Put some bullets upon Fenris. Quickly dashes away.
Yeah, Quick Esports just have to AFK on the high ground. They can't do much until they get their Tracer back. Evil should be back on the high ground now, and Quick Esports going to spread out and go for their first slam here, go for their first hit. It's onto the back line, and Sleek is just going to back off, chased, and recall forced by Evil.
Good move so far from Quick. They've kind of been able to force Arius back into a small spot, and Fenris fighting Sleek knows exactly where they need to shoot. You see Golden Pants right there. Fenris great sight lines down that back hallway, but Lars is able to equalize. No Tracers on the battlefield from either side. This is going to favor Arius as they're able to just bunker off. But Esports still going to try to move in, even without Evil on this point. Kitsune Rush thrown in. It's going to force the gold out from Laws as they're trying to back away. ICAP's able to find Whitebeard in that exchange. Golden Pants will take them down. Back up on the high ground. Fenris is able to we got a very broken fight. A couple of different duels going on all over the place. Oh, the turnaround kill from Texall. Mr. Kitsune Rush might have just thwarted this attack from Quick.
It's still close, though. Here's the slam from Golden Pants, and Evil's trying to finish the kill onto Texall. The Suzu and the TP forced. Area still anchoring down this point. I mean, Lars is just so difficult to deal with here, so difficult to get rid of. Volts is going to have the beat as well, so Arius can stay in this fight even longer. And here's the Terra Surge out of Lars, going to go for it on the Sojourn, and here's the beat from Whitebeard, but it only hits Whitebeard, I think. I don't think it hit anyone else, and there's the mines on point from Golden Pants. The re-engage from Quick Esports is effective, it is powerful, and it should allow them to force the point potentially here. Pressure onto the Cassidy. Fenris with 2 kills, and now Texall drops onto the point to kill Fenris, but that's all that Arius can find. 89% the point. Almost a one long continuous fight there. The ball composition, real slow starter. I mean, you just need to get ults. You need to make something happen with those ults. And if you can't, the fight just lasts forever.
Volts, I think, had an opportunity to perhaps answer with their own sound barrier. But as soon as Lars goes down, it goes so fast. Volts didn't even get to pull the trigger on it. But has that for this fight. We get a re-engage from Arius, but cooldown's already used from Lars. You see, they're literally just turning around and running back into that hallway, trying to find safety, and it feels like Arius is very pinned in at the moment. Fenris a little bit low, and Golden Pants gets finished off by ICAV. Now that flank is protected, and Arius feeling a little bit more bolstered, a little more confident. Step out, sound barrier from Volta. Now invested in, trying to chase Evil off, and flip here from Arius at 93%. ICAV's going to pick up too late in this fight.
Yeah, they needed the Kitsune there. Now the ball's trying to come back to touch. Can Golden Pants get it? They will, but I don't know. Might not be enough.
Evil's not respawned yet. There's nobody else to touch. Arius will take Oasis in the 1-0 lead here to start our lower bracket quarterfinals.
Oasis worked out as a pick there. Pretty effective, and I do think it is probably the most difficult for the ball composition in terms of control maps in this current map pool, right? You have Busan, which is kind of known for ball compositions, right? And you also have Ilios, which is, I mean, I think Crazy Raccoon has taught us that, you know, ball's pretty good there. So generally, I think Oasis is going to be the hardest map there. And City Center, the one sub point that they didn't get out of the 3 would be the one that I think Quick Esports would have the best chance on with their dive compositions.
Yeah, it was a smart pick from Arius, and like we were talking about, they do not waste that valuable Wrecking Ball ban early in map 1. They go for the Brig ban instead. And I mean, and what a smart pick. They still have that all valuable ban in the pocket should they need it. They will get second ban here. Of course, Quick will get to choose our map 2, and they do have a plethora of choices. Basically, anything but control is at their disposal here. So we'll see where they want to choose. You're thinking, you know, perhaps a Flashpoint map. You were thinking what you were speculating earlier.
Suravasa is really, really good for the ball, but here's the problem. You're going to have to defend it. You're going to have to protect it, right? Oh, there's Suravasa. There you go. Pretty much how this series I expected it to go so far. With the ball ban present, I think it would be preferable for Quick Esports to ban a support, but instead they're going to have to defend the tank. They're going to have to keep their ball available. They might ban D.Va. I think D.Va would be a pretty good ban, but it seems like they're up against the Orisa a lot, so maybe just ban out the Orisa here. But I think there's other times where you could ban out the Orisa if you want to force ball in other maps, right? So Orisa's a pretty big ban. Orisa right now kind of the, I would say, general overall meta that we're seeing. So if you're running other tanks a lot of the time and you want to force the ball composition on maps where ball might not be that good, I would say you're not going to be too afraid of, you know, Orisa on Suravasa where ball might actually be able to match the Orisa compared to maybe some other map that will come down the line.
I mean, Arius are such a tricky team to try to ban against, because even if you do ban out the Orisa, I mean, I think Suravasa would be a strong place for them to pull out that Zarya Venture composition that we were talking about earlier.
Zarya Venture, that is something that could be available. But again, against the ball, I'm not sure if that's the play. I mean, if ball is protected, the Zarya, it just struggles to reach anything. And a lot of the time, the Zarya is just a lot of pressure onto the opposing tank. But in this case, you can't really pressure the ball that much with the Zarya. You have to walk onto the backline somehow. In the backline, they're going to keep their distance, right? So it might be a challenge to build charge and so on. But, you know, either way, I still think that we could see it come out on a future map. Maybe a map that's better for the Zarya, but I'm struggling to see it. think it's just a
Hey,
bad
I'm just
matchup
saying.
for it.
Yeah, I would say Ares have a lot of weapons at their disposal.
For sure.
And they are used to that ban. Oh, okay. This is actually one of the weapons at their disposal as well. As we get the JQ ban coming in from Quick. JQ recently buffed here in season 17.
Yeah, the Junker Queen was buffed, and then I got like 10 DMs asking me if Junker Queen was good again, which usually happens when someone is buffed like the tiniest bit, and then it's a hero that people tend to love, like Junker Queen. With Junker Queen, I do think the buff helps her a bit, but she's still very much outclassed by especially the Orisa and the Ramatra. But I think she could work against like some sort of a dive composition, a Winston, a ball. So I don't think she's that bad, but she's still like very situational. You know, she isn't kind of at the top of the brawl echelon, you could say. More of a counter pick.
So I'm getting the vibe that this is very much a protect ban. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I think it's more of a protect ban. You know, it's also the Junker Queen has been used as a ball counter pick before because the Junker Queen's very annoying for ball. If you land those knives consistently onto the ball, then it just messes up the movement completely, messes up your grapples. Yep. But yeah, there's the Zen ban out of Eris, and do they like Zen break? I'm curious actually. Is that a thing with the ball composition?
I mean, traditionally Zenyatta is good with Wrecking Ball, but from what I'm remembering, I mostly remember them playing a bit more Lucio Curie. We have seen a little bit of break, but I think I remember it being paired with the Ana more than the Zen, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. The double flex support with the Zen. Either way, I think Zen could be a decent ban here, but it's interesting to see. I'm a huge Zen Brig fan, okay? Like, I'm telling you, okay? 6 months to 1 year, we're going to see a ball Zen Brig meta. I'm telling you right now, it's happening, all right? Or like some Zen Brig Diva, all right? I mean, Twisted Minds are already playing it. I swear it's good. I swear, all right? I'm a defender.
I think the buff to the Healing Orb flew under everybody's radar. They buffed Healing Orb like, what, a year ago to where it sticks on your target like twice as long? I swear that buff flew under everybody's radar. It is so good. Your Tracer just basically has infinite Healing Orb. They can do whatever they want, and they have infinite Healing Orb all the time. Wrecking Ball, same.
Yeah, I mean, Zenyatta's pretty good right now. Underrated. I think the one thing with Zenyatta, one way I think they could buff him is just like reduce the hitbox a little bit, kind of like the Bastion one, because especially Freya, you know, she can kind of just explode the Zenyatta at times. That can be an issue with the Zenyatta composition, but we're moving on to Suravasa now. And Suravasa, well known for the ball compositions. The ball is safe. It was a defensive ban from Quick Esports, and now we'll see what direction they take it with the supports. Probably Kiriko Lucio from both teams. I think when you're up against the ball composition, Kiriko Lucio is the best kind of brawl backline you can go. You could see Bat Break as well.
Yeah, the Bat Break has been very... The battle with the Wrecking Ball seems like it would be... It seems counterintuitive. How would you play the battle with the Wrecking Ball in that scenario?
I mean, with the Wrecking Ball, you can run it. That has been a thing that's been done before. I mean, back in Overwatch 1, we had Bab Zen, which was used against brawl compositions, but I was more so thinking with the ball composition that against it, you could run the Bat Break. And a very, you know, you can kind of anchor. You have a lot of brawl potential there. It's difficult to get rid of, right? That can work in another counter comp that Korea has kind of come up with, but I actually saw it in Calling All Heroes first, so I'm going to give them credit.
Let's go.
Curie Brig is actually pretty decent right now. It's kind of weird, but it's still, you know, your average flex support plus main support backline. And, you know, the Kiriko and the Brig are just both so good at living through dives. So it's basically just a full-on anti-ball comp backline. And I think Team Falcons used it against Crazy Raccoon to kind of scare them away from running the ball compositions.
Interesting. Well, we're getting Lucio Curie from Arius, and we're getting Lucio and AES on that Ana that I was remembering here from Quick.
Okay. Yeah, Ana Lucio. The Crazy
Raccoon in a while. Yeah.
I love it. I mean, Ana Lucio is the specialized backline that works really, really good against brawl compositions, like what Arius are playing. The nades, super, super useful for those hits, allows you to kind of break in there and get a kill when you normally wouldn't be able to.
And when you saw a big one just land on the Lars and it results in Sleek going down, you have Everybody has to kind of pull back and fend for the hit scan as Golden Pants is putting in a lot of pressure on ICAV. The result is Sleek kind of getting caught out. Now we're going to get GP rolling in over the top. Hit pile time on a 2. Suzu comes out. You can see Whitebeard, Evil, everybody getting into the mix. Beautiful coalescence on that dive. And Whitebeard comes up with 2 final blows. Quick have already gotten control. They've built 20% while all this is happening.
Okay, yeah, that's solid. And I just don't know about the Zen ban, you know? Because, like, unless Quick Esports are running the Zen braid consistently, I don't know exactly what that's for, right? And, you know, a Zen backline would be pretty counterable here with, like, a Diva composition, something along those lines, but... yeah, the Ana Lucio here is just so good with the ball, and Kiri Lucio will be fine too, but I think the Ana just provides that much more frag potential, and you know how I've been talking about how the ball composition can struggle when there's no ults available against these brawl comps, right? I think what makes the difference here is that a nade can just result in a kill and win a fight, even when you don't have any ults. That can matter a ton.
Oh yeah, nade, one of the most impactful cooldowns in the game. Might as well be an ultimate at times if you can hit, you know, big one. A lot of early pressure here has forced Quick Esports back, though, and a Concerted Rush is going to continue to mount that pressure, but Whitebeard hits the release valve with a little bit of the sound barrier coming in. Gold Pants drops in, Nano finds ICAV immediately, taking that big threat off the table. Now Gold Pants just free to whirl through, but he's going to have to do it without the Ana to back them up, as Lars has been able to find entrance, and now we're going to get Volta dropping a sound barrier and trying to swing this 3v4. Volta also picking up a kill on the Fenris. It's done good to equalize. We're very... oh no, Volta fell into the pulse bomb in the tail end of a broken fight, and Evil comes up with 2. This will get control back over to Quick's favor.
Skating right into the pulse bomb. It looks like Arius are going to do their best to deny the flip, though. You still have the cast on point, pocketed by the Kiriko. Now the Kiriko under pressure, but it looks like the Suzu's still going to come down from Texel. Fight still in progress. Golden Pants with the mines on point. It's going to force Arius back. ICAV has to regroup, and you know, Arius, they're back to 5, I think, now, but the Ana is still inaccessible in the back there, and there's the overclock out of Fenris.
What an insane hold from Arius to not allow, I mean, from Quick to not allow that flip.
Oh,
now Arius are back in control. Really good job there from ICAV and Sleek, as they'll say, yeah, it's not allow that flip from Quick. Now we're going to go to a 99-99 fight. Yes.
Yeah, Quick Esports going to struggle to get in here, I think. Texel's going to have the Kitsune, and AES still doesn't have the Nano available. I think Quick Esports should be able to get a touch. What's nice about the ball tracer is that they can kind of contest forever. As long as the ball lives, though, Golden Pants forced to use the shields there just to get out and live. Quick Esports close to the Nano. They're going to have the Nano, and they're going to have the beat next.
Nano thrown on the Gold Pants. ICAV gets pile drive out of the Deadeye. He's still able to live through it. Oh, and Quick doesn't get onto the point. You have so many players that should be able to stall that out. But no, none of them make it in, and Arius win that without even cleaning out the fight.
That Deadeye has so much zoning potential. It's so difficult to deal with.
Yeah.
You basically just can't peek during it. And the problem is that when you're in an overtime situation, you kind of have to. Someone has to sacrifice themselves for it. Quick Esports now, though, they have the beat, start this fight, and they have a pretty decent ult advantage, because when you're using this beat, when you're in these dive compositions, you're usually using it pretty aggressively to just like throw your Sojourn in there, maybe get Fenris in there aggressively.
Looks like this fight gonna take place up here in Chandeliers, getting real close quarters. Oh, just barely misses the pole. Still, you get the Suzu out of Texal through that endeavor. Oh, mean. Turns around to try to get Texal. Texal lands a beautiful headshot with the Kodai. Evil, once again, falling early in these fights, and is such an important cornerstone of this dive out of Quick.
Yeah, Arius, I think they were inside a kind of the enclosed lane. I don't think Quick Esports had any business trying to go for a hit in there, trying to go for a dive in there with the slam. It's just too enclosed of an area, too difficult to land any sort of slam, any sort of dive. Arius, the one thing is when the point unlocks, you know, they'll have to drop, and that's when I think Quick Esports can go for their dives there. But Quick Esports rushing it a little bit. They're going to have the beat still available for the next fight, but now Arius have had time to build their own ults, so the ult advantage, unfortunately, now isn't in Quick Esports' favor anymore. It's they don't have that advantage anymore.
GP pressuring on the point. It's taking so much damage immediately. That health bar just evaporated in a nanosecond. Like Ice Key about to Texas sidewalk. Beautiful stick out of Sleek's gonna find Fenris, and whew, things are just going from bad to worse. Arius have just got this unlocked. So methodical in the way they are protecting every angle onto Palace. Good kill from Evil, as Sleek kind of bit off more than they can chew in that duel. Is this an opening enough? The big stun! GP does somehow make it onto the point to initiate the overtime. Little help from Whitebeard, but they're going to get popped, removing that sound barrier option for Quick from this fight. And then this is looking like an 0-2 on Suravasa. Golden Pants doing what they can to hold on, but they're down 2 players in this fight and end up just giving it over.
Oh, we are not balling. We oh goodness. Yeah, Arius, they just won that entire point using Pulse Bomb, and that was it. That was the only ultimate they used that entire time, and that gives them plenty to deal with for Quick Esports. You know, Quick Esports, they're gonna have 5 ults, but now you can deal with that. You can anchor through that. Quick Esports need to be careful not to stack too many of their ults, just like pressure over time. We'll see how they handle this. Looks like Golden Pan set up for a hit.
Yeah, Chandelier cosplay with mines in the pocket. ICAV is definitely aware, keeping eyes to the sky. They all rotate around, not allow the easy pile drive mine combo. Oh, nice little spider ball up over the top, though. We'll see if they see this one coming. Boop in. Oh, but Evil loses that duel again. Evil's the first to fall for like the 3rd time in a row. Double support ults now been invested from Arius. Move on to this point. Nano Boost has been invested onto Golden Pants as well as they get the roll through kill. Take ICAV out of the fight, but the trade onto the Ana can make life difficult. Bolton trying to escape on the outside, does. Mines thrown over the top, but Lars is going to clear them with just an immediate terror surge. Sleek has been able to follow, but the kill onto Fenris. No more DPS left here for Quick at all. As I say that, Evil does return, put a pulse bomb down. Gold Pants' mines find one as well. So it takes all out of the fight. Suddenly this has flipped. Quick has been able to persevere through this long engagement, long enough to get reinforcements back and start finding the kills.
Yeah, great fight win from Quick, but again, Arius, they got that initial flip, and now that's 40% for them on the board. Oh my goodness! The Javelin snipe across the map on the Fenris. Quick Esports, they've lost their only ultimate, they've lost their overclock.
Oh, disastrous. Not to mention the only poke damage that they really have as well. This is a free walk-up. Arius have 2 DPS ults to work with, and they're going to get planted on this objective. Evil tried to deny it. Even a good nade comes in over the top from AES. But without Fenris there, it doesn't feel like there's enough follow-up. And Sleek is going to take him out of the overclock. Fenris struggling here on this 3rd flashpoint.
Oh, Quick Esports, they're rushing it again. You know, they lose their Sojourn so early on, and then, you know, Evil tries to go for the touch, immediately dies, and Golden Pants then has been forced away. And by the time Fenris is back, you know, Quick Esports, they don't have the resources to support a hit, and Fenris immediately dies. Quick Esports now, their last-ditch effort, their last chance are their support ults. Wiper close to the beat.
We saw last time work out. Snake, one clip moves in and assassinates AES out of the gate. Lands the stick. Vange put Fenris back into a respawn timer. Looking to follow up on a Wiper, not even to let them get the sound barrier online.
Oh, Ajax.
Also finds the kill. They AJ'd it. Yep. I mean, Wiper had to try to hit Q. There's no other choice. But Arius hold on. A dominant Suravasa here. It's going to be Quick Esports pick, followed by the wayside, and not even going to get that final touch. Arius now set up match point.
All right. You weren't lying about the Tracer ability for Sleek there. Soloing the backline, but it just felt like every step of the way, everything went wrong for Quick Esports, and that was one of their best ball maps available to them in the map pool. I mean, that's going to make the rest of this match so much harder. If you lose Suravasa, I mean, what more do you really have left, right? Because in the previous map pool, how the previous map pool worked is we only had, I believe, 4 sections of the map pool. So when you came around to a map 5, you know, you could potentially go to something like Ilios, right? You could go to another control map, which would be good for ball. That isn't a thing anymore. It's 5 sections now, so control's out. No Ilios, and you also don't have anything else in that sense, unless it goes to a map 6, which can't happen. If it goes to a map 6, there's a draw, but otherwise, you know, you just don't have those maps available.
We'll get some highlights from Suravasa. They started off looking so good here for Quick Esports. I mean, we see right out of the gate, this is the very first fight. They get an early cap, a beautiful dive. Everybody coalesced perfectly onto every target. You can see the comms in action. And it just slowly slips between their fingers. You can see here even this engage, the nano engage, 86% on the board. You think Quick has got market, you know, just all tied around their finger in a nice little bow, but Arius denied that cap. I mean, huge play from Sleek in particular on this map. Incredible stuff. And I mean, particularly to hold on to that point, this leads to this final engagement, and Arius just start tilting the dominoes from there.
Yeah, and the Tracer is just so important when you're playing up against these ball comps, because you think about the Ana Lucio backline, the Ana is going to be particularly kind of vulnerable because the Lucio is helping with ball hits a lot more. So, you know, as the Tracer, you can hunt the Ana, and you can also mark the opposing ball in Tracer and prevent them from actually going for hits, right? So the Tracer has so much potential, so much power in this matchup for Arius, and, you know, Sleek takes full advantage of that.
So what do you do? What do you do for quick hair? I mean, like you say, you kind of felt like they've already used one of their best map picks. They've used they've used that the Junker Queen ban already as well. This was the other map that I was thinking of, and it is going to be a Runasappi here for map 3. Still, I mean, another good ball map. I expect to see Golden Pants try to stick with that.
Yeah, I mean, Runasappi is one of the only ball maps they really have left that are really kind of solid for the ball. The first time I saw ball played here was Korea, I think. It wasn't really that popular of a ball map. I would say it's, probably worse than Suravasa. You don't have as many angles to come from, but still a lot of potential for the Tracer and so on. I think what's really going to be important here is can Evil really match Sleek in the Tracer duel here? Can Evil can control those spaces, especially at the corners? You know how you have the room and then you have the corner? That room is going to be where the Tracer and the Lucio for both teams are probably they're going to fight over that area, right?
Yep.
So whoever wins that duel is probably going to have the advantage here.
Yeah, I call that the store. I don't know what it actually is. I just call it the store. It looks like a clothing shop is what that looks like. But that 2v2 is so important. We do so often see a kind of 3-2 split from both teams on this map. And sending that Lucio in to help protect that flank, to reinforce that flank, because it's so important. It's worth investing nearly half of your team to go over there and control those off angles.
Quick Esports, they're gonna defend ban ball again. They're not gonna ban the Orisa, surprisingly enough. I thought they would do that here. Instead, they're gonna get rid of the hazard, and then Arias are like, all right, we're gonna ban Tracer. And this is the ban that I kind of expected to come out eventually. This is going to hurt the ball composition so much. It makes the ball composition so difficult. Now, the question is, what will Sleek run?
Yeah, what does Evil run as well?
Yeah.
Now, Arias do have the option of pulling Jesper Swag in here, which we might see with them banning out Tracer. They could opt to go into the Jesper Swag Venture look.
That would actually be a really good idea here.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. That would actually work pretty well on Runasappi, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, Runasappi, again, you have those little rooms to control. Venture happens to be a specialist in making little rooms impossible to walk into.
Yep.
So, perfect pick there. And then, yeah, I don't know if the hazard ban does anything. It just looks like a protect ban to me, right? Because you're probably not playing the hazard into the ball composition anyways, but not 100% sure on that. For Quick Esports, I don't know. I mean, they could match the Venture with the ball composition. They could try and run a Genji. You could go like some sort of weird Freya plus like hit scan composition kind of deal. There's a lot of options here, but none of them are as strong as Ball Tracer, and that's going to make things harder.
I will say, I mean, Evil is one of the hottest DPS players coming out of EDA right now. Highly touted, one of my favorite players to watch in the region. If anybody, I mean, has a lot of flexibility and has the chops to be able to match on a Genji, or I don't know if I've seen Evil's Venture as much, but I think if anybody's got the raw mechanics to make it happen, Evil can pull it off, OC. I have faith. I have faith.
All right. I mean, like you said, these two teams always go 3-1, right?
Always.
So surely Quick Esports, they need their map right now. This is their map. And then Arias get their map pick and win. we need the script. We need the script to continue as planned. Runasappi, the next map pick, the final solid ball map in the pool. See what direction they take it.
To add an asterisk to that though, because the way GP plays can really make any map good for ball.
That's true.
Like I know
yeah,
you're talking ideally, and I respect it and I agree with it 100%. Golden Pants can make like a Dorado work. I've seen Golden Pants just destroy people on Dorado with Wrecking Ball. Like
yeah.
I've seen some things happen. I'm just saying, don't lose all hope, Quick fans. Like don't lose all hope.
That's fair, but remember, every map pick after this is going to be Quick Esports. It's going to be Arias if Quick Esports win this.
You are so right.
It's probably going to be Circuit Royale and either Midtown or Kings Row next. I would imagine Kings Row and Circuit Royale. Midtown,
okay.
Yeah, either one. I mean, honestly, but Circuit Royale. I don't think that Arias are going to be too inclined towards providing Quick Esports with a Watch Point Gibraltar or Dorado.
We're getting to Jesper Swag Venture.
Wait, please, Briggs N. Yes!
We are getting to Briggs in. Okay.
Hey, the Zen ban had a purpose.
Sombra. Okay. Okay. So, I just got on the edge of my seat here, OC. Things are getting interesting.
This is such a weird matchup, such a fun matchup. The Zarya Venture, the Zarya, you're looking to bubble your Venture, have your Venture engage onto the Zen Brig backline. Here's the initial slam coming out from Golden Pants.
We already see the bubble on Jesper Swag as they were able to get a lot of pressure in, but a good disengage. Quicker just going to back up. Evil's going to want to take time to set up. One thing I find with the Sombra variation on this is Quick Esports play a little bit slower. Getting Evil time to get in position and really set up for a good dive attack. But Jesper Swag's not going to give them any time. Immediately going to try to move in to find that vulnerable Zenyatta. Takes a couple pot shots, backs away. Quick Esports, now it's their turn to go. Trying to counterpunch, moving in from coastal side. Looked like Evil was able to grab that Mega, but AES is under a lot of pressure. Arius just doing a good job of kind of push and pull and keeping Quick Esports contained here so far in this opening minute.
The most important fight's going to happen in the corner here, though, and I think Quick Esports need to rotate to the corner. That's where they can set up their Zenyatta, AES at the corner, at distance, and you know, for this Zarya composition, even with the Venture, it's hard to close the distance to Zenyatta, but instead Quick Esports are staying behind. This is a little awkward. It's going to allow Arius to maybe get some extra cart progress where Quick Esports would rather they didn't.
I mean, that's a lot of cart progress, and Eras haven't even won the fight yet, and they're almost to the checkpoint. ICAV is going to take out both supports out of the back line, while Bubble Jesper Swag just kind of corrals Golden Pants. And the bot continues to push. TS1 just got a minute 40-second checkpoint.
Quick Esports is a quick swap from the Ashe over to the Sojourn for Fenris. And now, yeah, that's the corner fight done in a singular fight. I think Arius just allowed to push the card a bit too long in Quick Esports. Again, super surprising they didn't actually set up at the corner, but they're going to have both support ults coming up. And with this ball break Zen, you know, you might be surprised to hear that this is actually pretty brawly once they get their ultimates, right? They can actually brawl quite a lot. So that's going to be fun to see here.
It's going to be Arius pulling the trigger first. Continuing rush thrown up the stairwell, as well as Sound Barrier invested in. There's the Transcendence out. EAS has to respond for soon as things do, in fact, get brawly. ICAP's going to pop into that from up top and finds Jake, not allow Big to get the rally into the fight. Counterpunch from Golden Pants. His mind's in the backfield, but suffered way too much damage, and you've got a Tectonic Shock in play as well. So Arius invested so heavily in this fight, and they're going to win it out. They have already crossed the 100-meter mark.
Losing the Brigitte right before the rally and wasn't able to build up to the EMP as well. So two ultimates just so important. And now the Sojourn is just completely isolated. I mean, Fenris can't really participate in the fight. That's a bit of a problem, I would say.
There's the rally up. It just gets in ICAP's face. And Quick get one of the few final blows that they have found so far here on Runasappi. Evil does have this EMP, but they'd rather save that for the next fight, particularly since they've already taken ICAV out of this one. But with the Zarya coming, there's still so much damage available. Eventually, Quick Esports will whittle it down and do save that EMP for this next precious fight.
Well, you know, the saving grace here for Quick Esports is that they still have 6 minutes and 30 seconds left. So if they want to bring it back, they definitely have a decent time bank to make that happen. But they're going to have to get value out of this EMP, this overclock, and start to win fights. And they're going to have to win fights fast.
Hey, I will say Runasappi is the most comebackable map in the entire game. Let's see Slam EMP, but the bubble perfectly timed on top of ICAP to protect them from both. Grab thrown in, gonna catch 3. That is a gargantuan grab. Golden actually gets one while that's happening, but eventually all those resources will whittle down, and Jesper Swag will find 2 of the 3 that were caught in that grab. So player advantage for Arius at the moment. Now, Quick can still operate. They have a Sombra, Zen, Wrecking Ball alive right now. They could still find a pick here. You can see they're desperately trying, but the cart's getting away from them. Yeah,
I
that's
think
bad.
AES, they may have staggered themselves just the tiniest bit, and you lose your Zenyatta, and when you're running the Zen ball composition, everything surrounds the Zenyatta, but still Quick Esports, they're going to commit to this fight. Fenris going to use the overclock off of the hit, the slam from Golden Pants, and that's going to allow for a kill, forces Arius back.
Mines were invested in that endeavor as well. So, I mean, you got OC and Mines used. You got 1 kill on the back rate. Okay, Lars out of bubbles. Could be in trouble. Suzu already used as well. They're able to get back into the corner and get topped up, though, and Arius are stabilizing.
Arius likely to use an aggressive beat or Kitsune here. Both. Okay, there it is.
Trying to push into the corner, and they're immediately going to pick up Fenris on the back of that aggression. AS is late on that Transcendence. Really would like to have saved Fenris with that. In fact, not even going to be able to save Jacob with that either. This is all Arius all the time right now. It's Arius who are looking to buck history and not even allow Quick Esports their singular map.
Oh, that would be rough. Quick Esports need to build up to their rally now, gain some brawl potential to kind of push Arius back a bit. Jesper setting up pretty close, looking for the break.
doing such a good job of just getting what they can and backing away. Such good limit testing. Just for swag, I mean, it is a venture specialist who's so good on this hero. Buying some time and some space. The Deadeye already is. He will try to make it into the backline of the Sombra. Just gets found out immediately. Just does not have that versatility that they're used to on the Tracer. Wrecking Ball suffering a similar fate. The Fan the Hammer whittled down half the health. They're not able to escape, and this is Aries marching right up to it. There's that rally you were talking about. Isn't the one saving grace here? Fenrir's able to pick up Lars. You still have ICAV to deal with on this flank angle, but Fenrir's will slide over, find that final blow. Once again, Quick Esports are able to stop this just at the line.
Good stabilization rally from Jacob there. And now Quick Esports are over to Juno Brig with the ball. So we're on like a hybrid brawl dive composition, which is really interesting. We'll see how that goes. I'm not sure how I feel about it exactly. And Arius, I mean, they're just building up to their supporters again. We're going to see that Kitsune beat combo kind of come down again, I think.
I'd like to see Quick go first.
There's the mines.
EMP on the corner. They know they got Jesper Swag caught there, but where's Lars? Lars is nowhere to be found. Everybody else is far back off. It's just Jesper Swag preventing this bot from moving at all, so areas can reset themselves in the middle. EMP out. He's going to hit 3. Texel goes down. Volta goes down. Huge play. Fitters gets the big shot to take Jesper Swag out while Golden Pants was taking down both supports and keeping both of those important ultimates off the battlefield.
That was a beautiful EMP there, but still Quick Esports, they do lose AES, and they're going to need to get them back for the orbital ray. Arius going to have 5 ults. You have to really watch out. This backline needs to be careful about the graviton, right, coming through from Lars.
I like the GP just threatening the supports of Lars, so Lars is forced to turn around and acknowledge the Wrecking Ball. Finner's playing very far back with the OC in the pocket. There's the grab out. The Soundbiter invested from Volta as well. Lars is going to muscle through both supports who were caught in that grab. Oh, Quick needed that. What an outstanding play. Lars is able to isolate the 2 supports, and just as Arius did before, prevents those ultimates from even hitting the battlefield.
Relatively economical fight there for Arius. 2 ults used, and they're able to take the fight win. Now Jesper, I'm not sure if that's a spot. I'm not sure if you can get
Can you actually make that?
That was interesting. Okay. ICAV might be using the Deadeye to zone. It will. Oh, and there's a kill in AES.
Oh, that's disastrous. They needed that orbital ray so bad. Quick needed that on this corner. The really good spot to have it be that exact corner. And the rally not enough to sustain this time, where Jake had been able to bail this team out twice before with that rally. Unfortunately, third time was not the charm. Now the orbital ray just a desperate attempt to try to hold on to this point. And AES is able to strike back. Jacob getting involved in that kill feed as well. A very low Lars just running towards the cart. And once again, Quick will stop this bot right in front of their front door.
I'm not sure if the Jacob Brig can save us. I respect it. The Jacob Brig, very aggressive. The rallies have been good, but Quick Esports, they need a miracle to happen now. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. Golden Pants, gonna have the mines to use. I think, if Quick Esports get a quick, mine engage off, win off of that alone, maybe they can start to make progress, but right now only 5 meters on the board.
Oh, and what a flashbang. I mean, ICAV just interrupts the entire mine pile drive combo with one simple flashbang, and Arius just waddle away, and they just move off the mine, say, see you later. Now Golden Pants is looking a little alone up front. Here comes the rest of Quick trying to join. You're able to force the Suzu out. Jacob's able to find Lars in that exchange. Pick up Texol from up top. Venerus has kind of gotten entrenched, has to fall back, keep ICAV with running away with the bot.
Okay, Jacob close to the rally.
Yeah,
Jacob's close to the rally. We can win this. Jacob's close to the rally. It's winnable. Surely Jacob just bashes Volta, and then it's an Ajax, and it's beautiful, and then Quick Esports win, right? Surely we get another map off that. Maybe, but still, Evil's gonna have the EMP. We'll see how this is used. Lars has been pretty good about using the bubbles to deal with these EMPs.
Texol just kind of with the predictive runs through there to clean out. Not a little evil setup, but still they're going to go right on top of Lars with this one. Lars just backs up inside that store. That precious cover working out. Bubble on to Jesper Swag as they move forward, but the roll through is good. Jacob's able to stay alive long enough, and the rally is in play. Is it enough to save him? I don't know. AES is down. Quick is going to have to do it with just the rally alone, and they're not going to survive through this tectonic shock out of Jesper Swag. This final overtime fight is coming up all areas. They are looking to clean sweep Quick here for the first time in FACEIT history. They will take the 3-0, move on to the lower bracket semifinals.
Well, the pattern was broken, but maybe not in the way that we expected it to be. The ball
I was hoping it would be
compositions.
broken the other way, like maybe at least get a 3-2.
Yeah.
Wow.
The ball composition shut down though. And you know what's the most interesting? Ball was never banned this entire series.
Never
no ball
banned.
ban needed.
Yeah. They kept that one in the back pocket in case they need it. Never did.
Yeah. Love the tracer ban though. I think that was really clever.
Well, huge congrats to Arius. I mean, this was this fight between your number 2 and number 3 seeds here in the lower bracket quarterfinal. I told y'all I was surprised to see this Arius squad even down here this early. Well, they are going to continue to move forward and proving to be an absolute powerhouse and a dangerous, dangerous force down here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and it's looking like, and I'm looking at Liquipedia right now, actually, Dreamlight 2-0 up against 0907. So I think Dreamlight may be the next opponent here for Arius.
We'll keep an eye out on that one. It'd be funny if it was 0907, just because that would be a rematch of those expert grand finals that I talked about, where Arius won season 3 grand finals. Their opponent in that was actually 0907. So there's some funny history there.
Right.
But, I mean, all these teams here, I mean, it's one of the most amazing things here about this Path to Pro System Master Division. I mean, these teams all know each other. They've played against each other for a while. A lot of these teams, have had teammates or former teammates that are now on the opposition. It's really cool. There's a lot of intertwining storylines here in EMEA Master Division, and I'm just looking forward to continuing through our day. We've already had one fantastic match. I kind of was hoping it wouldn't be a 3 Overwatch, I gotta admit, but it was still fantastic nevertheless.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I love casting compositions that are weird and fun, like Zenbrig Ball and other things like that, like Zarya Venture. What is that? We never see that,
amazing.
But it works pretty well.
And I know I touted y'all Golden Pants' ball. Golden Pants didn't have the stellar performance that we have seen from them in the past, but I promise you it's exceptional. I promise you Golden Pants is Jungden Jr. It's just Arius was that good, was that prepared here today, and I mean knew exactly what they wanted to do and how they wanted to execute, and a little bit of luck went their favor as well, right? I mean, thinking back on Oasis, where City Center never even pops up of the 3 random map pool that we got, I mean, a little bit of luck went in Arius' favor as well. They'll take it, you know?
Yeah, City Center. It would have been nice for them to build some momentum off that, get a little sub map when you get into your opponent's head, but no, they did. They were denied City Center. They had both of the hard maps.
All right. Let's see. I think we're going to get an interview in here. If I'm understanding correctly, we might need a minute to okay, yeah, all right, we're getting right on into it. I thought, hey, might give our team behind the scenes here a minute to do that, but you know what, we're gonna get Lars in here. We're gonna get to talk with Arius' all-star take here in a moment. OC,
okay, sounds good. I'm interested. I mean,
you can ask about those Venture Zarya cuts,
That is true, and I also think that how they approached not banning the ball in Oasis like we talked about at the start, that was real smart. That was a really good decision.
Of course, we as mentioned, we are awaiting the result of that 0907 Dreamlight match to determine Arius' next opponent. I believe. Oh, hey! I believe we already get Lars in here. Welcome, my friend.
Hello.
Congrats on the dub.
Thank you very much.
How are we feeling? How you feeling after that match? It was a clean 3-0. I mean, that's.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm feeling very,
my friend.
I'm feeling very confident, especially after kind of our toss yesterday against Dreamlight.
Right.
I'm feeling rejuvenated, kind of. Like, first map, I was actually shaking so bad. I don't know if it was like, I don't know if people could see it on stream, but I actually like on first maps and officials always, especially when I'm going to stream, I'm always like shaking a lot. So I have to like do a breathing technique.
Honestly, that's solid. That works.
Yeah. I mean, it turned out clean. Were you expecting to have this 3-0 historically? Literally every single match against this squad has been a 3-1. Y'all dominate here today. Would you expect it to be that clean?
I absolutely didn't expect it to be this clean. I was thinking they would get at least one map because obviously we can only ban ball once, and Golden Pants is really, really good on the ball, right? But because of all the scouting our coach did and we did as a team, but mainly our coach, he's really, really good. We all love him. Tabiash. It was pretty easy. Like, we have a really nicely and planned out match against them. Like, everything went the way we planned it. Like, we literally knew what maps they would pick before they did. That's really nice. Makes the game much easier. especially in the draft.
That is some all-star
sure.
coaching.
Yeah, and I was talking at the start, actually. I felt like you shouldn't have banned ball. I saw you picked Oasis. I'm like, you know what? I think you can hold on to the ball ban there. You can save it. You know they're going to pick Suravasa. They're a ball team, right? You know they're maybe going to pick Runasappi. I assume that was the mindset behind this decision, right? You save it until they win a map, and then you throw it out.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we save it until they essentially don't protect ban tank, because at some point they're going to run out of good bans against us. Which means at the end of the day, if we don't use ball ban on first map, we're just going to have a resource advantage in the ban scheme as well. That was our thought process.
Exactly. You know, it forces a ban at your opponent, and that's really smart. It constantly you're hanging that ban over them, so they always defend ban. It's just like the ultimates where they're constantly protect banning Twilight, right? Like that's a weakness, right? And you take advantage of Quick Esports the same way.
And especially like especially like when we protect, like when we don't ban ball first map, we know that they're just going to keep protect banning ball, right, over and over again at that point. And I just like that it's like, I guess you could say, so nice to just know enemy team has to ban tank. I'm kind of wondering why they didn't want to invest the Orisa ban any earlier. Like, I was wondering about this.
We were wondering the same thing.
Yeah. I was wondering why they banned. I mean, last time we played this map against them in a regular season, right? We played Hazard on this map, and I think we won, or we swapped to Orisa after, but I guess that's what the thought process behind the ban was. Yeah, I mean, it worked out for us. That's all I'm gonna say about that. But yeah, I was also a bit confused about the Venture and Jungle Queen ban, because in theory, at least in my personal opinion, Zarya is not the best into ball, actually.
Right.
Yeah, no, I actually mentioned that at the start because, you know, Jeff was bringing up the fact that you like to play a lot of Zarya, right?
Yeah.
And I was thinking, you know, the Zarya, when it comes to when you're up against the ball composition, she can kind of have angles taken on her, and she can get poked out pretty easily. It can be a little difficult at times, but yeah, no, it looked like you handled that really well on Runasappi, though. What was your plan going into that?
I mean, it's generally just I try to do the least amount of things I can possibly do, and let Jesper do as much as possible until I have bubble charge, and then I can like somewhat start playing the game. But mainly I'm just literally AFKing, trying to let my DPS play the game as much as possible while keeping my bubbles, and obviously not taking away resources from my supports, so we can play the game. Because at that one point, like that Kiwi Lucian comp, right? If I take any resources at all, my DPS are probably dead.
Right.
Which obviously with the Tracer ban though we did, was a bit easier as well, because the hits the ball comp with Sandbrick has are much weaker without the Tracer.
Yeah, it's a lot of trust into your backline and your DPS, I think, to make that happen. Yeah, it's almost like the AFK tank style where you're just there as a distraction, right? You're the bait.
Yeah. And my playstyle used to be the exact different opposite of me just like being on Queen or something and taking my team's entire resources. Like I used to be an inter. I just fucking sprint into 5 people myself as Queen and do whatever I want, take infinite resources. But now that I have ICAF, let's just say he has a strong personality in my opinion, and he like he knows when he wants resources, and he made that clear to me, and he deserves them. Clearly, he deserves the resources he's getting. He's shown that over and over again already.
Absolutely, especially with the cast. You can just pocket the cast so much.
Oh, ICAF cast as a demon.
And I want to ask about that, because that's like the only change we've basically seen in your squad since y'all were known as Hypnos, is basically ICAV coming in. And then we saw the real glow up, I think, in Season 4 playoffs. Like, you kind of had a middling 500 regular season playoffs, but then exploded and just glowed, like, got 4th place overall. And then ICAV coming in this season. Do you think that was a massive impact and part of your success coming into Season 5? Was there coaching changes as well? What happened behind the scenes to enable such an amazing glow up here in Season 5?
I mean, there wasn't really a difference in coaching. It's more about, first of all, we have the team synergy now, right? That we already impacted with Texol from last season. And we just got ICAF in. ICAF is used to be on Team Poland together with Texol. So those two already knew each other. Texol also kind of got ICAF into the squad, because Sleek used to be kind of what he says himself, a hyper flex. He doesn't really stick to hit scan or flex DPS. He can play whatever. So essentially, we want to actual hits can play, you could say. And well, ICAF was there, friend of Texol, really good player. So we just picked him up.
Amazing. I don't have much else for you, but good luck with the rest of the matches. It was amazing watching you play. Look forward to seeing you perform here in the lower bracket semifinals. Good luck with the rest of the tournament. Any shout? The floor is yours here to close us out. If you want to give any shout outs or anything.
I'm trying to think. I mean, I already said it, but shout out to my coach, Tabiash. Shout out to assistant coach as well, Taylor. They're doing an amazing job. And I guess shout out to Golden Pants. I love that guy.
Amazing. Well, we love you, Lars. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time. Good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much. See you. Bye-bye.
Amazing. I love to get the insight from the players, though. See, I was just reveling. I was just smiling, just sitting and watching y'all go back and forth on that. That was really good. I mean, it seems like, it seems like your speculations were all pretty accurate.
Yeah, their coaches are impressive. Their coaches did basically what I would have done. Thumbs up, 2 thumbs up for me. So yeah, the Zarya composition is definitely more creative than I think I would have ever decided to go with in an official, but I'm really surprised that they never went with D.Va. That's the one thing where they really stuck with the Orisa, but they made it work. That was like so fun because I'm actually, funny enough, in an open division for some context, I've been helping coach a team, the 4th seed over in open playoffs. All the top teams are ball teams. I'm having them run like a cast tracer D.Va, right? But there's different ways you can deal with the ball compositions, and they clearly had a plan and they made it work, and how they banned, how they drafted works perfectly well.
Well, we'll get to see if that amazing coaching carries them on through, as we'll get to see Arius once again a little bit later on today as we pull up this bracket. Perfect timing, Prod. Arius will go up against the winner of Dreamlight 0907. We will have that match on stream here for you. But first, we are going up into your upper bracket finals. We've got Team Vision with Tama, Violet, Choice, Say One of the Rest taking on your all-star powerhouse squad that is Anomaly. King moving over to EU's. Join this squad. This one's going to be a banger. Coming up right after the break. Don't go anywhere. FACEIT League Master Division playoffs will continue here in just a few minutes. We are back and ready to get into your upper bracket finals here for your FACEIT League Season 5 Master Division playoffs. Jeff and OC returning as we get into our second match of the day. And ooh, we got quite the banger lined up for you. It's Team Vision taking on Anomaly here as we head into upper bracket.
This is going to be, I think, very interesting because I do think Anomaly have a chance to take a map or two. It's going to be a difficult match, though, because Team Vision, of course, they have Violet, they have Choice of One, they have an insanely strong roster, and I think you were talking about the strength of the other members of that Team Vision roster as well earlier.
Oh, absolutely. And I think Violet and Choice of One do steal a lot of the thunder here when you watch this squad. I mean, they're fun to watch. It's wild to see them here in Master Division for EMEA, no doubt. But let's not forget just the exceptional play from Tama in particular. Tama would be one I would really love to highlight. Is I think one of your best tanks rising up through the ranks of EMEA Path to Pro, maybe just across Path to Pro in general of any region. But Tama's tank play is just exceptional. Really dictates the flow of battle beautifully and takes control. Like we saw Arius really taking control of that map before. Tama does such a good job of taking control and enabling players like Violet and Choice A1 to pop off. Slow Dive is another one I would love to highlight in that hit scan role. Such a beast, such a dominant threat on the battlefild that can really distract you before Choice A1 and you and cleans up with a 4K blade out of nowhere. Why do we have Choice One as Winston's favorite hero? Like, I'm just by the way, Choice One doing a little trolling here. I'm just saying we do a little trolling.
I think it was Winston on the sheet. I remember this very clearly. Okay, Choice One loves Winston because Winston's funny. Like, Winston comps are funny. That was the only reason stated for Choice One. So, I mean, that's fair. I mean, if you're a Tracer player and you love playing Winston compositions, that's perfectly fair. I mean, I think that he's like one of the better Tracer players in those compositions. He's really solid in those matchups.
Yeah, Choice One's a beast. Choice One's an absolute beast. And can really kind of be an X factor in a lot of these fights, where it looks like things will go in the opposition's favor, and Choice One has the ability to just turn around and clutch a fight in just insane fashion, winning fights that Vision shouldn't be winning. And I think is one of the reasons, you know, they moved undefeated so far here through Season 5. These two did match up previously. It was a 3-0 for Vision Esports. Barely even a point taken from Anomaly last time these two met.
Yeah, but you can't count out Crocs and eggs. I'm telling you, my former players, Crocs in particular, Crocs is not going to give it to them easily, and you know that Crocs is going to make something happen. This guy is a little off the rails sometimes. I will have to admit, but he is very, very, very good in the Orisa. And I think with the rise of Orisa compositions, that's going to be a pretty solid, turn of events here for Anomaly. I think that's a good meta for them. Eggs probably going to try and play as much Kiriko as possible. That's what I expect.
Oh, 100%. And that roster is such a, I mean, truly an all-star roster. They got built here specifically to try to make it into OWCS. That is why this roster was built. You pulled Crocs from Frost Tales, who had just made it in OWCS, and Crocs was pulled, enticed to come to this roster alongside just such a powerhouse team, truly in who's who, where everybody kind of got picked up from, it was like the best players of each of these teams around. Jonowich comes from 0907 that we've seen. Screen comes from Dreamlight. Those two now facing each other right now in the lower bracket. You had, as I mentioned, King coming over from what was at the time Rad Esports, now known as Nightmare, but straight up moved to EU, and is now playing here with no ping to join this roster. One of the one of our favorite, one of those touted Flex DPS through the Path to Pro system through NA. I mean, truly built just an insane roster here, all the way down the line.
Two teams are going to make it through to the OWCS promotion relegation, and Anomaly might be one of them. Even if they can't take this match here, there's two possible, and we could see these teams match up in the grand finals again. But, anything can happen, right? And the first map is going to be Oasis, and Oasis was our previous, again, like you said, everything's Oasis. People love Oasis, but that's not a bad pick, I don't think, for, Anomaly either. If they want to play the Orisa, Team Vision going to start off with that Hazard ban and an Anomaly with the Baptiste ban. I guess they want to play Curie.
Yeah, I mean they want to keep EGS on Curie. That is absolutely what Anomaly wants to do. And I've heard of Eggs or EGS. I've heard both work, but
both of them are viable, I think.
Yeah, I always refer to them as EGS. Also, the Hazard ban doesn't surprise me, as I was starting to say. Crocs is not only good with the Orisa, but proved incredibly proficient with the Hazard basically from day one. I think that was one of the big reasons Frost Tales had the success they did through Season 4.
Yeah. I mean, these two are really, really strong. And the rest of that roster, you can't count them out as well. Like you were talking about, King, really solid on the Genji. We'll see if King goes with Genji or Tracer here. One of the interesting things about this meta right now is, we did have that Tracer buff, but I don't think Genji's dead, right? You would think in Orisa mirrors, Genji's pretty good in those. And I do think that there's the possibility that King rolls out on that. But you never know.
I mean, I think that's kind of the hero that King became known for, was that Genji.
Yeah.
And especially if you don't have to deal with flank control as much, if you're not worried about marking flanks as much and you can be a little bit play more forward back, we would absolutely, I can see the potential Genji coming out. Looks like we are getting a pause call here from Tama early in this match. So we were being shown that the Tracer Sombra with the double flex. I mean, this is Team Vision are going to show us weird looks all day. I'll just get used to it.
Yeah, Team Vision, they really prefer the double flex support compositions, and it looks like they were hovering over Juno Ilari, which makes sense. I mean, if you're going to run any sort of double flex, I would think like Juno Ilari, Juno Kiriko could be pretty solid picks, but the problem with double flex support compositions usually is that they're just susceptible to flankers. So when you're talking about King on the flex DPS, maybe on the Genji, on the Trace, or whatever else, it's going to be up to him to try and pressure that backline and basically punish Vision for playing something that's a bit greedier.
That makes a lot of sense. We also, I remember we're seeing a lot of the Baptiste as well coming out from Team Vision. So try to use maybe a little bit more of the stability of the BAP.
Right. Very slow composition. You play for angles.
Yeah.
You just don't have as much brawl potential. You don't have as much, and you don't have much anti-dive either. It's really up to pure mechanics, and maybe that's what they rely on, right? If you're running, I mean, some teams, they run double flex support compositions, and they make it work purely because, well, I'm just better than you. Violet on the Ilari might just say, well, I don't need to run break here. I don't need to peel for my team because I'm just going to kill you before you're on top of us.
Oh, and that's what Violet wants to play. I mean, Violet moved to main support at some point, but now since coming into EMEA and playing at Master Division, it is exclusively Violet Ayari. The only time I have not seen Violet play Ayari is if it's banned, and then they go Kiri. Legitimately.
Looks like Team Vision going for the Symmetra. look of things. And like I've said before, Venture is kind of the main counter to this if you don't want to mirror the Symmetra. But also, you know, King could make the Tracer work, and the way you do that is basically just shoot the Symmetra as much as you can. Get rid of that Symmetra, because the Symmetra becomes this late fight microwave carry, right? You're just going to get beamed down if you're not careful.
Yeah, particularly against the Orisa out of Crocs. Tama backing up, looks like hold by control over to Anomaly at the moment. They're able to move Crocs all the way up to this close positioning, gain positioning over the point itself. This gives Zoro some nice sight lines. You can see all the poke damage going back towards the Anomaly cast. Hey, there you go. That's one way to get the damage onto the Sim. You sent Jonowich in. It looks like the spear from Crocs started it off. Jonowich able to finish it off. First blood over to Anomaly. Nobody with cap just yet.
Yeah, that initial kill into the Symmetra is real bad for Team Vision. That means they've lost a majority of their damage. They're going to have to back off a bit, and Anomaly are going to get the first cap of that. But Crocs is dead. Crocs just dies in the corner, falls over. He stubbed his toe.
Heart attack? I didn't even see Slowdive on my screen. It looked like Crocs just went into cardiac arrest. Slowdive's going to come up with a second kill in this fight, and despite Team Vision going down early and first control going to Anomaly, Vision's going to swing it right back immediately.
That's unfortunate for Anomaly. They almost had it. But now sent back to the spawn room. Both teams have their support ultimates ready to go. It's going to be maybe a question of like who gets the better Deadeye, but it looks like Tama. Looks like Tama went AFK there for a second, stuck in the middle of the open space there, and I'm not sure if Tama has a Fortify to actually live after this. So,
yeah, that was an unfortunate place to get a ping incident. Yeah. We saw the pauses coming in the chat in a desperate attempt to try to prevent that damage coming through, knowing that Tama was not able to defend themselves. Oh, hey, you know what? Sometimes a little bit of luck going your way is not, not the worst thing. Maybe Anomaly be counting their blessings here. Let's see if
here now Tama. Okay, spin and fortify. Lucky to have those for sure. And now the Terra Surge ready to go. But Zoro opens with slow dive.
Yeah, Crocs with a good recognition just ignored Tama altogether to go get the pressure onto the cast. There's a Kitsune rush out of Anomaly thrown onto the point, but one's going to answer with their own orbital ray. So you get South Barrier. Oh, that's no way! King lands the pulse before Violet does the outburst and actually manages to AJ the captain's son. Wild.
It wouldn't be a Violet match if Violet didn't somehow mess up a captive son. Like, there has to be at least one. Right? That's just how Violet is, but that's both support ults out from both teams. Anomaly actually have the ult advantage here with the Terra Surge and the Deadeye available. I wonder if they're going to go for an early Deadeye. It will be, but it's stunned out.
That was extremely early Deadeye, actually.
Yeah.
Slowdive has one to answer. There's that Terra Surge we were talking about. Crocs pull it in 3, and Slowdive just gets smashed to bits. Quick piece on the board, and great consecutive fights here out of Anomaly.
Yeah, it's beautiful. You go for the Terra Surge directly on top of the Symmetra. That's the exact target you need. And they're gonna stagger the Orisa as long as they physically can. Team Vision coming back with the Sim Wall. Now the Sim Wall has been an ultimate that I think is particularly kind of problematic in the Symmetra matchup, right? And this is why Symmetra is so popular at the top of EMEA right now in the OWCS with teams like Twisted Minds and OWCS running it.
Oh, but everybody kind of got caught. 4 people went through the teleporter, and Anomaly just ambush it and get everybody so low. I think Tama was lucky to come up with one trade through that exchange. Actually gets Crocs as well. That's an enormous pick. And this Terra Surge is going to be huge. No way Team Vision just won this with 2 players alive.
My apologies. I thought we had more time. I did not think they would actually take that TP fully as a team because that put them in such an awkward position. But I suppose Simwall makes magic happen, and Team Vision, they do turn that around there. Now they need to build their orbital array as fast as they can because I think Violet's Captive Sun isn't that useful. Oh, we're just dead. Okay, we're just... What? Tama DC again?
That kind of looks like a ping issue. Yeah, we're getting the pause in chat.
Oh.
By the way, on about coaching the squad, coaching Team Vision, by the way, which is kind of wild, from those old school owl heads like myself that was there to watch Violet get the 2-time championship. Oh, now they got their Captive Son eaten. This is 2 Captive Sons from Violet, neither able to hit the battlefield. Sound barrier fading. Crocs' Terra Surge will pull him in. And Deadeye, actually, I was expecting to finish him off, didn't even need it. This Crocs will find 3 in the game. We do get the DC from Tama. Unfortunately.
Okay, well, that was a round win, at least, for Anomaly. We have a very interesting match so far. It's been a bit creative. Violet again, not able to hit a captive sun yet. We'll see. We'll get a counter going, I think. Maybe chat can chat can keep track. Surely, I trust you here. But so far 0 for 2, and that's the thing with Illari. Illari's kind of difficult to run because support ults are some of those valuable ultimates in the game, and captive sun is like, I'm gonna go as far as to say it's worse than Bola Shot in terms of average value. I think it is harder to hit than Bola Shot, because Bola Shot you get like twice as many of them, and I think they're just way easier to hit. It's way easier to get close up, land something, it travels faster. It just everything about it I think is honestly a bit better. So it's like a worse Bola Shot, and to have that on your support line is tough. Now I think the Symmetra wall might make up for that. You know, you're running the Symmetra and it's like, okay, well that kind of replaces maybe the beat or rally we would have as like kind of a defensive plus offensive ultimate, but you know, still, that captive sun isn't that useful, right? It's more of a distraction, right? It's just annoying to deal with.
And you have to acknowledge that every once in a while it might catch you off guard and you get a couple kills on the back of it. Yeah, you kind of just have to acknowledge it. And like you say, you're sacrificing such important ultimates to play the Ayari. I mean, even if you want to play the double flex and go with the Kiriko like we see Violet do every once in a while. I mean, you're comparing a Kitsune Rush to a captive sun, like it's not even a comparison. It doesn't even feel like an ultimate at that point. Kitsune Rush has such high value for fight wins, is my point.
Yeah, Kitsune Rush, Beat, Rally, basically everything you could play instead of Illari is going to have way more value. And, I know a lot of teams have been liking the Illari lately. I still don't see the vision personally. I can kind of see it maybe in a map like Circuit Royale, but it's tough. It's tough. You have to really get so much value in the neutral and make use of that. And like I said before, maybe team vision for them is just, okay, Violet has better mechanics. We're just going to kill people with the Illari. We're going to win that way. And we're not going to be worried about ult rotation. But you also have to think about this. This team's goal is absolutely OWCS. And if they make it there, I'm not sure if they can get away with that the Illari for long.
I mean, I kind of feel like this is them having fun. Like, I don't feel like this is Team's Vision's final form. This is like their Master Division form where they're just playing these weird double flex support comps and just having fun with it. I would anticipate if they do go into OWCS and really, going to try to make land and stuff, we'd probably see Violet actually play main support again. That is complete speculation, y'all. This is just me guessing. I'm not going to lie.
Right. I mean, we could potentially see that, but I do know that Violet does like double flex, right? I think Zeta Division, Violet's previous team, they did like to play the Juno Kiriko with Finn on the on the Juno, and then Violet on the Kiriko, of course. But we'll just have to see. I am curious. Team Vision, I think last time around, funny enough, their specialization, even with a completely different roster, mostly different roster, still their specialization, they took a map off of like most teams with their double flex stuff, unlike Blizzard World. Blizzard World was their thing. Yeah. They would always take every team to Blizzard World and they'd take a map. So I don't know, maybe this team is just destined to love double flex support.
Well, you know what? While we're at a pause, now's a good time to remind you, actually, that we do have FACEIT Watch also available here for these Master Division matchups all weekend long. So you can go watch particular POVs. If you want to just zoom in on that Violet Ayari, we got you. We've got Violet and Choi the Super One's POVs available there on FACEIT Watch. We've also got Crocs and King's POV available on FACEIT Watch as well. If you want to kind of zoom in, maybe you're an Illari player and you're like, I want to go see how Violet does this. You know what? We got you. You can go just watch Violet. We've also got our faces on there. You can still keep an eye on the broadcast, get that overall sense and that amazing wisdom that OC will impart on you, and my bad dad jokes. Those are also still available. But, you get some awesome POVs in as well. So just want to highlight that. Also available on phone. It works really good on a mobile app as well. So it does provide a lot of options. So really, really cool thing that FACEIT has introduced here in 2025.
Absolutely. I mean, you get to witness every Violet Ajax in HD. Right there. Honestly, you can't get anything better than that. And this feature is great because I think, the Overwatch League actually had something similar to this a while back. They kind of trialed it with a beta, but yeah, this is totally, you can use this. You can check out different POVs. It's a great way to learn the game. What I always recommend to players is you check out different POVs of different players, look at how they play. Think about, what would you do in that situation? So you can watch Violet and figure out maybe how would I not Ajax this captive sun, right? Okay, being on Violet a bit too much, but it's funny. Okay, it's too funny. Violet is a really good player though. He's very good.
Of course. I mean, you're two-time Overwatch League champion. Yeah, of course he's a good player. That's kind of just why we rag on it, right? Because we know they're just one of the best in the world that they do that kind of stuff, right? So
true.
Oh, hey, we did get an update. One other thing we can look at here. We have gotten a update from Dreamlight versus 0907. Dreamlight able to take that 3-1 and close that one out. So 0907 kept it interesting. Remember, Dreamlight were up 2-0 at the half mark. 0907 take a map, but wasn't good enough. And fortunately, they will go home in 5th, 6th place. Dreamlight moving on to take on Arius here in your upper bracket semifinals coming up right after this match.
And we're on to the second round. We'll see if Tama's internet can hold. Anomaly, up around, and this is unexpected so far on the Orisa. Crocs loves Orisa. And we'll see if Choi gonna stick with the Symmetra. Nope. Now mirroring the Tracer, giving up on the Symmetra, and that's actually probably good for Anomaly because that Symmetra can be tough to deal with without a Venture.
Fight for high ground here to start things off. Of course, you do have to deal with the Choice A1 Tracer now.
Of course.
Not in their final form. It's Choice A1 Genji is where things get real interesting.
Anomaly starting with a positional advantage.
Now, see, I would actually argue that. I think this spot is so strong for the Orisa comp, but you do get Zoro on that high ground, which is a nasty thing to contend with, and here comes the pressure. Turns out you're right, as usual there, OC, as Crocs is able to collapse it onto this hallway and just force Team Vision out. Ooh, but the counter from Slow Dive.
It looks like with the Illari composition, Team Vision, they're kind of spreading out. They didn't have all 5 players in the hookah, like, stacked in there together. They actually had a Violet on an angle from main, so trying to just split up, and that meant that they just couldn't clear the high ground. They couldn't fight against the high ground kind of Orisa composition as 5.
Now Kitsune rush from Anomaly just right into that back hallway. King immediately picks up 1. Violet's got a Captive Sun in. Hey, this one actually lands.
Oh, we got 2.
Gets 3. Violet's gonna swing it around, and there you go. The value out of the Captive Sun has been shown, and that was with Anomaly taking an early advantage off the back of that Kitsune.
Yeah, Jonowich wasn't able to build up to the beat in time to deal with that Captive Sun, and Violet took full advantage of that, actually landing it in the tiny little room there. There you go. Making up for the 2 previous missed Captive Suns in the previous round, and now Slowdive's going to have the Deadeye here on the high ground to kind of zone out Anomaly. If Anomaly try to go for an aggro beat here, they're going to be it's going to be so hard for them to walk, right? Because Slowdive's just going to pop this almost immediately.
Oh, Choice A1 is following the team up the stairs. Everybody kind of bunched up. That looks like an ideal pulse bomb to me. Choice A1 staying patient on it, though. And gives time for Zoro to pop off. He gives Zoro too much time to work. Oh, Crocs just completely whiffed on trying to catch Slow Dive in that solo ult. Looks like Tama's going to attempt the same. Actually got Jonowich in that. Jonowich nearly able to escape. And they hold on to that sound barrier while Zoro finds their 3rd pick of this engagement. Now it's just chasing a little bit of cleanup here with Anomaly in control.
Anomaly, their fight plan seems to be clearing Violet's angle first. I don't know if you noticed, but they like kind of head to the high ground. Oh, a pick onto Violet as well, staggered now. Team Vision need to wait for a while. But Anomaly, they cleared the high ground first, and then they sent kind of their, I think it was a Lucio Tracer angle or something, just to chase down Violet. Because Violet's playing split from the team constantly, because when you're running these double flex comps, that's how you get that value, right? It's that aggressive value from angles.
I would also like to highlight Zoro here. We haven't spoken Zoro's name nearly enough here in this introduction in this map 1. An insanely hot hit scan. Now, Slow Dive popping this ultimate first. Now Zoro responds to the high ground Deadeye. Able to get a little bit of damage to the tunnel. You actually force out the Fortify, which is a big deal. And that allowed Crocs to try to push forward, and King's going to pick up a kill. So Anomaly read the lack of cooldowns and push in on the back of a sound barrier from Jonowich. Now they're trying to follow up. They've got Vision kind of isolated here in the middle. Violet and 1 will fall.
There you go. Anomaly, now up to 80%. they might be able to take a map today. And like you said, the previous matchup between these teams, 3-0 for Team Vision, might not be this case anymore. Choi coming back with the pulse bomb. Here's the aggressive. They're hitting the spawn room.
Gold star for Croc. She touched the spawn door with a Kitsune rush against Team Vision of all people. And not only did Anomaly not take a map, they didn't even take a point last time on Control. Now that's going to be Violet with a Captive Sun. Let's see, it doesn't even make it. We're calling that 1 for 4. Anomaly will take a map off of Team Vision. Start off with a 1-0 in your upper bracket finals.
Anomaly, great first map, and again, the Crocs Orisa never disappoints. Zoro again on the cast, just a solid kind of. You can really trust Zoro here. I mean, Zoro's been doing enough, walking forward. It's just, it's really interesting. That hit at the end, especially the spawn room hit from Anomaly. I guess if you try hard enough, you can make anywhere a kill box, right?
You know what? Fair. I suppose. We'll go with that. You try. If it's not a kill box, you're just not working hard enough. That's what I'm hearing.
Exactly.
You need to be more creative. Come on now.
Okay, yeah. I don't even I'm kind of lost for words right now because I don't know how to describe that map or what even happened. That was just pure chaos, right?
It was.
We had that one amazing play from Violet with the 3K, but outside of that, it looked like Team Vision. I don't even know if Team Vision were like doing anything wrong or like throwing or messing around. It just looked like Violet on the Illari constantly cleared off of his angle in the second round, and that meant that Team Vision couldn't make anything happen. And on the first round, you Choi on the Symmetra, and Choi Sawan constantly focused down. Like the pulse bomb landed on Choi in the kind of the final fight of the first round, and then just in the first fight, even Choi died early. Like every time, it just felt like Anomaly fulfilled their win condition. They figured out what they wanted to play for, and they made it happen.
I mean, I was, wanting to highlight Zoro again, with good reason. I mean, it's Zoro, I think, one of the absolute hottest hit skins we should be keeping an eye on out of this region. I mean, huge next up, played with Sakura, before, trying to claw their way back into OWCS now. Led the server in damage on that one, goes 21-3 on that map, hitting 10k damage and leading the server from that casserole. Look at the other side. Violet led Vision in both damage and elims, but also led the squad in deaths as well.
Well, that's just how Violet works, right? You gotta go for max stats, but Violet will get value with every life, right? Like, we're not playing for KD, we're playing for pure value.
Yep.
But I think that also shows the focus from Anomaly. And again, I'm telling you on that second point there, on that second round, the focus was constantly onto the Violet Illari angle. Violet would play through main, the rest of Team Vision, they'd play in the hookah in the enclosed lane, and you saw that the focus shifted because I think it looked like it was either a 4-1 split or a 3-2 split most of the time for Team Vision, but Violet was never usually with the team. That rarely happened.
Yeah, Violet is the one on the 1 or the 2 split every time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's worked for him. It's worked for him. I mean, again, Vision has been undefeated through this season, including the 3-0 against this previous matchup against Anomaly. So now how do they answer? They're kind of, one of the rare spots where they get map pick for map 2, where they've dropped a map. I mean, they have dropped maps here and there. It's kind of what happens when you're playing a little bit, I don't want to say trolly, different. You do drop a map here and there. So this isn't completely unusual, but particularly to start down 0-1 is actually a bit unusual.
Oh, this is what I expected. Circuit Royale.
Exactly
I was about to say,
yep.
Escort, Dorado, Circuit Royale, and Watchpoint Gibraltar. If you do not want to play Lucio or Brig, you want to stay away from Dorado and Watchpoint Gibraltar. That's where the dive's going to be played. That's where you're going to be at a weakness. Circuit Royale, it is a map built for double flex support compositions. And Kiriko, banned by Vision, so they really want to make the Illari work here. They absolutely want to make the Illari work here.
It also protects the Illari. You also
That's
protect
true.
that ban. Yeah.
That is very true, actually. I didn't even really consider that, but I assume that they want to protect it, make it happen, because this is actually a map where I think Juno Illari could be pretty solid and could be pretty effective.
I honestly anticipate that's what we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think the big question here is how does Anomaly answer? One thing that's really fascinating to me about Circuit Royale is we went obviously in its intro was extremely poke heavy. Then we went into almost like a brawl style on Circuit to where nobody played poke anymore at all. And now we're kind of back into a middle ground where you see some teams try to run Ramatra and even Reinhardt and weird stuff on this map. But then you get other teams that are just right into the Sigma, double sniper, double flex. It's all over the place. So I'm really kind of curious which of those flavors Anomaly opts into to go against this double flex support comp as we see the Sim ban come in from that squad.
Great ban. Symmetra's so strong here. I think a Juno Illari Symmetra could be really difficult to deal with, but you get rid of at least one component of that composition if you're Anomaly. Now, I am a personal believer in you kind of have to play some type of a brawl composition here, or some sort of a composition that has brawly value. I hate to say it, but I think Sigma on this map is just not that good. I think the Diva can kind of beat it. I think the Ramatra can beat it, but Sig is just a lot weaker nowadays and can be counterpicked very easily. Sigma does have a purpose to deal with those double hit scan DPS lines and stuff, but I don't think those are good either, right? As I always like to say, everything kind of comes back to Ram or Orisa on this map, because if a team tries to play Sig, then they'll just be forced off of it pretty fast, and both teams will end up on on the Ramatra, right? So Circuit Royale is just it's interesting. We'll see what both teams go. Really, I don't have much to say until I see what the tank picks are for both teams, because that is going to define the matchup more than anything.
Fair enough. Well, fair enough. And it does kind of make sense as why SIG has kind of been forced out of the meta, and you can just get overrun. You just swap to the swap to the Ram, and then just close the gap, and the SIG just is no good up close and personal. Makes
right, because a lot of teams, they really like this like SIG, double sniper, and then like BAP Zen compositions like that. How do you beat that? Well, what we figured out pretty early on was, we can run SIG, and we can run like a Mei with the SIG, and run Sojourn, BAP Lucio. It's a Brawl comp, right? It's a Brawl SIG. And then the Brawl SIG runs at the slow SIG comp and beats it. And then the other team's like, okay, well, I guess we have to go Brawl SIG now too. And both teams are in Brawl SIG. And then one of the Brawl SIG teams is like, wait, what if we go Ramatra here? Because then we have the better like frontline trade. And then the other team has to swap Ramatra, and all of a sudden we're just on Ramatra Brawl. That's what I mean when it all comes back to Brawl, right? Because no matter what, it's just, you can counterpick your way to that matchup.
Well, we are kind of going into a little bit of unknown territory as far as previous matchup between these two. Well, we actually did see Circuit. We saw Circuit picked out of Anomaly.
Interesting.
The previous time these two faced off, it was a Reinhardt and a Yari is what got banned out in that particular map. It was a 2-1. So Vision were actually denied a full cap. They did not get the full cap. It was a 2-1 Circuit scoreline in Vision's favor in that last matchup.
All right, maybe both of these teams, they kind of prefer the Circuit Royale, and then, for Vision, you get that first ban. You're able to protect the Illari this time. Maybe that's going to make a big difference.
Of course, map 2 of any first to 3 is extremely important, because this is the pivotal map where it's either Anomalies on match point, and suddenly Team Vision are forced to try to reverse sweep, which is certainly not a position they've been in yet this season, or you're looking at a dead even scoreline. We're going into map 3 with, perhaps Vision have a little bit more momentum, but you're going to have Anomaly with map and first ban. So it's a really, any map 2 is so pivotal in any best of 5 series. I think it's the most important map of the series, genuinely.
Yeah, and
unless
in
you
this
go to
case,
map 5, then it's map 5.
I think it's even more important in the sense that Vision, this is one of the only maps in the pool, and really they usually only have one like this, that is super good for double flex support. Okay, so if they lose on the good double flex support map when they only want to play double flex support, what does that mean for the rest of the series? Probably not good things generally. I could see, just thinking future wise, how this series could go. What other options do Vision really have for map picks if they lose this as well, right? Do you take it to I don't know, Midtown? I think Midtown could be pretty good for BAP Illari, things like that. You could go Kings Row and run Juno Kiriko like Zeta Division like to do. There's some options, but they become less and less viable.
I mean, that would be truly uncharted territory. I would have to go back and dig through, but I don't believe Vision have dropped 2 maps on any series. It's pretty rare that anybody did take a map off them. That would be truly uncharted territory where they're like, well, now what? We don't even know what to play anymore. Let's just roll the dice. We'll go Midtown, screw it.
Yeah, I mean, if they go down 2 maps, that's going to make for a very, very interesting series. I doubt they're going to go out without taking at least one, but you never know. You never know. Anomaly, they are an anomaly. Again, Crocs in particular is an anomaly. You never know what's going to happen with Crocs.
We should be about ready to get into this thing. I know we've been waiting to kind of figure out some tech issues here. Obviously, there was the big asterisk on that map 1 was Tama just having a lot of connection issues and technical issues. So, Team Vision were not at 100%. So maybe that was just tuning going, wait a minute, Team Vision lost a map? We were having, quite a few connection problems with Tama, and I think it has been one of our delays here getting into map 2 as they're trying to get all that sorted out. So appreciate your patience with us here, friends, but we're going to get into Circuit Royale here shortly, I promise you.
Cool. I think we might be getting into it right now. That's what I'm talking about. There we go. Team Vision, you have to think about this from a mental standpoint, though, as well, where, you have internet issues, map 1. I think going into map 2 and kind of resetting the mental and getting back into that mental space might be kind of difficult. There's a level of tilt to having your internet just not work on map 1. Absolutely. And then it's like we lost it. So I'm a little bit worried about them in that sense. Team Vision, are they going for a slow BAP Illari comp? That no Juno would be very, very interesting, but it looks like that might be the case.
They still have time to change their mind.
That's true.
Violet's hovering over a main support. I doubt we'll see that.
If Violet goes Lucio, I mean, I would think that that would be one of the most viable compositions here on this map. He would make me very happy, right? Violet would make me very happy. Anomaly on Bap Juno, kind of a double flex comp. It's a little less riskier than normal, but I think... Oh, no, Violet says, no thank you. I'm just baiting.
No,
I'm walking out on Ilaria.
Yeah. I'm telling you, we're not going to see anything but Ayari unless the Ayari gets banned. I'm telling you. Looking at the defensive Anomaly, they're running the Mei here alongside with the Bap Juno of their own. So, I mean, super resource heavy with the Bap Juno backline. Good spear already found Zoro out of the gate. Still, Crocs is trying to hold up close here, just play this front corner, but Slowdive does eventually get the middle end of Zoro in that trade. Good roll, though. Oh, Crocs somehow, no, just not get out of that one in one piece. That's going to be first fight going to Vision.
Okay, Anomaly try and hold what I like to call the bad corner. It's the bad corner because it's the corner that's like way harder to hold, especially when you don't have ultimates to support that hold. It's just so difficult for the defenders. Anomaly, that also means they kind of have to give up the first good corner, which kind of sucks, right? It was an interesting choice to hold that corner. We'll see how they kind of re-engage coming back in here. They're going to be closing in on the window. Both teams are going to have the window coming up.
Fortunately for Anomaly, they're kind of able to get everybody to ground level here. Trying to drop off the high ground if Vision got entrenched could have been problematic. Still, Jonowich does not make the rotation. The Slowdive's going to go with another amazing pick. Violet trying to fight Zoro. It does, lands the shot. And this is going to be just 2 fight wins in a row here from Team Vision. So far, flawless through Circuit Royale. Point on the board shortly once they cap. And we'll have about 5 minutes in the bank.
Team Vision start with the momentum. They're going to have the Captive Sun. That makes me a little worried, but it should be all right. Team Vision also have the window and the bullish shot and basically everything coming up. They're going to have a lot of resources here. Probably going to continue to play slow with their composition, but Zoro's able to find a nice early opening pick on the Slowdive.
Those shots always impress me so much. It just looked like such a long-range shot with the projectile speed and everything. Zoro's got it locked in, and Slowdive had been such a menace. And even with an AM Matrix up, King's able to run in, find a kill onto Violet through this. King is just lodged in behind him. The Blizzard is thrown on the pillar. I feel like Anomaly is all back behind it, but Jonowich still gets taken down, not in the Blizzard, but just found in a raw shot from Tama. And this fight has got a little bit interesting. The defensive Anomaly still have the player advantage, but a good shot from Slowdive might have just tilted the balance into Vision's favor. With Slowdive and Choice A1 coming up with picks, they've got this cart moving.
Team Vision, I'm surprised they committed to that fight. I'm very surprised. One uses the window and Team Vision turned that around with the Blizzard as well. The Blizzard, I don't even know if it hit anyone. I don't think it hit anyone.
No.
But it was just there to kind of zone and be a bit of an annoyance for Anomaly. Now Anomaly re-engaged. They're going to have the orbital ray. I don't think Team Vision have much to deal with that. They're going to have to kite away from this window. They're just going to completely LOS it. That's a smart decision. And now I think Team Vision on their re-engage, they might have to like try and go for a Terra Surge inside of the orbital ray.
Or bait the orbital as the only other option. Crocs was just very far forward here, though. It's going to be very difficult to do. Drops the Terra Surge, Orbital, and Blizzard all thrown in from the defense. Captain's from over the top, but the Bap was caught. Violet's able to trade out, get 2. It's a 3v3 on this point, and the Orbital has gotten away from the subjective, and as such, Anomaly themselves. But Choice A1 was so deep, back behind the objective. Easy pickings there for Crocs. And this defense now with a +2, I believe should stabilize. Yeah, Violet finally picked up the back.
Yeah, Anomaly managed to pull through there. The Orbital Ray, difficult to deal with, right? I think Terra Surge is a decent counter to it. You can use Blizzard as a counter to it as well. Both of them kind of zone out the Orbital Ray, but Team Vision just didn't have enough to deal with that. Now I think the rotation, the initial rotation in here from this low ground is kind of difficult without any sort of speed. You see Team Vision kind of struggling to get their backline through.
Slowdive popping up, see if they can create an opening with just some damage pressure. And One and Violet slowly work their way up the hill while that's happening. Making their way to the top of this rotation, and Team Vision finally in position to engage. They'll get the M-Matrix on slowly, expect that to come out directly. There it is. Slowdive pops over, looking for targets. Double damage ADS take aim bolts would be nasty, but nobody's showing their head. Oh, EGS peaked! Oh, it has to use their mortality field to stay alive as they do get popped. Now they drop an Ant Matrix in, but a good wall has gotten Crocs, completely blocked. Has to fortify and get out of there. What an awkward Ant Matrix hit at the end of the day. It might have worked out, although Thomas still entrenched, has managed to pick up Jonowich and Crocs. And it looks like Team Vision actually might persevere through the back of this fight. Whoa, that's a late Blizzard. Violet's going to go down. Is anybody else alive?
Oh, it looks like Violet. King takes him with him. And now, Crocs not able to touch in time. Only, I mean, honestly, if the touch came through just a second earlier, Anomaly could have gotten it. Just unable to. I think in King in chat, was that GOAT down? I think it was.
Yeah, that was GOAT down because they killed Violet. That's exactly what that was.
The solo Blizzard. Team Vision gonna have 4 ultimates. Captive Sun, Blizzard, quite a lot to work with. Enough to potentially zone out this orbital ray from John Lich.
I love the cross positioning. Yeah, I love that hole.
Yeah, pretty close.
I mean, look at this run in. Jab spin all the way. Terra Surge to reel in slow dive. Just yank it in like a giant fishing pole. And it works out beautifully. It's all it takes. They use that one ultimate and get it done. Oh, there was an orbital thrown in as well. It scares me.
Yeah, that was Orbital Ray and Terra Surge. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Crocs, a little bit of disrespect in the spawn room. Now backing away. It's worthwhile. It's the mental.
Psychic warfare. Yeah, you bet.
Psychic warfare, exactly. But Team Vision, they're going to have all 5 ults here. So you have to find a way to deal with that. I mean, Anomaly used 2 for nothing. Previous fight.
Bullet shot from Zoro. Finds Violet immediately. Oh, my goodness. I was glad that this Hitscape player earlier said one to keep an eye on. And really, validating that opinion right now with that beautiful opener. Still, Tama has worked their way up to the high ground. Is going to pop a Terra Surge here on top of the lobby. But there's just nobody else there. That was one of those awkward Terra Surges I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, going for the Terra Surge. Tama, your backline isn't even through the choke, but it looks like Choice of One's going to find a pick into Zoro. It's going to give Team Vision at least a way to get through, but Crocs is saying, no thank you, I'm going to hit that Javelin and force you away.
Choice of One working around the left flank now.
Violet wants to use Captive here, I think. Absolutely send up for it.
Full rotation from Anomaly. They're going to head up pool side. Put on the sunscreen, go outside. Choice of One looking to cool things off though. See how they try to work up with the Blizzard, and they were moving to the high ground earlier, but everybody just dropped down low. Window on this left-hand side for the Vision, trying to control that flank. That Blizzard thrown into the backline. How did EGS end up or how did Choice of One get down there?
Choice of One just has that Tracer positioning on May. I mean,
on May. I mean, you got 2 Cotton Kings Blizzard here, but I don't think there's anybody left alive.
And now Team Vision left with 1 more ultimate. It's the Captive Sun and a Violet. Crocs might want to hold on to the Javelin spin here to try and eat it, but you're not going to be able to do so. Oh, there's a Javelin spin.
That's an enormous Terra Surge. Captain Sun in over the top. Of course, Crocs is hit by that. Able to pull out some resources. Zoro trying to survive, but Violet is able to just outlast. He ends up being taken out by EGS Orbital Ray on this point. Anomaly might just hold on the back of that. Tama gets brought down, and with, 114 centimeters left to go, Anomaly make the stop.
Anomaly, they might be able to pull off, preventing the full cap from Team Vision. Team Vision, they could potentially go for some sort of like a Bola Shot, Terra Surge combo, but no, they're going to open with a Bola Shot, and Crocs just picks off Slow Dive out of the sky.
The Bola doesn't even land. Tama trying to push forward. Has a Terra Surge to work. Choice of One low, and one's already dead. Violet's able to answer. The Blizzard got interrupted. That Blizzard did not make it out of the battlefield. What a beautiful shot there from Zoro. I think Crocs' spear is the one that actually intercepted the Blizzard. But Tama's Terra Surge has been able to equalize, and Zoro's not in this fight. Crocs wins out the Orisa duel, though, and that just might be it here for this attack. I believe Violet's still lurking around. Ooh, no, it was Slowdive still lurking around on this Tracer. But it won't last long. And we get Vision stopped here short of their prize on point C.
Crocs, absolutely an honorable member here of Spear Nation, picking that Spear perk. I have a personal vendetta against any Orisa player who picks Shield, so...
Amen.
Amen. I don't like that Shield. I don't like that shit. I don't think it's that good, right? I think it's overrated. I get it, but Crocs, member of the Spear Mafia, Spear Nation, able to pull through with that Spear to cancel the Blizzard from Choi Se-won and results in a fight win there. So now, Anomaly, they have a clear goal in sights. They need to get to that 3rd point and get to the very end to win this map.
Look how even the deaths are. I feel like, it's almost deadlocked in team fights.
Very, very, very close. We also saw King on the Venture at the very end there, and I think that's maybe important for the remainder of the series. We know Choi Se-won is willing to run the Symmetra in these Orisa compositions. So, the question is, will King pull out that Venture in the future in the series to try and deal with that? Anomaly, probably just going to go with the same BAP Juno backline. Seemed to work pretty well for them. And Team Vision on the Bapulari.
The orbitals were just such a huge impact. And once again, we're talking about comparing support ultimates. I mean, yeah, comparing a captive sun to an orbital ray. Like, that just feels like such a mismatch. Shout out Mercy players and Unter.
Basically the same thing. Basically.
Let's go, EGS. Let's go.
Anomaly, start. And looks like Team Vision, they are holding the nice, fun corner. The corner that's not as hard to hold. So it's going to be a little more difficult for Anomaly here to win the first fight compared to Team Vision.
They are able to get Zoro up onto the high ground, which keeps Team Vision kind of pressed back here. Zoro will, I assume, start moving forward. Yep, you can see Zoro now has moved up to the crosswalk, try to start shooting around that important corner. You know, a couple of good take-aim bolts could just crack this defense wide open. And this is where just a bit of the staging poke phase between these two teams. Croc's taking an enormous amount of damage through that exchange, though. And we're going to see Team Vision swing wide, try to pursue it. They don't get what they wanted and kind of hold their ground for now.
Yeah, the defensive team here really can't swing this corner. You kind of have to just wait and bait the attacking team and just respond to what they do. And it looks like Anomaly, they're going to use their Maywall. They're going to swing out a little bit, but Crocs is going to go back to the corner. Anomaly playing for their ults, close to the window.
Crocs playing it close to the chest. That was super low. Talk about some limit testing on that already. So, rotate up to the high ground here from Anomaly. And Matrix dropped down onto the point. Defensive one in play as well. Capture Sun over the top here from Violet. Lands on the high ground, able to hit the Baptiste, and the follow-up shot is good.
Oh,
that pops two! Oh no, EGS was the one hit, but the explosion takes out Zoro and Jonowich. And now the follow-up on the EGS. And we see, what is Violet out? 2 for 6? Is that what we're going with, 2 for 6?
I think so. I'm not sure how that happened, though. That was so interesting. Was it just one person hit with that, and then the explosion might just killed 2 other people, I guess. That can happen. Anomaly, they only used 1 ult for that initial swing. Team Vision, they used 2 in response, so now Anomaly's going to come back with their Orbital Ray. This is going to be the difficult thing to deal with for Team Vision. They'll probably use their Terra Surge or their Blizzard to try and zone it out, and that's the best they can really do. Oh, but that early pick from Slowdive is going to halt Anomaly in their tracks.
That's just one of those deadly take-aim shots I was talking about, and that's, I'm not sure. Yeah, EGS is going to get out of that either. Yeah, it's a nasty stagger.
Yeah. A little difficult for Anomaly. EGS going to come back 40% to window, pretty much even with 1 on that. Team Vision, they bought themselves plenty of time. I mean, we're down to 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. There's really only 2 good fights left for Anomaly. This is a very, very important fight for them, in particular with their ult advantage.
Of course, have to save something to be able to get the cap. Croc's getting aggressive, going to push in, drops the Terror Surge, pulls in 4 with
the wall.
That. Wall trying to prevent through his tree, but the Immortality Field is good. Takes a moment to take it down, but eventually, Anomaly do. They pick up 2 on the back of that great team play. Blizzard thrown on the point from Choice. One gets nothing. Anomaly win it out, but they takes 3 ults for them to do it.
Yeah, the
actually,
faster,
two.
brawlier compositions here are going to do pretty well on Circuit Royale, and that's kind of a good example how Anomaly can outpace Team Vision. They set up the wall behind the Terra Surge, and Team Vision, there's nothing they can do to get out of that. I mean, they probably would have liked a speed ring or something there to try and kite Crocs, but they're not able to get away. So Crocs can kind of really set up a Terra Surge if he wants to at any point in time.
Choice of one, actually making one swap to the Venture here. Good shot from Zoro, that connected. Captive Sun over the top from Violet. That one hits at least 1. EGS is able to get their Immortality Field up. Orbital Ray in response. Terror Surge pulls in, will be the end of EGS, but King has been able to answer, so you trade your back for the tank. Good Zoro Bolo shot, lands onto Slowdive, still low on health, but able to stay on their feet, at least for the moment. In the air, in the case of this Freya. Both teams kind of playing on a knife's edge. Speed ring in, and Jonowich was so low. Choice of one, will chase them down. Team Vision, though, oh man, 1 strikes back and gets 2 with everybody's health bars so low. 1 chooses to go on the offense instead of healing and gets the picks.
Choice of 1 over to the Venture. I love the Venture here. I think Venture is amazing, especially in the second point. It's very difficult to deal with them. I think they can kind of take very creative angles. It's easy to get in when your opponent's rotating through the low ground because you can just drop off the high ground, engage, and then dig back up to the high. One's going to have the window, but it looks like Anomaly are going to wall off that window spot, so that way Team Vision can't punish the initial rotation.
Yeah, the this does provide him a little bit of cover. Oh, you see GS trying to leap in. Everybody is taking shots as they're trying to make this rotation. Crocs is fighting with Tama for that position up top, but can't push any further. Blizzard to devalue the Ant Matrix, well placed, ends up being a trade. Team Vision missing their Baptiste. Is the Violet Ayari enough to keep them alive through this engagement? Anomaly coming up on a couple of important ultimates if they can stay alive long enough to use them. There's the first of it as Thomas is brought in by the Terra Surge. Violet unleashing yet another Captive Sun in over the top. I'm seeing a lot more red outlines than blue left on this point. As Anomaly seems to have slowed their roll. Yep, that's going to be a reset.
Team Vision, effective hold here in the second point. They got that window down after the wall was over. And then King with a nice counter with the Blizzard, but it just wasn't enough. And now, you know, Croc's just shoved into this corner. Anomaly need a way to rotate. They're onto the Venture as well, meaning they won't have that same wall to help rotate and kind of like force Violet out of that line of sight. You can see this rotation just so challenging. So challenging. It's difficult to get a window off until you've kind of made it to the corner, so you can't window immediately to support this, but they are going to try and just window immediately. I guess that's the way to do it.
Yeah, they're using the window cover. I mean, Zora's also gone over to a Cassidy here.
Oh!
Ooh, AGS is in a lot of trouble. Drop the Immortality, but Thomas easily able to take care of that. That Immortality field is just not enough to escape the Terror Surge. Choice one entrenched here in the Anomaly backline.
Team Vision not allowing that rotation to happen, not allowing the backline of Anomaly to move past this low ground area, not letting them out. And that was a really, really nice Terra Surge from Tama to deny the rotation in particular, just kind of ignoring the window, not even caring. Now, you know, Anomaly, they have a Deadeye to work with, they have an Orbital Ray to work with, they could potentially use these to try and help rotate in, but still it's awkward, because Team Vision can easily break the line of sight up on that high ground and just kind of chill until it's over.
And Slowdive can outrange this Zoro cast. One of the ways we saw Team Vision make this rotation was putting Slowdive up in the air and putting pressure down on that corner. See Zoro trying to do the same thing, even landing a headshot, not quite as effective. Still, Anomaly make it to the corner, get their Orbital Ray out, and Deadeye's able to find one, but Violet lands a good Captive Sun. Still, Zoro's got 3v3 left in this overtime fight, and Tama tilting the balance in Team Vision's favor. Only 2 players left as Crocs is trying to hide from this Immortality field and deal with the fate of Choice one in the backline, who's been able to find Zoro. Crocs is the only remaining player, and once again, we will get a Team Vision 2-1 victory on Circuit Royale, just as we saw earlier this season, but this one is to tie the series.
Vision Esports. They made it happen. They made it happen on Circuit Royale, and this was a very, very important map for them. Again, they love their double flex comps, so they were able to run it, they were able to win it, and they're going to keep the series alive a lot longer because they've won this map.
Violet hitting a couple of Captive Suns on that one. You know, we were a bit critical of the Captive Sun just in general and its value provided. We see there in that little play of the game, the Captive Sun playing a big part, and that the aggression is so intriguing to me because you go from this very poke-heavy style, just sitting back and playing angles and all that, to just all in, all at once from Vision. It's, I mean, it just feels like in the blink of an eye, suddenly Choice one's behind you and has already got your supports dead.
Yeah, and the LRA, I really think Circuit Royale is the best place you can run that, right? I think that is the best LRA map in the game, even better than something like Havana, right? And it's just because you have so much distance, you have so much range to make kind of the double flex comps happen. And then the Captive Sun is easier to hit too, because it's just such a wide open space where you can kind of just throw it out from distance. There's not as much map geometry to get in the way. Like we all remember the Suravasa tree incident with Violet hitting 2 trees instead of the actual targets he wanted to back in OWCS Korea. So, you know, it can be difficult, right? Map geometry does make a big difference in how much value you can actually get out of the Captive Sun, and Circuit Royale just doesn't have as much in the way.
Yeah, we saw the Ayari buff, that was the Violet buff, where they reduce the overall like geometry of the sun itself so it wouldn't clip things. Because I think Violet also clipped a roof on Suravasa that was, or may have been in Runasappi. That was pretty notorious as well. Oh, hey, it works out here.
It does, and I think it was pretty solid. Now, I was surprised with 1 on the Baptiste instead of the Juno. I do think that made some fights, especially on Vision's attack, a little difficult, right? Because they just couldn't match the Orbital Ray that Jonowich had on the Juno. But still, the Baptiste, it was able to work. And here, you know, you could also see how Anomaly can outpace with the Juno. But I think once we got to the second point, Anomaly were completely stalled and slowed down, because every time they tried to make that rotation, the overwhelming kind of like poke potential in the poke phase of the fight that Team Vision have with the Baptiste it was just too much, and they never really successfully made a rotation. Anomaly couldn't get through.
And I get why they put Zoro on the cast. Cast. Zoro's good at, any of the hit skins I feel like Zoro can pop off on. But you get a little bit more pressure onto the tank. You're able to protect against the Venture coming into your backline. But it puts you at such a disadvantage in that long-range battle that you're talking about when you're trying to trade that early damage in the early stages of the fight against the Ayari, against the Freya that we were seeing coming out from Slow Dive. I mean, I can understand the vision, no pun intended, genuinely, but the cast just felt like it did not get the value that they were looking for.
Yeah, I think it was kind of a desperate pick to try and just have like a hit scan DPS that could live easier on the rotation. Cast has a bunch of HP, and it's like, okay, let's just set up our cast close. If they try and like pressure a rotation and walk on us, then the cast will have some sort of value there. But definitely kind of like a panic swap just to make that rotation happen. Anything they could try to make it happen, because they didn't know what to do. They didn't really know what to do. It was very, very difficult.
The cast is good against the Freya too. The roll is really good because the take aim bolts take a moment to explode, so you get max value out of the roll. You can really utilize the damage mitigation of a roll, which you can't like versus an Ashe or a Sojourn. You don't get that same damage mitigation value out of a Cassidy. So I get, in a vacuum, really good. Just cast versus Freya, totally get it. But the geometry is just not in your favor there. So now, good news for Anomaly here. Good news, they get map pick, they get first ban. They're banning off the Juno.
Okay, yeah, the Juno ban from Anomaly. That means that, they're trying to force Violet onto Lucio, aren't they? Is that the plan? I'm not sure. Maybe they keep Violet in on flex support, but either way, it's New Junk City, right? We're on New Junk City. We're on Flashpoint. You really need some level of speed, especially on these enclosed points, because New Junk City, it's mainly, so you can kind of split points into two categories, right? And points that are really enclosed and kind of inside, and then points that are outside and have a lot of space. The outside ones are great for double flex support since you have more space to take angles, more open space in general, but 3 out of the 2 are enclosed, including the first one. Right? So that's where things might get difficult for Team Vision if they want to continue to run double flex. And if the Juno's gone, they have to run a double flex support comp that doesn't have speed in it. Tracer banned from Team Vision. Okay. Does that mean we're going Symmetra angle maybe?
Either that or Genji, one of the two. Probably right. Sim, but I could definitely see the choice they want King both going over to the Genji for this.
In that case, I think, if it is a Symmetra angle, Anomaly might be considering the Venture. And again, we saw the Venture from both teams on the previous map on Circuit Royale, so it is an option. And I think for King, that's the best way to deal with Choice of One if Choice of One's going to go on that Symmetra. Because the Symmetra, again, like I talked about, the Symmetra becomes kind of the carry in any sort of Symmetra composition, right? You're playing around building that Symmetra beam as much as you can. Simwall's a super strong ult, so you have to play around her. So what the Venture can do is basically completely bypass the rest of the team that is trying to pocket the Sim and just put so much pressure into the Symmetra. And Symmetra really can't deal with Venture in any easy capacity, right? So it's just constant pressure in that sense.
I also feel like maybe it's just a serendipitous little bonus, but really good burst damage against the teleporter rotations, which I think is the other crucial part there of the Symmetra composition. But the Venture is so good at just being able to, you can just put a massive amount of burst damage into the entire pile of people with it, be it with the Burrow and the Emerge or Drill Dash, some just well-placed primary fire shots. All have wonderful AoE damage as well.
Right, and with the Venture, you don't even need to live. If you trade yourself for the Symmetra every fight, that is worth it. That's it. Like, that's all you need to do, right? You can actually sacrifice yourself for that and go for the 1-for-1 trade, because again, you get rid of the Symmetra and in the Sim comp early, that gets rid of the main win condition for the Sim team, right? And once you do that, you can win the fight pretty easily, right? When we saw the matchup between Alcatsia and Twisted Minds, they both like to run the Symmetra, but we really saw what Alcatsia would do is constantly place focus onto Yubi, who would play the Sim for Twisted Minds. And that's the way to go. No matter what, if you're up against a Symmetra, you have to take her down first. That really enables your tank, who's most likely on a Risa or like Diva or something like that. And it just makes the fight so much easier to win. If that Symmetra falls early, everything is over.
We'll see what happens. I mean, looks like we're about ready to get into New Junk City.
Okay.
Got some stats here from last map. Actually, very, very close. Looks like Zoro had 15k damage. We're looking at Violet with 16k damage there. Violet had 16k damage, 15k healing, and was 35 and 16. Just to give you all an idea of some stats.
Oh.
Right?
35 and 16. That is
Yeah.
that's something.
Oh no, 35 and 8. I'm sorry, I misread. I flipped my assists and deaths. 35 and 8. 35 and 8.
I was about to say 16 would be quite a bit, but yeah, either way.
Zoro had 14 deaths. Zoro was 20 and 14.
Oh,
yeah.
that's a bit rough. It's a bit rough, and we saw Zoro in the cast at the end as well. Again, like I think every time that we saw Anomaly go for the rotation there in second attack, they just lost Zoro every time.
Yeah, every time,
without exception.
We'll see if they're able to keep Zoro alive here through through New Junk City. I think it's a lot more possible. I don't think Zoro's going to be the focus fire here.
Right. This is a great cast map. I think Zoro might be going with the cast here.
Map, actually. Yeah.
I mean, again, you have all of the enclosed points. A lot of it is very close. This is going to make it harder for Slow Dive's been here, and we I don't think we've seen much Slow Dive Sojourn at all, really. It's been Slow Dive Freya and then the cast. Slow Dive really prefers the Sojourn and is a beast on the Sojourn. So unfortunately, New Junk City isn't that great for it either. But we'll see. Maybe Slow Dive forces it here for Team Vision.
I don't know that I would have that rubber ducky. I think that would be a little scary at bath time. I'm just saying.
That's true. That's true. Very scary. Very scary.
Very scary.
Well, what I'm curious about is what Team Vision are going to lock in spawn here for their backline. And are they going to go a slow composition on New Junk City? Violet hovering over the Lucio. I have the feeling that this is just the better thing for Team Vision to do, to just put Violet on Lucio here on New Junk City. But if they run Bappy Lari, I mean, Anomaly are going to start off with a big advantage, especially on this first flashpoint, because, they're going to reach the flashpoint first, and they're going to have such a big advantage. Crocs thinking about Hazard, actually. Okay.
Yeah. I kind of don't mind this.
Initial flashpoint.
Now, this is Anomaly wanting to play very fast and Team Vision wanting to play very slow, right?
Yeah, pretty much. And also, I think this dive composition from Anomaly is going to take full advantage of the fact that Team Vision do not have a main support. They do not have a Lucio. Yes. They do not have a Brigitte in play. So that means that they can get in there and they can dive this backline, who are vulnerable to dives, very vulnerable to dives, both One and Violet, but Choice of One's going to get the first pick onto Zoro.
You've also, if you're Anomaly, ideally, you've kind of got everybody on their best heroes right now, at least currently. I think this is across the board. Some of, if not their absolute best hero pick for each one of these 5 players. You obviously do see the disengage here, so I gotta wait for Zoro to get back.
That is true. I think here for King, the Genji could be a bit awkward, but against Cass, Bap, and Ilari, pretty good matchup there. Venture could work as well. I think we could see a Venture swap down the line. Might be tough for Zoro to follow the dive, so I can almost see Zoro swapping to Sojourn eventually, but Crocs is going to get that kill into slow dive. The Immortality field from One was LOS'd by the Hazard wall.
Crocs so good with his jagged walls. A little bit of pressure here from Tama, investing both support ults. He lands a big spear, but takes so much damage. Anomaly is just about to slingshot back, and King gets the dash reset, finds one. Now gonna look for another one. He's hoping to catch Violet. Tama low. King is gonna settle for that big old target instead. You take the tank down. Good follow-up, and King finds 3 in this fight, making 4. His Anomaly will flip this point at 63%. Almost has the ace.
Difficult decision to make here, right? Because it's difficult to charge off that Hazard who's just going to slash you and basically focus you down as much as possible. So Choi has kind of just had to press the S key constantly against Anomaly's Hazard dive. And I could see him going over to a Genji, swapping it up a bit, but we'll see. Because also, to actually rotate through these doors, Anomaly's going to shove this, so they're going to have to TP out, and there it is.
You get behind Crocs and drop a captive Sun. Jonovich has the sound barrier to answer. Zoro finds Violet out of the sky. Beautiful shot. It was 3 ultimates invested there from Anomaly, but can't blame him. Might even... Ooh, okay, they do get these kills quick. That's actually good for Vision. There is a chance for another fight here.
Yeah, really all Anomaly need to do is they need to scout where Team Vision are initially kind of pushing through, and then they need to just look at the TP location, right? Figure out where is Choi going to TP, and then respond to that as quickly as they can, probably with the blade and the downpour here. I think as soon as the TP comes through, I wouldn't be surprised to see a downpour, but EGS falls to Thomas' spear there.
It's disastrous. You did see the downpour come in. We saw Thomas able to shield up, tried to Terra Surge, but Crocs is still able to take him down despite the fortify. King's Blade in the mix, certainly helping out in that endeavor. We did get a flip here, and Anomaly are just going to back out and wait out this photon barrier before they sling back in. Nobody with ultimates. Thomas trying to make it back into. Actually, I said nobody. Slowdive does have a Deadeye here. No chance to use it. Crocs and EGS converge onto the backline immediately. Violet actually does go over to Lucio for the first time this season and survives for about 10 seconds on this fight.
And Violet is back over to Ilari almost immediately. Choice One now on the Torb. Team Vision really playing into the anti-dive. So Choice One does make a swap off the Symmetra. That's interesting, and we're on to an open point. Like I talked about, there's 2 open points. This is one of the points that Team Vision needs to win, really. They need to win at least one of the open ones.
Yeah, Choice One going over to the Torb, just like pure anti-hazard. Violet finds an isolated Zoro, who is kind of forced to just stand in one spot, courtesy of the Deadeye there from Slowdive, and looks like they can just get first cap on the back of that, but rest of Anomaly just dipped.
Yeah, a lot more room for the Ilari here on this specific point. Anomaly are going to have both support ults, though. I think an aggressive beat might be in the cards here. You know, start off with a Kitsune immediately into a beat and just try and overwhelm this backline. It's just all range damage. The cast, the Torb, the Bap, the Ilari. Great matchup for the Genji, actually.
Took a lot of damage early in this fight. We did get the Kitsune Rush invested early. Crocs goes to the back line, finds Choi. And still trying to pursue. King is able to get in the mix as well. It was in fact an aggressive sound barrier layered on top once the Kitsune Rush had faded. And Anomaly take full advantage, finding max value out of the double support ult investment. We'll eventually get this flip.
And there you go, that Kitsune into the beat. The beat was a little late. Crocs died, got bursted down there. And the Torb is a decent hazard counter pick because one of the ways you can deal with hazard that people figured out pretty early on is, oh, we can just play Torb and just like perma shoot the hazard, right? And Torb can also live through hazard slashes pretty easily because he's kind of a small tank, right? With the armor and everything. Slowdive, Sojourn.
Oh, we're gonna get the blade aggressively used. One slash hits 2 people, but still King can't find the final blow. Really good peel from Team Vision. All guns pointed at the Katana. Now 5v4. Team Vision looking to come back in. They got a Captive Sun and a Terror Surge at the ready. Anomaly backing all the way to the objective to try to fight on point. Buy as much time as they can for King to get back in here. Anomaly setting up on the inside.
Re-engage, probably with the speed Deadeye. Here it is. And then in response, Choi just covers the point.
Still, Anomaly are able to prevent the flip through all of that, despite the Molten Core, but Jonovich is going to get yanked in by this Terror Surge. King trying to play in over the top, but Crocs ends up too deep, by themselves, and the dive gets just disjointed here from Anomaly. Great job from Vision to pull them apart like string cheese.
Vision now going to have the Captive Sun, the Window, those support ultimates to work with. Anomaly, I think Jonovich needs to hurry and build this beat, right? That's what I'm most worried about because, you know, you get the Kitsune and the beat going, you can definitely bypass this window. And also, the beat can deal with the Captive Sun from Violet, but if you don't have the beat ready, you might just get overwhelmed.
Crutch just playing slow on the outside from one staging spot to another, jumping from cover to cover to minimize damage. Oh! Slowdive, picking up the most important target they possibly could. And that might just deliver this point over to Team Vision. We are going to get EGS trying to invest. Now there's no supports left. Slowdive has found them both. Anomaly is still going to try to fight this out. Saiyan supports, but just not enough sustain. And Violet's going to pick up 3.
That is such an important pick from Slowdive there. Now on his preferred Sojourn. Yeah, you take out the Lucio. That gets rid of the beat. Crocs over to Junker Queen now. I'm not sure about this. I'm not sure how I feel about this at all, but I suppose, you know, there's no Suzu for Team Vision to deal with the Rampage. So at least you have that going for you, but we'll see how Crocs handles this. Now, Junker Queen kind of explodes sometimes, and Team Vision are running a composition that can explode you. So it's going to be down to how much can Crocs mitigate the damage that he takes? How much can he carefully not explode?
I mean, you got to play around the shell, got to play around that leech healing. Hey, and the sound barrier from Jonovich might help you out a bit, but Anomaly can't seem to lock down any targets with it. There's an important pair. Eventually, in the back end of the barrier, Anomaly are able to get the value they needed from that all-important ultimate to win out this first fight here for this third control point.
Anomaly,
nice
okay. Solid cleanup there, the Junker Queen composition. We're on another open point. 2 open points in a row probably the best draw you could get for Team Vision, luck-wise. But from here on out, I mean, every point's going to be enclosed. So Team Vision's going to have to at least win one enclosed point where Anomaly's brawlier composition with the speed is going to have a bit of an advantage. King with the Blade. Blade can really cut through Team Vision's composition if they aren't careful, so they're going to have to mark King pretty early on.
Anomaly's playing very aggressive up at the choke. As much as possible. King just kind of hanging back at the moment. Ooh, that's an interesting split. Crocs goes into the left door. The rest of it Anomaly backed up to the point. This is Team Vision trying to push in, and that may have been just the bait King was looking for. Pulls out the blade, and Zero's able to find Choice walk through it. Terra Surge out of Tom, looking to respond. Crocs still separated from the pack, but is able to duck in, find some cover, and stay alive. Meanwhile, Slowdive's keeping guns pointed both at the tank, then back at main, where the rest of Anomaly is waiting for him. Zoro goes on the other flank. Here comes King with the dash, and they combine to find a kill on a Violet. Zoro back up into the hallway. This is all Anomaly. What an incredible plan. They utilize all 3 lanes here to put pressure on the Vision and whittle them down. Don't even give them access to this third point. 2-1 here on New Junk City.
Beautiful use of angles, like you said, and that's going to put them up 2-1. And now both of the open points are down. So from here on out, the Bapilari is not going to have a ton of room to work with. Crocs hitting the emote. Crocs is cooking. Crocs is in the kitchen. The Junker Queen
shots.
The Junker Queen composition also, you have all your valuable ults pretty much for the most part. You have the Rampage, you have the Kitsune, you have the Beat, all the resources they need to win this next fight.
God, Kitsune and Junker Queen is so nasty because you up the sustain at the JQ. You give her the ability to get more and more bleed damage in, more and more Carnage Axes up, just ups the sustain, more shouts into the fight. Really powerful, especially combined with the Rampage. And we're going to get at least the former out first. That's King able to get a kill with a deflect. Captain stood up from Violet. Unclear whether they found any targets with him, but 3 were certainly hit by that big Rampage from Crocs. Still purple. Team Vision on the back foot, backed up against the ropes, but they've managed to pick up Crocs in that meantime. Still, Zaro comes out at another clean little angle. Beautiful headshot to fight Slowdive. King with the finish. Anomaly with first cap.
After that fight, I think we're going to see Choi probably sit still in the spawn room for a little bit and, you know, flame his own team in team chat, tell them not to shoot the deflect. Now, Slowdive going to be able to open the overclock. Pretty solid opening ult, but you just have to find a way in to this little room here. You just need to find a path inside, and King doesn't have the blade to mark that just yet, so I think, well, you know, Team Vision, they would have the advantage, except Zoro just finds an early kill to Violet.
You know, Zoro just doing Zoro things. Oh, but King bites off way more than they can chew. Anomaly tried to get hyper-aggressive outside of the safety of, you know, this close quarters, and Tama picks him apart with that Terror Surge. Well timed, well placed.
Yeah, I think you got to take the W where you can, you know? Team Vision, they would have had to reset there completely, but they had the opportunity to punish Anomaly, push too far forward. They didn't have any ults to support that, and then Anomaly crushed by Tama. So Team Vision now, they can kind of sit, and the moment that Anomaly walk through any sort of choke, we're probably going to see the overclock come through from Slowdive.
We did see Slowdive call the pause here.
Okay.
So maybe getting a ping spike or something from Tama. I know that was an issue back in map 1. Hopefully for Vision down 2-1 in this important pivotal map on New Junk City, hopefully they're not having more ping issues.
Yeah, the ping issues, again, the mental aspect of that too. If Tom has been struggling kind of throughout this match, it's just you never know when the ping's going to strike. And for all we know, you know, Tama is potentially lagging this entire series, and we're only, you know, calling pauses for the most severe cases. So that could play a part in how this match is kind of going. And of course, just the frustration surrounding that.
All right, it just kind of breaks your concentration. I mean, at the very least, it just kind of takes your mental out of, hey, we're focused on what we need to be doing here, and suddenly you're thinking about tech issues and internet stuff, and like that's not where you want Tama's headset right now. That's not you know, headspace right now.
Yeah, Slowdive internet issues. Okay, maybe it's with Slowdive this time actually. Okay,
that's honestly probably good news. You know, that's not, it hasn't been a persistent problem for Tama. That it's just hopefully a little isolated ping spike or something. Because you know I don't even think Anomaly wants to win just because of ping issues, right? They want to win because they're the better team, and they played the best on this day with both teams being able to play at 100%, not because Team Vision was hamstrung by ping issues.
Exactly, and now Anomaly are going to be able to engage, and I think what they're going to look for is, can King shut down Slowdive with the blade? It's Dragon Blade versus Overclock. That's what we're looking at here.
Mean fight. And that also means that deflect is going to become extraordinarily important. King and need to be very judicious with that. Both teams taking their time set up. Tama has managed to kind of saunter over towards this choke, but is being chased by King, who has pushed out the threat. Deadeye trying to buy some space, forces Tama to hold the spot for a minute. Here comes those two aforementioned DPS ultimates. King trying to get in the back, is able to get one with that over the top, finds Violet. Slowdive not able to shut him down. Ate too much damage throughout that, had to back away and gave King free reign to do what they do with that Dragon Blade.
Anomaly are going to have both support ults. I think they're going to actually hit the spawn room. They're going to push the whole way forward. They're looking for Slowdive. Slowdive's gone. Zora finds the kill. 85% now. EGS holding on to this Kitsune. John Witch 85% too. Choice A1 going for the touch. 92%. I think that's it. Tama's over the ball to go for a quick touch here, but there's not much that Vision can do at this point. Oh, messes up the grapple.
There it is. Doesn't even get the final touch. Try to get a final fight in. An Anomaly move up to match point over your undefeated Team Vision here in the upper bracket finals.
Well, I think this is the first time that Team Vision have had to pick at least 2 maps, right?
I believe so. I would have to double check, but I believe this is the first time they've been down 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's really, really interesting, though. And we got to see a tiny bit of Violet Lucio for a singular fight, but Violet is intent on just running this Illari to the end of the earth. And Team Vision trying to make the double flex support work on a map that is just not built for that. And I don't know about that. I don't know if that's the correct decision. Maybe they'd be having an easier time if Violet just kind of swapped around, because we know that Violet has the capability to play the Lucio, but he isn't. Right, and Bap Lucio is perfectly fine. I don't know for Team Vision. Are they just going to stick with what they're doing now? Is this the only thing they scrim? Even if it is, I still think they might have an easier time on the Lucio on those really difficult maps for the Bap Illari. But now I think they're probably taking us to Midtown. I would have to guess.
I think that would kind of indicate that they do want to stick with the Bap Illari look. I mean, I kind of theorized at the beginning of the series that this is not their final form. They've just been kind of playing in this fun double flex support form. I guess now we can really kind of put that one to the fire, really test that, and see if they stay with this. Now down 1-2. I mean, you are right. Like now there's no reason road. Now it's time for no more trolling. Like it's
yeah. I'm a bit worried about map 5, but we really only have hybrid and push left, right? So I think both push maps, you can kind of force the double flex support if you really want to, but again, like having speed there is valuable. You have Colosseo and Runasappi there in the map pool. And then for hybrid, I think we're heading to hybrid here for Team Vision's next pick.
Actually, I think there's a caveat there. I believe for FACEIT League, hybrid and Flashpoint are combined.
Oh.
Meaning Colosseo and Runasappi are the only 2 things left in the map pool. And then for map 5, you reset and can play any map that has not yet been played of any game type.
That is interesting, because that would be different from OWCS then.
Right. No, that's the way it has been through FACEIT season. Flashpoint and hybrid are combined into one. Pushes its own choice with just the 2 map pool, with just the 2 maps in it. So I think that's it. I think that is all Team Vision have to choose from is Colosseo and Runasappi. I'm fairly confident.
That does change things too, because then we can go to any map type at the very end. For a map 5 potentially, if Anomaly. You know, they're gonna get that they're gonna get that map pick.
I mean, a bar
that's gonna give them so many options.
You can't repeat like Oasis or Circuit, right, or New Junk City.
Right.
You know, you can't repeat maps that have been played. But yeah, you have any game type to choose from for sure.
Lots of options there then. But yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Well, we're going to take a quick break before we get ready in for map 4. Bear with us just a second. When we come back, we'll see what they choose. They got Colosseo. You got Runasappi to choose from. We'll find out when we return. Don't go away.
The match is about to start.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nito? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold car. We're down. That was so bad.
Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving backline.
Nah, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back's on cart. Come on, back's on cart.
Oh, going in.
Stop the cart.
Oh my god! Ah! Go to world! Do you see that? Ah!
Yeah. I'm ready.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
Anomaly up 2-1 here in your upper bracket finals over the indomitable Team Vision. Team Vision will get map pick. They only got Coliseo and Runasappi to choose from as they look to try to claw their way and force a map 5. This is a position we have not seen Team Vision in. Jeff and Nossi coming back at you here as we get ready to head into this map 4. What do you think as we get ready for this map 4? What is Vision going to do?
I mean, Runasappi, I think you have more emphasis on corner fights and using ults to force your way through. Team Vision tend to run a composition that doesn't have that good of an ult rotation, I would say. So it might be better for them to go to Coliseo, where they kind of have that super, super long middle area of the map where they can kind of force the Bappy Lari maybe. It also gives them those high grounds as well. Okay, Coliseo, there you go. That's basically what I expected, right? Because, again, Runasappi corner to corner. Ultimates matter so much a lot of the time in the Brawl Mirrors. So Team Vision, they're giving themselves a bit more space to work with.
You've also got a little more, I think, high ground to play with as well. You know, you can kind of set the Bappy up there. We were trying to defend for Anomaly getting through the choke to push out. Now, that's probably not as strong as the super line sight lines down in the middle of the map, but still more advantageous, I would think, than Runasappi. I can see the Vision at least.
Yes. I think the difficult and really the challenge for Team Vision on this map is going to be attacking and kind of getting onto that high ground, taking that high ground away from Anomaly, right? And Anomaly probably aren't going to make that very easy. And it's going to be just so difficult to rotate your Papillary in, because if you try and go underneath that bridge, Anomaly are just going to drop on you and take out your backline, right? So you need to do it very strategically. You need to do it carefully. Maybe rely on ults, but again, you don't have the best ult rotation, so we'll see what they come up with, right? It might just be a matter of, can we just get a random kill? Can Violet just like take someone out with the Captive Sun, go for a solo Captive Sun, you know, get rid of Zoro or someone? That might be what it takes to take that high ground.
And one thing that we haven't seen today a whole lot of, if at all, is ChoiceOne stepping up to kind of fill that slot. And this is one thing that had typically been very present here for Vision throughout this season, is when they were struggling and they needed that little X factor to come in and kind of give them the edge, it was more often than not, it was ChoiceOne who would come in and deliver that. Now, a lot of that was, you know, on the back of a Genji as well. I felt like is where a lot of that pop-off potential came from ChoiceOne throughout this season. We have yet to see the ChoiceOne Genji here today.
Yeah, Team Vision, they're going to open with a ban onto Lucio. I mean, they don't want to play Lucio, clearly, and that's going to help them out here. It's going to force Anomaly onto Juno if they want to play some sort of speed. And as we know, I think the Juno BAP or the Juno Brig are a bit weaker nowadays. And you know, if you want to run the Baptiste, I do think that like Brig BAP has been more common when the Lucio's banned, right? So Team Vision trying to kind of force Anomaly into a situation where they have to play slower. I wonder if Anomaly are just going to stick with like a faster composition though. Anomaly, they ban Hazard, so that, sorry, not Hazard, Torb. So that means they might want to play Hazard.
Yeah, it's exactly what that looks like to me. Obviously showing us the Orisa out of the gate. So even if they do roll out on the Orisa, they save themselves, which we actually have your name swapped up top, excuse me.
Yeah, we're swapped up a little bit.
Yeah, we're swapped up a little bit here. But yeah, we are seeing the Hazard right out of the gate from Crocs. And that does very much explain the Tor ban. I was thinking if they could even have a backup. Like if they wanted to swap to the Hazard later, they'd have that in the pocket. Nah, they're just running right out of the gate with it. Once again, I think we're seeing, I mean, pretty much an Anomaly all in their best heroes. Although with that, we are getting the double flex with Jonowich going over to that Juno. We're getting the Kiri with it. You mentioned this comp earlier.
Yes, the Juno Kiriko. This can also happen when Lucio's banned, and I think the Juno Kiriko is pretty solid. Good ult rotation. Orbital Ray and Kitsune, both very deadly. Now, here's the thing. You were talking about ChoiceOne bringing that frag potential and that carry potential to Team Vision. He's going to be super important here, okay? When you're up against a Juno Kiriko, the weakness is that Tracer can run this over, right? The Tracer can solo the backline because there's no Brig or Lucio in the way. So ChoiceOne will see what he can do here.
Got some initial big burst of damage on ChoiceOne, like right out of the gate. Intel was harassing his backline from Anomaly just from the ult charge. So far, both teams just kind of slowed up. King does seem to have this flank control over on Statue's side. The blink in to try to deal with Violet, but the outburst will force out King's recall. Anomaly just kind of back up a little bit, although they've been able to inch forward and kind of gain some control in this middle ground. But here comes a big flank from Tama. Moves in towards Statue's side. They catch Crocs and Zoro completely flat-footed. Great ambush from Vision on that flank angle to win this first fight.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see both teams in Cassidy as well. A bit of a closer map. I mean, Cassidy's strong right now, very strong, but do I think Cassidy is that strong? I'm not sure. I think Sojourn for slow dive would be perfectly fine here, and same with Zoro, especially in a dive your kind of Hazard composition. But with that cast, I think Anomaly's Hazard composition, you have to play around the cast to some extent. So you have to kind of let your cast in. That means that Crocs needs to play slower and more for a brawly kind of playstyle, which I'm not sure if that's the right way to go, but we'll see. EGS is going to have the Kitsune.
EGS positioned up on that top left high ground you can see on your screen right now with Zoro just holding this high ground. Crocs is going to go ahead and make a move down low, try to devalue the amp matrix, but didn't like what they saw. Forced up top. Fortunately, they don't take too much damage in that endeavor. Captain Sun now thrown up onto that high ground where we saw Zoro and EGS sitting. EGS does invest that Kitsune rush right over the middle down towards the objective. Still sitting on the high ground. Zoro's able to find Violet, keep them at bay. I mean, Zoro's just perched up here. So far, nobody's been able to gain entrance. Now it's a ChoiceOne trying to find that damage. We get Zoro rolling down to the low ground to help out with this fight up front and lead ChoiceOne in the chase. Pulse Bomb invested on Tama does get the Fortify out. Now that the cooldowns are gone, Immortality Field has to be used to try to keep the Orisa alive, combined with this Deadeye to create a bit of space. You've managed to back Anomaly off. We've gotten a little bit more into a neutral, but here comes the Orbital Ray as Anomaly is just going to counterpunch right back into this fight. Tama running for the hills. So far, been able to successfully kite this away. Doesn't land the energy jab, and we're still kind of a neutral. Crocs is able to get behind, and King gets the kill in a ChoiceOne. Just as that Pulse was looking to hit the battlefield, Terra Surge to look to equalize. Might get Zoro, actually gets Crocs with it instead. What a wild, drawn-out 2-minute fight here in the middle of the map, and it's still not done. Slowdive, they picking up Jonowich, though, has really cut the knees off of this Anomaly comp. Might be the beginning of the end.
Zora's still alive here. Anomaly playing the puck. The cast. Zora with 3. Looking for a 4th there into the area. Violet's going to fall, and now Anomaly can begin to push into Team Vision's territory here. Neither team has managed to take the checkpoint just yet. Anomaly, their composition, it's going to be a bit easier for them to push this high ground compared to Vision, and they have the ults to make it happen. Really just a window and maybe a Deadeye for Team Vision here. One starting out with that window. EGS is going to have the Kitsune to throw right on top of it.
I didn't think there was any chance that Anomaly was going to win that fight. Zoro, you absolute monster. Now another Kitsune rush. EGS's second rush in under 2 minutes. And Vision now, I mean, they have to hold high ground. A little bit of a flip of the map. Croc's kind of holding below the walkway so they can just back up into the little cubby hole. King threw a pulse up top. Doesn't look like it connected. Oh, and Zoro will get popped out of there. Deadeye. Slowdive coming up with 2.
That pulse needed to land for King there. I mean, you get that BAP or the Ilari and you have an opening, but no, Slowdive given an opportunity to live for just a little bit too long, and now Anomaly on the defense. Now, the last time Anomaly played this fight here, they did it very well, and you know, you'd think with Anomaly's composition that they'd play super, super fast and kind of rush it here and just like run down the Bapulari, but actually no. They understand that Bapulari struggles to push here, so it's just a slow burn. EGS able to find that kill into Violet, and that just shows it, right? You take your time. Take your time on the hazard comp here because the BAP simply can't do much to push this high ground.
3 caught in the downpour is... It was Croc's trying to get a little aggressive and maybe lost a little bit of patience, trying to find some exit picks. But good peel from Tama. They're able to keep everybody alive as the bot's been pushed back to neutral territory. I mean, really, despite the feeling like the fights are going in Anomaly's favor, Team Vision are able to get the lead in this map, and they're starting to steal the bot away again. They're leaving Anomaly behind back towards Statue. Croc's using Violent Lead to come meet up and intercept this bot. We get ready for another fight here at the archway. Good push in. Suzu already out. It's going to be Terror Surge combined with Deadeye to take Jonowitch down. Violet with the Captive Sun layered over the top, and that'll outlive the Orbital Ray.
Yeah, beautiful Terror Surge right in the middle of that Orbital Ray from Tama. Perfect way to deal with that. Now, Anomaly are going to come back. They're going to be on the Orisa now. Take the Orisa mirror. EGS going to have the Kitsune. It's better than Window, right? So Anomaly do have ult advantage, but they need to be careful not to take too much poke. While pushing forward, they need to get close enough before they can use the Kitsune, right? So that time period for Team Vision, very, very important. They need to do as much damage as they can before Crocs closes the distance.
Croc swapping back over to an Orisa here for this next fight, by the way, and is just immediately able to close the distance. There was very little resistance from Vision in that regard. So neither of those aforementioned ultimates, namely the window not coming out. Rotation won't even get back to Cubby. Good steal here from King. We're going to go fight in the Arches.
Yeah, Team Vision, they're just like, well, we're kind of at a disadvantage up there. We have less room to work with, so let's just take another mid fight, right? And then bring the cart back up, and maybe they'll just keep doing that over and over again.
Oh, I love the rotation. I mean, it's because Korean Overwatch taught us how to play this map, and it was exactly that. Taking the fights, what favors for you. Now Kitsune rushing from Anomaly, trying to devalue. You know, he said better than the BAP window, but Anomaly not really able to pick up anything with it. You do force team back Crocs, and now able to gain a little bit of space. But has to use that Fortify, which means they can't pursue, and respect Tama trying to push in through main. And that's a double roll fan to hammer onto Tama, but it is Crocs who goes down. Choice they want, finding the big pick. Traded out from Zoro. Both teams kind of slow the roll here a little bit in the neutral.
Yeah, the slower a fight is, though, I think the better it is for Vision in most cases, at least, especially in the middle here, where Anomaly just don't want to stay here for long. It looks like they're going to back off. Zoro's going to live, and Anomaly are just going to take a fight off of their high ground here that they have the advantage on. And, you know, this is a place that Team Vision, they don't want to fight. In fact, they're not going to push it at all. They're just going to be like, okay, come to us. Come to us. We're not going to fight up there. They have no real reason to take a fight up there since they already have lead.
Zero. And you gotta love it. It feels like they learned their lesson. They're like, nope, we're not messing with Zoro on that high ground. Y'all can come fight us down here. Where Violet's got a Captive Sun that can throw it into a bunched up group. That hit several, but the Orbital looked like he was able to keep everybody alive. Still, you got Zoro, who was Sunspot and will eventually get finished off by Violet in the back line. Meanwhile, good shots landed onto both supports that are eventually taken down. It's another fight win from Vision. This drawing them into the archway, fighting in this big advantageous spot, working like a charm here for Team Vision.
I love the macro here. I love the fact that Team Vision, they just... I think they're going to do it again. I think they're going to put Choi on cart, and then they're just going to try and take another mid fight if they can. Yep. There's no reason for them to try and take a full-on fight up on the high ground. They might try a little bit, but here's the Deadeye from Zoro, and I think Team Vision, they're just going to completely back off, and they might do the same thing again. But oh my goodness, the Deadeye does way too much damage to Tama.
It's Slowdive trying to cover. Zoro's actually going to find that kill before Slowdive can respond. And Team Vision, they stick their nose out for too long, got a little too greedy with it when they've been playing so super safe, not taking any risks. And this is exactly why. Anomaly see an opportunity and they seize it.
The one time that Team Vision don't just bait Anomaly into that middle kind of zone and try and take a fight there is the fight that they lose, and that's honestly not too surprising. Anomaly, it's now their turn to attack the high ground, and they need to be successful this time around, especially with the advantage that the Kitsune provides them.
A lot of low health bars, critical health around. It's going to stall Anomaly out. We're, below 90 seconds here. Anomaly are running out of time. They can't play too slow. They'll put themselves into just a devastating overtime position. All right, EGS does finally use this ultimate. Doesn't look like it's really even pointed towards the high ground. I feel like it's, laterally across towards the objective. Crocs just going back and forth, trying to keep that backline clear from Choi Se-Wan. Tama is able to move in and find Zoro here with the Terra Surge. King goes down, trying to get the pulse bomb in, and just doesn't land. Was looking for access to this high ground. You see Crocs just using everything to move up and muscle through Violet, but they're so out of position, they're just going to get body blocked over here.
Yeah, Crocs trying to get away. We see EGS actually TP onto Crocs to try and help him out, get him out of there. Pulse bomb. Oh, that just barely stuck from Choi, but I think the Fortify out of Crocs keeps him alive, and here's the Orbital Ray out of Janna, which it looks like Anomaly might be able to turn this around. There's the kill from EGS, but Slowdive, beautiful exit pick there. That's going to mean that Anomaly can't continue to push this. That kill is so important. Oh, the kill of the Choi, but immediately Slowdive finds another trade. Slowdive continues to find these trades in these fights where Anomaly's on the attack.
And if Janowicz gets out of that alive, this is going to be Anomaly able to get this checkpoint. You've got the sustain to muscle through the player advantage, but that one trade coming through from Slowdive at the end means Anomaly's hands are tied here. They have to back away.
Yeah, there's not much that they can do. They're going to have to
3
take
seconds.
a mid-fight. Exactly. Oh,
King's dead. No touch.
They got off the cart. Anomaly didn't expect it. I don't think Crocs. I'm not sure if Crocs had Javelin Spin or not, but they don't get a touch.
I think they were expecting King to get it, and King got popped.
Oh.
I almost guarantee it. Just the positioning from Crocs, didn't look like there was that that urgency to run to the point with 3 seconds left. I have to think that King made the call of, hey, I got touch, and then Slowdive just hits him with a headshot. And that's it. No more touch.
Yep, and now we're going to map 5. And going into this map 5 situation, like you said, with how the map pool works in FACEIT League here, they're going to have a choice of any map that hasn't been picked yet. So any map type is available. That means that Oasis is unavailable, and that, you also have maps like New Junk City is unavailable, Colosseo is unavailable, and of course Circuit Royale is unavailable. Everything else is there for Anomaly to work with, and I think something like Hollywood or Kings Row could be an option for them. Hollywood kind of like a hybrid between dive and brawl, depending on what point you're on. Hollywood's good for that. Kings Row is also kind of it's an interesting map because it's very enclosed. So I think the Lucio, and you could run like some sort of hazard dive there. That could be pretty powerful. I'm not sure exactly what the correct decision is here for Anomaly. I think it's just going to be up to maybe what they prefer, but it's come down to the wire.
Team Vision able to step up a whole lot here. I've got what brilliant play. They recognized exactly where they did and didn't want to fight. You mentioned that the hardest time that Anomaly that Team Vision would have had here in Colosseo was pushing into this high ground right here that we're looking choicely one of the team try to push into right now. And time and time again, Team Vision get that early lead, but they just bait. The one time they tried to go take that fight, they almost gave away the map.
Yeah, and that's the risk there, and that's why that double flex support is just so hard. But I think what I'm just impressed with when it comes to Team Vision is the fact that they understand what their win condition is. They understand the weaknesses of their composition. They were very cognizant of it, and they were able to work around that.
Now, of course, we do get... I don't know if it is exactly. Again, I'd have to go double check my stats. And if I say, I was thinking about this last time we were talking about this. If I say this is Vision's first map 5 of the season, I know there's going to be one player out there from one team that I didn't think was like, hey, we took Vision to a map 5 and you forgot us. I know it. But it's one of the very few, if not the first time, that Team Vision have been taken to a map 5 here this season. And Anomaly not only are going to get this map pick, this all-important map pick with a breadth of choices, they get that first ban as well.
Well, what we do know is that Team Vision are undefeated right now in their they went undefeated in the regular season. They're currently undefeated in the playoffs. So that means that an anomaly win here would in fact be an anomaly.
You know, that's so valid. So valid. Ah, we got some stats. I love stats. I love stats.
Yeah, Jonawich.
What stands out to you here? I'm looking, I mean,
King's having a rough time, and like you said, I was talking about how Choi was so important here on the Tracer. King could not match up to Choi, and that was a problem, I think, for Anomaly on that map. You see King 8-7 compared to Choi Se1 on the Tracer, 14-3. That Tracer duel, very, very important when both teams are on the double flex support. You know, both teams' backlines will be vulnerable to the opposing Tracer. So it kind of turns into this Tracer duel over those spaces, those flanks, and whoever wins that more consistently will allow for more pressure onto the opposing team's backline. That's it, right? That Tracer duel is super important, and it looked like, for the most part, Choice of One always had the upper hand there.
So, like, if we're seeing this massive difference between Crocs and Tama here, both in damage and, of course, in kill death, is that more a result of Choice A1 doing their job than it is Crocs not quite doing theirs?
I think it's very difficult for Crocs to do much, especially in those mid fights, right? Really, Crocs just kind of has to wait for King to be in those positions to actually have a chance to finish kills or get other things done. I think King is the one who can kind of open up opportunities. Same thing with Zoro at times, but Crocs kind of has to AFK on the tank a lot of the time in a lot of these fights, because, you know, if Crocs tries to push forward against this Bapulari, it takes way too much poke dies, right? That's a lot worse of a situation. So I think really Crocs' 5-5 here is a reflection of how these fights have generally gone for Anomaly.
And I mean, a note there, we did see Crocs try to start on the Hazard there in that comp and just could not close the distance, ends up trying to match the Oasis. So, I mean, I think that's always a feather in the cap of whichever team started on, you know, whichever team forces the swap. If you're forcing your opponents to swap, you're controlling the pace of battle. You're controlling the flow of that map. Yeah, what do we got here? What do we got here? Let's talk about Ilios.
Okay, it's dive time. It is dive time, and I suppose this would be a pretty good way to deal with Ilari, but if that wasn't enough, if Ilios wasn't enough to get rid of Ilari, now we're gonna ban the Ilari straight up. And you know, that makes sense, because Ilios, you're talking about Well, and when you're looking at Lighthouse, Ilari is gonna struggle, of course. But then you get to Runes, which is a very long, straight sub-map. We've actually seen Ilari played there before. It's a very strong Ilari point. So I suppose Anomaly are like, we don't want to deal with it there either, so let's just get rid of it. And that means that for this final map, for this map 5, Violet won't have that available to play. Team Vision, we'll see what they go with. I mean, they could try and like ban out Crocs' Hazard and make it so it's harder to dive. In that case, maybe we see... Oh, they did that?
Yeah, they already did that. They did that map 1.
That is true. You caught me there. You caught me there. I was thinking, you know, maybe ban the Hazard, but that's gone. So I think that's maybe why Anomaly went for a divier map, because they're like, well, they can't ban out our dive. They can't ban out our Hazard. So instead, Team Vision go for the cast, which means it's a little easier for Slowdive to maybe play the preferred Freya or play the preferred Sojourn. Although I think, for the most part, Freya is just extremely strong on Ilios, like ridiculously strong.
Yeah, particularly on this map. 100% agree.
So I think that's what Slowdive wants to go with here. Honestly, I don't even know if the cast ban makes much of a difference. Like, you would have to think that Anomaly might be playing, like, Freya anyways. Like, that is how good Freya is on Ilios, just because Ilios, it has such an emphasis on vertical mobility more than it has an emphasis on horizontal mobility. That is why the Freya is just so strong here, because, you know, Freya's one weakness is that she can't really horizontally move in the same effectiveness that Sojourn can, right? Sojourn can slide a huge distance. Freya simply can't do the same thing, but on this map, you don't need that.
Ooh, Violet showing us the BAP. This is new. I've literally only seen Violet play Curie or Iari this season. The times I've seen the Iari banned, Violet goes Curie into the Curie Juno. There it is.
We're starting on Well.
Right on cue,
See what we get. Yeah, Violet's just been baiting us all day. Violet on the Kiriko. Juno Kiriko from Team Vision continuing with the double flex support. They just don't like main support heroes. They do not like them at all.
I'm telling you.
Violet's tired of it. The Violet role swap happened, and he's like, nope, never mind. Never mind. I changed my mind.
We are not doing that. Yeah, we are not doing that ever again. Never mind, Alicia.
Yeah, Anomaly, EGS able to find that first pick in the Violet. There we go. My
right out of the
favorite
gate.
ranked Kiriko player. Just perma plays ranked. I mean, EGS, I mean, just a ranked demon, constantly plays ranked, constantly grinds the game, mechanical warlord. I mean, just incredible on it.
There was a little where we actually saw a call come at the beginning of the map before things broke out, so I wasn't expecting this to break out like it did, but hey, EGS comes up with their second pick, and EGS alone takes down the back line of Team Vision here. What an advantage granted over to nominally courtesy of that all-star flex support. Still, nobody's grabbed Cap. Tama playing the Ramatra has a lot of sustain, some good cooldowns to cycle through to hold on to this point. Crocs is going to move in and try to find Violet for the second time. Violet very low, but is able to back away and find safety. Anomaly's still able to grab first. Cap goes, are able to force Tama back.
All right, Violet manages to survive, just barely though, and now you see Crocs going for another hit into Violet yet again, forces the Suzu out. Now going to go for the Mega. Zora's able to find a pick in the Choi, and there's Crocs with killing the slow dive in one, and that is a fight win, another one for Anomaly, and they're still in control.
And they're going to get a late stagger on to Violet as well, just to buy them some more percentage. Zoro popping off here on the Freya.
EGS ahead on Kitsune. Team Vision, if they want to have a decent ult rotation here, they're going to have to play really slowly, and they can't walk in just yet. They're going to have to play just so slow. It's going to be painful. It's going to be a little painful here this next fight.
Troy already trying to get aggressive, see if they can find access there to EGS, perhaps. Does get marked. No, I think it was EGS actually put some shots down. Consider Rush not vested here. EGS thrown directly on top of Tama's Ramatra. The Nemesis form comes out. They try to back away. The wall that time, and Pulse will land. The move from Slow Dive is able to initially avoid disaster, but King puts the volley, the clip in. Now inside got a good amount of damage in onto one. The Consider Rush has been invested. Now from Violet to try to counterpunch this out. We're getting an Annihilation in play from Tama as well. Looking to hold this corner. They've managed to force Crocs back out into cage and pick up a kill on a Jonowich as well. Crocs does not manage to escape the cage and will eventually get wrought down by the tendrils of death from Tama's Annihilation. Zoro's going to land a double tap though, find one. Violet able to survive with a self-Suzu, and Tama should get control. Violet with a couple of kills to close it out, and that will get control of the Team Vision.
Unfortunately, there was a bit of an overextension from Jonowich, who was close to the beat there, died to Tama, and then after that, Team Vision, they were able to actually win that fight. I honestly think if Jonowich lives a bit longer, you know, Anomaly would have been able to stay in there, but they're gonna have to stick with their 83% that they got off that initial defense, and now they can go for maybe an aggressive beat. They could save it to deal with one's orbital ray as well, but I think they might just try and set the pace here on their dive composition.
Normally staging on top of Lighthouse. This gives Crocs access to barely anybody they want to jump onto. But Suzu out of Violet protect him. Did one just Ajax that?
That was a Rajax. That was a Rajax.
Yeah, I don't think the orbital hit
does not come down.
Choice was able to find King though. Yeah, we're not done here yet though. Jonowich is going to throw in the sound barrier, giving the edge over, and finds a kill out of Tama with a boom, possibly into the well. The sound barrier does eventually give this point back over to Anomaly, and a little showboating there from Crocs.
Crocs is not gonna let Violet go. I think taking it to a map 5 and now the disrespect onto Violet. You know what? That's fair. That's fair. Now Tama gonna go for the slam. Shields forced on the ball now out of desperation, looking for a touch. Tama falls to King, and now Violet's under so much pressure from Crocs.
Choice they want is it's up to us want to anchor this point. Everybody critical here from Team Vision as Crocs throws in the downpour. Slow Dive's been able to trade out one, but that downpour might just be the end of this well in the first round. Anomaly one step closer as we get the dance from King. Hey, job's not done yet though. Don't celebrate too early.
Anomaly, they were able to take the first round, now one round away from taking down the undefeated Team Vision this season. Very, very close to it, but still it's going to be Ruins, and this is where Team Vision are going to be in their happy place. This is what I was talking about here, and this is what the Ilaria ban was actually targeted at. I don't think they were worried about the Ilaria on any of the other submaps. So this one's going to be easier for Vision. Vision kind of got lucky getting this one here. Maybe they can get a bit of momentum back, they can get their mentals back in shape, and go into the final round feeling a little better, but we'll see. We'll see how Anomaly approach this, right? It's going to be harder, though.
So I'm looking at the Zoro slow dive matchups. What stands out to me in that stat line is, both are going to stick with the Freyas coming in this long distance map. And Zoro, had double the damage output, well more than double the kills. We'll see if this long range from Vision works out. If Zoro is just going to take over once again. Already has control coastal side here by Mega.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Zoro's the whole way in already. Anomaly are setting the pace. Very, very aggressive Team Vision on the BAP Kiriko. Choice of one, able to find Crocs, and Tama finds Jonowich, so a few punishes there. Off the screen, we couldn't really tell exactly what happened, but looks like a clean fight there for Team Vision.
Yeah, I really like how the Vision played that slow. I mean, they kept 3 back, recognizing that Zoro was playing extraordinarily aggressive. So Slow Dive just kind of plays back and out of the fight. They don't try to put too much pressure. They're not, feel like they have to go support Tama. They stay back, protect their supports. They deal with the Zoro flank. Meanwhile, Choice of One gets the kill up front. Great fight from Vision.
Yeah, here you have a lot more horizontal distance for the hazard dive to cover, and this is what makes dive compositions a lot more difficult on runes, is the fact that, when Crocs pushes forward on the hazard, he's going to take a lot of damage.
Once again, King just goes all the way across the map. Go steal the Mega, put pressure in. Hey, Crocs is back here this time as well. Prevents the retreat inside the hallway. He's going to go for the high ground. The only last bastion of safety left for this Vision backline, but Crocs is in your face. He's got spikes all over, and you have no supports left standing if you're Team Vision.
Well executed there. Crocs is able to get onto the backline and cut off that escape route with the Jagged Wall. Zoro's not going to have the bullet shot to open, and if you're able to find, one or Violet here, one of the supports, then you might be able to take out one of the ultimates, one of the key ultimates for Team Vision that they're going to have. Anomaly also have both support ults, so they have a lot to make this happen, and I think what the goal is for Anomaly is I think they're going to take a super, super early dive. They're going to go for a really early hit because they don't want to take too much poke.
Well, King's positioning would certainly validate that, but it's actually going to be the whole shot out of Slow Dive, the first ult used. Now look at Kitsune Rush, kind of back on point. Jagged Wall had make life difficult for Tama for a moment. Oh, it almost backed into a pulse, but somehow they get their Spidey senses were tingling, are able to dodge that pulse while backing up. Kitsune Rush isn't playing here from Team Vision. They're just trying to move right up the gut onto the point, but Anomaly are doing a good job of using the outside lanes and keeping shots poured in, kind of sandwiching Vision into a bad spot. So Terra Surge and Ant Matrix thrown in. Neither is enough to bail him out. Jonowich does lose that sound barrier. Choice of One just AJ'd that one, but Anomaly still look to have the player advantage in mass, and they'll flip this point right back again.
I feel all warm inside.
I swear, when Violet's in the lobby, I mean, we just have to have like several Ajaxes all game. I mean, every map it feels like we've had something happen. Both Team Vision and Anomaly. It's something else. Violet pushing back in there after having the Suzu forced. Violet, very brave soul there. I'm not sure if I would go for that personally, but here we see Choice One choosing to force the point. It's going to force Anomaly back, and that's a pretty solid macro from Team Vision.
Yeah, smart move. You see even Crocs has to just kind of fall back to the spot and wait for an opportunity for a target to pounce on. Decides that Violet is the choice, is the carry, and once again is self-Suzu. Violet, okay, stuck around there longer than I would expect, and got a couple of kunai in before sort of stepping away.
All right, Crocs in the back on the whole way on the flank. We see Choi continuing to try and force the Tama with the spear to shut down King. Choi has the pulse bomb, might look for it just to kill Crocs.
Oh, Choice of One finds Zoro, critical out of the air. He's gonna move in, pick up EGS. I love that patience. Doesn't chase Crocs, waits for EGS to cross their sight line to pick up the carry.
Yeah, gonna hold on to the pulse bomb. Team Vision close to both support ults. And Anomaly, I'm a bit concerned about Jonowich's ult charge right now, 65% to the beat. That's a key ult. That's honestly their win condition here in this fight. If they build up to the beat, I think they can win this. But if they don't get it in time, that could mean things get a little rough, because Team Vision are going to have 5 ults. You just need that beat for that late fight sustain.
I mean, this is going to be a 99-99, 10 ult fight. I expect this to get very chaotic very quickly. Love the disengage from the Kitsune Rush. Anomaly don't have a whole lot of time to give it. They're able to toe that line beautifully, and Jonowich picking up a kill on a Choice of One will get them that much closer to that sound barrier. Now Anomaly looking to emerge out. 91% on the board. They got to get close. There's the push. Kitsune Rush used enable, and Crocs goes leaping into the back line. That was a downpour thrown in up top. I might have caught one. Yep, goes in to try to finish it. One drops the amplification matrix. The bullet shot thrown in. Tama is recipient of one. Crocs is the recipient of the other. No takes in this 99-99 fight. Down barrier fading. King with the only ultimate left on the battlefield as You know, Squishy's trying to fight out for control. Anomaly fighting to take this series. Able to force the recall out. King is going to get 2 important cooldowns out. Now goes to chase. Lands the stick. Throw down bomb to smithereens. Here comes Tama back on a wrecking ball. Stalls a little bit. Keeps the overtime going. Allows time for Team Vision to try to set up. Try to keep them pull themselves back into this. Choice of one. We need you to clutch up now if you're a Team Vision fan. Violet's out of the fight. Tama's out of the fight. Zoro is the hero. Anomaly take the series.
They've done it. They've made it happen. Anomaly take down Team Vision in, in a map 5 series. Beautiful work from Anomaly, a map pick that works to really exploit the weaknesses of this team, and the double flex support simply doesn't work out.
Anomaly hand Vision, their first loss of the season. I mean, a team that I don't think anybody expected to lose. I mean, this is they've just sauntered through this bracket. I mean, everyone following on Team Vision through regular season. They 3-0'd Anomaly last time these two met. Anomaly barely even got a point the last time these two faced off. And that only point was on circuit. They got 2-0'd on Ilios last time these two played. That was the map 1 in their previous matchup this season. 2-0 for Vision. Suravasa 3-0 to Vision. This time we end up on New Junk City. This time Anomaly flipped the script entirely.
This team makes things happen. I'm telling you, Crocs and Eggs, they are such unpredictable players, and on the right day, they can do so much. And they can win matches which they shouldn't be able to win. They can take maps they shouldn't be able to. It's incredible. It's incredible. There's just so much surprise potential that can come out of this team, right? I think the question now is, can they keep up these performances going into the grand final? Can they make it happen again?
Not only have Anomaly qualify for your grand finals here in Season 5, they have also qualified for the OWCS promotion relegation matches as well. They will get a shot at OWCS.
That is true. They made it.
They made it.
Crocs done it twice in a row, actually. This is the second time in a row for Crocs. Was on Frost Tales previously. Ended up switching over to Anomaly in FACEIT League, and it'll be really entertaining to see this team compete in promotion relegation soon.
They actually will be going up against their former team. Anomaly will face Frost Tales in those promotion relegation matches. At least at some point, theoretically. It's a 4-team bracket. I don't know exactly how that bracket's going to lay out, but that's not what matters right now. What matters right now is Anomaly are celebrating one incredible, massive victory and, well, an opportunity to move up another tier and join the best of the best in Overwatch Esports. Man, what a performance. What a performance out of Anomaly here today. I mean, Zoro. God, Zoro is a gamer after my own heart, OC. My goodness.
Zoro, I think, you know, had a tough map on Circuit Royale for sure. Had some tough moments during the series, but I think Zoro, when it mattered, locked in there on the Freya, was able to beat out Slowdive, was definitely the better hit scan DPS overall throughout this series, and he made things matter when he made things happen when it mattered, when it counted.
100%. 100%. God, what a match. What an incredible match. All right, we had a little bit of everything. We got a little bit of everything. You know, we got Violet popping off. We got Violet, Ajax. I don't know how many different. We had Ajaxes of all kinds today across, I mean, DPS and supports. You know, we lost a lot of ultimates throughout this series. We had a little bit of anything you could ask for. And most importantly, we got the upset of the tournament so far.
Yeah, a very chaotic match. We had internet issues here and there. We had both teams kind of have very bad moments and very good moments, right? A lot of the worst and the best would make definitely for a good Tomathan video, I think. We got all the best and the worst of Overwatch here in this series, and you know, and all the disrespect, of course.
At any turn possible. At any turn possible, Anomaly was playing that psychic warfare.
Goodness.
God, that was so pretty. That was so pretty. It's so
Such
cool
important
to see.
pulse too.
Yeah. It's cool to see King kind of returning to form and I mean making this change. I mean, was on a very prominent squad with Rad Esports in stage 1 of OWCS. And so I mean, obviously a massive change moving across the Atlantic. To come over and play in EMEA, and man, I mean, just had an outstanding day. Obviously, yeah, a little bit of both. Obviously, King kind of got outpaced a little bit on Colosseo. Man, they turned it around here on Ilios, and the map that truly mattered. Cool to see.
Yeah,
cool to see.
King's got to be happy about this again. You're moving across continents just to compete here and try and make it to the OWCS, and today it paid off. Made it to promotion relegation. Still a few steps to go. Still a few matches to win, but this is very close, and this is a very solid match from this team.
I mean, you made it to the PNR matches. I mean, yeah, you still got to win you still got to win those matches if you want to make it into OWCS for stage 3. You know, job's still not done for even in Master Division, you still have a grand finals to play. And if Anomaly are able to beat Vision twice here, you know, not only be the first team to hand Vision a loss in season 5, if they can repeat that in the grand finals, prove that this wasn't just a fluke, or, you know, that one map was just an internet issue thing, but that Anomaly truly is the better team, man, what momentum that would carry going into those OWCS matches. What confidence that must give this squad that they absolutely would land in OWCS for stage 3. I think it's an important grand finals.
It is a very important grand finals, and I also think that this is a wake-up call for Team Vision. I think they went into FACEIT League kind of thinking, okay, we're going to make it no matter what. We're good. We have a roster that is basically unbeatable compared to everyone else here. But I think, you know, I don't know if they haven't been taking scrims as seriously. There's a possibility in that. I know some teams have done that. Maybe we're just not running the most viable compositions, like forcing the Illari all the time, maybe when we shouldn't be doing that. But you also have to think about the fact that even if this is a wake-up call, the grand finals are tomorrow, right? I mean, you don't have any time. You have no time. I mean, if you're regretting not having Violet practice any Lucio, well, maybe you have a warm-up scrim maybe tomorrow. You can try it out, but you might need that.
Well, we're gonna get to talk with the Take themselves. We got Crocs joining us here for a bit of an interview. Crocs, thank you for coming and sharing your insight, having a little talk with us. Congrats on the dub.
Hello, thank you.
Hello. How we feeling? How we feeling? You just beat Team Vision, man. How we feeling?
You know, I made a promise to Slow Dive. He was happy to win a match that has no value. I said to him, I will come back and win the one that matters, you know? Guess what happened? Now he's crying. Sorry.
Now, was that after the loss in the regular season? Is that when that little... Okay.
Yeah, it's a match that didn't matter much. Like on that championship, being like 1-4, it's enough to just have good seeding. You don't need more, basically, to have easy bracket.
But here in the upper bracket, now it mattered. Now you're trying.
Yeah, now I try, exactly. I don't have King that tilts me. I have only my team. Oh, Gogo is calling me. Wait.
Tell Gogo you're doing an interview. Hold on.
I will tell him after.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Crocs, it's good to see you again. Yeah, how did you feel when you're up against that Symmetra a few times? Was it pretty easy? I think you had a good game plan of focusing on the sim every time.
Yeah, we used to now. Even if it's only 2 days we play that comp, we used to. Just high tempo. Like a lot of coach, like I can read what they're saying about the comp I'm playing. Like, oh, just if Crocs is moving, he's scary, shoot at him. You should not look at me when you play that comp. It's okay. It's just easy. Even with sunglasses, I'm winning. So maybe for the revenge, I will have my normal glasses, I hope, because I legit can't see shit.
Wait, were you playing with those glasses on?
Oh yeah, I brought my glasses, like at the LAN. They were that French LAN that I won against Peps. Yeah. Shout out to Fefe. And and yeah, I brought my glasses like the night instantly after the LAN.
And so you were wearing sunglasses through this match?
Oh yeah, I can't see. If you look, like right now, it's really dark behind me, and I can barely see my screen. But it's even worse if I remove my sunglasses because I'm blind, basically.
Sure. Wow. You know, that is amazing. I would never have guessed. I mean, it looked like you had full 2020 vision here on this match. That's what I'm saying.
Good teammate.
I got a question for you. You've made OWCS promotion relegation with this win for the second time in a row, where you will most likely go up against your former squad of Frosttails in that OWCS PNR matches. Give me your thoughts on that, my friend.
I mean, they know. They already know. I played the LAN with them, so they know how I play. Yeah, the LAN was with Kiwi, Gogo, Deep, and Kyo. And
gotcha.
So like, they know how I play. I pretty much build Kyo the way I want he play, with keeping his little like craziness. I know how he play. It's just so easy. Like, If a team wants me to make relegation, I can certify I do relegation every time. If a team wants me to make top 4 as well, give me money and I give you top 4 as well in OWCS. It's easy.
There you go.
You just need to be crazy as well. Just need to be crazy.
It's easy.
Yes.
You just need to be crazy.
Exactly.
Yes, I mean, I've been telling Jeff from the beginning, you're crazy. You're ridiculous. You're all over the place. I have no idea what you're gonna do sometimes, but that's why I love you as a player. You're great.
Yeah. I'm sorry if today I couldn't be the clown and typing in the chat because I got chat ban. I'm sorry, guys. Or maybe too toxic in ranked. I'm sorry. Was not able to do the show as usual.
We noticed your keyboard broke a couple times after killing Violet. We did notice that.
Oh yeah, my control key keep. I was keep crouching and emote for some reason. It's bugged.
It's bugged, yeah. I mean, just randomly crouching and emoting, like just weird times. Yeah. All right. You mysterious gamer, you hiding in the shadows with your sunglasses. Congrats on the big time. Any thoughts you want to give here? Any shout outs you want to give? The floor is yours as you get to enjoy the rest of the day. No, any last thoughts here before we let you get out of here?
I want to thank my teammate and COE. We don't see him because he's like a Korean coach. He's the GOAT. He's with Poker Face like before, and he helped us a lot. Like shout out to him. Shout out to the org Anomaly. Thanks to them, they brought King in EU. Now he live with eggs and a king, but it is what it is now. And yeah, thanks to my manager, thanks to King, thanks to everybody. And thanks for everybody in the chat that hate me. I love it. I'm the villain if you want, but I'm better than you at the game, so. Love you guys.
Love you, buddy. We love watching you play. That's for damn sure. Oh, hey, you know what? And keep the hate coming. Apparently, it just fuels Crocs. That's what it is. Just fuels you. Huh? All right, man. Thank you so much for your time. Congrats on the huge dub, and good luck not only in the grand finals tomorrow, but those OWCS P&R matches coming up soon.
Yep. Thank you. Love you guys.
Cheers, man. Oh yeah, Crocs. It's just I just got tongue-tied. I was just starstruck and tongue-tied there talking to Crocs. So see, I mean, you can understand why. You can understand why. The mysterious stranger hiding in the shadows, playing with sunglasses on. I told you I got everything from this match. I mean, we're still not done. We're still not done. We got more coming here, OC.
Yeah, Crocs is just not. He's not a normal guy. That's all I have to say. That's the best part, right? You need someone unhinged enough like that to beat Vision, I think. Our next match is going to be Dreamlight versus Arius. We saw Arius earlier, 3-0 Quick Esports, feeling pretty good after that one.
And the winner of that match will go on to face Team Vision in the lower bracket finals. So lots to play for, a lot more action still coming up. We're going to take a quick break, get set up for your lower bracket semifinals, but don't go away. Your FACEIT League Season 5 Master Division playoffs will continue here in just a few minutes. FACEIT League Master Division playoffs continues. We're in full swing. We have already sent one team into the grand finals and qualified for the OWCS promotion relegation matches. Now we head back to the lower bracket. It's another team looks to hunt for that wonderful opportunity. It's Jeff and Ozzy coming back at you here as we get ready for our third match of the day. We are in day 2 of your Season 5 Master Division playoffs. Upper bracket finals going the way of Anomaly as they hand to Vision their first loss of the season. Now we head back down to the lower bracket semis to see who Vision's opponent's going to be.
Right, and we have 3 teams left that could potentially get one of those promotion relegation slots. Team Vision, Dreamlight. Them are going to go in this match between Dreamlight and Arius, and we're going to see who's up against Team Vision next. Arius just won their match against Quick Esports earlier against the Ball team. They were able to perfectly draft their maps and their bans to be able to basically shut that team down completely in a 3-0 series. Dreamlight coming out of a 3-1 series against 0907.
Arius have got to be your favorites coming into this just on paper. Arius were your number 2 seed. The only team that had beat Arius throughout the regular season was in fact Team Vision. So that's them being in the lower bracket this early on is quite an interesting and unexpected turn. But you know what? Guess what was the team that sent them down to this lower bracket? It was your 9-6 5th seeded Dreamlight. We're the team to do it. Question is, will history repeat itself here today or here in this match?
Yeah, Dreamlight, I mean, they were also able to take a map off of Anomaly, right? So this team, they look pretty solid. They look pretty solid. I think both are going to come into this pretty solid rosters here. Maybe you could give us some insight into some of these players.
Absolutely. Let's see. Arius, of course, we saw them on earlier. And we play a lot of fun comps. Lars leading the charge there. If you see Jasper Swaggin, expect to see that venture. And we could see Lars even swap to Zarya and play some fun stuff. We even saw, I think, a little bit of Junker Queen at one point. Very versatile, very powerful area squad. A lot of history there. Dreamlight, on the other hand, I mean, very similar actually. Long-time EMEA players here. This team has been together across a couple of different orgs, if memory serves. Lillian being kind of the newcomer in this. Lillian is going to be the Tracer player, and I mean, she's absolutely pop off incredible. If you see Lillian come in, Dreamlight's going to play the Tracer, and look for them to have a huge impact here on these plays.
Looking forward to that. And Centralopon, what does the hero pool look like there?
Ooh, for Opon, I want to say I see Opon play mostly like the Orisa and things like that. I feel like, and what I remember is this team really kind of does prefer a little bit more of the ground and pound, but Central Opon will play some Winston. The exception there is does have kind of the tendency, or at least the capability, to move into that Winston map like might see on Ilios, we commonly see on Lighthouse. We've also seen Watchpoint Gibraltar kind of enter the mix here this season, has been in the map pool, so expect that to be a pick in the back pocket of Dreamlight.
Yeah, interesting. It looks like we're going to be going to Oasis first. I think this is Arius' first pick, right? Because Arius had the higher seed. So that's what I would assume, right? It should be the case. So in that case, I think Oasis makes a lot of sense if you're trying to avoid the Winston, but again, City Center still good for the dive composition. We've seen plenty of Winston there. And then going into the second map, like you were talking about, there's a chance if Dreamlight, they're not able to take the first, that they might take it into some sort of a dive mirror on Watchpoint, Dorado. There's a few places you can go, even Hollywood.
Ooh, I would love to see some Hollywood. I love that map. I don't get to see enough of it. Also, I love WPG. We have been blessed with a little bit of Watchpoint Gibraltar here this season. We have gotten some Jibby in all of its many forms. It looks like, we got a Venture ban right out of the gate here, heading into Oasis.
Yeah, the Venture ban. This is the same route that Quick Esports went against Arius,
right.
And Arius were actually a bit confused about the Venture ban, I believe. They didn't fully understand it. I think Oasis, maybe not their favorite place to play the Venture. Not exactly sure about that, but either way, that could pay off, right? You get rid of that potential Zarya Venture composition. that Arius do like to play, but we're still going to have ICAV in on the cast, and I think for Arius, with their Orisa compositions that they've been preferring, it's basically just how many resources can we put into the cast. And what's nice is this Baptiste ban actually plays into that as well, because if you ban Bap and then you go Curie Lucio, you can like Suzy your cast and then speed your cast. It's easier to run and kind of go for that playstyle, while when you're running the Baptiste version, yeah, the cast plays a little further back. You're not playing to like, push your cast in there as much.
We are going to get mirror compositions right out of the gate. Sleek is going to swap over to the Tracer, actually. Primo Tino sticking with that Symmetra, kind of throwing off that initial mirror that we were seeing. Both teams...
City Center.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, that's Symmetra. That's Symmetra. Both teams favoring this coastal side right out of the gate. You see Lars was pressing up on the stairs. I think Lily wanted that. What a spear to catch Volta right out of the gate. Long distance shot out of Opon. And immediately first pick on to a priority Lucio. He's going to send Arius packing and give Dreamlight first cap.
Yeah, Dreamlight here, the key is how can they close distance, how can they get value out of the Symmetra on a longer map like City Center. They're going to play inside of this room, inside of this area. It's going to be difficult for Arius to actually win a fight in there, win a brawl in there, though. That's the difficulty, right? Because the Symmetra, just more brawl potential. Arius with the Tracer, they're going to have to play slower to try and poke the Sim out. There it is.
And there it is. Pomatino tries to teleport back into the safety of the stairwell where ICAV was waiting and then Sleek with the follow-up. So a big +1. And Central up on just staying on the point as long as they can. Got it at 26%. Eventually, Arius get the flip.
Arius pretty effectively shut down the Symmetra there. You see Dreamlight struggling to build up the sim wall as well. It's going to be real slow just because, again, this is such a long map. Both teams have the Kitsune. Both are pretty much equivalent on beat charge as well. So pretty much a neutral situation in terms of ultimates.
Give me that Kitsune rush out first. Looks like ICAV was trying to stall out, but just did not get the skulls. He got intercepted there by the jab spin. ICAV stubbornly standing for that Kitsune rush. Ends up being a big mistake. Texel even tries to invest one in to counterpunch. But so far, no kills here from Arius in this fight.
Hey, Dreamlight, they turn that around, and I'm surprised about Arius' decision there to hold inside, to hold that coastal lane, because over there, I mean, that's where the Symmetra is kind of happy. That's a Symmetra happy place for Dreamlight. Here's the early Deadeye out of a... I'm not sure about this, but there's a TP inside.
Let's see if Pomatimo and the rest of the team tries to follow. We are going to get a cheeky little flip underneath. Oh, right if he gets there just in the nick of time. But Arius coming back in, despite Ease and ICAV really going to try to fight what they can here on this point. It has been a trade for both sides, and now a sound barrier invested here from Dreamlight. Volta answers with the second sound barrier, and Arius continue to push forward. Tomix has to rejoin the rest of Dreamlight to try to back away and get Central Opon out in one piece. Time to get the photon barrier up. Dreamlight plant their feet. D-Cruz finds a kill on his Sleek. Central Opon goes screaming forward, hits ICAV with an energy jab and gets the subsequent shots down. Really good.
Oh.
What? Texel runs into traffic.
No, what? Lars? Okay. Yeah, that... Alright. Anyways. I guess that's a way to reset. That's a way to do it.
That's one way to reset, yeah.
Kind of staggered, though. I think I could have done that a little faster if your goal is to reset. Texel approaching the Kitsune. Tomix a little bit ahead. It's a race to see who can build this faster, but also you have to keep in mind that Opon has the advantage on Terra Surge.
Barrier's hand's going to be forced. Sleek pushes around to the left-hand lane. Kitsune rush, throw it in from Tomix. Texel still about 12% away. Central Opon's going to move forward, throws in the Terra Surge. That is good. D-Cruz and Pomatimo able to find kills outside of the Terra Surge, but still good enough. Now the counterpunch area is desperately trying to push in. It's just 2 players left. They have no choice but to make an attempt, but it's just too much of an uphill battle. Does Dreamlight take our opening round?
Yeah, not able to build up to that Kitsune in time, and I was really impressed by Dreamlight with their Symmetra, managing to make that work, but also Arius maybe unintentionally playing into that win condition with their positioning. I think that was a little concerning, right? And we might continue to see this Symmetra look in the future, and if that's the case, then Arius, I think their Venture might be a key component in this matchup, and that also means maybe the Venture ban was pretty good here. I think the Venture ban makes quite a good bit of sense because I was saying it earlier, Venture is a decent counter to Symmetra, right? And if you don't have that available, then that's going to make it a lot easier for Dreamlight to force it.
Yeah, you're just empowering Pomatimo in that Symmetra. Really smart ban. Dreamlight, we saw only 3 deaths in totality. They're on City Center.
Well, Lars already low fortify forced.
Yeah, they're gone.
Jed's
That's
dead.
it. Just dead. Oh, an unusual turn. This is not the areas we're used to seeing. Dreamlight just seems to be their kryptonite. You don't see Oppa just die like that. Like, I mean, just out of the gate. Boom, gone.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, Lars just absolutely explodes.
Lars, yes.
Dreamlight, they get the first cap here, and maybe the Venture Ban is just a real difficult situation for them in the Orisa mirror up against the Symmetra. Maybe it's going to look different later into this match, but I'm not sure. I mean, it's looking pretty rough here either way.
Just trying to fight to get in. There's Central Alpha popping the fortify, trying to hold some space. Lars has kept at bay on that microwave beam, but Feidenstein cruised through the chaos. Great isolation, good focus to pick up the cast early on this fight. You still have to sit and deal with it. Sim still to crutch this composition, push all the way through. Aggressive move from Lars. The defensive teleport and try to get Dreamlight back out to safety, and they're able to melt through Lars with that big beam. But the pulse from Sleek is good. Drops it at the feet of Pomatimo. They actually hit the wall, and it's good enough to get the flip and the fight win.
Good recovery from Sleek. As long as that Symmetra's in the fight's winnable for Dreamlight.
Yeah.
Arius know that. They should know that at least. Now both teams support ults available, and Dreamlight going to go for a pretty early re-engage.
Get them onto the board. Lars just kind of standing out in the open. I feel like there's got to be baiting. There's the later Container Rush. Texel with a beautiful shot. Oh, I'm always impressed with headshots coming out from the Kirikos. Now split in two. Arius is going to turn right and, well, pick up Central Upon, separated from the rest of the pack. Nice little isolation. Good mismatches created from Arius during that fight.
A good recovery from Arius. Tough first round. It's looking a bit better here, though. Also, the closer angles maybe makes it a bit easier for ICAP to carry on the cast. City Center a bit, longer range. I've noticed teams prefer more Sojourn or Freya on City Center. So, I think ICAP can just do more here.
Photon Barrier re-engage. Lars pops the Fortifier, just trying to back away. Obstacle all the way inside and just has to take full cover. There's the teleport in. Okay. It's just a bait, or it got destroyed before Decrews decided to Deadeye teleport through it. Terrasur just gets all fine. There's the enormous smashdown. That is the entirety of Dreamlight crushed under the weight of Lars Orisa.
I was doubting Lars trying to contest there against the symbol. I'm like, you should get out of there. I mean, they're burning you. And I was worried for a moment, but the Fortify held through long enough, and then Arius were able to stabilize, re-engage perfectly into the Terra Surge. Now, Dreamlight coming in with their beat. They need to make something happen with this, and Texel's going to have the Kitsune in response.
Oh, yeah, Lars just gets forced out. Beautiful spear. Pomatino's going to follow that up with good shots or primary fire. Locked in. Arius is locked, is gone to the wayside as Dreamlight have locked in to take this point away.
I'm a bit worried, though, for Dreamlight, right? They would have preferred to win that fight. If they're going to use the beat, at least trade it for Texel's Kitsune, right? They've used the beat. I don't think it was necessary. They already had the kill onto Lars. So now, Arius coming back in with the Kitsune. It's going to be Kitsune for Kitsune, but still, there's the post bump from Sleep. Two, the backline's gone. Arius. They still commit the Kitsune, though. They do still commit the Kitsune.
But they're at 83%. They're going to flip this point. They're going to continue to get stagger kills. This is going to be a broken fight at best out of Dreamlight.
Yeah, Dreamlight, it's kind of difficult for them to get back. They don't have a Tracer for touch either, which just really makes things worse. We have the Reaper swap coming through. Here's the Kitsune, the advantage, but wasn't able to prevent the touch.
The teleport is at least able to get them close. Lars is low. The Suzu is there to save them from the level 3 beam coming out from Pomatimo. Tomux is able to get that final blow. Now we got, a low Tomix barely able to drop down, find the Mega, stay alive, and Dreamlight hang on to force a final fight.
That was iffy as to whether they would get a touch or not, but they do. They're on the Reaper now. Arius, they're going to be able to engage with the beat. Dreamlight in return, they should have the symbol. It's just like, can we stabilize, right? Can we stabilize through Arius to engage with the beat, with the Terra Surge, and they can win that way. That's their win condition here.
I mean, I think if you're Dreamlight also, can you avoid the 5-man Terra Surge coming out that Lars is about to throw down? Soundbarrier actually used first, and it's Dreamlight! Central Alpon yanked in everybody, and Lars finds themselves at the business end of a bunch of bullets coming out from Alpon, interrupting the Deadeye. Now Alpon's going to chase down ICAV out of the corner. ICAV's actually able to trade out through that exchange. Not going to be enough. Dreamlight will take up map 1, the 1-0 lead with a win here on Oasis.
Dreamlight with their Symmetra Orisa composition, the current kind of top meta in EMEA, what's played quite a bit. The Venture banned, one of the better counters to the Symmetra, so Arius couldn't pull that out, and they love Venture, by the way. They definitely are comfortable with it. So, although this is a map win for Dreamlight, they have used a valuable ban here to win this map. So it's almost like they had to take this one, right? Because from here on out, Arius can come back and they can run their Venture.
Now, it does require a swap. It is a bit advertised. That is the one they will put just for swag in. So at least like before you're entering lobby, Dreamlight will know, oh, just for swag's in, you can expect the Venture, which I mean also means you can probably expect the Zarya to come with it. Those two tend to come hand in hand with Arius. Right. I mean, not always, but it's definitely, we heard from Lars earlier. I mean, he just loves to play that hero, even if they have to sit AFK for a few minutes and build up charge.
Yeah, I think, you know, when you're talking about next map, my thought is maybe New Young City. New Young City is like really nice for Venture.
Yeah.
It's very nice for Venture. We could see Runasappi as well. I know they do kind of like the Runasappi there. But, you know, the Venture can't be banned anymore, so you can kind of pick maps around that. And you don't need to protect ban either. So that's something that I think Arius should consider here.
That Terra Surge.
Terra Surge, yeah.
Oh, that was enormous. Gargantuan play out of Lars. And I love the upcoming tanks in NEA are just, I feel, are so good. I feel like there's a lot of strength in the front line here and all the teams that we're seeing here today. Lars and Opon are two wonderful examples. I mean, we've seen, you know, Tama and GP earlier in this day as well. I think are both also top tier tanks here in your EMEA Path to Pro. I don't know what it is. I don't know what they feed them over here at EMEA OC, but they have some top tier tank players.
Yeah, I love to see it. I mean, I think with EMEA, with tanks, the stereotype is that like they have one or two tanks that they can play often, usually like the off-tank hero pool. But a lot of these tank players look pretty flexible and they can play other things. So that might matter going forward, right? We see Ice actually get picked up by Virtus Pro. That was a recent big pickup there.
Yeah.
To fill in those like heroes that are kind of missing, the Winston, the Hazard. We might see more of that in the OWCS where these teams take on different tank players to fulfill different roles, and the players kind of coming up through FACEIT League are going to be very, very valuable and valued for that.
Opon and Lars are both very flexible tank players as well. You see Opon leading the server in damage here for this map 1.
ICAF having a rough time, I think, on the cast. 13-7. Definitely focused down. Definitely a primary target for the composition from Dreamlight. I think ICAP's cast is kind of just the carry. It's what Arius are mainly playing for here.
Yeah, it's the focal point. I think just of that composition in general, it's supposed to be the focal point. One thing I learned was trying to wrap my head around recently is the concept of Korean core, which revolves around a lot of, saying this composition would be the cast, but not just the cast, but the role, and just how important that combat role is to the entire composition and to how all 5 players behave and what they're able to do and what space they take and can't take. Do they peel? Do they push? All revolves around that one little cooldown.
Yeah, very, very, very important. And, you know, you have the Symmetra compositions, everything centered around the sim. You can do it with the Cassidy. We saw Zen Brig Ball earlier, and that composition, everything centers around the Zen. And a lot of different compositions, you have to look at, you know, what are we trying to do? What are we trying to play around? And when you're playing up against a composition too, you need to figure out what they're playing for, right? What is the target we need to focus down? Because for Arius, it's the Symmetra by far. You get an early kill into the Symmetra, the fight's over for Dreamlight, basically.
I see you too have Red Sun Tzu. You must know your enemy. You must know your enemy. And yeah, that's exactly right. As it varies, even with the sim cast, like the sim is still the cornerstone of that composition, and it varies drastically. It's not like every time you see Cassidy, the Cassidy is always the most important part. It's so organic, and it's so it changes just with one little hero swap into the comp can completely change the focus and the goal of not only what you want to do, but what your enemy is trying to accomplish as well. Love it. Gotta love it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Just really interesting how these different compositions, they change so drastically. One hero, everything changes.
Just a reminder here, now's a good time while we're waiting to kind of get loaded up into map 2 or getting some picks and bans coming through. We do have FACEIT Watch active here for your Master Division playoffs, so you want to go zoom in and take a look at how the Symmetra is playing in these Cornerstone comps, you know, maybe how our tanks are playing in these comps. We've got POVs available for both Central Opon and Lars, your tanks for both sides. We've also got Poma Timo's POV, your Flex DPS here for Dreamlight, as well as Sleek, who is your, well, Sleek is kind of a hybrid DPS. Plays hit scan, plays flex, plays it all, according to Lars. But we got their POV available for you on FACEIT Watch. Along with you can keep your general overview, keep our handsome mugs on your screen as well. But really cool thing that's been introduced this season. So go check it out.
For sure. For sure. I mean, hey, Sleek, super, super strong in the Tracer. May as well check that out, right? And the next map pick from Arius is going to be Circuit Royale. So, you know, I was talking a little earlier about, you know, Dreamlight, if they lose the first map, they might want to go towards a dive map, kind of like Dorado Watchpoint. The Circuit Royale pick, it might be more to deny that than because Arius actually likes Circuit Royale. I'm not 100% sure on that, but still, it definitely does, at least for now, get rid of the Watchpoint, the Dorado. See where they go from there.
That's an interesting point. You know, I don't really think about picks being, we just don't want to play this. You know, so often we try to, at least in my brain, I try to pigeonhole, okay, areas, what is the strengths? Why do they play Circuit Royale? Are they looking to play poke? Are they looking to try to play double flex support? Are they, you know, no, this is, we don't want to play dive. I mean, that makes a lot of sense, Ossie.
Yeah, pretty much, because, you know, you could go New Junk City here, and I do think that would actually be the best map for Arius. But if you go New Junk City and then you end up on Watchpoint and just lose by default, what's the point, right? Because now you're down 1-2 in the series. So I think their mindset is let's get rid of Watchpoint, let's get rid of Dorado, for now at least, unless it goes to a map 5, and then we can go from there, right? Circuit Royale. If Circuit Royale is a win, now funny enough, you know what map we're probably going to? It's going to be Suravasa to deny the New Junk City. I would assume at least.
Yeah. And that's assuming that Dreamlight win this, right? Is what you're thinking?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say, you know, if Arius were to win, Dreamlight take it to Suravasa, right? Because then Dreamlight want to deny the New Junk City that Arius would probably want to play. But we'll see. We'll see. I mean, there's so much calculation that goes into it, and sometimes there isn't a real correct answer, right?
Sure.
Like, sometimes it comes down to, do we focus on denying our opponent the maps that they're good at, or do we just focus on just getting the free map win right now, right? It's difficult sometimes to think in terms of the full series, right?
And I love how much the coaching has become so prevalent here in our esport. This is not something that we really are I'm used to seeing over the history of Overwatch esports. But with the way that bans and stuff are done now, I feel like the coaches have really come to the forefront. And I love seeing this strategy and seeing this macro in play. Maybe kind of going back to what Lars was talking about earlier. Able to control it, and know exactly what their opponents want to do before they even do it. I love that stuff.
Yeah, for sure. And now Arius opening with the Symmetra ban, getting rid of that pretty early. Again, Symmetra, I think, we were talking about the rotations on second Circuit Royale in the previous match, how we really saw both teams kind of struggle there a little bit. And the Symmetra fixes that completely. You just TP anywhere you want on second point attack. That makes it really difficult if you're not a Symmetra team, because then you don't have that available on attack. So if you get rid of that, that makes it so that it evens the ground a bit for Arius.
Ooh, but a Circuit Royale with no Juno and no speed ring. This was the map where we really kind of saw Juno first find their footing in the meta and first kind of get discovered as, hey, this is how this hero's supposed to play. The speed is so good at covering these long sight lines. Now with that eliminated, ooh, interesting. Does this lead you to believe we're going to go into like a Lucio Kiri, or do we end up like Kiri? I mean, what do you end up here without the Juno on circuit?
Yeah, without the Juno, I think right now what's best is Lucio BAP, in my opinion, with like the Brawl compositions. I think that can be really good, but you can also get away with things, goofier things like the BAP Ilari. You could get away with something like a BAP Zen if you want to force that. BAP Break can work. The problem, though, is that especially on attack, if you don't run Lucio, if you don't run that BAP Lucio, you're going to struggle to swing corners, right? Everything you do is going to be painstakingly slow. And because the Symmetra is not available as well, you think the rotations on second point attack, it's going to be difficult, right? Because you have to do everything at a very slow pace. So having the Lucio there is going to assist you quite a bit
quick look at Horizon Lunar Colony.
Dreamlight on the defense. Think about the bat brig. You pointed out the bat brig earlier. I think it can be pretty good on defense. You're not swinging the corners as much. You're more so just shutting down choke points, hitting rotations. But nope, it's going to be Lucio. Okay, they do decide on that. And Arius, on the other hand, it looks like they're going to go with their Zarya Venture. And Zarya here, the main counter is the speed. It is just getting run over, right? For Dreamlight, their win condition is basically, Zarya can't do anything if you just wall her and run her over before she builds any charge, right? So that's what your goal is. You just explode the Zarya. You don't even care about shooting bubbles. You just break the bubbles.
Exactly.
And that's going to be
I feel like it's one of the fallacies in ranked is people like nobody wants to shoot the Zarya when the exact way to handle the Zarya is focus her down.
Yeah, I think the problem, though, is in ranked as well. You just need that coordination to kill the Zarya in that moment where you focus her down. Ranked just moves a lot slower, so when you don't have the correct composition, if your team isn't on the right thing, it can be really difficult to go for that win condition.
Zarya also one of the lowest health pools of all the tanks. It's very low health pool. See, Jesper's Hag here is kind of
oh my goodness.
Yeah, the tip of the spear and gets D-Cruz with it. Now still playing from the top of this catwalk, drops in with a nice drill dash. This is going to force Palmatino's cryo freeze out very early. Vulnerable to Lars. They're going to get mowed down with no cooldowns to protect themselves. And a systematic dismantling of this point A defense from Arius.
Yeah, and Zarya works off of the momentum, and now Lars has a bit of charge going into the next fight. That matters a ton, actually. Consecutive fight wins are great. Oh, again! Twice in a row!
Good
the Freya
Lord.
just deleted. Jesper's always in the right position there, I suppose, but that's the first cap for Arius. Very fast.
I mean, Jesper's Swag is keeping pace with Tomex in ult charge, while Dreamlight has just been under such duress. I mean, it's one thing you'd think the BAP is just going to build up immense ult charge. Jesper's Swag is keeping right there with it. We're going to get a super early tectonic shock. We've already gotten a super early cap. 5 minutes on the time make as Arius is looking to push up this chicane. Dreamlight able to stabilize at the top of the hill, though, might have an opportunity. They're going to get this amplification matrix online. Wall trying to block Lars, and they have to self-bubble just to get out of there. Still, not enough resources to escape, and Dreamlight are able to execute that plan of just run down the Zarya. D-Cruz fighting ICAV as well, gives them a 5-3 in this fight. Great Vortex to confirm that kill in Jesper Swag as well.
Yep, that's it. I mean, okay, Lars knows the limits. Lars understands the limits, especially making these rotations on second point. It's so easy for Dreamlight to just drop off the high ground while the Zarya, and the Zarya's just dead. So Lars making a really, really smart swap here. I love this, actually. I think this is going to really increase their chances of getting through the window from Dreamlight pretty early.
Oh, wonderful execution. The blink of an eye. Matrix is down, and D-Cruz hits the shots. Walton, no chance to respond to that, which takes the speed out of this composition away from Lars as they're trying to push up this hill.
Okay, Dreamlight, they have the Annihilation, they have the Blizzard, they have the Beat, plenty to work with. Arius are going to swing the corner with the Kitsune. The Blizzard's down from Dreamlight, and it looks like Jesper Swag is able to find Tomex in the back. The Beat's gone. Jesper finds the lead.
Huge Kitsune rush win from Texall. Jesper Swag with the ace. Let's go.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Jesper gets in from behind, I think, kind of moved up to the high ground with the drill dash, and then was just able to assassinate Tomex, and from there, Dreamlight just fell apart, and they weren't even able to use their beat.
Not very often you get a Venture 5K. Sound barrier used to re-engage as Dreamlight wants to contest here, will successfully do so. Fultz is able to dance around the pummels and get their own sound barrier down. Jesper Swag is low, does not receive that sound barrier, both of which starting to fade. Good wall, puts Lars in a bad spot, and Central F able to capitalize on that. And once again, after an early fight win from Arius, we're seeing Dreamlight stabilize here at the last moment.
Arius, they have the Terror Surge, but you can't just run in here and use this immediately, right? Because Dreamlight, they're going to be close to the window, but also they're going to have the Deadeye, and the Deadeye can completely zone out the Orisa, puts the Orisa at great risk when just running in for the Terror Surge. So Arius might have to take a bit of a slower fight and play more so for, Jesper Swag to find an opening on the Venture.
So going to push up through the little inside stairs, trying to close this gap against D-Cruz. D-Cruz rolling back. There's the Ant Matrix Deadeye combo. Lars is going to try to hide behind the point, but here comes Jesper Swag! Oh, there's the flank nobody counted on. And there's the trade. This one's on to the cast, but still worthy. Still in favor of that Venture, getting a 1-for-1 trade. This is going to result in 2 points on the board.
Well, that was the opening you needed for the Terra Surge, for sure. And again, with the Venture, it's not always about living. It's just you get your good trade there, you win it, and you go from there. But yeah, the Venture, I think the Venture is going to be so important in this series again. And I'm not even sure if Dreamlight in future maps, in the Brawl Mirror, I'm not even sure if they'll be able to get away with Symmetra. I mean, Jesper Swag, such a threat to the point where Dreamlight, that might just be a map 1 situation there. That they might only be able to do it when the Venture's banned.
Hey, a reminder, Dreamlight is the team that sent Arius to the lower bracket. Although we didn't see as much Jesper Swag. We'll see if Jesper Swag stays in for this whole match. We saw a lot more Sleek in that previous upper bracket match. The Texonic Shock not fighting a whole lot here. Does kind of back up and settle to throw one more last shot down range. But Lars is way too low. That's both a recent cooldown spin, trying to run away. Offen's going to give it chase. Jesper Swag kind of holds the wall for a moment, but Offen's able to find Volta with an energy jab. And Lars and Arius now just moving to the point, try to sneak out as much percentage as they can. ICAV gets a kill on the Rod FD on the disengage. Rod FD was so close to that sound barrier. Things are starting to fall apart. Just like gets kill on the Tomex, gets the immortality field out, now finds D-Cruz as well. The flip of the map paying off dividends here for Arius. Now, they have gotten stalled a little bit. The opponent Teemo able to cryo freeze and Blizzard onto this point. Dreamlight might have once again found the way to dig deep and stop this card, but Texol is here. It is not done yet. The defense is starting to crumble even after the Blizzard fades. Arius persists. Jesper Swag still on the case. Still causing havoc to D-Cruz. Just drill dash after drill dash. I don't think D-Cruz got a single ultimate there after swapping to the Freya.
Dreamlight, they may dig deep, but Arius dig deeper. Jesper Swag on the Venture, making things happen. I love it. I love the Venture so much. Venture is so underrated. I'm saying this, like, Venture is really strong right now, and you can engage off of the Venture hits. Venture, they can go for relatively safe hits as well, so it's quite difficult to mark initially. And Arius right now, I mean, I'm not sure that they have a solid... I'm not sure if there's much that Dreamlight can do to really counter this, right? This is a pretty solid map pick. I love this.
Jesper Swag with most elims, most damage in the lobby. Only Lars and Texol have fewer deaths. The super sub coming in off the bench. No, I don't mean you, Ducky. I mean Jesper Swag.
Oh my goodness, Dreamlight. You know what? I don't hate this. Again, Bastion. Okay. Chat's not gonna like me for this, but Bastion's pretty good right now, okay? I'm just telling you. Like, we saw it in OWCS Korea, okay? Aid, Bastion, and then the Huryu Genji. Okay? Okay. I'm telling you, Bastion's underrated. Like, we can play so much more Bastion. Hitscan DPS players just don't like that hero. So, like, teams don't scrim it that much. But Dreamlight, they're thinking about this Mei and this Bastion here. This is, like, not bad. I think it's a little underrated. I want to see what they can do with this.
I mean, we've actually seen this somewhat recently. It was Anomaly. Actually ran the same comp. I actually ran more of the one in Spitfire comp, but ran the Bastion. Oh,
Jesper Swag lives on 1 HP.
All right, D-Cruz wills down. This is the burst of damage that Dreamlight are playing around. And they're going to use that to try to create some space, but it doesn't work out. Arius do not fall back around the corner. They hold stubbornly and now push forward to take the bad corner back.
Yes, they take the bad corner back, but they can kind of afford to hold it because I don't know if you noticed, but they have Jesper Swag on that left side. So for Dreamlight to push, they actually have to clear Jesper Swag first, and that means that you can kind of hold this bad corner if you have angles. But it looks like Arius they're gonna back to the good corner. I think they are backing to the good corner. It's just so difficult to hold this initial corner, which is just. We still see Jesper Swag going for a hit though, but I'm just gonna back.
And you saw ICAV pretty aggressively positioned, has since dropped since putting some shots from that top left high ground. Now we get the fallback in the good corner. Great wall. Jab spin, fortify both used. That means Lars is gonna be in trouble even after the walls goes down. Up on absolutely there to capitalize. I mean, you still have Jesper Swag back here, but the peel is good. Texol grades through that. I love sending Texol into the back line. Swift steps onto Jesper Swag into the back line.
Excellent immortality field there from Tomix, but still taking out the end. Arius, I think they overstayed their welcome at that initial corner trying to poke it out, and then after that, it was just Jesper Swag looking for a desperate trade. Texol's going to come back in with the Kitsune. Beat's also available for Volta here in a moment.
Jazzy sounds of Volta, ready to ring out. It's going to be the Kitsune rush thrown down. Texol was low, lucky to get that one onto the battlefield. Dreamlight hold. They do not disengage. They try to just counter with their own Ant Matrix. So the jab spin and Lars Ooh! That's gonna be the Terror Surge. Eventually thrown in from Lars. Volt, I believe, got frozen out of their sound barrier. ICAP with a beautiful OC, though, and Arius are just going to hold here despite losing that. I'm not even confident Volta lost it. I think they did. I didn't see it hit.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure there, but Lars just lived forever.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I
I have no idea how Lars lived through the window from Tomix, but manages to, and now Dreamlight coming back with a Terror Surge, 1 minute, 40 seconds remaining, and I mean, it's going to take them some time to get back up in terms of ult rotation. And oh, Jesper on the flank, on top of the Lucio. Roofed. Oh!
And the emerge damage from the burrow finds Rod FD. Just the support wasn't there. The reinforcements didn't show up in time. No peel. Now we get a tectonic shock out of Jesper Swag. Just going all the way. A double drill dash. That's going to find Central iPod. Good timing. Catches Tomix just as they hit the ground with that ground base ultimate. Oh, Jesper Swag is taking over.
Anything is a kill box if you believe it is. If you try hard.
Creative enough.
We have Jesper Swag setting up early. I think we're actually going to hit the skill box here in front of the spawn, which you can do this. It's just very difficult. And, you know, Apan able to find that spear into ICAP. So Arius down one. I think they're just going to look for a trade and then die cart.
Yeah, I think ICAP got a little aggressive. You saw the shot come in, the disruptor shot come in from the Sojourn, pointed at the spawn doors. I think ICAP wanted to get involved in Jesper Swag's little fun in front of the spawn camp, but just swings way too wide.
Clark moved back far enough as to maybe Arius can pull through with a touch, but I'm not sure if it's possible here. I mean, there's a bullish shot from D Cruz, and then Jesper Swag makes it.
Of course, it's Jesper Swag. Were we expect anything less? I mean, of course, if Arius can get back here, they'll have a consideration to invest. There's the Amp Matrix from Tomix and a Terror Surge thrown in over the top. That almost got it over the line. Less than 10 seconds, less than 1 meter. Separates Dreamlight from moving forward. They're going to do without their tank. Lars on the battlefield, taking Pamatimo. That Blizzard, I think, went along with it. Lucky to get the sound barrier down. Ron FD is going to try to keep this going, and Tomix has gotten 2 picks. Lars will muscle down one of those supports. Tomix is able to dance around from this energy jab, but can't avoid the subsequent primary fire. Returning on a wrecking ball. Central IPod is here to try to keep this going. D Cruz is there putting shots into Lars, and we get the cap. Time extended. Dreamlight, hang on.
Upon to the rescue on the ball. Able to get back just in time. Obtains 2 kills. Back over to the Risa now. Dreamlight. Kiriko Lucio. May Freya. The Kiriko Lucio. It's easier to rotate with that than the BAP Lucio. I think trying to rotate BAP on attack here through this low ground is very difficult. So I actually like the Kiriko Lucio for rotations, as well as just to try and live through Jesper, since, you know, Jesper is just problematic on the Venture, I mean, at this point.
They're so, I mean, just perfect with their cooldown. I feel like, oh, well, now you don't have any cooldowns, and then boom, they just drill dash out. Sound barrier engaged from the defensive area, so Lars runs down D Cruz early in this fight, taking that bullet shot off the table, removing that option entirely. Oh, it's Jesper Swag just marches all the way down the hill to drill through Central Upon.
Okay, Jesper Swag going to spawn. Decides to back off a little bit, though, not going for every single kill there. Dreamlight swapping, I believe that was the May over to Genji, and I like that because that allows you to kind of attack the high ground, mark the high ground while you're making these rotations through. Arius, Jesper Swag has the tectonic shock. I would be scared. I mean, Jesper Swag is very scary.
I'm terrified. Sitting up, waiting for the ambush. Tectonic shock is going to get pushed. D Cruz takes to the skies, and Jesper Swag has to back up. Drill dashes right back into the thick of things, though. Feigns a retreat, only to return fire and take Central Upon down. It's ICAV getting the final blows in on both of those opening kills, and another big hold from Arius' defense with less than a minute to go.
Now, Arius just needs to hit with the Kitsune, honestly, and if Dreamlight don't build up to their Kitsune, their beat, they just won't live through the engage. I think Dreamlight, for them, they just need not to rush this. Even though they're limited on time, they can't afford to make this rotation earlier than that they can afford.
Well, I mean, ICAV's overclock is going to be a monster as well. And there's really no answer for that I can see. But Arius are opting to get a little close here. They give up more space than I anticipated they would. Dreamlight able to close this gap, but Pomatimo just ends up baited in. Oh, Jesper Swag's just going to have a seat.
Jesper Swag chilling. They're just chilling in the room, chilling in the little tunnel. Venture loves small little spaces, little tunnels, little areas like that. Jesper Swag always finding a little corner to hide in, a little corner to control. Here's the Kitsune out from Dreamlight and a overclock in response from ICAP.
Top area is going to support. I can't throw that ultimate. Terrorists are starting in from Central Lopan. They have the Concerning Rush to back them up. Everybody's able to escape the slam down of the spear, but it did kind of separate Lars from the rest of the team. Lars low, but it's ICAV who gets pounced on. Lars able to get back up into that precious yellow health and hold this corner. Pomatimo was kind of getting behind him and was working up towards this play. That might be just the ticket for Dreamlight to continue his push, but Pomatimo goes down. They're not given that option. Volta removes it from the table. Jesper Swag will find Nick Cruz for the 17th time. Areas have planted their fate. They have tied us up in your lower bracket semifinals.
I love Venture.
I love Venture too.
The non-binary Rock Eater. Very scary. Very terrifying. Dreamlight doing everything they can to deal with Jesper Swag, but just nothing. You see the Baptiste. Tomic started on that Baptiste, but you just can't get away. You can't get away. Soloing the backline, killing the Mei too. Just an easy 5K.
Easy ace for Jesper Swag. Just another day at the office for Jesper Swag. It's just another Saturday.
Yeah, truly. And now, I mean, Arius, there might be some level of relief to the fact that the Venture ban has come out, because now they just have it for the rest of the series. They do have Jesper Swag available for the rest of the series. I think for Dreamlight, anytime Jesper Swag's in, they just can't play Symmetra as well, which does matter. I'm not sure where we're going next. Because now, you could go to Hollywood if Dreamlight kind of is Flashpoint and Hybrid are still available, right?
Yeah, so Flashpoint and Hybrid are combined, so both of those are still available, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Hollywood still in the pool, still there if Dreamlight want to go more of a dive route, but there's no easy answers here, I think, for Dreamlight against the Venture and Arius. They don't have to protect ban the Venture if they want to play the Venture, right?
Yeah, with that being spent early, I mean, kind of a similar problem with playing against the Wrecking Ball team, where we talked about you can't ban the Wrecking Ball too early when that's such a central part. And unfortunately for Dreamlight, we see them spend their big ban this early. I don't know, did they anticipate Jesper Swag being this much of a threat? I feel like we saw a lot more Sleek. And Jesper Swag kind of came in as a one-off, like we're just going to play the Venture Zarya on this one map. But in the upper bracket, round one, the one that Dreamlight was able to send Arius to the lower bracket, I don't remember seeing nearly as much Venture, certainly not taking over to this regard. I think it's caught Dreamlight a little by surprise here today.
Yeah, potentially. I think what's good for them, though, is at least they were able to take the map that they banned Venture on, Like, that's something, at least. I think if they didn't take map one, this would be a much more dire situation. But, of course, they are still 1-1. They have a map pick. They have options here.
Excited to see where it is. Of course, everything on the line here. We are lower bracket semifinals. The winner will move on to face Team Vision in the lower bracket finals. Loser goes home. It's the end of your season. You have to wait till season 6. Come back, try again. And now we got both teams tied up 1-1. Two maps. 2 wins separate you from moving forward through this bracket, and it feels like each team fight then becomes that much more important. Each decision, each ban, each pick carries so much gravity here for these last 3 maps. And, well, according to the bottom of our screen, it looks like it's a King's Row pick here out of Dreamlight.
King's Row is interesting. This is another map I think you can get away with Venture if you want to. I'm not sure what Dreamlight are going to go with, but it looks like they're banning Zarya. They're going with the Zarya ban. So, I'm not sure how I feel about this entirely. Zarya can be good in King's Row. I think there was a phase in Korea where I think they were scrimming it a ton. So, like, every single match was like a Zarya ban on King's Row. It was really funny. But still, I think the Orisa is quite strong here. I think the Ram can be quite strong here. And the Ram can kind of run down the Zarya. So I'm not sure if I would be too worried about the Zarya. It's counterable, right? Like, the Zarya wasn't even really the biggest threat previous map.
Yeah, no, I mean, they played the Zarya for a small stint.
Yeah, maybe it's more of a protect ban, like make sure we can still play our Orisa or Ram, whatever else. Because there's always the option for like Arius to ban the Ramatra and then make it harder to counter the Zarya. But yeah, Arius, they're going to ban Cassidy. Isn't that ICAV's kind of specialty there?
That is kind of ICAV's specialty, 100%.
Interesting. Okay, they ban at a hero that they're pretty good at. That's very, very interesting. And
very unusual.
Wouldn't that make Venture easier too?
I feel
you would
like
think. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, well, I guess for Arius, I guess that tells us they do want to maybe play the Venture here.
I think that's exactly what that means. I think they're trying to protect Jesper Swag. I think it's all doesn't matter. Like, okay, if we, if ICAV has to move over to a Freya or whatever here, we're able to protect Jesper Swag. I mean, that is exactly what that's telling me.
Yeah, I think a Freya, a Hanzo, and Ashe are pretty solid here. I do think Hanzo is somewhat viable, but still, I think it's more situational. But yeah, the ban on the Cassidy trying to enable Jesper Swag. I think we're going to see more Venture gameplay. I'm excited. This could be great.
Yeah,
maybe also denies the Symmetra too. Again, like I think Dreamlight always have the threat of the Symmetra there, and if Jesper Swag isn't in, then that becomes a big problem. So for Arius, it's just like they're just maybe going to keep Jesper Swag in all the time to prevent that from happening.
I mean, I can take a little peek behind the curtain here, and we are going to keep Jesper Swag on the roster here for map 3. That I can confirm. There you go. As we see we get in game, see the rosters up top. Let's see what they want to go with.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the difficulties when it comes to bringing in a specialist to play the Venture, is that if it's always a threat, if it's always an option, then it's a lot easier to scare away the sim teams. But, Arius, they have to have Jesper Swag in if they want to deny the Symmetra. Like, and that might mean that they might even play Jesper Swag in situations where the Venture isn't as viable. But here, like, you got a lot of enclosed spaces, a lot of little rooms that the Venture can hide inside. Oh, we got a little peek.
Yeah, I was like, Jesper Swag was trying to photobomb our opening shot there. We're looking at Mondada, okay? Respect the Mondada.
Sure. Dreamlight, are they actually going to run ball here? Or no, it's just the Orisa. Kiriko, Lucio, both teams.
Home team will back into the sim, though.
Looks like they're going to start in the Symmetra. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Good decision to stick Jesper in then. Very good decision.
Defense look at like a 1-4 split. You just got ICAV holding hotel. The rest of the team on the high ground. Beautiful take aim from
Fight's over. The sim's dead. The fight's over. That's it.
That's it.
I mean, that's sim comps.
Meanwhile, Jesper Swag doing Jesper Swag things.
Yeah, Jesper Swag's just chilling in that left lane on that left flank. You constantly have to keep an eye on them.
So this has to be your number one goal, right? Okay, well, Dreamlight are going to go off to a different path. They're going to circumvent that, try to push through Hotel, and see if they can flip this map. Good shot from D Cruz. We'll cut some sustain off of this. And yeah, Dreamlight is going to fortify the back of this spot and try to force Arias to come to them. Now, Arias have dropped off the high ground only for a moment, as they're going to use the Venture for the point presence. Eventually, Jesper Swag will be forced to drill dash away. We're starting to get some progress. One tick picked up here from Dreamlight, and so far, this just fortify on the point plan seems to be working.
Arius, they have better map control here. Their re-engage is going to be deadly, but D-Cruz finds an important kill into ICAV. I think that's really, really good for Dreamlight, right? Because they're in like an awkward position on the point. They can't really do much from here. D-Cruz looking for another onto the Venture. Lars is gone. It looks like Dreamlight will close it out, but for a moment there, I really felt like Arius could re-engage and potentially win the fight. Again, when it comes to King's Row, it's not really about controlling the point itself. It's about controlling all those high grounds around the point. And Arius did have control, but I mean, that can be overcome just with a few picks from the Freya.
Well, I will say with the Orisa comps, I actually really like the way that Dreamlight played that, because Lars has to full commit to drop and put point presence down once Jesper Swag has been forced out. So that high ground position suddenly doesn't look as valuable because Lars doesn't have any cover. It's a full commit to drop and try to contest, and then they get immediately forced back out, and Dreamlight able to maintain control of that hotel. Now pushing through the archway, they've got this Kitsune Rush in play. D-Cruz did eat a javelin to the face, and consideration has been invested from Texhole on the backside of Bookstore. So Sound Bearers are going to get invested from both sides. D-Cruz is trying to take this high ground, lands a bolo shot onto Jesper Swag. The shielding initially keep him alive, but not enough health to sustain through all the shots. Has been traded on the other side, but Pomatino manages to get in, tilt the balance. The Terror Search from Oppan will win the second fight in a row here from Dreamlight.
Dreamlight, pretty solid ultimate usage there. I like the opening Kitsune from Tomix, and then after that, Appa. Great Terror Surge to close things out, and also D-Cruz, all the focus onto taking care of Jesper Swag, and I think it was like, so many take aim shots put into the Venture with the beat health, and finally gets the kill after a while. ICAV over to Ashe. I think Ashe is pretty solid right now, underrated. I think Freya kind of overshadows the Ashe right now, but Ashe is still okay.
Photon barrier up from Dreamlight, and their only ultimate to try to push in, but it's a powerful one. Look at all that big microwave beam just focused on Lars. Oh my, no chance. That is a terrible situation for any Orisa to be in. But hey, you know what? You got Jesper Swag here to counterpunch back clean off this point, while that ICAV Ash swap proves its value, finding a pair.
You can't ignore the Rock Eater. You cannot ignore that Rock Eater. The Symmetra is gone. That means the fight's over for Dreamlight. They're going to have to reset. They committed their sim wall there as well, which is like super valuable. So now Arius should be able to hold for a while on second point. I think they have a pretty good opportunity to win the next fight as well. It's Kitsune for Kitsune, and then from there it's like who can frag more. And I kind of trust Jesper Swag when it comes to who can frag more.
Arius also have a bit of a defender's advantage. Dreamlight are forced to run into this corner, which can be such a tough corner to take.
D-Cruz has the bullet shot.
Yeah, and then sending D-Cruz around this left side flank. Ooh, the whole team's going to rejoin him over here. Teleport up to the top of the subway. Kitsune rush down low. Just for able to find access to this high ground and has forced D-Cruz to go fly into this guy's rooftop battle. That was awesome. Jesper Swag skills on full display to pick up that kill, win that duel. Oh, but a quick teleport, a cheeky teleport onto ICAV has gotten Dreamlight kind of entrenched underneath this Arius defense and has made things a bit awkward. Jesper Swag trying to play from the high ground. You've got Lars on the objective with the Sound Barrier being invested in from Volta. Central Upon is able to land a big spear and kind of build it towards that Terror Surge, drops it in, pulls 3 in and finds Texal with the slam down. Now all guns pointed at Lars, who's trying to back away with no cooldowns. The rest of the team dealing with Jesper Swag, who's still harassing these supports in the back. But Rod FD coming close to the Sound Barrier if it's even needed with that kill from D-Cruz. I don't think it will be.
Yeah, Dreamlight, they're going to have the beat here, but it's going to be Bob from Arius. They're going to commit to this fight. We still have Jesper Swag in the back, taken down by D-Cruz. Tomix able to get the final blow. Terror Surge from Lars to try and live in the point, and then I just don't think that hold is going to come through from Arius, and they're going to have to give second point, but they've had a decent hold so far.
You got Sound Barrier out with the Terror Surge as well. You force Rod FD to invest that beat, which otherwise Dreamlight would just be walking into point C with a massive Sound Barrier advantage. So, you know what? Some value from the recontest on the Terror Surge.
D-Cruz, another pick on the Volta. Early pick. D-Cruz, the Frey's been looking really strong.
Now Arius was kind of cornered up on the back of that. You see Jesper Swag just hiding on the right-hand side, waiting for the reinforcements to respawn. Does eventually move up to the high ground and go put some pressure on D-Cruz. D-Cruz not able to land that take A, so has been forced down. But now regroups on the point where a Photon Barrier has just been thrown to the back of the objective. All eyes pointed at the Orisa while D-Cruz deals with Jesper Swag on the right flank. Drops it, bolo shot in. Believe that connected with the Kiriko in the back. Might have been cleansed out. Kitsune Rush has been invested onto this point where Pomatino's already been taken down. But Lars under a lot of duress there. Not enough healing coming out. I'm surprised they've survived as long as they have. I mean, it's long enough for Jesper Swag to make it back onto this point with a tectonic shock. Dreamlight will successfully disengage. Nice stun to save Tomix there at the end.
Arius just barely holding on here. D-Cruz doing so much work here on the Freya. Dreamlight playing for their next ult, probably the beat. Volta a little ahead on the beat though, so I think, you know, Dreamlight, they just need to take their time now. They can't rush this if they want to get the full cap. 1 minute, 30 seconds left. I think they might just be playing for an overtime cap, to be honest. It might take a bit, but it looks like Oppon's going to go for an early Terror Surge, Fortify Forest.
D-Cruz is able to pick up ICAV out of the backline as well. Just Jesper Swag to worry about. Who's gone over to a Sojourn, by the way. No more Venture here in this back of the point. 75 seconds to go with the Rod FD Sound Barrier coming in. Volts' Sound Barrier already faded. Chase into the back to try to fight Jesper Swag. D-Cruz successful alongside Pomatimo. Now they're going to turn attention to ICAV on the other side. No DPS. Is that anything for this defense? Central offhand lands a big spear, pushing Lars off of this point. But the sustain is too good. The jazzy sounds of Volta keeping Arius alive on the back of this point. Lars is able to find Rod FD, and Jesper Swag returns for a kill on Atomics. Arius hold once again. You did not need that. You did not need that.
Oh, I do not know where this Kitsune is guiding us. I am not sure where that one is going.
You know, just thought it needed prettier streets. All right, it's just for the aesthetic.
Yeah, we're paving the streets. We're building infrastructure here.
The Aura Rush. We're Aura farming with Kitsune Rush.
True. Dreamlight. I think they're going to go for probably a Kitsune off the high ground if they can. You know, if you can get Tomix up to the high ground. Oh, they're going to TP up and Kitsune off. Oh, that's beautiful.
That is gorgeous. The entire team makes it to the back high ground as well. ICAV just completely blitzkrieged, but manages to importantly get Mr. Butler onto this battlefield in their stay. Doesn't last long. 5v4 favoring the attack of Dreamlight, and Lars is stuck in that mega room, but has the cooldowns to kind of survive here, just standing on top of the point. There's his teleporter into the back line. Lars backing up, has to respect it. Looks like it's mostly a bait. So Lars goes forward. It's Terror Surge, gets 2! Lars will fall, but has done enough, and this overtime fight goes the way of Arias.
Excellent hold from Arias, and interesting to see Jesper just swapping from hero to hero there, the Sojourn, the Tracer, just to try to get the contest. And also, I think it was difficult to find any space to kind of take on the Venture. I mean, what we saw initially was Jesper Swag on the Venture, trying to control the high grounds, but constantly forced away, never able to find an opening. So I think it was just kind of the idea of, okay, let's have double hit scan DPS, have set both of them kind of like the whole way back. And because it's a very open area at the end of third point, you can actually get away with a greedier composition like that. Because, you know, if you need to peel yourself, you don't need anybody to peel you. You can just go to the spawn room. So that's what they do. You know, you just set up near the spawn room, you kite, you go into the spawn room, then you come back out. It's really difficult and annoying to deal with. That's also why some teams will run Zenyatta on the third point defense, because you can use the spawn room as the peel that you need to support that.
That's fascinating. And then you get the full value out of Zenyatta without the vulnerability of being the like most targeted and vulnerable hero in the game. Makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, you just use the spawn room, and then the rest of your team is free to do whatever they want because they don't need to peel for the Zen anymore. It just works on that final section of the third point, though. Very situational. Arias back on the Venture. Not a big surprise. I think really it's going to be up to Jesper Swag here to clear these high ground positions, kind of get into the building. Maybe clear Hotel as well, but I think Jesper Swag's main focus is helping Arias kind of get a position onto the high ground. It's about controlling those side lanes. It's about controlling those areas of the map, and then you can control the point.
The choke, Jesper Swag immediately drill dash over to the right-hand side, moving up stair side.
Rotation.
Yep, moving up stair side lane. Get out of that high ground that you're talking about. But look at this aggressive. Oh, what a spear. Central Alpha playing up at statues, not giving a lot of room, and has intercepted this rotation. Made things quite awkward for Jesper Swag, who is now alone, trying to regroup with the team, and got intercepted.
Yeah, Arias maybe rushing that a bit there. I felt like Jesper Swag wasn't really set up. Wasn't really on that flank, wasn't really much of a distraction, and that allowed Dreamlight to push forward and punish that rotation from Arias through the main choke. And this is a very aggressive place for Dreamlight to hold, so Arias just need to get in from behind.
Arias, in fact, do look like they were trying to push through Hotel. Lars does, but got taken down below that yellow bar of armor, so they had to fall back out. A precious mark for any Orisa player. Kind of gives you an indication of, can I continue to push, or am I in danger? Well, those top Max who found themselves in danger. Danger.
That's a nice little kill there. The Venture, always a threat. Now, Appa very, very low on the Orisa, has to back off. Dreamlight now playing for the re-engage. They're going to be close to Kitsune, close to the beat. They need to build up to these. Oh, that misses.
Oh, D-Cruz clips the wall. Kitsune was thrown onto this point, and it's Dreamlight trying to re-engage with their sound barrier, running into that rush. They have a rush of their own down invested, and Thomas is able to pick up one. The teleport thrown into the back line. Oh, Pomatimo was hoping to get the carry. Eventually does. A little help there from Central Apod. What a retake there from Dreamlight. That was nasty.
Oh my goodness, yeah, the Symmetra just does so much damage when really she can get in there, get pocketed. Big problem for Arias, and now we're going to see another swap from Jesper over to the Pharah. That's another way to deal with the Symmetra. The Symmetra simply can't reach the Pharah, and the Pharah just provides a lot of pressure, but there's a spear from Appa.
That one's sending a message, I think, as much as anything. Photon barrier in will also negate a lot of this damage from this overclock that ICAV is trying to use at the moment, not to mention Jesper Swag's Pharah.
Yeah, the best counter to Photon barrier, I think, is just don't play the game for a little bit.
Right. Yeah, just back up, wait it out. Pomatino trying to teleport to the high ground, got knocked down there by concussive blast. D-Cruz invested in the bolo shot from behind, and it looked like Dreamlight might have got a little too big for their britches on this one, although Pomatino's still a threat. Oh, that Symmetra's just too much.
Yeah, the Symmetra's still alive. It's always winnable if the Symmetra's alive. Now Tomic's close to the Kitsune. A spear onto ICAV. ICAV lives through, though. Still not the level 3 perks. Everyone's at level 2.
Lars moving on to a Ramasha to try to push back onto this point. See, the rocket's pointed at the teleporter, valuing that. Yeah, beautiful Kitsune rush. This is split Lars. Lars is stuck by themselves in this house. There's no way you get out of it. Oh, they're trying to buy time. They pop the Nemesis form. Then Brandon, their team can go bail it out. Good job from Volt is able to make it up. Then the Cellmaker saves them. The Kitsune Rush is in play. A miraculous survival attempt from Lars. Pulls so much aggression and ends up corralling Dreamlight inside the houses. They try to go pursue the kill. What a play from Volt to show it up, and the jazzy sounds ring out to save Arius.
Arius keeping themselves alive on this map. This was Dreamlight's pick. Dreamlight, very important that they try and take this here. I don't think the Zarya ban meant anything, honestly. I really don't think it did. That might have been kind of a misstep from Dreamlight, but again, also it could have been to protect the Orisa. Arius now on the Ramatra, and that's you know, with the Ramatra, I think when you're up against the Sim, it allows you to extend the fight longer. The Ramatra lives longer than the Orisa might, and that might give time for Jesper on the Pharah to find a kill, maybe pressure the Pharah away, but Lars just explodes, and that's been kind of a common theme this match today.
And that didn't even really have anything to do with the Sim. I think Deep Cruz got a couple of shots in. It was hard to tell, but man, that health bar went away. Lars, well, I mean, you'd think this Ramatra is one of the most sustainable heroes in the entire game and has the cooldowns. It doesn't have the same vulnerabilities to the Symmetra that an Orisa does, but and that life bar just evaporated before our eyes in that previous fight, and here comes Deep Cruz.
Oh.
Now they pull in from the Terra Surge combined with the Bolo shot, and Voltage immediately smashed down. Good job from Arius to not lose any more players through that, honestly.
Yeah, that was great. I'm surprised. Like, that looked like it might have been a 3K. I think it was a Suzu that came down from Texal.
OC in response here from ICAP. They try to slingshot back on this point. Waste, I mean, has to spend a lot of time just dealing with Sim turrets. But it ends up working out. You get a chonky shot onto Oppon. They're trying to back away. Just Respect in pursuit. Try to keep him in with the concussive blast. Oppon still able to stay alive until the very end. Actually, a late kill is going to favor Arius here.
The Orisa staggered. That's going to mean Dreamlight are going to have to wait a while until they can re-engage. But they do have the you don't get to play the game for a while ultimate, which is Sim Wall. So that's going to be very useful, right? Because it's going to be the support ults traded, and then that Sim Wall in the late fight just makes it impossible for Arius. So what I'm looking for here is a really, really good kite. They need to be able to kite this.
Oh, I think Arius are just going to try to get aggressive into it. Oh, the barrage completely stopped by the photon barrier, but it breaks it. Now, makes your way a worthy use. Sound barriers, I believe, did both land. The Volta is, in fact, in the spawn, and the defense from Dreamlight getting another big dub here with less than a minute to go at one of the most difficult spots in the entire map for the attackers to retake.
It's very rare to see Simwall break like that. I think it did break.
I believe it did. I believe the barrage broke it.
Yeah. As well. Yeah. Lars.
Oh, this is just mean.
Yeah, that's difficult. Now we're up to level 3, so Lars is going to have that nice slow, and Oppon, I think, going with the Spirit Perk. Should be going with the Spirit Perk, but we're going to TP and we're going to go for an early gold, maybe? What's going on here?
The risky play is what's going on here. I don't know if Dreamlight are trying to bait or what. Arius, no! Trying to make a run to the backline. I think it was just going to go back half. Just ends up getting smashed. Both ends up face to face with an Orisa. In a very last-ditch attempt, and Arius is just falling apart here in the final minute of King's Row. Dreamlight will take this map, move up to match point. Looks like we might get a touch. Oh, it's ripped down by the Terra Surge. Dreamlight move up to a 2-1.
This is a close one. This is absolutely a close one. This time around, it was a little more difficult for Jesper to make the venture happen, even when it was against the Symmetra. I think Dreamlight did a great job of forcing the Symmetra to kind of work, and Pumito did, I think, pronunciation tough, but did a great job of living on the Symmetra and not really getting exploited early on in the fight.
Wow, all right. We've got a certified banger on our hands, friends. And just to remind y'all, I mean, coming into this, your standings out of regular season, Arius 14-1. Dreamlight 9-6. I mean, Arius on paper should be the heavy favorites here in this matchup. Did win the head-to-head in the regular season, but lost that upper bracket match to Dreamlight in a map 5. And right now, history is on course to repeat itself.
Yeah, this is real close. This is real close. And remember, there's only 3 teams left that could potentially get that final OWCS promotion relegation slot. These are 2 of those teams. Whoever loses here goes home.
That's it. Your season's done. You got to wait for season 6 for a next opportunity. Arius, now, I mean, at least you get map pick here, but you don't have much to choose from. Your options are Colosseo or Runasappi is what's remaining in the map pool.
Yeah, pretty much. And unfortunately, I don't think they're going to get their preferred New Junk City. New Junk City It's in that hybrid flashpoint, so it's not available to them right now. And, you know, in the final map, I believe Dreamlight would get the pick, and they're definitely not going to give them New Junk City. So, yeah, it's going to be difficult. I think Runasappi, though, probably better for the Venture. I've seen Runasappi used with the Venture in OWCS Korea, a few other regions as well. Venture is mostly played in Korea, though, is what I've found, at least recently. So that's where we get most of the examples of kind of where Venture can be the most effective. I think AGG in particular really like the Venture.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I think they do.
Play. I love our Rock Muncher. What a unique hero, and I mean, we'll see. We'll see if we. I mean, does Jesper Swag stay in? Do they try to keep this going? What worked so well for him on Circuit Royale, but Jesper Swag completely took over the lobby. You know, really forced all the attention and all of Dreamlight had to acknowledge Jesper Swag at every step of the way through Circuit Royale. But you know, you force that swap here, so it doesn't work, even though there's no Venture ban, even there's nothing really directly stopping Jesper Swag, just Dreamlight's gameplay. And I mean, even with, you know, Timo on that sim like you're talking about, now it makes me wonder, do areas stick with it? They will have to sub in Sleek if they want to swap that out. Sleek, you know, a little bit better on the Tracer, a little bit better on some of the other heroes.
Yeah, I think the problem though is that you've already gotten rid of that Symmetra ban. I don't know if you can take Jesper Swag out now that you've used that ban. I think maybe saving that ban for another map, like, you know, this one, and then, you know, you can obviously more easily bring in another player, swap out Jesper Swag. That might be the case, but as long as the Symmetra is a threat, you may as well run the hero that's probably best into it if you don't want to run Symmetra yourself.
Yeah, so with that in mind, we are anticipating to see Jesper Swag stick in as we do head to Runasappi. Not surprising, I don't think Runasappi being picked over Colosseo here.
Yeah, Runasappi, better. Those rooms, control of those rooms, very important. I think we'll see kind of what Dreamlight do to counter the Venture just constantly sitting in those rooms for Arius. It's not easy, though. It's not easy for sure. And Arius are going to go with an initial Ramatra ban that will make sure that they can, you know, run their Orisa, whatever else they want to do in Dreamlight, and respond with a Sojourn ban, which means it's probably Freya or Cass. And I think for Arius, that probably means ICAV on the Cass. For Dreamlight, maybe Freya, not sure.
Yeah, I would actually anticipate that they stick with the Freya. Especially Runasappi. I mean, you got pretty long sightlines to work with on Runasappi. The Cass can find themselves at a real disadvantage.
Yeah, I think swing Deadeyes can be really effective at the corners, but beyond that, the Cassidy can be at a disadvantage in terms of just how long these fights will go. Obviously, when you're swinging corners very close to your opponent, the Cass can be at effective range at that point, but it is possible for Dreamlight to play around that, especially with their Freya. They can play a lot slower, they can bait more.
That's kind of interesting to think about, because that gives you so many more options, right? Like, if you don't have to just go, I feel like it gives you a lot more options on pacing and timing, which is so important. I mean, it's always about to control the flow of the match. I mean, I talk about with any title. First, you learn the flow of battle, then you learn to control the flow of battle. And that's what both of these teams are trying to do, be it in the macros across the board, right? It's all about control. And I'm curious to see if Arius is still able to exert that control.
Yeah, they're on the Zarya now. So the Zarya is coming out. They ran this in their previous match against Quick Esports, and they really like the Zarya and Runasappi. This is a look we've seen from Virtus Pro in the OWCS as well, and we've seen it work here and there, but it's counterable as well. And Arius, they have to play slow in the Zarya composition. They have to kite quite a bit. I think they need to spread out a bit. They're all really clumped together in that corner. That's a problem.
Yeah, Dreamlight giving a lot of free space here as they take this coastal side along Mega. Let's teleport in and try and chase into the cafe. They had an isolated target. I believe that was Texal able to swift step out. May have been Jesper Swag, now that I'm saying it. Bubble used on to Jesper Swag. Lars into that Zarya. Still, we see Arius kind of really playing their distance right now. It's going to be a teleport to try to close that gap. Jesper Swag finds Rod FD on the back of that teleport. Arius still backing down the hill, even with a +1. Now Lars is looking to push back in as they got a bubble available. But D-Cruz's shots are making it think twice. Jesper Swag has to burrow into the back and try to deal with this Cassidy.
Oh, just for Swag, able to find the
Pomatio.
Symmetra. Yeah, there you go. And you saw all the focus there was onto the Symmetra, forcing the TP, and then still not able to get away. Good first fight from Arius, and I like how they really extended that fight as long as they could. Think of Zarya as kind of a slower Symmetra. Symmetra, you know, she is the win condition. She is the main person you're playing around if you're Dreamlight, and you're playing for that high charge beam. Zarya also is the person that Arius are playing around. It's just a little different because Zarya beam takes way longer to charge. It's way slower.
And way more reliant on the bubbles being available. Kitsune Rush used here. Lars is charged up. Got a good bubble onto the Lucio to start protecting the sound barrier in from Volta.
Oh.
But it is Central AP trades out one. You did get a late Kitsune Rush from Texall once again.
Texall, I mean, we're in professional Overwatch here. We're not in infrastructure development. So I would say maybe watch where you build roads. Watch where you build roads.
Thanks for playing Sin City here.
ICAP's gonna have the Deadeye and might need it here to try and zone out Dreamlight, who are running at them here very aggressively. The Terror Surge out from Upon, but not enough to get the kill.
Yeah, Central Upon had already spent their jab spin, and so they ran into the Deadeye with no jab spin and just got whittled down to half damage. Lars is charged up, able to melt through that Orisa pass. That, of course, the one thing the Zarya, you know, ignores the headshot mitigation of the Fortify, can also ignore the damage mitigation of the jab spin, so I was able to kind of negate some of those important cooldowns, and now Arius are looking to push. They get stopped in their tracks. Pomatimo with a big photon barrier. Melds Jesper Swag with a level 1 beam. That wasn't even a supercharged Symmetra, but it's enough to take the Venture out of the fight and take down their counter attack.
Lars really wants to live here. Going to use the Graviton. It looks like Arius are going to commit to this. They have decently high charge, but Lars is very low HP. Arius need to stabilize.
Oh, they shall not.
There goes the
Deadeye does
charge.
enough to take care of Lars. Yeah, reset that Zarya. Even with the grab in, I mean, the grab, all it did was get the sound barrier out, but Dreamlight never lost advantage in that fight.
Dreamlight, though, at this next corner fight, and this is a really important fight for them as well to try and get the checkpoint, Arius are going to have ult advantage with both support ults, the Beat and the Kitsune, compared to just Dreamlight's Kitsune. And that's going to be a little difficult to deal with. You know, you need some sort of a kill to make up for that, maybe.
Early pressure from Dreamlight in the window.
Jesper probably there to touch.
He's going to pop the Tectonic Shock immediately after getting the touch. He's kind of forced out by the spin, but has Tomic's low ICAP with the finish. Sound barrier in from Volta to push forward. And in fact, Dreamlight did have no answer for this. It is double support ults invested in to respond to Tomic's Kitsune Rush, but it works out.
Yeah, I think Arius maybe could have held on to one of their support ults there. They could have maybe gotten away with like the Tectonic Shock and the Kitsune, but they use everything, and that means Dreamlight, ult-wise, they should be able to build up their Sim Wall, their Beat in a very slow fight here at the corner and potentially come back. But ICAP's going to swing with the Deadeye very early on.
This is going to buy a lot of space. Fight moving inside as Pomatimo, who teleports the team in there. Just for Swag's eyes go wide, salivating the opportunity of just everybody bunched up inside the shop. Is going to try to rotate around. Meanwhile, ICAP has been able to pick up D Cruz. Dreamlight just trying to bail on this. Okay, Central Upon is going to go ahead and push forward and hold this corner. Looked like they were anticipating just disengaging entirely, but it was a good call to try to stand their ground with Pomatimo finding a kill onto ICAP. They should allow them to push out a little bit. Really good spear finds Volta, and Upon is able to jab spin up and claims the space. Bubble used to protect Volta leaves Texall vulnerable, and a pair of shots succeed. Woo! D Cruz landed 3 fantastic shots, back-to-back kills.
D Cruz just playing Kovacs up on the high ground, really unconcerned with everything else that fight. Pomatimo approaching the Sim Wall now, and the Sim Wall is very difficult for the Zarya to deal with. I mean, I don't think a Graviton fixes anything for Arius here, and also Arius need charge before they can even use the grab. I think the best case for Arius is that they try and bait out the Sim Wall, and then they just leave. They kite it as best they can.
Sounds like a good solution to me. Easier said than done, clearly. Ooh, Volta
Yes, it's not
was kind of
easy.
Yeah, Volta peeking early took so much damage. It took maybe like 245 damage from the 2.
Run! Get out of there!
They succeed! Good disengage!
Oh, wait, no,
ready
no.
for it. Oh, I spoke too soon. The Deadeye takes down Texall, and that takes out your re-engage. Texall was planning to use that Kitsune Rush to push back into this fight. Now Lars is just trying to get it done in the neutral, but D Cruz continues to click heads.
D Cruz not allowing them to get away. Not allowing them to get away. Gonna punish that. Here's the Kitsune from Arius. They're gonna try and keep this fight alive. They're gonna push back in, and Dreamlight, they're gonna kite this, but they're gonna lose D Cruz on the way out.
Yeah,
and now
really important
Lars
pick.
70% charge, actually. Pretty decent charge going into the next. Maybe can go for an earlier grab if that's the case, but Dreamlight have support ult advantage. The Kitsune, the beat, Arius only have their beat to match.
Much for Just Respect to move in early, get the bubble, get Lars up to full charge. Ooh, Lars just self-bubbles. That's an interesting point. I think he was trying to draw aggro. But they still knew Jesper Swag was there. Dreamlight smart enough to check their corners. Both bubbles now have been invested from Lars, who's going to pause for a moment before we see them try to re-engage. This was an opportunity for Tomix to throw the Kitsune Rush right up the street. Catch ICAP, separated from the rest of the team. No shot, you get out of there in one piece, right? Right, Grav is in. Somewhere from Runasappi to try to survive. Jesper Swag has gone down. The Kitsune Rush and the Sound Barrier successfully fended off the huge Graviton Surge. What a play out of Dreamlight.
This is winnable for both teams. 3 minutes remaining. 64 for Dreamlight, 76 for Arius, and now Dreamlight are bringing it into Arius' territory here. Arius playing for Texel's Kitsune, which still only like 60% to that. Jesper nearly has the Tectonic Shock. Dreamlight have ult advantage here, pretty solid ult advantage, and they're gonna try and use this here to take the lead.
Spear just a touch off to catch Jesper Swag.
If you can, if you're Dreamlight here, you're looking to clear the Venture early on in the fight as well.
There's a Tectonic Shock coming out early, but they're the only DPS left. Bubble used to protect. Jesper Swag through the Terror Surge from Central Offense. Offense took so much damage trying to get that ultimate onto the table. Oh, D-Crew is hit by a nice little combo. Jesper Swag goes in to find Tomix. They're able to switch out just in time. Pomatimo finds the corner. Jesper Swag. Now Lars trying to finish what Jesper started, and they will eventually find the kill onto that Kiriko. Beam versus Beam goes the way of Dreamlight. Kills continue back and forth. It's a 2v2 to 1v1. ICAP wins it.
Oh my goodness, ICAV. Oh, I see the turret! God, that's crazy. Okay, nobody lives that fight. Nobody lives that fight. Nobody won. Nobody won.
Shot.
No winners. Okay, now another corner fight. It starts off where we left off. Texel's gonna have Kitsune. I'm kind of nervous though, because Texel Kitsune is, I mean, you know, sometimes it's right into the enemy team. In this case it is, but sometimes it's also in the middle of nowhere.
This photon barrier could make life difficult, though. They're trying to dance around it. Lars is able to find access onto D-Cruz, find the sight lines necessary. Sound barrier invested from Volta and Rod FD both. The late Kitsune Rush has now been thrown in from Dreamlight. They're still trying to take this lead away. The Arius has been able to stubbornly hold on to it. Now the grab thrown in. Everybody inside the grab is dead. Central upon hit gold, walked out of it and went, all right, come on, team. Team, where'd you go, team?
1 minute left. Dreamlight, they're going to have the Deadeye, they're going to have the Terror Surge. Arius have their own Deadeye, though, so that means that, you know, Dreamlight can't swing for free. They're actually going to go for a really early engage in the middle.
Well, I mean, D-Cruz just immediately peeks out for the teleport across for the Deadeye. Smart move from Arius. They don't leave themselves vulnerable to that. Good recognition of where the teleport was going. But Dreamlight have been able to sneak out some important progress from the bot.
Yeah, the Venture was cleared there as well, so Arius kind of split. Oh, and there's a beautiful spear to cancel the Deadeye.
Not to mention confirm that kill. Jesper Swag is stalling on this cart. You can see the little bubble routine. Lars actually eats a spear there and could have been in trouble. Pomatimo's going to teleport behind the team. Able to find Volta with a clever little teleporter. At least put enough damage in. Put Arius in a very difficult spot. And Dreamlight taking advantage of a separated Arius ranks.
Yeah, and there the Zarya kind of staggered, and it looks like they might just win it right here. I mean, Arius, they don't really have time for a good recontest. The
Arius, you gotta touch. This is your season. Volta goes down. Series. No way. What a wild map 4. As Dreamlight beat Arius for the second time in this bracket. And your 9 and 6 underdogs are moving on to take on Team Vision in the lower bracket finals. Unreal performance from Dreamlight.
Well done from Dreamlight, shutting down the Venture. They made the Symmetra work even into counters, and that's impressive. That's impressive, and that ending got me off guard. I'm like, wait, they won. Like, well, hold on. Too.
Like, that's just it. It's done.
It's done. I mean, that fight happened in the middle, and their beautiful spear, the Venture cleared very early on, and after that, Arius never got a real engage. They never got anything done. And that was
Arius held the lead for the entirety of that map. They were in the lead for the entirety of map 4 until overtime in the very final moment where they weren't.
very, very close map of push. I mean, we've had a lot. I think all the push maps we've seen in general today, for the most part, were pretty close.
Yeah, I've been darn close. I'm very let's see if I can... I'm very curious on stats from that map. That map was so good. Yeah. That map was so good. Pulling them up now. Darn close. Darn close. Definitely more team fight wins for Dreamlight, but not by much. Not by much. We're looking at Pomatimo 8,300 damage, 28-5 there on the Symmetra. Just for swag, only 13-8 on the Venture, just to give you an idea.
Yeah. D-Cruz had a bit of a rough time, that map, here and there. Like, it felt like D-Cruz was under so much pressure. You know, D-Cruz had great moments, but it was a little inconsistent. But still, good finish,
hard to contend with ICAV. ICAV is certainly more standout hit scan. I mean, even coming into this, I mean, I don't think anybody would have really argued with that. So, I mean, that gives you an idea of just the teamwork and what is involved for Dreamlight to get this win. This is such an enormous team effort out of Dreamlight. Now, I don't think any one of these players, honestly, where you'd be like, oh yeah, that's probably the best, you know, Kiriko in the division, or, you know, yeah, that, you know, D-Cruz's cast is, you know, unmatched. I don't think any one of these players is honestly of that caliber. I gotta be real with y'all. It's their teamwork that was so exceptional through this. I mean, and I say that D-Cruz just, you know, showing off some skills there as I say that. I'm not going to take anything away from you, D-Cruz. I'm just saying. Just
very consistent players, you know? You're a high enough level that you can bring a fight to any team you're up against. You can challenge any team you're up against. And I think that's what matters, right? Just that consistency that you can bring.
You bet. Wow, we got 3 teams remaining, yo. We have 3 teams remaining. Team Vision will take on Dreamlight tomorrow to open up us for our 3rd and final day here for your Season 5 Master Division playoffs. The winner of that match will face Anomaly in the grand finals. Oh my goodness. Vision have already suffered their first loss of the season. Dreamlight have already upset your number 2 seed twice. Can they send Vision home and deny them a shot in OWCS? What cinema that would be?
That would be really funny. I cannot lie. It would be really funny just because of that, how strong that roster is, and probably how much money has gone into that roster as well. I mean, that's just a huge investment, right? Vision need to make it to promotion relegation. It's necessary for them, right? Lots on the line for those players. But yeah, Dreamlight, I mean, I think Anomaly kind of gave us a little masterclass on how you can actually take down Vision, at least in terms of map picks and hero ban choices, right? Maybe Dreamlight can use that to their advantage, kind of study up, do a VOD or 2, and they might have a better chance tomorrow in their match.
Anomaly definitely gave them a good blueprint. They've got something to follow. I mean, Dreamlight have got to have a lot of confidence coming in. I mean, they were your 6th seed, 5th seed. They were your 5th seed out of 8 teams into this bracket, and now sit as one of your top 3. I mean, incredible. They've got to have the confidence now. They know they're able to punch up. And you're talking about how Vision has kind of been bought and built specifically to get back into OWCS. Dreamlight, this is a homegrown grassroots squad. I mean, just fighting tooth and nail from the ground up to be here today.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see what they can do against Vision. And I always like an underdog. I like to see what they can do. I mean, Vision, going up against Vision must be very scary. It must be very, very scary. It's not going to be an easy one. You don't have a lot of prep time either. I mean, you get this far and you're like, oh, we made it this far? We're in top 3? Oh crap, we gotta beat Vision now, right? And that's how you have to make your way to grand finals. That's how you have to make your way to the OWCS. I'm sure their stomachs kind of dropped when they noticed that Team Vision lost as well, because that means, oh, they're getting sent to the lower bracket. We have to beat them to go to WCS, right? And that's going to make it harder for sure. So, and then for Team Vision, like I said, it's a wake-up call. I'm not sure if they can keep forcing double flex support. I bet they'll try it tomorrow because that's all they've been scrimming and playing, but we'll see.
Well, we'll get to ask Dreamlight what their plans are for tomorrow. We got Tomex in here joining us for a little post-match interview. Congrats on an enormous dub. I mean, huge claps. You not only upset Arius once, you did it twice, my friend. How is the squad feeling right now?
We are absolutely livid currently. It's such a nice feeling to beat Arius, like especially after struggling to them in the regular season a little bit with a 2-3 loss against them. We're just feeling like better than ever, beating them twice in these playoffs.
I mean, you look to be all smiles there. I mean, rightfully so. Rightfully so.
Absolutely.
Was there a moment in there on Runasappi where you knew you had it? Like after that fight, like was there a moment before like the victory screen pop up where you're like, we got this, we got this?
No, going into last fight, I think we felt pretty confident that we got this actually. Like we have like a really good idea on what to do next fight. We have like the ult advantage or like really good ults to use, and we had a good plan around them. And I think we felt absolutely confident going into last time. We had this in the bag. Like there's nothing enemies can do. Like the Venture, like be it as broken as it may be, we still got this. Like the Zarya Venture composition, the combo with that, like. We play the Orisa, everyone says Zarya counters Orisa, but we still got it.
Yeah, for sure. And you also played the Symmetra into the Venture, which I think is actually quite difficult because I think teams are now figuring out that Venture is kind of the way you deal with the Symmetra a lot of the time. How did you approach that?
Honestly, we weren't really worried about the Venture matchup into the Symmetra because we just thought we have like the TP to use as a tool against the Venture, not the other way around. So don't want to be revealing too many of our strategies here, but yeah, we generally didn't really think it would be an issue. We just thought that running down the Zarya with the Symmetra would be like really good for us. Not even maybe the TPs all the time. It's just an extra tool to use to somehow clutch out fights and just turn the tides in our favor.
I think that says enough. Just that you don't even consider it a counter, but y'all have the counter. That speaks volumes.
For sure. And now to the big question, I think, to the fun question. Anomaly weren't too nice to you today. I think they've kind of given you a bit of a, not the best gift. It's a Vision lower bracket. How do you feel about that?
No, honestly, like, we need to prepare a bit for sure. But considering that Violet's stuck on the Illari most of the time, I feel like we can maybe take advantage of that. So just a little heads up to Vision, like if you're gonna keep playing the Illari, if you don't wanna run the regular comps, get Alba, my goat, in Alba, my absolute favorite player, then it might be in for some trouble,
Yeah, I mean they force that double flex support, and I think that's something you can take advantage of.
Absolutely.
And I think that's a problem for them. I think they might be a little too confident with it, Like they've gone this entire season so far getting away with it, but you can bring something tomorrow and you can make something happen.
Absolutely.
I gotta ask, I mean, kind of as a homegrown EMEA squad, I mean, it's kind of been grassroots, I mean, kind of built up from the ground up. What would it mean for y'all to actually make OWCS, to beat a team as the caliber of Vision, to make your way into OWCS? What would that mean for you and the squad?
Honestly, I think we weren't really even thinking about like what reaching OWCS would be like. I think our main focus on seeing Vision in the lower bracket against us tomorrow was the fact that if we were to beat out Vision here, it would be incredibly comical that the squad that gets 2 Korean imports into just an EMEA squad, we're just coming from the grounds up at 7th in the regular season and just going top 3 now, already guaranteed. And if we beat out Vision, they don't get even a chance to go to the relegations, then that would be pretty comical. But also I would feel bad for some of the players that I know more from that roster, notably Tama and Alba. If we somehow beat them out and like don't allow them the chance even to go into relegation matches, then I would feel incredibly bad for them. But at the same time, it just shows our caliber as players, and I think we're capable of doing it for sure.
There's a lot on the line
100%.
for everyone, and I think in EMEA right now, we have so many kind of people rising up, getting better and better. We kind of had the revolution in North America already with a lot of new players, with Zira kind of coming in, showing what he can do. So many different players and kind of newer talent. I think the same thing is slowly happening now in EMEA.
Yeah, of course. Like there are so many players who I feel like are up and coming, and even though the Korean imports in like the OWCS part of EMEA are like showing their talent and like showing that they're kind of dominant, I feel like EMEA players are still like matching up to their skills and even outperforming them sometimes. Definitely with the Al-Ghazia roster, as we can see, like the only Korean import they have Checkmate, but everyone else just fully EMEA, and they're putting up a really good fight towards everyone. And I feel like that's very, very significant in what's happening in the region.
For sure.
It's awesome. It's elevating the whole region. I mean, that is absolutely a high tide raises all ships, where it feels like all of EMEA is kind of being elevated by that. And one of the things I was commenting on was just the tank play. The tank play, I feel like, is you have so many hot tank players that are just exceptional through here. Opon, I don't know if Opon would have made that list. Now I'm starting to reconsider. Give me some Opon glaze. Tell me why Opon should be like my favorite tank in EMEA.
I think Opon is just one of the most flexible tanks you can find, at least in like our level of play. Like we'll see how far we take our level of play, but like just the most flexible you can think of. Like I don't think there's a single character Opon can play to the level that we need him to play. Like you can pull out the Diva when we need, we can pull out the Monkey, the Hazard, Orisa, Ram, everything. There's just nothing he can't do, I think.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. It was outstanding showing. It is an absolute joy to see your smiling face and get to congratulate you on a huge dub here today. Big congrats, big GGs. Any thank yous or shout outs or whatever you want to do, the floor is yours, Tomex. Please have at it.
I mean, I can't think of anything else to say besides just like thank you to my team so much. They're so incredibly amazing at the game, all of them, and it's just such a joy to be here at 1 a.m. Estonian time and just closing out the match so late, but like it's absolutely worth it. And like beating out the teams that we beaten today and yesterday, like I'm so happy. I don't have the words for it. Thank you to my team so much, like every one of them.
I think that's amazing. I think it speaks volumes. Thank you so much for being here and sharing your insight. Huge congrats on the big dub. Good luck tomorrow against Team Vision.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me for the interview.
You bet, Tomex. Cheers. All right. Oh, another wonderful interview. God, all smiles. Understandable. I mean, I don't know. You can see a smile go that big. I mean, Tomex's smile just went from ear to ear, and it is clear to see why. And then, I mean, all on the back of some good teamwork, and maybe I was a little off on Opod. Maybe that flexibility truly is the magic sauce here for Dreamlight.
Hey, EMEA, I mean, most tanks can play like 2 heroes and that's it sometimes. Right. I feel like EMEA tanks are kind of known for a lack of flexibility, but Opon can just if Opon can play that many heroes, that's amazing for Dreamlight. That's going to be great. That flexibility might be valuable against Vision as well. And we look at our bracket here. We have 2 matches left in EMEA, and those will be occurring tomorrow. It's going to be Vision versus Dreamlight in the lower bracket, and the lower bracket final to decide who will get that final OWCS promotion relegation slot. And then, of course, the grand final after Anomaly already sitting up there waiting for their next opponent.
3 teams, 2 slots into the precious promotion relegation. Hey, that concludes day 2 for EMEA, but guess what? We still have a whole other region to get to. We have got 6 more teams lined up, and again, only 2 precious slots available. We're going to go down, we're going to kick things off with Ilios and Shikigami Midori there for the lower bracket to start an amazing night of action for NA. But that is going to be all for OC and myself here today. We're going to go ahead and pass the handle on some very cable casters. We've got Hunter Tain and Dex coming in. Show them some love, but stick around as we'll have FACEIT League Season 5 NA Master Playoffs just around the corner. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you.
match is about to start.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger, let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold car, we're down. That was so bad.
Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving back line.
No, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, back
Oh,
ult.
no.
I got pulse bomb.
Backs on cart. Come on, backs on cart.
Going in.
Stop the cart.
Oh my God! Ah! Go to world! Do you see that?
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
Everybody, welcome back once more to some FACEIT League action here in the Master Playoffs, deciding the couple of slots that are going to go play in the relegation promotion games for the upcoming stage of OWCS. And if EMEA has anything today, it should be very entertaining. Thank y'all very much for joining us here today. Myself, I am Hunter Tane, joined by Dex. And Dex, we already had an action-packed day. We had sweeps, we had map 5s, we had upsets. So if EMEA has anything to say about it, NA should be just as jam-packed.
Yeah, especially with how chaotic this tier has been all across the board. It seems like any team could really beat each other. We'll look at the bracket here in a little bit, but it just has been an insane time here. Again, hey, thank you so much to Bullskunk and OC for taking us through EMEA. It's gonna be me and you here tonight in NA. So everyone, we are in for an action-packed series here, especially as Uni Academy takes on Shikigami, Midori, and Hunter. We've covered these teams a lot in the regular season, but these two teams really, really good in their own right. And you look at the schedule for the day, like you said, a sweep in our first game, had that map 5 banger with Anomaly beating Vision, and then Dreamlight again finding another upset there over Eris. Hunter, I feel like we might be in store for a couple more upsets here tonight.
Yeah, we definitely might be. Shikigami Midori, one of those teams that barely managed to make it through, only made it into that last spot with map differential, making it over Extinction 0, and now they're going up against Uni Academy, a team who I probably wouldn't have expected to be down in the lower bracket this early, but they've still been an incredibly strong team. They have been one of the favorites going into this whole thing throughout the season, so I'm excited to see which way it goes, because to this point, Shikigami Midori has gone back-to-back map 5s since getting into the playoffs, as we'll see here momentarily. And of course, you had the matchup earlier with Young and Beautiful and Uni Academy falling yesterday 3-1. And Dex, I mean, that Young and Beautiful squad, I can't wait to talk about them later. But for Shiki and Uni, it should be a banger, honestly.
Yeah, but I think the highlight of this right now is looking at Shikigami. Took Dreamland to map 5. A lot of people think Dreamland should be a lock for that top 2 no matter what. Took Tanuki Tepier to map 5 as well. We're able to come out on top of that one. A couple of the players tweeting after the fact that they had finally broken that map 5 curse. They go up against Uni Academy, who, I mean, I should never be near a bracket again. Mine is so terrible, but I thought Uni Academy would be in that upper finals. Young and Beautiful, though, like we said, talk about them later on. Able to beat them there in probably one of the cleanest series I've been able to go and watch back here. But now, Uni Academy and Shikigami Midori. Hunter, like I said, we covered these teams a lot in the regular season. Both have their quirks. Both have pop-off players on each side here. But, I mean, there's going to be a little bit of a twist here tonight, especially with Uni Academy. I do not necessarily know if Glitch is going to be back, but Mage, from what I saw yesterday, can pick up the slack for them. Doesn't play Tracer a lot like Glitch does. Instead, prefers the Venture, but they can play Tracer as well.
Yeah, and if we've had any example from EMEA, that venture can do a ton of work when you're able to simply go in that backline, assassinate, especially if you pair it up with something like the Zarya, where it's really hard to punch or go after that venture in a lot of different situations. So I'm curious to see if that combo comes up, because it's felt like a scenario where we've seen it more in EMEA than the NA side of things, but it very well could make its example here. But of course, you were talking about those amazing rosters and what we've been able to see from both of these sides here today. And both these rosters, honestly, have been standout throughout the entirety of this season. I mean, Shikigami and Midori with the 2-tank backline, Seaful occasionally coming in to play that in Doomfist. And if last series is anything to tell, Seaful might end up starting out for us.
Yeah, absolutely. But after map 1 in Shikigami's last game, it was hero throughout. Cabe is probably the person you really have to watch out for on this Midori squad. But Uni Academy, like I said, I don't believe Lich is here tonight. Instead, it will be Bunheim, or in-game name is going to be Mage. They played an excellent venture throughout the series yesterday. Just weren't able to come out on top. But Santana, though, tank player, you really have to be on the watch out. Regime, one of the only players here I think left in the NA Masters Series playoff that are trying to get back to the OWCS, was a part of that Shikigami team that was a part of OWCS back in stage 1. So I mean, they have a lot riding on them here. But Hunter, like we said, these two teams are really, really good. That backline for Uni Academy might be that line you really have to watch out for. Those two work in tandem perfectly.
Oh, no, it has been a level of consistency that's been really hard for a lot of teams to match throughout the entirety of this season. I mean, when you work so fluidly as a backline, it's one thing when you're a really good tank or you have a great DPS, but when you have a support line that can keep each other alive, that can work in tandem consistently, that is what wins you a lot of these fights in Overwatch. If you can have your supports that can stay alive, keep supporting their tank, their DPS, it makes an amazing difference. So we're going to see whether or not Shikigami Midori is going to have the ability to have that aggression, because we've gotten to see this team, a team that wasn't necessarily as aggressive when they started out, but they have progressed more and more over the last couple of months. Their level of aggression has gotten way and way better. So I'm curious if that's going to be how things are going to go as we're to start things out over on Oasis, a map we got to see a lot this season, especially closer towards the end. And I mean, going to this first map, Dex, what are you realistically expecting, wise of compositions going to our first control?
I mean, hey, we saw this all throughout EMEA. You even saw Bullskunk and OC talk about it. All comes back to Oasis anyway. A very mechanical map. Dive does seem to be the go-to a lot of the times here, which is what I would expect coming out. It's going to be interesting, though, what we see. Do we see the Diva? Do we see the Winston? Wrecking Ball possibility. We saw that a little bit in EMEA. Didn't necessarily work out that well for that team, but it is still a chance. But hey, you see him already here. Uni Academy banning out the Diva. Shikigami Midori banning out the Brig here. And in my opinion, those are two really good bans. I feel like these are really safe bans for map 1, especially for Shikigami Midori, who in the past, I know Regime loves to play. Actually, no, that's Uni Academy. Uni Academy loves to play the Lucio here, so getting rid of that Brig might force Graveyard to play that Baptiste, which they have been pretty good on in the past.
Yeah, 100%. Usually we see that Brig being taken out, that Brig Geno combo that has come up so often, obviously ends up kind of falling to the wayside. So you definitely need to bring out something else within the situation. But once more, we're getting ready to set into Oasis here. I'm curious where we're going to end up starting. If we go to something more like a university, typically is that a Risa style composition that kind of makes its mark. But when you go to City Center, that's when things like the Hazard can kind of start to open up as well. And I think it's going to be a really good chance to see the comfortability of both these squads. And hey, we talk about those two tanks, and for the moment, they appear.
And right now, I think we're going to be starting out on City Center. And from what we saw in EMEA, don't play in the roads, anyone. Actually, no, it looks like it's going to be Gardens first here. But this is not a big shock for me, seeing the Hazard come out from Uni Academy. They have liked to play this playstyle all season long, really, unless it's shut down. But Graveyard on the Kiri is going to be able to do so much. And Regime, I will highlight them here throughout the night a lot. They play Lucio, in my opinion, maybe one of the best Lucios here in this NA Masters tier. They are the perfect mix of aggression and being able just to position himself in the right spot to do so much for their team. And right now, Midori playing on that high ground, I'm going to say they're in a little bit of a spot you don't necessarily want to be, but Uni Academy, they're just hanging around the outside of point, really allowing Santana to take all the space.
Yep, exactly. With that point opening up, Midori Randall trying to hold on to this high ground best as they can. Simply Cave and Seaborn holding on to the high ground. So it's going to be really hard to set up an opportunity to actually advance up there unless you are like a Santana who's going to dive up. But Uni Academy can tend to simply let the point flip over for the time being. Shikigami Midori going to take over, and Uni simply in no rush to really push this.
Yeah, we saw this a little bit in the EMEA, and we're going to see it here a lot tonight. Uni Academy is one of those teams that's very, very patient, especially with this composition being so fast. They're just waiting on Hero to kind of maybe go a little bit too far and then a dive on that backline. Zach, though, they're going to be a big factor in Midori here, just getting everything going. Just has to pester that backline out, but Hero getting rid of Mage.
Yeah, and that should end the fight right then and there, looking for the cleanup as Ivory Regime both going to try to get out. The Regime going to be the only one to tell the story, and now with how long those two fights went on for, Ultimate's already becoming a factor for both sides.
I mean, that really wasn't even 2 fights. That was just the first fight taking that long, and it's these two teams very patient. Shikigami, though, the composition, they need to play on point. Uni Academy, they really want to force them off, and right now they're getting that, but they're just not in position to really go in. Mage has Pulse Bomb ready to go here. Like I said, they play a lot of Venture, but they can play an excellent Tracer as well. They need to be able to find a stick, though, to at least force out either the beat or the Immortality field from the other side, and then Uni Academy should find their opening.
Yeah, definitely should in this situation right now. Got to see how aggressive Uni wants to be. Pulse Bomb comes up online. Unfortunately, stunned out. Doesn't find anything with it. And Amadori has the opening to keep on the aggression. Santana going to go and push onto the point, hoping to find somebody there. Unfortunately, just has to regress. Unfortunately, has to dive their way out, barely staying alive, trying to wall themselves away. Unfortunately, taking the late death. And now it is Midori. 5 ultimates on the board and only 1 fight to go.
Yeah, right now, Hunter, this might be a round that if you're Uni Academy, you just might want to forget. You're walking into 5 ultimates, final fight territory. You haven't even built up to overclock, downpour. You have both your support ultimates, which is a good thing, but you're walking into an Amp Matrix. You're walking into a Terra Surge, Deadeye, Pulse Bomb. I mean, a lot of these ultimates that Shikigami has are super comboable, and that is exactly what they're looking for here.
Yep, Deadeye gonna get things started, causing a bunch of separation. KB forced back further and further, hoping to find at least 1 target. We'll get Santana super low, but the beat ends up being forced by Regime right now, and Hero hoping to find something off of the back of that Terra Surge, and Shikigami Midori trying to throw everything into this to make it happen. Just a Pulse Bomb sitting by. But Uni Academy in such a rough scenario, it's likely not going to be needed, as Ivory, the last person standing to try to really make something happen, is hitting the shots away, manages to get rid of Cave. Unfortunately, Dex, it's not going to be enough, and Midori, sorry, in grand fashion with the 100-0.
100-0, and Cave dying there got rid of the possibility of having a perfect first point right there. I don't believe anyone on Shikigami, or my bad, Midori died up until that point, but a really dominant round for them. Uni Academy still a little bit slow to it, and I mean, they want to play patient, but you really can't anymore. And I know we talked about seeing dive, and we've only necessarily just seen poke here. I mean, brawl a little bit, but it's just gonna go that way. And like I said, Cave, the only death right there, almost had a perfect round right there for Midori. But you look at the stats, I mean, Hero is just taking so much pressure off the team right now, being able to do anything they want. Zach as well on the Tracer, 80 limbs, not even 2,000 damage. They're doing a great job. For Uni Academy, though, you're just looking for something here. You need an opening. Honestly, winning the first fight would be great, but you just need to be able to get set up, especially now that you're going over to your own Orisa comp here. And oh, you almost get tripped the map. Too bad they're on Lucio.
Yeah, managed to stay alive, so Midori will get a chance to be able to group back up. Unfortunately, Hero gets caught just outside the Immortality field, so Uni Academy should be able to win their first fight here. Unlock the point as Midori just has to wait for Hero to come back to be able to regroup.
And like I said, this is exactly what Uni Academy needed. I feel like if they did not win this first fight, this point in this map was just going to start to slowly get away from them. And Midori in the past, yeah, they played 2 map 5 series already, but once they have momentum, they very rarely give it up here. Uni Academy, though, in control, and I like the spacing from here. Basically watching all the angles. Ivory, though, has to kind of be waryful here, especially playing that close to the edge.
Yeah, it does eventually get forced out, though still hanging around up there is Graveyard. Unfortunately, not in the right place as Santana going to be drilled away. And just like that, Shikigami Midori only going to allow 20-some percentage on here. Just a little more stall from Mage. And that'll end up capping out right there at that 23%. And I mean, already Midori just aggressively taking that point back.
I mean, it was very easy for them. You had the split there for Uni Academy, and it seemed like Midori was honestly expecting it, and they sent the right people to harass the right lines there. Tank v tank, you had to support and DPS go out on that high ground, and you were able to win it out just because Graveyard wasn't able to jump over the wall here. But now, Uni Academy, how do they respond? Nowhere near any ultimate outside of Mage's Pulse Bomb and the Amp Matrix. You might need to be able to find something with this Pulse Bomb to really find anything in this fight. Amp Matrix, though, is out.
Okay, finding a nice shot onto Mage right there. All the harassment that was going on to the backline to Seaborn now coming to his cease. Pulse Bomb does come online for Zach. Unfortunately, nothing quite coming to form, and now Uni Academy once again being pushed back 40% and counting, and now Ultimate's coming up big time as Uni Academy going to have 4 to match Midori's 3.
And I mean, if you're Union Academy, like you said, 4 ultimates coming into here, but you really have to get through a lot of good sustaining ultimates on the other side. Terra Surge beat Deadeye from Cave. That's going to be the one I'm looking at most here, potentially just to find picks. I mean, that Terra Surge from Hero is going to be one that probably comes out here soon, and I like that they actually picked the shield ability.
Yeah, Deadeye going to come out online, just a 1-for-1 trade pulse bomb. Not finding anything from Mage, so just a quick little reset coming to form once again, but now coming up to 70% and counting. This is entering Final Fight territory so quickly to the point where maybe you have to take a super aggressive approach right now as Ivory gonna try to find something with this overclock. Beat has to be engaged and eventually shared back by Triplet, and now only one ultimate sitting on the table. Santana trying to find something with the Terra Surge, but you see right there, Cave ends up jumping in the hole to keep themselves alive, so we're still within that 5v5 situation. Unfortunately, Regime now out of the fight right here. Shigami Midori have the chance to close this map out. If Hero drops down, it'd be absolutely devastating, but Seaborn has come back online with their own Amp Matrix being shared at the other side right now. 98% trying to stop them from touching the point. Unfortunately, it's really not going to matter. Midori gonna clear around. We'll take a dominant start here on Oasis.
Dominant is the easiest way to put it right there, Hunter. I mean, Midori truly only lost 1 fight? Not even. I mean, they lost Hero in the first engagement on this point and then just backed out. They truly didn't lose an entire fight throughout this map. And Hero, I talked about just being able to take so much attention on the first point, was just doing the exact same thing on this point as well. They were all over the place, leading the lobby in damage and elims. I mean, they just played an incredible round there. And outside that death from Hero, no one else from Shikigami Midori died. That map, I mean, you had 3 people do a 1-life challenge and come out on top.
Yeah, that's not something you see even in this division where things are so chaotic and can really go one way or the other. I don't know if we had incidents in covering all these games where I can remember a time where something like that happened. But again, that goes to show what Midori has kind of been doing throughout the entirety of the season, the way that they have grown. And there's a reason why they are fighting so hard against these teams that have done better throughout the season. And that's because of the progression and how much they are really amping it up right here where it matters the most. But for Uni Academy, it's not quite the form we're used to seeing them in. This is one of the most dominant teams that was able to showcase within the Masters division here. So it's kind of rough to see them having a start like this, but it's the first of 3 for a reason. They will have an opportunity to be able to bounce back, and that'll come in the form of their own ban and map pick.
Yeah, and honestly, Uni Academy, they need a good bounce back here. You don't want to let this series get away from you very early on. You don't want to go down 0-2 and have your entire stage here banking on reverse sweeping here. But Shikigami Midori, I mean, you have to imagine this team has the biggest chip on their shoulder. The number 8 seed coming into playoffs takes Dreamland, the number 1 seed, to map 5, beats Sanuki Tapir, the number 4 seed, in a map 5 down here in the lower bracket. I mean, if there's not a team here with more momentum than the Shikigami team, I don't know, or this Midori team, I don't know who it actually is here. I think this Midori team, they have really stepped up in these last couple weeks. Yeah, they fell down to that 8th seed very late in the regular season, but they have shown us a lot throughout the regular season as well, that they are one of the top contending teams. They just had a couple rough showings towards the end of it.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you look back at the last 5 matches that they had within the regular season, they ended up losing 4 out of those 5. It's an example of what we see from Alternate, the other team right now that's in the lower bracket that didn't have the best of endings, but is still keeping themselves alive and fighting really hard. But you can just see from all the examples of these highlights where Midori just kind of wins out these wars of attrition. And if not, they just take these really aggressive engagements. They clear away these high grounds. And that's what you want to see from a team like this that has the ability to do that, that has the ability to play fast and play dominantly. And right now, they're displaying it at, I think, 100% effectiveness right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at the stats here. Like I said, only 2 deaths on the side of Shikigami Midori, that entire one. Cabe died towards the end of point 1. Hero died at the start of point 2. Outside of that, no one died. A great job by everyone. Great job by supports as well. Look at Seaborn. 9,000 healing there. Triplet as well on that Lucio. You saw him getting very aggressive, very physical, getting up into the face of the other team. That's something I talked about Regime doing a lot. But Triplet, it sounds like they heard me and they wanted to prove me wrong a little bit and say, hey, I can do what Regime can do and potentially even better. And right now, they are proving me wrong. They are playing a little bit better than Regime. But you have to really look at tanks here. Santana and Hero. Hero just was able to do so much. Overwatch commanding so much space, taking so much space, and they never overstepped their boundaries. That's what I talked about there on the first point. It was really the entirety of Uni Academy was waiting for Hero to overstep one time, and so they would pounce on them and be able to find that pick, and then probably win team fight after that. Hero never did that. They played a very smart round right there. Now, as we head into King's Row here, I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see what these teams want to ban going into this map, because you would have to expect Orisa's still going to be on the table here, but it would not surprise me if we've seen an Orisa ban come out, just considering how well we saw Hero play, though. Uni Academy, though. First ban? Ooh. No Lucio, so this, in my opinion, hurts both teams, but Regime and Triplet, they are both known for those Lucios, so they're going to be flexing over to something else here this map.
Yeah, I'm curious what it's going to end up being in the situation right here, but I'm more so curious what Midori wants to be able to ban back in this situation. Given how that first map went, you really got to consider taking information that you know ahead of time going into this, or maybe it's a scenario where you don't want to treat this as a super serious ban and get rid of something that you think, hey, maybe this could be a threat further down the line. It ends up being the Ramatra in the situation, and we saw a Ramatra ban earlier, and it was one of those situations where it was used to kind of deny the ability to counter what the team was trying to run here, and that's what it feels like with this Ramatra ban. It's just a preventiveness, taking away an option from Uni.
Yeah, and especially just with how good Ramatra is on King's Row in general, it's really good to get rid of them here. Orisa's still going to be played. You could see something like Hazard come back out, but if you're Shikigami Midori, you're fine with Uni playing Hazard here. You're fine with them playing Orisa. You were able to come out on top majority of the times that last map. However, new map coming in here, I think the best thing that Uni Academy could do coming into this one here is really just reset mentals. That was a little bit of a rough start, putting it lightly. You have to go into this one imagining it's the first map of the series now. And I mean, Hunter, we talked about this map in the past, especially in a lot of leagues me and you casted. This is normally the second map there, and it's the second map here. So we're back to Scrims Row, baby.
We love to see it that way. Nothing beats Scrims Row. But yeah, you said it best right there. Uni Academy, this just has to be a reset for them. And luckily, it is one of those modes, while it can get out of hand pretty quickly, it is one of those modes that can go for a very long time. And even if Uni doesn't come away with the win here, this is a big opportunity for them to learn a lot more about Midori and potentially have to work on that reverse sweep. But of course, no team wants to be in the reverse sweep situation. You don't want to have to crawl back and win 3 maps in a row just to try to bring it back. But I'm curious how it will end up going down, especially with the bans that have come through. It's a situation where Uni obviously has the tools to be able to come back to make this happen, but it is about being able to utilize all that they have, because Midori right now is making a really good example of how well they're able to adapt immediately and just turn on the aggression at a moment's notice.
Yeah, and we saw that from the last map as well. A lot of times they were playing back, playing very safe. And any time that you saw Uni Academy aggressing them, they would be jumping on them almost immediately. We only saw really one true time on Gardens where you saw Santana dive onto that backline and then just immediately be caught out, and the rest of Uni Academy fell right after that. Shikigami Midori is doing a really good job here early on with that, but as we head in King's Row, a little bit more of an open map. Granted, you could play high grounds on first point, but a lot of times you guys see them probably gravitating back towards behind the hotel concierge right there. So a lot of interesting stuff that could happen here. But right now, it's going to be interesting to see what tanks we go into with here. I would expect to see the Orisa. No Ramatra does open up a little bit here. You could try to play dive here. Diva's back on the table. Remember, that was banned out map 1 by Midori, and that might have been banned out for a very good reason there.
Yeah, honestly, it could have been in a situation like that. You can't really tell too heavily ahead of time until we're in. But we saw earlier where Ramatra got taken out, and it was a sim that came in. Ramatra, a character that's really, really good at shutting down that Symmetra. Orisa, though, can kind of just end up becoming this big target that can't really do a lot to help themselves, but keep giving the Symmetra ult charge. So for all we know, that could come out on the board as well. Never truly know at the end of the day, but honestly, it's a tactic we've seen work. And I mean, if you were watching the games earlier today and you're like, okay, we had this in our back pocket, because this is something you can just pick up and go with whenever you really want to. So I'm curious how it ends up going down at the end of the day as we're getting ready to head into King's Row over here. Going to see who's going to be starting out on the attack. Realistically, imagine should be Uni Academy. But Dex, you said it yourself. First point can be difficult to deal with those high grounds, but we see teams that just go in with that aggression out the gate there and force really weird rotations that will split up the defense.
Yeah, and a quick thing. If you've been watching all day, you've also definitely heard about FACEIT Watch there. You can watch a couple of the players here from their perspectives in this series here tonight and throughout the rest of our series here tonight if you go to faceit.com/watch. And honestly, I've watched that. I've done that a couple times in OWCS. Really, really fun to actually see how some of these players work here. But coming out of the gates, Cabe on the Freya. Not necessarily a big surprise to see Freya out here on Kings Row. Feel like a really strong map for them. Mage, though, looking for maybe a shot and then swapping back over to that Tracer or Venture. Ivory, they've played a really strong Freya in the past. Remember, no Lucio this map. You see Regime go over to the Brig. That was banned out by Uni Academy in map 1. Graveyard, though, on this Baptiste needs to be able to find a lot of value this time around, and you already see the swap there. No, it's not going to be Tracer or Venture. It's going to be the Genji and Hunter. I like this a little bit better, especially with Santana playing this Hazard, just to be able to help them clean up these dives.
Yeah, I am excited to see it, honestly, because that Genji Hazard is such an effective duo, and we've seen it quite a couple of times throughout the Master Division this season. But you see Santana already just delivering pressure to the point. It's going to force someone to eventually have to drop down onto here, but Santana instead just going to be battered with damage over and over again. Just kind of has to hide away for the time being, keep progressing further, but somehow Regime getting rid of Triplet with that whip shot. And now that's going to open up the door as Seaborn now has to keep backing out and just play for their life right now.
I mean, right now, Unicami, though, they have this slight advantage, but they're not necessarily taking it just yet here. But, I mean, they are starting to get to point. They're trying to drag this fight to point. Hero falling down. They have a loss of stain, but you immediately see Mage just dive into that back line.
Yeah, and Seaborn in a whole lot of trouble. Doesn't have to care quite yet. Cave goes down as well, directly after them, and now Uni Academy just has to start throwing bodies onto this point right here because they've cleaned it up nicely with Hero going down. Zach is still hanging around, but it's just going to have to retreat. And a retouch at this point with no speed looks really tough to pull off.
And right now, finding Zach would be a huge bonus here for Uni Academy. And Hunter, what was the one thing I said that Uni Academy needed to do coming into this map? Just mental reset everything. It seems like they've done that here, and it's working out for them great. I think Mage going over to this Genji, having a little bit of that vertical movement ability here, really does help him out a little bit. And Ivory as well. This is a very scary DPS line when they are hitting on all cylinders, and right now they are hitting. Santana, though, making the swap over here to the Orisa. I like this, especially going in the street phase here. However, you're going to be walking into a couple ultimates on the other side that the Orisa is just going to have to kite through.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, just having a couple on the board makes it scary. Graveyard, especially having that Amp Matrix ready to go, is just going to make a bit of a difference here. And honestly, it's going to be the thing that's going to get them through here as Zach gets eliminated on the spot. And now it's a rush shot for Hero. Has to go ahead and use pretty much every ability in the book just to be able to hold on. Hero hoping to find something with the Terra Surge. Ends up getting rid of the Immortality Field as Bolo comes up online, going to catch directly onto Seaboard. And now Hero, unfortunately, got to die on the point as the rest of Midori once again going to be forced to reset as Uni keeps marching ahead.
Uni, they're just doing everything right here so far. I mean, the dueling Amp Matrix came out, and you just saw both the Risks just try to walk through them right there, finding a lot of value for themselves, just being able to push through it, but their teams are still able to find a decent amount of value off them there. Uni Academy, though, is taking all the advantage here. However, if you're Shikigami, you're coming back in with a Pulse Bomb, with your own rally, not that far from a Deadeye, which should mostly be used as a zoning tool. Uni Academy, though, Santana, if they maybe land a couple spears here, get a couple nice shots in, they're going to have that Terror Surge ready to go here towards the end of this fight, especially with that rally from Regime. It might just get them the second point, Hunter.
Honestly, it might just do so. Mage is going to go pretty aggressive at the end of the day, going to be forcing out that rally right away. Deflect, be able to keep away some of that damage, eventually be forced out entirely. Regime ends up going down, but Zach ends up getting caught by that last swing as Cave hoping to clear things away. Unfortunately, not able to find a whole lot with that Deadeye. And now Santana, their job is simply to stay alive, but you might not even need to work up toward that Terror Surge. But we're still going back and forth. It's basically a 3v3 on the point. Santana might be looking just to try to end this with their own Terror Surge, because in a 3v3, the way things are, that might be all you need, but they're forced back further and further and further. At the end of the day, that Terror Surge is indeed going to clear things away as Hero, last one to fall. Maybe a bit more touch from Zach, but now Uni Academy, 4:15 on the clock. They are rolling straight through Kings Row.
I mean, hey, this is the type of performance I expected from Uni Academy here this entire series, and right now they are making me very happy. However, I don't think that Terror Surge was necessarily needed there. I think Graveyard's Amp Matrix was going to do enough. The Terror Surge was just a little bit of icing on the cake, but now kind of puts you behind here. Granted, 4 minutes on that time bank is great. However, Cape getting deleted off the face of the earth a moment after turning that corner is not.
Yeah, that kind of takes away any possibility of doing a whole lot in this engagement, as Uni Academy will be able to get Ivory back pretty quickly. So it's not really a bad thing all considered. You get a quick reset. just only one ultimate on the board, and I mean one ultimate by a mile. As Uni might think about having to use that pretty aggressively. Santana already taking a beating at Matrix used. On top of all that, gonna try to get everybody out if you are Shikigami Midori, but at the end of the day, rough scenario for mages, they're forced out, and they're pulled back into a Terror Surge and are basically gonna get soloed.
I mean, the Immortality Field tried to come in there from Graveyard, but it just got deleted off the face of the earth right there. However, if you're Unicaming, I mean, yeah, you have the Bullet Shot ready to go, but I'm going to agree with something that OC said earlier on in EMEA. Bullet Shot's weak. It is not that good of an ultimate unless you land it on someone who's already half health or a support. It's just not necessarily going to do enough here. You want to combo with something. You want someone to be there to really clean up that damage. Mage is probably gonna be your person here, but you look at Midori, Rally, Blade, their own Bullet Shot. They're in a really good spot here just to hold, and hey, they've already gotten rid of a minute of that time bank, Hunter.
Yeah, it's a minute away, but it is something. But Ivory hoping to find something with this bolo and Matrix instead being used. Zach going on top of that with the blade, trying to slice away his Bullet Shot. Gets you specifically on them. They're caught with it direct, and Zach ends up going down. Advantage currently in Uni Academy's favor. Just trying to keep everybody alive, get a bit of a restabilization because Regime is going to be back faster than Triplet and Zach.
I mean, Unicami has a slight advantage here at the moment, especially as Midori just backs up. They're really not going to have it for long here. They need to be able to get rid of Hero. That would give them that advantage right back. But the shield perk coming out there from Hero again, going to be able to save him. Here's your blade, though.
Yeah, Mage able to get rid of one, getting away with something for the time being. Eventually, Terror Surge being doubled down. Rough scenario, and Mage is hoping to clear away the house and get things done here on King's Row. It's just Zach getting back into the spawn room, getting their health, but Cabe, unfortunately, not going to escape. This is Zach coming back on the Venture, hoping for a touch.
I mean, Unicam is going to have to back off this unless they think they can get the cap here. No, they're going to have to back off. Santana not in this fight. They are back here now, though, but they're going to need to do a lot.
Yeah, Immortality Field going to keep Zach up momentarily, being forced away. Seaborn trying to do a lot with the Matrix here, and that's what it's going to take. Unfortunately, it's just going to focus on keeping everybody alive, keeping bodies on this point. And Hero being over the Diva could definitely make it happen. With Santana down, the possibility starts to fall really low for Uni Academy to finish this one out. And now, as soon as that's done, Hero looking like they're going to go back and make the swap back to the Orisa.
Yeah, they have the time to go do this. Cabe making the swap as well. Zach, I think sticking on the Venture here is not the worst idea. A lot of stall ability with the Venture. I like the pick. Nope, gonna be going right back over to the Genji. Cabe, though, gonna get stuck with that take aim shot there by Ivory. They have Bullet Shot, though. Graveyard not that far away from an Amp and Hunter. Uni Academy, those two ultimates might just be enough to really win you the fight. You have to put the Amp Matrix, though, in a really good spot. You cannot use it in a corner.
Yeah, it's gonna help clear a bit of space here. Yeah, I mean, it forces everybody into a weird scenario. Now people have to go and touch this cart forcibly, and now it's gonna be Hero hanging around, but Mage cuts right through Zach here, and this could be exactly what Uni Academy needs. With Hero falling down, it might just be the dominoes falling over, and Cabe happens to be the last one. Uni Academy gonna finish with 34 seconds on the clock, and Dextertron, if you were talking about a bounce back needed for this team, they have certainly found it for the time being.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the first 2 points in general were just that. They kind of did fall off there as Midori got into a very good hold on third point, but that's normal for third point just in general. Third point's a very hard point just to kind of roll through very easily. Uni Academy, though, they made some swaps there throughout the map, did really good. Graveyard, though, no deaths throughout that entire round. I was highlighting them a decent amount through it. They did so much on that Baptiste, 10,000 damage healing as well. They did a lot for that Uni Academy team, but one other player who really stepped up, Mage, and actually that DPS line, Mage and Ivory really struggled in map 1. And seeing them have a great performance there in round 1, really, really good for this Uni Academy team as it moves on in this series. Midori, though, not surprised at the composition they're coming out with here, but they always have the time to change. Hero sticking with that Orisa, and Hunter. Santana on the hazard here on defense. I like it, but if they over aggress themselves here, it's going to be point going over to Midori very quickly. Hero playing the Winston potentially, that would be fun. It would be, and I think it would completely catch Uni off guard.
Yeah, but there's just no way. I would love to have Winston here in the chat. Unfortunately, Winston is currently on vacation. It appears as Graveyard. It's like a gnome. No, my goodness. A gnome.
Very proud of that gnome.
Apparently so. Oh, but I mean, either way, Dex. I mean, the swap.
Santana's pondering what to do right now, but I like this kind of hold there from them. I mean, they're going to be able to get a good lay of the land here and even try to force Hero up that high ground, which I think Hero's taking the bait.
Yeah, it's forcing them away, so Santana gonna have to just back up and take the other high ground naturally. But Hero, for the time being, is just gonna have to hang around. I believe did make the transition over, but there is a bit of a separation between Hero and the rest of the team, and that's where you really want to be able to capitalize on if you are Midori. But for the time being, nobody willing to quite go down. Cade being forced away further and further, getting super low, getting some care just in time from Triplet, as for the time being 45 seconds in, and nobody has yet to fall.
I mean, these two teams are playing very safe. Uni Academy's playing smart, but a little bit aggressive here. You're looking for Santana to really find a lot of damage. Ivory and Mage to clean it up, but right now, Cave just starting to get us off angle here.
Ooh. Yeah, forcing out the Immortality field from Graveyard means Zach is going to have a really big opportunity to be able to dive away and take care of business, but Graveyard getting very close to that Amplification Matrix, and that could really end up turning this fight, especially when Santana is just getting blitzed every single time and sitting low on health. His first tick hasn't even gone over yet either, but Graveyard, unfortunately, the one member with an ult for Uni Academy ends up going down. Regime might not be too far behind, and Santana just doesn't have any more block to stay through it all, and Midori looking to clear things away and take this first point.
Yeah, but Ivory and Regime are going to be able to get out here. This allows them to come back and try to hold arches, but you already see Midori just pushing up here. Santana, yeah, the hazard is going to be a one-life thing unless you were just fighting immense amount of value with it. And with Graveyard, that being their first death that entire map, it did really call signs that was going to be the end of that point hold there for them. But like I said, they're going to be able to hold at the corner here. They win a team fight. They go hold at arches, and that's exactly what you're looking for Uni Academy at this moment. Just be able to eat a lot of time off this time bank. And Matrix already out here from Graveyard.
Ooh. Yep, Olo gonna catch directly onto the face of Regime, but won't really do anything. But that's perfectly fine. But Hero going down, definitely going to do a lot as Midori likely gonna be stuck right there. But Ivory gets taken out, so now they're in a 44. They're gonna get the regroup with Hero here, and they should be able to move right in.
Yeah, they should be able to, especially with the Terror Surge ready to go here from Hero, a partner, or pair that with Triplet's rally. I mean, you could be able to stun a couple people if you decide to use both of them at the same time. Blade, though, from Zach could actually be the first thing.
Yeah, sitting kind of low right now, but it's still chopping away at Santana. Will end up getting rid of them, but one is realistically all you need in this scenario. Everybody else from Uni gonna get cleared as Midori gonna keep things moving right now. They do end up using 3 ultimates throughout that fight, but to break out of the archway, honestly, it's worth it.
It's worth it, but if you're Uni Academy, I like that they didn't really invest anything in it. They invested the Ant Matrix very early on to try to just get back to arches, and that was all they did there. They just wanted to hold it arches for as long as they can. Hey, it was only one fight, but that's not a big problem. You're coming back in with Blade, Bola, your own rally. You really only have to deal with the Bola and the Terror Surge on the other side. Those are 2 ultimates that, like I said, Bola's not necessarily the strongest, but pair that up with that Terror Surge from Hero might just be fight under.
Yeah, and there's everything being invested right now. Ball shot thrown directly back and the catch directly onto Seaborn, and now the duo for Kigami Midori being taken care of. It's going to be hard to sustain if you are Hero and the DPS. You're going to see them hanging around in what ends up being, honestly, a really awkward area, and this could just be a slow burn at getting rid of all 3 of them. But somehow Zach actually gets rid of Mage, so now the possibility of pulling this back honestly does exist, but eventually the cleanup does come through as Hero might end up getting the pick, but is not long for the world.
Ivory will find Hero out there late, but Santana really needed to live there. However, Midori just gonna back up as well. I mean, they both lost their Orisas. Uni Academy now, this gives them the time to get set back up. You still have Terror Surge coming up here from Santana. Graveyard now has their own Ant Matrix, and if you're Midori, you look at what they have, it's really nothing. It's going to be a while before they truly get anything. Zach or Seaborn will probably be the first one to get something, but it might not be this fight. You might be going in this fight really looking to get something out of Uni Academy. However, look at Mage going over to the Sim here. I like this kind of playstyle. We don't see it that much in NA outside of Young and Beautiful, but being able to have this TP strat, especially with Orisas, is very, very fun to watch.
Yeah, and if Hero's not careful, they could be drilled away, but you see the aggression already coming out the gate with the M Matrix separating Seaborn away, and unfortunately Cave unlikely to make it away as well, and Santana helping clear things away, and that's going to be a quick fight, and a 3K for Santana with Triplet. Oh boy, this might be a long one, but instead Santana going to take the 4-piece combo and move on to the next fight.
Yeah, and honestly, if you're Uni Academy, you're happy about that. I mean, you got out one ultimate. You probably know Santana has their Terror Surge. Ivory has probably built up to a Bola shot considering how fast you get those. However, you're still walking kind of dry into this next engagement. Seaborn, Zach, Hero, Triplet not that far away. You really need to try to have this fight drag on a little bit here to get up those ultimates, because once you start using them, Uni Academy is going to respond with their own back here. But Ivory already throwing out Bola and finding value.
It's incredible. Terror Surge comes online, does get rid of Mage, so one of the biggest things that has been stopping Hero being eliminated, but Santana wants to try to pull it back as well using their own Terror Surge. Not going to get a whole lot, but Zach gets caught with the Durag, barely going to stay alive. It has to wait for a little bit more care. Almost gets caught yet again. And Triplet willing to invest with the rally. I mean, it's going to cause Unity Academy to back out and take a reset here with Ivory down. Ends up being a good investment, honestly.
And Santana's behind the entire fight. Hero will be able to take him out here. This is almost worst case scenario for Unity Academy as you're just being staggered out one by one here. 3 members on the cart for Midori. The only person you have around it is Mage. I mean, this might just be a second point going over to Midori here. You're going to see a TP come out here from Mage, but they don't have Photon Barrier to get their team back. The only thing they really have here is Rally.
Yeah, they're gonna have to literally use every cooldown just to go and force touch the point, but instead, they use the M-Matrix to try to force more out, and now it is Zach trying to come through with the Hero Blade, got rid of one, is slicing and dicing through Santana, but all the heals in the world, they're doing everything to prevent these final blows from coming through, and for the time being, it is extending Unity Academy's life on this point, but now, they got nothing.
However, I mean, you got rid of Photon, you got rid of Amp, you're gonna have Terra, and you have your own Bola here. No Bola on the other side, but you lose Zach.
Yeah, and now it is just on Santana to be able to help stay alive with the support still very much in tail, but less than a meter away. And now a Terror Surge hoping to clear things away. Immortality Field there. The duo is gone, and Shikigami Midori gonna keep their King's Row alive.
Keep it alive here, but they don't have a lot of time. Only a minute and a half added. You had to invest a couple ultimates into that last engagement there. Bola came out. You see Terra came out. You're going to be just able to build those back up here if you're able to get to the end. You look at Uni. They have Bola not that far away from their own Terra. Uni Academy, though, I mean, not having some ultimates here early on outside that Bola. You see Triplet having that rally Seaborn not that far away from Amp. I mean, those 2 ultimates right there might just be able to get you through and to the end of this map.
Honestly, it just might right there. Seaborn is forced to use the Immortality, but the moment that it's out, the Bolo comes online, doesn't end up getting rid of anybody as Rally being invested by Triplet here, hoping to make something happen. Ivory gets caught with their own direct at the end of the day. Regime ends up being the first one going down. Graveyard directly behind, just nothing left for Santana, and now the question is whether or not they invest their own Terror Surge. They opt not to, and Mage and Ivory hoping to clear things away, but Hero getting rid of one by one as they gotta take a quick reset here.
I mean, only one person on the cart right there, and you're gonna lose Zach. That's not that as costly as you think it is. I mean, right now, if you're Midori, you're gonna push this one as far up as you can, but I feel like a quick disengage and re-engage here, just as overtime starts, is the way to go, and that looks like what they're gonna do here. I mean, you have Amp, you're not that far away from Bola. Zach could build up the blade here. You're looking for Graveyard's Amp here, though, to be the difference maker. Santana's gonna be able to pull a lot of people into a spot where that Amp Matrix should find immense amount of value.
Yeah, Hero doesn't have an ammo to work with right now. Being forced back more and more. Terror Surge being thrown away. It's going to catch directly onto Triplet. The bullet shot is there, unfortunately. It is going to be too late as came. Last member surviving. Unity Academy find the bounce back that they've been looking for and will tie up the series 1-1.
They get their footing here. I mean, it was just a good map all around from the Shikigami Midori. Didn't make it really interesting as it went on, but I felt like the good swaps we saw from Unity Academy here. You start off on Hazard, go over to the Orisa. That was a great swap for you. I think the Sim actually worked out very well for them as well while it was on field. I think they eventually swapped off of it, but it did a great job of slowing down Midori there. But I mean, Unity Academy, we came into this one talking about just how they needed to find something in this map or else the series is slowly going to start to slip away from them. Well, they found something and maybe a little bit more here, Hunter, as we're now tied at 1.
Yeah, 100%. I love the adjustments as we saw to them throughout the entirety of that map. The Symmetra one you already talked about, but I love that because that is the reason why Midori wasn't able to kind of go with more than a minute and a half. And while you get that extended time, that is good enough for maybe 2 fights right there. And you usually need 2 fights just to get through that 3rd point in the first place, not to mention the stall that might take place directly afterwards. So it ends up working beautifully in their favor. Midori just don't have the ultimates going into that last fight in time to really do anything. So yeah, ends up being a great situation for Uni Academy. They've kind of figured it out, and now this falls onto the responsibility of Midori now to figure out what can we do to stop the momentum that this team is getting, because Uni is another one of those squads that when they take that momentum, if you don't manage to stop them early on, they can just start running with it.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about at the start of the series, or the start of NA, that this tier has been almost unpredictable at times when it comes to what teams are hot, what teams are cold. Both these teams throughout the regular season had their hot streaks, they had their cold streaks, but right now, playoffs, I mean, you're both on your last lives here. You cannot afford to have a cold streak at any point this series. Uni Academy stopping it there. Midori, I mean, they kept this map close. That was the biggest thing. They kept it close. We're almost able to complete it, but Uni Academy able to stop them at the end. Great play around here, though, from Uni Academy on that DPS line. They immensely struggled map 1, only getting 4 elims combined on Oasis. But able to really bounce back here, making a good show here. Mage, one player that, hey, I talked about coming in the series, playing a lot of Venture, could play Tracer. Well, they're showing us a lot more here in that pool right now. We saw the Genji, we saw the Sim here. They are a jack of all trades, it seems, on this Uni Academy squad.
And having that flexibility in a meta like this, honestly, is astounding, because we're in a meta where there really isn't those 2 or 3, DPS that are like, hey, you have to play these or you're not going to be able to win. There's so many things that people are pulling out in these situations that are map dependent that work out beautifully. And one of those right now just happens to be that Symmetra, and it makes the life for the Orisa just terrible, because there's nothing you can really do in that situation unless you have your team behind you. But we're talking about that, and I mean, look at these stat lines ahead of us here. Once again, I mean, 31 elims for both Bunheim and Ivory. I mean, it's a beautiful display by both teams right here, quite frankly.
Yeah, and like I said, from 4 combined picks in map 1 to 62 in map 2, they really did step up here for Uni Academy. Just a great showing all around. Regime, not playing the Lucio that they're known for, but playing the Brig, did an excellent job. However, you look at the other side, this was a very close map back and forth here. Hero, you look at it just stats-wise, able to really keep up with Santana, getting a little bit more damage as well, a little bit more mitigation. That's because Santana did decide to play Hazard for their first life on both rounds, but still able to do a lot there, and the supports basically tying each other here. Maybe 1,000 healing off from each other combined across the board. I mean, an incredibly close map between these two teams, and Hunter, I feel like that's going to be how the rest of the series really goes.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely is. And with Watchpoint Gibraltar being the next map, we might be able to see a bit of a seismic swap up when it comes to those supports, because that Baptiste, not really something you generally use a lot on a map like that. This might go towards maybe like the Kiriko, the Lucio, maybe even the Ana Brig if teams want to go that way, but that's kind of fallen off in a few ways. But it also comes on the back of these bans decks, and out the gate, I mean, I said her name, and now she is no longer available for Gibraltar.
Say her name and she disappears off the map. Same thing with Winston coming out here. So no Winton for all you Winton enjoyers out there this map. But that's been something we've been seeing a lot on Watchpoint, it seems, where either getting the Diva ban or you're getting the Winston ban. You're normally trying to drag one team to the opposite ways here, but it definitely seems like Uni Academy, they want to play the Hazard here. It's going to be really interesting to see if Midori wants to play the Diva or potentially match a Hazard of their own. And Hunter, I've seen some weird stuff here. Hell, I saw a Junker Queen work last night on this map in South American Masters, so I'm not counting anything off the table just yet.
I wouldn't either. You never know what you're going to have run out of that attacker's spawn, and sometimes you can't quite be ready for it. I mean, remember back in the days of Overwatch League where teams would literally come out with the Roadhog and do the hook, and sometimes, once in a while, someone would get caught off guard with it, and the first fight just wouldn't exist. They would get towards that last corner essentially for free. But in this scenario, it seemed to be right about the Hazard duo going at it here. Santana more than happy to keep at it, and Hero showing it off as well. But outside of that, DPS remaining relatively the same. Zac and Mage gonna have that Tracer 1v1. But how about that Ana Brig and Triplet Seaborn? Gonna be pulling off here on the attack to get things going.
Yeah, I mean, the Ana Brig is like the most hard comp dive support line you could see here. It's like essentially for this map in general. Diva, though, coming out here late from Hero. This is what I kind of expected from them. The Hazard would have been fun to see, but I feel like Diva is a little bit more shocking. It does do a little bit more damage as well. And one other thing, you talked about the Hog comp coming out. I believe one of the teams in this NA Masters tier actually did do that yesterday.
You know what? That does not shock me in the slightest here, but I'm curious to see how things are going to work out with Hero being over on this Diva. Nade does hit directly on a Santana. Before some just to back out a little bit, you want to try to preserve as much health and honestly as much block as you possibly can as well, just for the sake of survivability. But for the time being, it's really good stall going down there by Mage to keep that card from making any progression.
Yeah, and Graveyard on this backline just getting kind of just checked out here, supported out as well. Immortality Field already invested here by Graveyard. I mean, that gives Shikigami here, or Midori, exactly everything they need to play a little bit more aggressively, but they're just going to continue pushing that card. But Hunter, we see it a lot on this map. Once it gets to the bottom of that valley, that's normally when you see that defending team actually care about it. However, Hero getting demexed, that might just be fight.
Yeah, that realistically should be. You can still have Zach be hanging around and taking the 1v1, but at the end of the day, you just got to take the reset and wait for Hero to get back. You don't really get much of a choice there.
Yeah, and I mean, a great start here for Uni Academy, picking right up where they left off here. And Santana, I mean, again, they are just trying to grab all the attention. Ivory really has to keep a watch on Cabe, because you already look at here. Cabe, bola shot ready to go. Ivory, not even 60%. Cart, though, again, resting at the bottom of that valley. This is a point where you see it a lot, and oh, Ivory almost gets just assassinated there by Zach.
Yeah, but Midori doing a really good job of just clearing out this high ground. Santana gonna try to get it back. Hero gonna have the Matrix thrown right in front of their face, but still gonna be surviving. Nano gonna be thrown in. Regime and Gregor get hit with that anti as well. And now Regime in a rough scenario does have a rally ready to go, but realistically has to hold on to it and hope for a reset here as Cabe does get caught out.
Yeah, but I mean, they get the one pulse bomb kill here. Mage eventually going to fall, and I think that's just going to be point one going over to Midori. Nothing that Union Academy could do there. I just don't really think they expected the Nano to come out that fast, especially to counter out the Amp Matrix here. But you already see Midori, especially Hero, just getting set up on that high ground. Pulse bomb ready for Zach. I mean, Midori's in a good spot here. Just kind of casually keep this train a-rolling here. Ivory is the only one, I think, with an ultimate right now that you could see come out early for Union Academy Regime. That rally is just going to be used to really keep everyone alive on top of the ship.
Yeah, and you see Hero waiting for the opportunity because you want to be able to get Triplet through to join Seaborn, but it becomes a rough scenario when you have the Hazard ready to dive in as Mage catches onto Zach early on. Hero gonna be knocked out of the mech, going to use the bomb here to be able to fully hit the remake, which means Midori wants to stay in this situation, or maybe Hero simply just doesn't want to be staggered out.
They don't want to be staggered out. I think that's the main thing. They're already kind of falling back and regrouping. They just didn't want to have to wait the extra 5-10 seconds here. But Union Academy, I mean, no ultimates used. You're coming up to a downpour, still have that bola, and Mage being able to build to a pulse bomb here really quickly is going to help you out. Right now, if you're Hero, though, you want to dislodge this high ground. You want to be able to get this trio, now make it the quad, off of the ship.
Yeah, and it's going to be really hard to if you're just Hero, as you can cause disruption, but you're not going to be able to forcibly get rid of them. But to be honest, a Nano might help out in that process. A lot of people getting low. Cave, though, ends up being the first one caught out, so while Hero is taking a lot of attention away, Santana is getting away with a lot as well, and be pushing them back further and further. Ends up getting slept, but not going to be enough to take them down as Hero, again, just has to go for preservation of their own life.
And Uni Academy, they played that Nano play there from Seaborn great. They got killed by it last time, but Rally coming out here from Triplet early. Pulse bomb gonna stick to them!
Oh, unfortunate, but sticks directly back. Unfortunately, Santana has a block more than ready to go, and unfortunately, Hero is going to be staggered out this time as the rest of Midori has to escape, and oh, poor Hero.
And I mean, if you're Union Academy, you were doing really good on that first point. You just got really rolled over by the Nano onto Hero. You were able to get through it that time, though, and it really works out for you. You're still able to hold top of the ship. And I mean, look at Midori here. They're struggling to try to find a way up there. Cabe is getting pressured out by Ivory, by Mage, as Zach now getting pressured out by Mage here. I mean, Midori, they need to find something here, or else, I mean, you still have 2 minutes on the time bank, but you're going to allow Union Academy here to really rotate back into a good spot with their ultimates.
And you really are. Midori kind of struggling to really push through here. They have got a decent distance on there right now, but for the moment, they don't have the ultimates to really get themselves through right now. You hear the Matrix end up coming through from Graveyard, and it's going to force more time away. And in fact, with all the damage, Seaborn ends up getting taken out, and Hero again demeched and taken out.
And this fight's over just off of that right there. You find Seaborn, you find Hero. I mean, one ultimate, you love it there for Union Academy. You're going to have Bola, you're going to have Pulse Bomb, and you're in a good spot. Cave has their own Bola shot, but Hunter, they don't have the time or the space really to get a good shot off without just kind of throwing it out there and hope that it sticks. And like we've highlighted, not the strongest ultimate in the game, especially when there is a Brig and a Bap on the other side that can throw down an Immortality Field. So right now, Union Academy, they're making this hangar a living hell for Midori.
They really are. Pulse Bomb comes up on the line, but Hero this time manages to come away with Sage, and it's thrown directly back in. Ivory and Cape holding something happened with the Bolo that caught onto 3, but nobody ends up going down in the exchanges. Santana trying to make it back up, does manage to get back up momentarily, and is just trying to block to save their life as full support's there to be able to bring them back closer and closer to that full health. But it is the investment here by Hero with that Nano with Seaborn, helping them bulldoze through Uni Academy as Regime and Graveyard doing a really good job of staying alive. Regime, though, just doesn't have Graveyard with them anymore, and Shikigami Midori super close to getting the second checkpoint.
I mean, Uni Academy, they could go for a touch here. They have numbers here, so they're going to go for a touch. Hero getting demeched would be costly because that's going to force Bomb out.
Yeah, Santana going to be able to use their own block right there to stop it right there. Now 20 seconds on the board, hoping to find something with the downpour. Nobody caught out directly as Cave is coming back over on that Sombra to be able to come back and get some effectiveness right here, but Graveyard hoping to end it with a Ant Matrix. Hero being taken out of this mech, and now Regime with a rally ready to go. But honestly, ladies and gentlemen, it's not looking like it's gonna be needed. It's just the DPS and Seaborn hanging around. And while Seaborn does manage to get one, you'll be lucky to even get the stall out here, as Midori gonna fall just short of that second checkpoint.
I mean, hey, getting it that far on second checkpoint is on second point push is really good, especially considering how much they struggled going into it. I mean, like I said, at one point, Uni Academy made it hell essentially for Midori to truly do anything there. Midori, though, eventually, it was just that nano play. You throw it on to Hero, and you were able to get something going there, and that really helped you out. But you really needed to clean up that fight. You left 2 members of Uni Academy around, and I think there was a brief moment there where maybe if one person was on the cart, we would be talking about a third point push going on here, but hey, happens sometimes. But you look at the stats here, I mean, right now, again, that support line for Uni Academy, 1 death each. They are playing incredibly well so far. Midori now, their defensive side, looks like it's going to be the Diva for them here. It's going to be interesting, in my opinion, to see how Diva plays on the defensive side going up against Santana's Hazard, considering they've been pretty aggressive on it. They're not afraid to get in your face and, you know, take a Bionade from Seaborn.
I mean, exactly. It's one of those scenarios where that Diva can work well into the Hazard, but it's been kind of struggling in a lot of those aspects. But for Uni, a lot of it came onto the back of how well they were able to really hold on to that second point high ground with that spaceship. It's one that infamously is really hard to break through. So obviously, you want to take full advantage of it. I think they really did in that situation. But now, like I said, shoes on the other foot here as Uni Academy got to try to burst away through this time.
And I like this from Mage. TP out to the opposite low ground there. Just get the supports to a really safe spot. We see that a lot. It's just to make sure the supports don't just immediately get melted once walking out of spawn. I like that play here from them. And look at just how much space it buys them. Zach really the only one that's going to pressure out anyone from Uni Academy here. And this has been a really fun battle to watch between them and Mage, this entire map. Mage came out on top most of the time, but a good Tracer Dual Hunter is just a fun thing to watch.
Yeah, they're both low, but Mage, again, gonna come out on top. Zach has been holding their own, but now it makes it difficult because now you don't really have anything to keep Mage in check, so Uni Academy gonna be able to keep moving this cart further and further forward. So Midori, it's really about not overstepping your bounds and rotating your supports where you want them to be.
Yeah, again, a lot of these, I feel like a lot of these ultimate fights you're going to see here are really going to be hinging on how Seaborn uses the nano, probably onto Hero, maybe Zach. But, I mean, Mage slowly moving the cart here. I like this play from Uni Academy. They're trying to drag the fight back to cart where Uni Academy will have a huge advantage.
Yeah, 100%. And the Mage finding it again, and now it's the struggle for Midori to do much without them there. Cave being taken out means they're going to keep falling further and further back. First point basically going to be given up at this point as Hero not going to be able to do anything, being demeched. And now Uni Academy just need to go 80 meters in the next 5 minutes.
And I mean, hey, Mage is breaking it down on the cart right now, but hey, I'm not mad about that. They've been having an excellent map. Graveyard fighting Seaborn out. Nano ready for them. Hero, though, forced to make the swap here. I just don't think that Diva is truly working out for them, especially in this Hazard that Santana's been playing. They've been playing an excellent Hazard whenever we've seen in here outside that first map. Shikigami, you just need to get something here. A team fight victory just to slow it down. Allow yourself to get reset here, but you're walking into 3-4 ultimates ready for Uni Academy. Well, you're only truly going to have this Nano ready to go at first, and you throw it on the Cave.
Yeah, Hero gonna go in and try to find something. A bit of an awkward scenario for them now. Should be able to get out momentarily, but MH is thrown in to try to get rid of Hero, forcing them back further and further. Santana hoping to find something. Zach not finding anything with their own pulse bomb either. So for Midori, it seems to be beginning to kind of fall apart one by one, and Hero pretty much getting soloed with the bolo. And Midori, unfortunately, just trying to stall out this point, get Zach back over there to cause a little bit of stall. But for Uni Academy, they came in dominant on this map. Their defense was immaculate. And unfortunately, with no retouches, it's going to finish beautifully as Uni Academy going to go to match point.
Uni Academy is making that first map look like it was just a warm-up map for them here. Honestly, these last two maps have been almost perfect for them on every round. Graveyard getting play of the game here. This was probably their best map throughout this entire series so far. It just seemed like they were doing so much here for this Uni Academy squad. This Amp Majors here at the end of second point push for Shikigami really sealed the deal on that defensive round. And I mean, just excellent play all around from this Uni Academy team. I mean, like I said, that bounce back on Kings Row, they carried it over here, and Midori, they're struggling now, Hunter, but they have a knack for map 5s this playoff, if you don't know.
Yeah, you might know a little bit if you've seen the bracket earlier, so I mean, it's certainly setting up for that possibility, but for Midori, it's definitely going to be a journey to be able to make that back, because with it being the 4th map, your selection for a map is very limited overall, but we'll talk more about that here in a minute. As looking back through some of these highlights, I mean, the traceability overall was incredible, but really Ivory and Mage stepping up big time within this matchup, really making it difficult for Zach and Cave to really do as much as they're typically able to do in the situation right here. And Santana consistently being able to be kept alive, playing smart, playing safe, and just keeping Hero constantly out of the backline. It's incredibly impactful.
Yeah, Jagged Wall for Santana on the second point defense really just forced Midori into one way in, and Uni Academy, that DPS line just took advantage of it through and through. Mage and Ivory, again, that first map performance, remember, 4 elims, 62 elims on Kings Row, probably around the same here on this map. I mean, they are really picking it up here in this series, but I mean, Uni Academy is just firing on all cylinders right now, and Shikigami Midori, they've lost a step. They really have. I mean, the Diva play coming out from Hero, like I said, it was going to be very interesting to see if it was going to truly work out for them on that attacking side. I mean, on the defense side, it just really didn't. And you see the big difference there. Look, that support line for Uni Academy, only dying once. Graveyard doing almost the same amount of damage as Mage there on the BAP, which is something you love to see from your Baptiste, while almost putting up 10,000 healing.
I mean, it's a beautiful stat line. There's a reason why we talked about Regime and Graveyard going into this matchup, because they have this level to go so high with their skill ceiling. And when there's a scenario like this, where they are being helped out so much by Santana, they can remain so consistent and stay alive. It's the reason why they were only dying once throughout the entirety of that map. And obviously, if you're going to the situation, you're a Uni Academy fan, you want this to keep up. You want Regime and Graveyard to stay alive and keep things rocking and rolling. But Dex, we're going to find out whether or not that's going to be the case, because we're going to cut it to a little break really quick. But in a few minutes, we're going to come back with what might be the 4th and final map of our series. Don't delay, it's coming soon. Everybody, welcome back from our break here, covering the North America Masters here. Hoping to find out which of our two teams are going to be fighting for the promotion relegation matches for OWCS. And as you see before us, it's already been a really eventful day as North America currently popping up. And right now, Unity Academy got themselves over at match point 2-1 over Shikigami Midori, who right now, decks are looking for all the answers in this next map.
Look at all the answers, Hunter, but like I said before going to break, this Shikigami Midori team, they have a knack for map 5s. They really do this playoff run here. One against Dreamland, lost that one. One against Tanuki Tapir, beat that one here to get this matchup against Unity Academy. So, I mean, a map 5 does not seem that far out of the question here for Midori, but me and you were talking about it over the break of what this team really needs to do. And I feel like both me and you are stumped because we go back to how they played map 1. They played it almost perfectly, while Unity Academy, that's a map to forget, the easiest way to put it. These last two maps, though, they've been close at points. You can go back to Kings Row being really close, but Watch Point Gibraltar was anything but.
Yeah, that's what it really felt like that. And it is certainly that map that you kind of have to go and forget what kind of happened there and just take a bit of a reset, like you were able to do earlier as Unity Academy. So I'm hoping they're able to do so, potentially bring this to another map 5 in their situation. But to be fair, you got to see a lot of things as well. But if you want to see even more POVs, if you want to be able to see all the action that you possibly can, we do have FACEIT Watch. Of course, if you want to go over there, you're able to watch multiple POVs at once. You can watch it anytime. I mean, you said yourself, used it for OWCS last stage. I used it myself as well, being able to watch as many POVs as humanly possible created a fantastic experience. So hopefully you'll end up doing the exact same in this situation. But as we're talking about that fourth and potentially final map, Runasappi, we talked about what needs to happen here. And for Midori, it's a scenario of what realistically needs to change up, because if it went back to the Orisa v Orisa, I don't think that would necessarily be an issue. But I don't quite know if Unity Academy is super eager to go back into that Orisa mirror.
I don't think they are either, but if you're Shikigami here, Midori, you might want to just ban out the hazard. I mean, it might not necessarily be the smartest one. You might want to say that for a map 5 ban, but hey, you need to make it to map 5, and it looks like they're banning out that hazard. Unity Academy, though, going to be banning out the Tracer here this time around. And especially on a map like Runasappi, Tracer does find a lot of value. And one thing coming into this series, I talked about Mage for Unity Academy playing a lot of different heroes. They've been showing us a lot of different heroes tonight, Hunter, and man, have they been excelling on all of them here, though. Zach, I feel like, is going to be the one that takes a little bit of a hit here for Midori. I think they were your Tracer player throughout the entirety of this series, starting off, or at least teasing us with the Sombra, but hey, you're absolutely right. Orisa's coming out of the gate, backlines are the same. Right now, the only difference, those DPS lines, and how different they could possibly be, and now they are very similar.
Yeah, they are slowly but surely going to come together. I wonder if Zach and Mage are both going to stay on the Sombra. I would say it would be shocking, but Sombra can have a lot of effectiveness. But no, they're both going out with the Sombra, and now this is going to create a really interesting situation where if Hero or Santana get hacked out in the wrong place at the wrong time, they either have to force out their form, or they're simply going to be caught out and just obliterated on the spot.
Yeah, and I think both teams are recognizing there's a Sombra on each side here, so every team's going to play a little bit safer here, though. Zach, though, getting very low early on, throwing that virus out, not going to be able to do much here, but Ivory, I feel like on this Freya, is going to have to do a lot here. Cave on the cast, especially on this map, I think just finds so much value with how close quarters it can get.
Yeah, and Zach pretty much trying to stand behind the entirety of their team so they can't really get beat out from the hack. Hack does get onto Hero momentarily, doesn't end up doing a whole lot as Graveyard ends up being taken out. Mage being forced out in this scenario, and Shikigami Midori starting as strong as you would hope for. Hero getting rid of 2 and should be able to help clear away the rest of Unit Academy, or at the very least Ivory, who is trying to get out alive. Unfortunately, it is not going to happen.
And hey, if you're Shikigami Midori, this is what you needed. You just needed to have a good start. You didn't necessarily need to win the first fight. You just needed to have it be close, but you won that first fight pretty handily. You have an Ant Matrix coming up not that far away from your own Deadeye and a beat, and the only thing you truly have to worry about on the other side is Ivory's Bola shot. And I mean, I'm not going to keep saying it. It's not that strong of an ultimate unless you land on someone like Regime there, but you have Graveyard there just to throw that immortality field. That might honestly be what you're trying to get out here early on, but Seaborn starting it off with that Amp Matrix.
Yeah, Bolo catches onto a couple people that forced out the immortality field, doesn't really end up catching anybody at the end of the day, but Graveyard having their slightly slower kind of plays well in this case because it's forcing Midori kind of cold back around this corner, but now you gotta start worrying about other ultimates. Cave is going to have this Deadeye here, and with that hack, they're gonna go for it, forcing Santana into a rough scenario, and honestly, they're just gonna go for the solo on Santana, and I love the idea. Get rid of them, make this really difficult for Unity Academy to pull back, and with Graveyard falling momentarily, Shikigami Midori already 2 minutes in, have the checkpoint.
2-minute checkpoint, and Hunter, that's been a thing we've seen a lot, especially on this map in general. It seems like whoever gets that first push going really does end up finding the checkpoint within the first 2.5 minutes here. And you look at Midori here, I mean, they only use that Amp and the Deadeye. They still have EMP, they have Beat, they have Terra Surge. I mean, you have the possibility right now for Midori to find yourself with an over 100-meter lead here before we're even 4 minutes into the map.
Yep, EMP call it out and immediately Graveyard shifted away. Gonna try to get it back if you are Mage. You end up trading out right here. Terra Surge being activated by Midori, who have invested 3 ultimates into this fight to try to pull it back. And right now, they're reaching into that 100-meter deficit, and it is going to keep growing.
And Hunter, I mean, Midori, I mean, Unity Academy, they did invest EMP, actually found a lot more value with it hitting 4, but you're walking into Midori, who's firing on all cylinders right now. Amp Matrix out here early on. They're in the home stretch, Hunter, and we might be seeing a speed run potentially.
But speed run will be stopped momentarily as Seaborn being taken care of means Hero is not long for this world. Deleted away as Santana, not quite happy about how things have started, but will be able to help clear things away as Unit Academy taking their first fight win, but now it is a uphill battle to bring this one back.
Uphill battle is the easiest way to put it. The hill might be almost vertical at this point. 123 meters, it's a long way, but hey, still over half the time bank, 6.5 minutes left to go here. You do have Deadeye and Amp Matrix coming up here for Unity Academy, so you can easily win this next fight and try to have another fight towards that first checkpoint, but already Amp Matrix coming out here, and look at what that does to Midori. They are just splitting. Ooh.
Yeah, and now Hero is just caught up in a weird scenario. He's probably just gonna have to commit over to the point and will eventually be blown away, and the rest of Midori is still kind of hanging around as Cabe being taken out by Ivory. Triplet gonna fall as Zach gonna be the only survivor, and in this situation, Ivory has a Deadeye online and nothing to truly stop it at the moment.
Nothing to truly stop it other than a hack from Mage or a Javelin from Santana. And I mean, we saw a little bit of Sombra play earlier on in EMEA, and I saw them hacking out ultimates left and right. That's what they have to be watching out for here as well. Hack, though, onto Seaborn here early on from Midori. There's the Deadeye out from Ivory, and they're just trying to find where Mage is.
Yeah, Immortality Field gonna save both of our Cassidy's here as we're getting closer and closer to getting that checkpoint, but Midori more than happy to put somebody on there to try to stop a Santana, using their form just to be able to stay alive and simply having to back out a little bit to that corner where a lot of teams like to go to when they need to restabilize.
I mean, right now, this is a good play here from Unity Academy. Just fall back, you use an ultimate. You're about to have another EMP here, which could really help you in this fight, especially with Triplet and Hero having their own ultimates ready to go here, but you lose Mage. Now, you might just have to completely fall back, give up this fight.
Oh, no. Oh, it's over. Hero gets rid of 2 more, clearing away, and now Midori gonna march forward once again, taking care of Santana's Regime. Gonna have to, I mean, we'll just committing back to the point. Why not? Still up for another second or two.
the Amp Matrix used there by Graveyard, gonna come back to haunt them, but you still have 3 ultimates ready to go here. However, you're walking into 3 ultimates from Midori as well. EMPs over both sides, Hunter, so this is gonna be an EMP fight, just straight out the gate. Beats could be right there to follow up from both sides. However, that Seaborn Amp Matrix, if you're mage, you're really trying to wait till that comes out, just completely negate that, because that's truly what you're looking for there.
Yeah, and I love the split that we're currently seeing from Midori. They want to make sure they're not all hit with that EMP. They still get rid of 3, but Mage gets caught out. There's still the trade going back and forth. Beat gets thrown up by Triplet. Regime going to give it back. Regime barely gets it out in time before the EMP ends up coming through. And now it's a question of whether or not Shikigami Midori can take advantage of what they've gone for. Terror Surge activated by Santana does get rid of Triplet, and now with Hero, only have a Seaborn sitting by. I mean, the way the spawns are, might have a limited life, but they're hanging around. Eventually, though, Santana gonna get 3 in that situation and pull it back. But my goodness, did it cost them a lot.
It did cost them a lot, but I believe Midori did get the forward spawns back, and Hero and Seaborn are just barely gonna get them. That's gonna be huge coming in this next engagement, especially when Ivory is the only one that has anything ready here. But that getting caught out there is not what you want, because that kind of gives up that entire play here from Midori at the moment. But I mean, again, they're gonna be fighting around this checkpoint here. Zach does know where Mage is, and honestly, I'm okay with this kind of spotting from the Sombras, just keeping each other out of the fight, and the tanks are definitely happy about that as well. But Ivory, you're not where you're supposed to be.
Quite. It is a weird scenario. Immortality Field is there to keep them alive, and it's not really going to find anything. It's going to make the scenario a little more awkward, but Hero not in the most ideal spot, but I should say on the other side of things, Regime and Ivory being taken out, and Hero does die in the process, but it does put advantage right now for Shikigami Midori, as Unit Academy has to do a bit of a soft regroup, and I hope that Graveyard doesn't get caught out just like that.
Well, soft regroup becomes a hard regroup, and with Santana probably falling here, it's going to be a complete, total regroup coming out from Union Academy. And Hunter, me and you have seen this map a lot. Me and you always talk about when we come here. Shikigami Midori has this large lead, about 70 meters, a little bit under that, 69 to be exact. Taking these 50-50 fights, that's what you want to do here. You want to have these fights kind of be drawn out. You want ultimates to be invested both sides here, and if you win it, hey, you get to push that bot back a little bit closer to the barrier here. But if you don't win it, then you're perfectly fine, because you want these fights to go long. Graveyard, Amp is ready to go here. That's the only thing ready at the start here. Santana's gonna be able to build up to their own Terra. The Amp, though, coming out early.
Yeah, Hero doesn't have a Terror Surge to really answer back, so they should eventually be deleted, as Cave gonna try to use their own Deadeye to kind of stop all that damage from coming through. Unfortunately, doesn't get the intended result, as now they might end up dying on the point. Triplet does have a beat, but I mean, I'd be 100% trying to hold on to this, and going down, they are forced to do so. Now 2 minutes on the clock. Gonna start going back to the side of Uni Academy, and with that late death here, I mean, Midori, realistically, despite getting the back spawns, should be able to regroup in time.
Should be able to regroup in time. However, Union Academy, they might be able to get forward spawns off this, or the checkpoint off this. And if you're Midori, you might honestly let them have it. You're still in that point where the bot is going to take that little moment to stop, and it looks like you're going to be giving it over to them. You have EMP ready to go here. So does Mage. So another EMP fight is on deck here. Union Academy, though, you look at what they have. EMP, though, from Zach finds 3.
Yeah, Mage throws it directly back to catch Ring, but this time Triplet is not caught in it. But Hero also doesn't get caught within the beat, and now Terror here, it's catching around, everybody gets low, but nobody goes down quite yet. But it's gonna be the catalyst for a fight with here in Uni Academy. This right here is what they needed.
A minute to go here, Hunter. You just invested 3 ultimates. You have Deadeye, you have Amp Matrix coming up here from Graveyard. Midori, on the other hand, Terror Surge coming up here at some point. This is now going to be very tough for them. You need to win a fight early if you're Midori. So you're looking at Zach, you're looking at Cabe, you're looking for one of them to get on that off angle and be able to clear someone out from Union Academy, because you really cannot allow both these ultimates from Union Academy to find massive amount of value. Ivory's Deadeye might just be used for zoning, and that's exactly what they're looking for. But they're on the back flank here again.
Yeah, but Triplet doesn't get caught out quite there. In fact, Mage ends up going down first and foremost, so Graveyard still infest. They're doing both of the ultimates here. This is a potential all or nothing play. They're speeding in, hoping to catch somebody out, but nothing ends up happening for Uni Academy. This might go down as a disaster as they're forced back, and they have to do another regroup because there's only 15 seconds left.
And no ultimates for the Midori. They have 3 coming up here. They are in spot here, Hunter, the perfect spot to send themselves back to their 3rd map, 5 of the playoffs.
Yeah, and Cave does have the Deadeye ready to go here. The falls apart right there. Cave loses out on the Deadeye with the EMP. Oh no, and Seaboard trying to find something with the Amp Matrix right now. It's still trading back and forth. Cave manages to find one. Triple hanging around. Beat is out. No spear to be able to stop them. And Shikigami and Midori pulling it back, keeping themselves alive. And ladies and gentlemen, say it with me. We are ready to head over to a map number 5.
I said this Midori squad has a knack for map 5s in the playoffs. They are here for entertainment, and they are delivering it right here again. Oh my goodness. Uni Academy, though, they made it really interesting towards the end. Midori, though, that 123 meters they got in that first push. Remember, that was the first push Midori had. After that, they never got another meter. Uni Academy did make it very close, but just at the end, the ultimates just for Midori end up finding them all the value in the world, even with a Terra Surge basically being a flop, a Deadeye getting hacked out. That Amp Matrix from Graveyard was the difference maker there. And Midori, like we said, for the 3rd time this playoff run, going to a map 5.
Yeah. They tend to love it, apparently. That's what we're learning here in this situation. And I mean, we're talking about what they needed to do that map, and I think they did exactly what they needed. They had the swap around. The Sombra ends up working out really well, and there was a kind of come to form once again, going back over to that Orisa. You're able to survive a lot more of these one-on-one situations. In fact, I mean, for them to go down, it took so much being invested every single time just to kind of take them out in those engagements. So it ends up working beautifully for them here. And now it creates a really interesting scenario for what comes next, because Dex, with the fact that we are going to map 5, that means that the map pool opens back up, aside from the maps that have already been picked. So for Uni Academy, it really is going to become the pick of the litter. But speaking of what we just saw here, the incredible display of Midori, especially during that first half.
I mean, it wasn't really the first half. It was about the first 2.5 minutes of this map. I mean, Midori got checkpoint just under 2. They got to 123 meters. I mean, we were talking at a point where they were in the home stretch. Maybe they could speed run the map and complete in about 3.5 minutes, but Uni Academy stopped them. And it was just this back and forth thing we talked about. 50-50 fights. Midori getting that huge lead. They just did that throughout the rest of the map. They were okay giving some meterage here and there to Uni Academy as long as they were able to come back in, win a fight, and push the bot back to the other side. Excellent play here from Midori on Runasappi. Uni Academy, though, like I said, made it very, very interesting late. And especially with how all those ultimates for Midori went in that final fight. Again, a Terra Surge that got canceled, a Deadeye that got hacked, a beat that almost got H-hacked. Seaborn's Amp Matrix finding immense value in the backline, meaning that Mage or Ivory could not get rid of them, was the difference maker there. It really was. Shikigami and Midori keeping themselves alive in this playoff run by a thread, but I don't think they would want to have it any other way.
At this point, you might as well keep the trend going. It's another map 5, and if they manage to make it through, I mean, my goodness, we might somehow look at another, but I'll be excited to see that potentially later today. But of course, with that being the case, we got to figure out what you really want to do in the situation if you are Uni Academy, because while you did have that massive deficit at the beginning, they were really good at contesting and fighting back and clawing for every single meter. Unfortunately, falling one fight short, and that kind of came off the back of how they invested some of those ultimates in the second to last fight. But either way, we know what our 5th and final map is going to be. We're going to back to control for Ilios. Honestly, I like this because at the end of the day, this opens up the possibility for that Hazard to come back online. And we saw how lethal that was able to work for Uni Academy earlier in the series.
It opens up a lot. Opens up Hazard, opens up Diva, opens up potentially still seeing the Orisa come out here. And if you're Midori at this point, I feel like you're going to be sticking with it. I really do. When they go away from it, they've struggled here and there, have mild successes playing other tanks, but the Orisa seems to be their bread and butter. So, I mean, if you're Uni Academy, you have this first ban. I don't think you've banned out Orisa. You could potentially do that here, but it's up to them. Yeah, Orisa hasn't been banned out yet all series. Uni Academy, though, what is their first ban going to be? Because I feel like this is going to be potentially the biggest ban of their playoff run for them. Kiriko.
Yep. Ooh. Yeah, so that's the second ban for Kiriko throughout the series. And now this creates a scenario where now you're almost like forcing either the Ana Brit to come back or going back to the BAP Lucio, which, to be honest, again, for Regime and Graveyard, that was working out beautifully for them. So I would not really hate that situation for them. But now It's down to Midori to shut down what they want to try to prevent here. And honestly, I think there are a few really good choices in this scenario of what they have kind of saved sitting by in this scenario. I imagine it might end up being down the DPS category because we have seen complete and utter dominance and a lot of factors when it comes to Mage and Ivory. And at the end of the day, Tracer ends up being the ban.
Both teams banning out Tracer and Kiriko throughout this entire series, not necessarily surprising, but Tracer being banned out the final 2 maps kind of just shows you how both these teams really looked at the other side's flex DPS player just being a problem. And we saw it there throughout that last map, especially with both of them playing Sombra throughout the entirety of it. Something I did not necessarily expect to see was the Sombra mirror, but I mean, Hunter, EMPs were finding value from both sides. It just seemed like Sombra, though, at the end was just not necessarily able to do enough. So you're still banning out the Tracer here. Sombra could be a play, but I mean, we've seen these 2 flex DPS players play a lot throughout the night. So I don't necessarily know what to expect to see here from them.
I mean, yeah, flexibility has kind of been the name of the game for both of these teams here today. And that's what you really want out of both of these squads. You want that out of every squad, to have a level of flexibility. And that's what kind of the ban system has really been able to offer, is this ability to not see the same comp over and over and over again. It creates this ability for teams to have to do different comps, to do a lot of different things to keep themselves in series like this. And I think it's made for a lot of close series. And this one ends up being a pretty good example of that. But with Ilios, usually we talk about these maps being, ones where, hey, all the points are very different in ways where certain comps work in very specific ways. This is one of those things where while the Orisa can definitely make some good appearances, I think that Hazard really does have an ability to make that their playground. I say the only exception maybe be Ruins, but I think even then, you can get a lot of effectiveness out of it.
Yeah, like I said, those dive tags that we would expect to see Hazard, Winston, Diva find a lot of value here, especially on maps like Lighthouse, where those high grounds just outside the points are so valuable to both teams, especially the both team support lines. Being able to get up there and disrupt them is huge. However, Lighthouse does bring us potentially one of my favorite kind of unique compositions for a map in bunkering on the point. And we have seen that in the past, especially in NA. Some teams do that and actually find a lot of value on it, especially going up against really strong dive teams. So you could see that here, but it really depends on what map order we get. Because if we see Ruins first, yeah, you could see Dive, but a lot of times you see Brawl there. However, it looks like we're seeing Well first. And, I mean, it would be fine to see Hog, but this isn't that kind of series.
Yeah, it would be extremely funny. We would love to see it, but like you said, not the kind of series. But right now, it is the matching of the hazards, which we saw before for Hero. Didn't quite work out the best, but it could work differently. Yeah, Hero, another map 5. Honestly, if Zach stays over on the Sombra, I think it could work out beautifully. I think Mage wouldn't surprise you if they TP'd out and matched the exact same thing.
Yeah, Mage sticking on the Sim here would be fun, but yeah, like you said, it's going over to the Genji actually. I like this a little bit better, especially with how they've been playing the Hazard comp. You want that cleanup. Ivory and Mage on this DPS line when Santana's on the Hazard. I mean, you can go back and look at King's Row, at Watchpoint Gibraltar. They were almost unstoppable at times. And now you're kind of looking for Shikigami Midori, Zach, to be able to slow one of them down. And honestly, the best way to do that might be just trying to get rid of Regime or Graveyard.
Yeah, you can already see right now high ground being taken over in the backline by Midori. And they do the best they can to kind of hold on to that dominantly, force Hero into a little bit of a weird position as well. This point more than opened up, but Midori can be backing off a little bit, giving up the progression that they were able to get. As Uni currently rallying for it, escaping is Zach, as you don't really want to walk into Mage, not the situation I would love to be in, but for Santana, they end up going down first and foremost to Hero, flipping the script on that one. The Cheat Academy gonna be forced to reset, fall back as Midori gonna take the first fight here.
And Regime playing around the edge, just gonna say, you know what, I'm making a wish as I go into the wishing well right there. They're gonna come back, but right now, Zach on this Sombra, like I said, it's gonna be a very interesting thing to see who they focus on, but just them being able to go from one side of the map to the other, especially on Lighthouse, Well, is gonna be really fun to see, because they can honestly travel from this side, the edge of the map, to the wall of the map here, from side to side, and I don't necessarily know if Uni Academy is gonna be fully prepared for that.
I'm not entirely sure, but with Regime back over on that Lucio, the matching support lineups, you can see a little bit more of an aggression that kind of go your way when you have something like the Lucio. You could speed in even faster, and Santana hanging around the inside right now needs a little bit of care, but Hero is just not giving them a reprieve, and Ivory isn't giving one either, as Zach ends up taking care of business. as Uni is being forced back further and further. Gonna lose out on Graveyard as well, as they gotta take yet another reset as Midori are coming up on 5 ultimates here shortly.
If Zach continues playing like this on the Sombra, they're going to be the reason themselves why Sombra keeps getting banned in every lobby. And they're even forcing the swap out for Mage here. That Genji, no more. So we're going to see the Sombra mirror back here again. Hunter, like I said, I didn't expect to see it once. Sure as hell didn't expect to see it twice here. But if you're Uni Academy, you're walking some ultimates here for yourself. You have 2 ready to go. But Midori, Hunter, they have 4. And with how slow these fights have been going, this could be final fight potentially here.
Yeah, Cabe does get caught out with the hack. EMP online, catches on to Ivory, getting rid of them in Santana. Bit of a rough spot as well with 80% and counting. This could be extremely dangerous as Mage needs to kind of escape with their life. Santana, though, unfortunately not able to do so. And with Jim and Graveyard, they need to live, but that's going to be the case for none of them as Hero closing around. And now a touch here is looking all but impossible.
And you have to remember, go back to map 1 of this series on Oasis. What did Uni Academy look like? They looked like a shell of themselves, what we've seen them in the last 3 maps. And Hunter, they're starting to slowly look like that again here. Midori starting off excellently here. And I think looking at the stats, you might be looking at almost the same kind of stat line that we had after point 1 on Oasis.
Yeah, it is just a return to form from what we saw all the way back at Oasis. I honestly can't wait to see it momentarily, but for Shikami Midori, this is exactly what you wanted out of them here. Zach being on that Sombra makes it difficult for Santana to do their job. Ivory isn't able to be as aggressive either, and the way that Triplet and Seaborn have played throughout the series, they're making it difficult for Mage to do a whole lot on this Sombra. And honestly, in the 3.5 minutes that we saw, it was really showing.
Yeah, it really was. Regime, though, they didn't play the Lucio much. Point 1 on the Lucio here as we head to a lighthouse. And like I said, this could be the one map you see bunker comms come out. Now, both teams don't want to do that. Sticking with the hazards here. And again, just watching, I mean, the Tracer duel is always fun to watch. Watching the Sombra duel is going to be fun. Already a hack on the Hero here. Union Academy, they need to get something going here early on, Hunter. I just don't necessarily know if they're going to be able to come back. Remember how Midori played last map, or last point? It was just long fight after long fight.
Yeah, and Zach going down isn't what I would really hope for if I am the Uni fan here. But either way, it does open up the door for them to start moving forward as Santana being forced back further and further and further. Rough scenario, but Uni Academy has opened up with the point with Hero going down. Midori fully forced back here as, for the time being, Uni seem to have a grasp on this once more.
Yeah, I mean, getting rid of Zach early on, you get rid of that voice in your walls, and that's just a good thing. It takes off a lot of pressure, especially onto everyone. But you saw it there for the most part. Mage was just trying to focus in on hacking Hero, and it worked out for them. It allowed the rest of their team to play a little bit freely, knowing that the hazard was going to be kind of muted for a moment here. But now, Union Academy has control of point. They're playing very split, which is what you really want to see here, because this is a point, especially with how mobile this squad is for Union Academy, for both sides, really. It's fast. It's quick for them to get back to the point.
Yeah, it really is. Multiple 6 on to Seaborn. Going to be able to survive through that for the time being. But you see the amount of aggression as Santana going to go back onto the high ground. Is getting carried by Graveyard pretty well. As you don't normally see a lot of fights happen up here. So primarily as you're going to see Shikami Midori make their way over towards the point. Going to try to get the free flip. Not going to quite get it. As Santana just going to try to buy themselves on the point. Santana going to go through as a point is going to flip over at 52%. Uni be forced back slowly, but surely you do lose out on Triplet, but they're going to get the beat regardless, as Ivory Mage still hanging around, but eventually get taken out.
Have Matrix actually invested there by Graveyard? That's rough. That's rough. Ivory did also invest Bola. Same thing with Cabe. But again, not a lot coming from those there. However, if you're Midori, you're in control of point. You got the flip already up to 23% and counting. You're going to have both your support ultimates, which honestly, Seaborn having their own Ant Matrix is going to be huge here. Mage, though, coming up to EMP, that's good. That should be able to cancel it out, but we've normally seen the EMPs thrown directly onto the tanks, and that's honestly the way you should really be looking for it here.
Yep. Oh, what an EMP. Catching 3 in there, Regime. Though it does manage to stay alive, has it beat ready to go. It's a 4v4 situation. They're going to think about it. They're going to go for it. At the end of the day, Santana can now clear things around. Unfortunately, Hero getting caught out before that beat manages to catch on to them. And now this is a rough scenario for Midori to come back from. It might be a scenario where you potentially go and just throw your bodies on the point, but no one's really good at that, so they just have to take a complete reset.
I mean, they'll take the complete reset. I mean, you see everyone back there already. Okay, now time to completely take that reset. You need to fall back now. Triplets your speed on and off the point, and without them, you really can't do much. Nice shot there by Cabe to actually find out Mage. But you look at ultimates here. Downpour's ready for both sides. Regime still holding on their beat. D-Born has that Ant Mage. I thought they would use it last fight, but they just didn't have the time nor the space to use it. Cabe, not far away from Bola, and if they find it onto the right person, it could be deadly.
Yeah, time is becoming one of those issues right now. Let's final fight territory here for Shikigami Midori. Try to end it over here on Lighthouse, but as things are speaking, they're coming up on some great ultimates. They go for that downpour right there. It's caught. There's people in a bit of a rough scenario. Separates them from the immortality field, but who knows if it's going to matter at the end of the day. Santana getting super low, getting hacked out. It's a 3v3 situation. Gotta try to keep Hero alive, but it's only the triplet heals. Curly hanging around Ivory. Gonna go in and try to find something. Polo thrown directly back into the face of Mage, clearing things away. As Unit Academy gonna be stopped once more with the Cave 3K.
Bola might be weak, but you want to know what's still strong? Just the damage coming out from Freya, and Cave has been showing us that throughout the series here and throughout this map. Shikigami, though, back in control. Unit Academy, though, they held to 99%, which is exactly what you want to do, but you're only walking into this next engagement with an Ant Matrix. However, if you're Midori, you don't have anything at the start. That Ant Matrix could come out and decimate you, force you to fall back a decent amount of the way here, but you lose Cave, your main...
Get this in and get this beat onto Hero before it ends up being too late, as Triplet is going to have it online. Seaborn is there, but Seaborn ends up dropping down. And now it can all be falling apart as Unit Academy trying to throw through all this aggression being thrown at his Triplet. Literally almost gives their life, but they managed to flip it. But Cave and Zach have both found their own, and Santana hanging around the point. Hero needs some level of care. They're getting hacked away, but all the block is sitting by for them to be able to survive. But eventually Santana is able to clear around the point. Bolo shot thrown directly into the face of Mage. They're able to get the EMP out, and now Bodies have to stagger on. But at the end of the day, Midori stopping the touches from coming through. The Midori magic lives to see another day as they will move on to the next round.
Your 8th seed coming into the playoffs took number 1 seed the distance, took the number 4 seed the distance, won it, broke the curse, and now they're sending another high seed out of the playoffs. That map 5 curse is long dead here. Shikigami Midori somehow, some way, keeping this magical run alive.
It is unbelievable what they have managed to pull off here in the span of the last 28 hours. It is hard to really properly tell you the story of how much this team has tried to come back from these situations, and now they have done it back to back times. All the credit to the squad that's going to be able to move even further into that lower bracket, another step closer to getting into those promotion relegation games. But my God, Dex, it is just an amazing story from the squad. It's hard to describe.
It is. I mean, at the start of the season, this was one of the better teams, always kind of hanging around the top 4 in standings, had a little bit of a slip towards the end and ended up settling in that 8th spot, the final spot in the playoffs, with a little bit of a map differential and a victory over In Control, really being the thing that kept them in this playoffs. And going into that final week, they're playing their sister team, Shikigami. Shikigami actually came out on top of that one, beating Midori, and Midori was kind of sitting there waiting, were they going to be able to make it? Sneaking in as that 8th seed, like we said, 15 maps down now. They're still fighting. I mean, this is just insane right now, the performance we're seeing from Shikigami Midori here at points. And you look at the playoffs, Emote down mid and alternate also went 5 as well. Emote down mid, another one of those good teams. I believe Uni and Emote down mid were the 3 and the 4 seeds. So Shikigami Midori right now, I mean, they could have the chance to take the 1 seed to map 5, take the 4 seed to map 5 and win. I believe Uni Academy was the 3 seed to map 5 and win, and they could take down the number 4 seed and Emote down mid, potentially to another map 5 and win here. I imagine they don't want to do that. I imagine they would like to win in something less than 5, but they are on a little bit of a hot streak right now. Emote down mid, though, they are a really, really tough opponent. Alternate taking them to 5, I think says a lot about Alternate, but Emote down mid, just being able to stay alive for them is good enough.
It really is. Not every team is able to take a map off of Dreamland as well. Not something that you're really able to pull off all the time. So it is an impressive effort for them to get there in that map 5 situation as well, proving that when they're really down and really need to make it happen, they are able to pull it off here. As we look back at this 5th and amazing map here to finish off the series. It really was back and forth when we got into that second one, but for Midori, it was all them at the start, just taking control with Hero on the Hazard, and Zach especially doing wonders on that Sombra.
Yeah, and we talked about it. We were starting to see shades of what we saw in Oasis, where it was truly just Midori coming out of the gate and just rolling over Uni Academy time after time again. You go to Lighthouse, though. Uni Academy shows his fight back. They shut down Zach early. They're able to get up. They're able to get up to 52% and able to get up to 99% after a second cap from them there. And they were almost able to get the cap back from Midori there in the end, but just supports coming in clutch for Midori, keeping Hero alive just long enough, and the cleanup there from that DPS line as well, which, I mean, Cave and Zach, they are starting to really establish themselves here in this NA Masters tier as a scary group when they are together here. But I mean, you're just seeing these last couple of fights play out from our final map of the series. An incredible showing from Midori as they move on. But Uni Academy, I mean, Hunter, again, I'm going to talk about my bracket. It's in shambles. It really is. Never let me near another bracket in my life, because I had Uni Academy in that grand finals.
Yeah, there's a reason why I don't make brackets anymore, because I don't want to do that to myself. I don't want to go through that pain. But
I don't want to do it to teams anymore either.
But either way, I mean, the fact that we get to have this level of excitement out the gate here in North America, this really is like the prospect of what we have had throughout the entirety of this season, having all the chaos, these amazing teams that are able to punch up, and honestly feels like almost anybody can win on any given day. That's what we've gotten to experience over the last couple of months, and what y'all get to experience today and tomorrow here in North America and in EMEA as well. But Tex, with that being the case, I mean, all credit goes to Uni Academy as well, dropping here. They had themselves an incredible season. It's an unfortunate run, but they go out swinging. They go out strong. Make sure everybody knew that they were here to play, and unfortunately, just not here to stay.
Yeah, and they'll definitely be back next season. Maybe, hopefully it's as together, because this was a really fun team to watch throughout the regular season and in the playoffs here. I just think they met up against a team that is very resilient, even though there were times where we were talking about Uni Academy being in control of this entire series. Somehow, some way, Shikigami Midori ends up coming out on top. And it seems like, Hunter, we're going to have an interview here with, I believe it's Zach from Shikigami Midori. Hey, Zach, welcome to the booth. Congratulations on yet another Map 5 victory
15.
here.
15 maps. Thank you.
15 maps down. You have the potential to hit 20 later tonight as well. But just let's touch on that 15 maps here so far. I mean, most maps played in this NA region. I mean, you would have to imagine there's going to be some level of fatigue coming in. But what is just keeping you guys mentally strong throughout the 15 maps you guys have played?
I mean, I can't speak for everyone, but for me, it's raw, unfiltered ego, like just straight up. Like, so I respect all my opponents, and that's like genuine, but like, I want the smoke unlike any other. It's unbelievable. And I have to shout out my teammates for helping me out with that. Like, triplet on my angles. I got Cabe, old man on hit scan. It's actually insane. Did you see the hazard ult at the end? Oh my god. He blocked the lamp with wall. Oh my god.
He did. No, it was an incredible display to be able to see, again, another map 5. Oh my goodness, it's going to be a long night. But with that being the case, unfortunately didn't have the best of beginnings, ended up going down 1-2 in that situation. So going to that Runasappi, for y'all, what was kind of the adjustment or like the vibes like going to that 4th map?
Low-key chill. I mean, we've low-key not won a King's Row in like 4 times now. So it's been a bit. I mean, I was like a little sad because I lost that Genji mirror, but to be honest, it was chill. We had a pretty good plan and prep going into. I knew exactly what they would play. I was like up to like 4 a.m. like looking at all their VODs last night. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a nerd. We had a lot of plans going into it though. I think it was like low-key an ult gap, that map, like usage-wise.
It really was, and I mean, that was one thing we definitely noticed, that the ultimates that you guys are throwing out there, especially in those last 2 maps, ended up finding more value, more picks, and just more sustain. I mean, Uni Academy, as we see the highlights here, just was able to put up a lot on that Runasappi map. But going back to Ilios here. I imagine this was an easy map pick for you guys, going back to that first map where you guys rolled over Uni Academy, and it wasn't really close. I imagine this was the moment you guys won map 4, an immediate pick. But I want to talk about you on the Sombra here, especially these last two maps. Something we didn't necessarily expect to see. I didn't expect to see a Sombra mirror. I mean, when you get that mirror out from the other side, especially forcing it out from Mage there in that final map, how does that make you feel? Because you forced out a Sombra mirror.
There's actually a lore behind that a little bit. So, like, in the beginning of the season, we had like Zaitu playing Sombra. He would basically play over me. He was just better at the character throughout the season. We kind of switched it up like midway through, but he kind of like taught me almost everything I know on that character. Like the heal Sombra, low-key clutched the last fight. Like me and Trip went on the BAP like 2v1, and he would have died to their Lucio, but I healed him, and then I also like healed Hero to make him live in the last fight longer. It was kind of like, I don't know, I would just shout out Zaitu on the Sombra as like the lore behind it, basically. Because we were like the first team to start playing it in Masters, in my opinion, and then we kind of just stopped for a bit. But we still have that in us, you know, we just didn't pull it out for a while. Shout out to our coach as well. My coach Tenacious, he like hard predicted Sombra to be pretty good this entire like last 2 patches. I didn't believe him for a second, so shout out to him. Great coach.
Yeah, definitely sounds to be the case. But of course, y'all having this map 5 situation, you had another pair of teams that went to a map 5. Emo Domain ended up winning their game, going down to the wire as well. So that'll be your opponent waiting for y'all later on tonight. So just going into that matchup, I mean, just for you, does the mindset change at all, or is it going to be business as usual? Map 5, chug down some caffeine, let's get it.
Mindset changes a little bit. I think the way they play the game is like different than everyone else. They play like very chaotic, like their Doom comp is really scary, like Cardi fans are really good, and then like they can kind of switch it up with Derpy. I think they're like actually a really good team. A lot of people like underrated them because of regular season, but like Senna's back, that's a good player. I think they're scary. I think like it's probably gonna go map 5 because that's just, I guess, how we play the game now, but I don't know, we'll see. I think they're good.
Yeah. Absolutely, but hey, we'll see you a little bit later here on stream. However, before we go, you've already gave a couple shout outs to some people. Is there anyone else you want to give any shout outs to, man?
Shikigami, check out our jerseys. They look pretty cool. The green ones, Midori. Hashtag sponsor.
I have to agree. I mean, you guys do have some pretty good jerseys.
Yeah, definitely.
I appreciate you.
Case.
Thank you so much, man.
Yeah, we appreciate the amazing match, and of course, best of luck later on tonight. So for the meantime, get yourself some rest, and hopefully another map 5 will come our way.
Yeah, I'm about to go down with an energy drink. Appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
All right, you too.
All right, thank you, Hunter. I don't know if you're seeing this, but we're also being told by Bullskunk right now that Midori played 6 map 5s in the regular season. So not necessarily something that they're not used to. But now they've added on 3 more here in the playoffs, potentially a 4th one coming up. Like Zach said, and like we've said, I think they want to win before map 5. But hey, still a lot more action to go on here tonight. Next, coming up here, we'll be moving up to the winners finals, or the upper bracket finals. Dreamland taking on Young and Beautiful. Winner of that one locks themselves into the grand finals. But Hunter, more importantly, they lock themselves into that OWCS promotion relegation match.
And that's exactly what you want in that situation right there. You're locked in. The pressure at least goes off for a short period of time, knowing that you could sit back and watch your opponents in the lower bracket and see who's going to be coming your way. But with that being the case, we're going to figure out pretty soon who's going to be that winner. It's been a long night already, ladies and gentlemen, but make sure you stick around because we have some more FACEIT League action coming your way. Welcome back once more, ladies and gentlemen, back to the FACEIT League Master Playoffs here in North America. And ladies and gentlemen, we talked about this being the Chaos region, and if our first matchup wasn't a good indication, well, I'm not sure what you were watching, as we had ourselves a nice map 5 finish in a wonderful game to secure another spot in those lower bracket games. But we're focused here in the upper bracket now. Dexatron, Dreamland versus Young and Beautiful, the winner moving on to the grand finals, but more importantly, is going to lock in the first of those 2 spots for the OWCS promotion relegation game. So in this game, there is a lot on the line.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot on the line. Top 2 seeds, I believe here. Dreamland came in as number 1 seed. Took map 5, went to map 5 against Midori. Not a shock at this point. But was able to beat Emote down mid pretty handily, 3-1 in their last one. Now go up against Young and Beautiful. And Hunter, I mean, coming into this NA Masters tier playoffs, I feel like a lot of people really looked at Dreamland as that favorite, as the one that they really did expect to be potentially winning it all. But Young and Beautiful, I watched back their games against both Shikigami and Union Academy. They play a very unique play style that, outside of maybe a couple maps here and there from some other teams in this region, isn't really seen much. And we'll talk about it here in a little bit, especially when we go in. But it's going to be a really, really fun matchup for Dreamland, in my opinion, because I think Young and Beautiful has the potential here to really make a statement.
They really do in the situation right here. And for Dreamland, it has been a long time since they have lost a game. The last game they ended up losing was Emote down mid, and that was the 3rd game of the regular season. They have won at least a dozen games since then, including what is here in the playoffs. So this is not a team that is used to losing. And Young and Beautiful, for their right, they aren't either. They are a team that has come through and had an amazing stretch, an amazing run, become one of the biggest threats for really good reasons. And I mean, looking at some of the names we have on here, there's really good reason to see why we have such amazing threats. A lot of names that I'm personally familiar with, but one thing I'm really looking forward to see once again is going to be that tank battle, because I got to see a lot of Ass Design playing that Orisa, and honestly, they are fire on that character.
Yeah, really, really good. I mean, I went back and watched all their games. They played Orisa, they played a couple other tanks, but just a solid tank all around, very flexible here. Neptune and Icy Sniper. Again, a really good backline. You look over to Dreamland, though. Pella and Monkey Happy, I believe in-game name Dion. Well, in their last series against Emote down mid, those 2 actually were flip-flopping maps. They both played 2 maps. And that really does show me a lot of flexibility, because I believe a lot of the time they were almost playing the same tanks, if I remember correctly. I might be wrong about that, but it's good to have that kind of flexibility at the tank line, knowing that if one tank's a little bit struggles with one composition, you're going to have that second one there. That's one thing that Young and Beautiful necessarily doesn't have. However, Manly Talisman, throughout all the games I was able to rewatch of them, very scary backline. Hanbei Narwhal. I mean, this is a number 1 team for a reason. Everyone on this team, no matter who is in, is dangerous. Going back to Young and Beautiful, Alex, they are, in my opinion, the most interesting player on this Young and Beautiful team. They're the flex DPS player, Tracer, but Symmetra, especially in their last series I watched, they primarily played Symmetra through every map. The only map they didn't play Sim on, I believe, was Circuit Royale, where it was banned out, and instead they played Tracer throughout the entirety of it. So we might be seeing those Sim strats come back in here for both these squads here tonight. And Hunter, hey, we just left the Greek coastline, but we're gonna be heading right back.
Yeah, you know what? Why not? At the end of the day, we rarely got to see it going out the gate in a lot of these series. It started becoming a trend near the very end of the season, and it's gonna be a little bit of the trend right here as well. But talking about what we had before, this is where Dive is really going to open up the situation. Sim might not be what's quite on the agenda, but honestly, you honestly don't know, because when you go to a lot of these different subpoints, this Sim can be effective, especially if you end up throwing something that's a little more bunkerized over on the point. But speaking of bunker, that's not really going to be halted, as the Kiriko and the Ball can be banned out by Dreamland and Young and Beautiful, respectively.
I mean, Ball, not necessarily a big surprise. Same thing with Kiriko. I mean, I feel like in the 2 series we've seen so far tonight, pretty safe bans, honestly. You really want to potentially force Dreamland onto something like a D.Va, like a Hazard, potentially even Winston, if that's what they're gonna focus on here. I mean, while we talk about seeing Dive here, I mean, there's still the potential that if we start off on a map like Ruins, Brawl could be played there, Dive could be played there as well, but Brawl normally does tend to favor itself out there. And you could just see a team say, you know what, we're just going to stick with it going over into whatever the next point is. But I mean, a support and a tank ban being out here means DPS is wide open. And I mean, we saw Sombra last time we saw this map. However, I don't think we're going to be seeing that again this time around, since Tracer is still on the table. Alex does like to play it, and the hit scans, I mean, you're going to see probably the Freya and the cast throughout the majority of this map, I would assume.
Yeah, that would definitely be the assumption. I think both those characters have been incredibly strong. Cassidy definitely came into a lot of the forefront after those buffs from a few weeks back. So I don't imagine it's going to go anywhere anytime soon either. And that Freya can just get a lot of value, especially when you get those sticks and you're able to just pelt away in that backline, keep them away. Definitely going to see a lot of that early on here at Ilios to get things started away. And Dex, we talk about this mainly being a dive type map. I think it's a scenario where if we go to something like Ruins, which we did not really get the opportunity to see in our last matchup, we might see things play a little different. I think that might be where the Symmetra could play best, where there's a lot of different areas to play around. But I know that ship very well, ladies and gentlemen. If I'm correct in my assumption, I believe we're going to be starting over at Lighthouse. Oh, I'm wrong, ladies and gentlemen. I do not know my knowledge.
Baited us. I was gonna say Lighthouse as well, but Ruins. I mean, hey, at least we see all 3 points. There's that. But Pella coming out here on the Doomfist, or at least teasing us with it. It would be really, really fun. I'm not gonna look at Young and Beautiful just yet, for obvious reasons. But I mean, you're still seeing this right here. Dreamland, I feel like, is pretty much set in their composition right now. Manually on that Freya, Talisman on the Tracer, gonna be really strong. Hanbei on this BAP, very, very scary. Very scary. Honestly, Hanbei on any support that can play, that can do a lot of damage, very, very scary. But you see swaps coming out there. Okay, Talisman coming out on the Tracer. Juice over on to the cast, and this is what I expected from Young and Beautiful. Alex on the Symmetra here. Watch out for these teleporters. They are going to be left, right, and center whenever they are ready to go.
Yeah, you have to be especially careful in this situation if you are Narwhal and Hanbei, because if you are caught in the wrong place at the wrong time, I mean, things can fall apart very quickly for you. But for the time, Young and Beautiful, happy to kind of hang around on the point, slowly start to take control, as Pella is eventually going to have to put some kind of stance on this point. But you see the moment that they do, they just get pelted away, and they have to spin out and just give over the point to start.
I mean, it's very hard. Even though you have the Orisa, you don't want to necessarily engage onto it, but getting rid of AST design, I mean, that opens up a lot here now for Dreamland. However, this TP is going to be able to keep Young and Beautiful alive for the moment, but I mean, losing Nature or Neptune, Alex, and now Icy Sniper, this should be the point flip here, but Juice finding some value at the end of it. 19% though, good kind of fight there for Young and Beautiful, being able to sustain that long and into a really bad situation. However, now, I mean, you're coming to this next engagement, you already have Deadeye ready to go, not far away from your own amp matrix if you're Young and Beautiful. Dreamland only going to have a bola shot, and you're really looking right now from Alex that TP onto someone, whether it be onto the backline, because that's normally who they go after.
Yeah, exactly. And this fight will be really interesting. The fact that we are having the ultimates around the corner, but Juice going to be kept alive momentarily from that Polo. Does still have the Deadeye there. It's going to go behind, but get booped away instantly. That is a nice little shot there from Narwhal to push them away. Hanbei is still in a bit of a rough situation, but stays alive momentarily. Unfortunately, it's not going to result in a whole lot here. Alex does go down, but the point will flip over. Only 33% for Dreamland.
Juice went flying through that teleporter because of that boop with some momentum. And that's honestly really funny to see. But now if you're Young and Beautiful, you're still in a good spot. AST design, though, struggling to really get anything going here. 50% on Annihilation, while you look at Dreamland, Terror Surge, Pulse Bomb, you're going to have Rally, you're going to have an Amp Matrix. You are in a little bit of a tough spot here. And again, you just need to be able to find something here early on. Pulse Bomb out there from Talisman, not going to be able to do much, but these TPs from Alex might get AST design out of a sticky situation here.
Yeah, and the boot goes through it. Oh, it was good knowing Neptune sending them over the coast, and now, I mean, there's not a thing you can do that if you're Dreamland. You just got to run, keep everybody alive, try to get a quick reset here as Talisman. Happy to keep delivering some pressure on the side, but inevitably has to get out.
I mean, but that was a huge fight there for Young and Beautiful. You got the boop kill that really allows AST design to build up to this Annihilation. Alex about to have Photon Barrier as well, especially going into an Amp Matrix of Terror Surge and another Bola. That Photon Barrier could basically negate all 3 of those ultimates in one fell click.
Yeah, and there's already a big investment out the gate here. Terror Surge thrown in, gonna try to get rid of things. There's already been a 5 ult investment here as Young and Beautiful coming up to a couple of strong ones, but AST design ends up falling before they're able to get their own Annihilation online. But still, they managed to trade back and forth. It's a 40-4 situation. Pella's in a rough scenario because they don't really have the ability to sustain through Alex as well as they would like, but with Talisman getting rid of them, it looks like at the end of the day, 90% on the board, Young and Beautiful are eventually be forced to kind of fall back a little bit and surrender point.
I mean, you're okay with that. Look at what you have coming up in this next fight for Young and Beautiful. Deadeye, Annihilation. We saw what happened last time Deadeye was used from Juice. A TP to get them out or get them behind the team. Icy Sniper, though, falling does kind of slow you down, and now you're looking at Dreamland here. You have control of the point. You have Bola. You have Pulse Bomb. You really need to find a pick with one of these. Like, you really do, just to kind of slow down Young and Beautiful, because this is a team that doesn't necessarily like to engage into a fight down one, but I have seen them in the past when a fight breaks out, if they lose someone first, they're not afraid to just invest ultimates into it to try to win it back.
No, exactly. I expect that out of them in this kind of situation right here. But as we get closer and closer, Alex has gotten taken care of early on. Young and Beautiful might want to consider just being done and over with this fight if you don't get anything with this Deadeye, and with Talisman getting rid of Icy Sniper and getting rid of Neptune while they're at it. We are going to be coming down to one final fight to decide this first round.
And Talisman actually focusing on AST design. Pella could be able to clean them up here. Hunter, this is kind of a sticky situation now for Young and Beautiful. It was looking really good for them. The Deadeye not necessarily finding anything hurt them here. You look at Dreamland, still holding on to the Pulse Bomb and the Bola shot. And Pella not that far away from Terror Surge. Basically, right now, you need to get rid of them early. And already that Immortality field is out.
It is, and they're going to be cleared away. This fight doesn't even really exist. AST Design does have the Annihilation, but all it's going to do is cause the overtime tick to start coming through, as nobody from Young and Beautiful going to make it back. And while it is the 99-99 for Dreamland, it goes in their favor.
And this was a comeback from Dreamland. Remember that? Young and Beautiful got up to about 99 to I think it was like 30%. Dreamland, they played really smart once they got control of the point that second time, and it really just came down to the fact that they were able to pick off one person very early on from Young and Beautiful. And when Young and Beautiful tried to re-engage back in a lot of times, they would end up using an ultimate. You could look at Juice's Deadeye. It didn't really find anything. AST Design, they just struggled on the Ramatra that entire round. I mean, it took them a while to get that Annihilation, and it just didn't end up working out. I mean, you see the stats here. You see Dreamland, especially Narwhal and Talisman, did a really, really good job, and Pella as well. An incredible job. But look at the composition changes here. Hanbei going over to that Ana, Narwhal sticking on it to the Brig, but Pella on the Winston, and AST Design going over to the Diva. I mean, this is what we expect to see. Ruins is that brawl kind of poke point. Now you're on to pure dive kind of points here, unless you really want to force something out here.
Yep, I believe the first instance of Winston that we've seen here in North America today. Big nade coming through onto Icy Sniper. Gonna eventually force out the Immortality field early on, but Pella needs to focus on staying alive, jumping into that Cassidy. It's gonna make things really rough, but manually ends up being the first casualty for Dreamland. So Young and Beautiful taking advantage of the situation, gonna keep pushing further and further back as Pella using the bubble to keep themselves alive momentarily, but it's just Talisman and manually hanging around, need to get out, take the reset.
And this DPS line for Young and Beautiful really cleaning up this fight here early on. Alex giving up the Symmetra here. Honestly, probably the right move. Not necessarily the best point for Sim here, especially with both teams running dive. Go over to the Tracer, find a little bit more value there, a lot more damage as well here. But now if you're Dreamland, you're engaging back in this one manually, probably going to be able to build up to that Bola shot here pretty early on. However, it's going to be hard to really find a good pick with it. AST Design right there could basically just negate it with an eat. However, I like what you're seeing here from AST Design, just focusing on Pellet, trying just to pressure them out, but Neptune went flying there, not in a good way.
Yeah, definitely not in the way you would really hope for if you're the Young Beautiful fan, but you still have the ability to stall at this point. You have a Diva that's able to take a bunch of damage away, but it's a scenario of not just wanting to stall it out, but to take it away, and Icy Sniper can be happy to try to engage here. Unfortunately, Talisman has a whole different idea on the lineup, already has gotten rid of two. A Pulse Bomb is available, but it's definitely not going to be needed as AST Design going down. It means this fight is done, and Overwatch just a little bit more stall from Alex, who's going to get this thing closer to that 60% marker, but will fall just short at 58.
Yeah, I mean, again, good kind of first point cap there for Young and Beautiful. Took a couple fights, but you look at Dreamland here, they're going to have all 5 of their ultimates. Icy Sniper investing that Ant Matrix. It just was in a really awkward spot. Struggle to find a lot of value here. And if you're Dreamland, you could look at the same thing we just saw last point on Ruins, where they play up a little bit. Already the Nano invested on the Pella. Hunter, we might be seeing a spawn door touch.
It's possible right now because now it's a rough scenario. Ice Sniper just doesn't have the care to work with. Pella's going to be able to annihilate the entire back line. AST Design just has to try to get out with their mech. Seems to do so successfully, but Juice has to take the reset of shame.
I mean, hey, down the wishing well. We'll come back. Maybe a little bit better. But I mean, Dreamland, that's exactly the type of fight you want right there. One ultimate invested and you win it pretty handily. You get the pulse bomb out from the other side. I mean, you're in a great spot right here. Rally coming up. It's going to be really hard for Young and Beautiful to engage onto anyone, which is how spread out Dreamland is at the moment.
Yeah, pulse bomb comes out. Not going to get anything for Talisman, but it is going to cause a little bit of that separation of pressure, but everyone will be able to come back together from Young and Beautiful without too much trouble. As Deadeye going to come through, gets pushed away just in time as Pella managed to try to knock them around and is trying to get somebody off the edge there. Unsuccessful for the time being. In fact, needs to come back for some level of care to help out this backline who are sustaining thanks to Narwhal. But Talisman does manage to get rid of Icy Sniper, and with that, the backline falling apart. Young and Beautiful going to go down as ASC Design decides, you know what, I should do a quick reset because it is getting back into Final Fight territory.
No, this is Final Fight. This is Final Fight. And Young and Beautiful, I mean, they only have the bomb. They have a remaking tool. That's about it. And they're going to be going into a Bola shot, which manually found value with that last time because there was a big follow-up from everyone else there on Dreamland. Hanbei not that far away from Nano. Talisman could be able to build up to that pulse bomb really quickly here. But just look how Dreamland's playing. I mean, they are playing up a decent amount and forcing Young and Beautiful to play kind of split. This is what you really want from this composition.
Ooh, Bolo finds nothing. Narwhal gets deleted the moment they went after Juice, and now this is the best case scenario for Young and Beautiful to go through. You don't want to have to use this bomb if you don't have to, but getting incredibly low as Alex and Juice trying to press forward, mainly getting super low. Gets a nano, as a matter of fact, and Hanbei gets taken out with the shot, and now Alex hoping to clean things away has got rid of two, manually falling down with the third, and Talisman not too far behind thanks to Juice, and now it's going to come down to this next fight once again.
It really is. Narwhal, though, I think them trying to go after Juice really bit them there. They tried to get the shield bash into them, hoping that there would be a follow-up from Pella. It just didn't end up working out. Instead, they got taken out. Deadeye this early from Juice? I like the play here, though. It's just a stall tactic. They're just buying some time. However, Hunter, that was their only ultimate. Granted, Dreamland has nothing either. This is a dry fight, and if you're Young and Beautiful, you're just looking to find that first pick, maybe get rid of Talisman, which Juice already has eyes on.
Yeah, because for the most part, this is going to be a dry fight. The exception is like a Neptune 70% to their beat right now, manually 70% to their own Bolo. But if this isn't a long fight, this is simply going to come down to the neutral game. And both teams are able to accomplish. But for Dreamland, first and foremost, it's getting that touch for the overtime, which they will manage to accomplish manually. We're about to have the Bolo ready to go. It might be on ASC Design to be able to eat it and stop it from getting effectiveness as they're getting kind of bullied further and further off the point as Neptune is able to get a beat online. Bolo thrown into the back line. Hoping to find something. Everybody getting low, and it's Dreamland who's falling apart at the scene this time around. Pella not able to get the primary rage on in line. So round 3 going to be coming our way as we're going to head over to Lighthouse to finish it out.
Yeah, and I saw Neptune building up to that beat in that entirety of that last fight, and they just needed to get that. And you saw the moment they got it, they used it, and Young and Beautiful just decided to go on the offensive. Knowing that Dreamland didn't necessarily have anything ready, Pella, they were really hoping did not have Primal Rage ready to go, and they were right there. And again, looking at the stats, very close across the board. ASC Design and Pella here is the one I really want to look at. Pella's finding a lot more value just with damage and elims, but AST Design just being able to stay alive a little bit longer that last round really did seem to help out Young and Beautiful, especially towards the end where they were able to come back and force this point 3. But Pella teased us there for a moment with the Orisa. Yeah. Back over to the Winston, though, and no big swaps coming out from either side just yet. Talisman a little slow on that swap there to Tracer, but they should be able to get back into the fray here pretty quickly.
Yep, Narwhal Hanbei representing the Break Honor respectively in this situation as Young Beautiful just simply going to go play the high ground, keep out of effective range as Pella eventually is going to have to take some level of dive, but you have to be careful. If you go in there alone, you're going to get blown up. Instead, they're going to take over that little side high ground and just progressively move forward. As soon as they get out of range, though, they run them down. ASC Design manages to get rid of Hanbei with a little bit of help, and Narwhal extremely low means Dreamland, unfortunately, starting out with a nightmare on this first fight.
And I mean, Young and Beautiful, this is exactly what you... Not necessarily exactly what you wanted anymore, losing Ice Sniper, but you should get the first point cap here if someone remembers about the point, that is. But the biggest problem, in my opinion, with Winston going into Diva on this composition, on this map, or point in general, is Winston's a little bit more easy to survive. You saw it right there. ASC Design just decided to roll up, roll down onto that backline there for Dreamland, and the sleep was not enough, the shield bash was not enough, and they were able to find Hanbei out early on.
Yeah, I see Pella kind of just hanging around for the time being. Don't really want to be down in there without a jump or a bubble to work with. Just got to wait for the right opportunity to go their way, putting pressure on the point once again. But manually is going to catch Juice out in this engagement. So now all the damage is still present for Dreamland to pull off what they want to pull off. Pella, though, is getting pelted into. Is going to be able to stay alive for the time being. ASC Design sitting super low. Doesn't have to care anymore. And at this point for Young and Beautiful, it is just going to be the stall game. One more coming through from Alex, who's going to get an extra few percentages once again. In fact, staying this here quite a little while as they get it up to 40%.
40%, but no ultimates out from either side just yet. Really, both teams have been really slow to build up to them so far this map. These last 2 points in particular, it seemed like on Ruins they were able to build up to them pretty quickly, but I think that's what both teams kind of want here. While Dive normally does lend itself to fast play styles, building up these ultimates slow really does allow both these teams to try to win in the neutral, the dry fights, and that's where you've seen it there, especially that last fight with Dreamland. Manually find that early pick, really give them a lot of momentum, but 5 ultimates coming up here for Young and Beautiful. Dreamland, though, Hunter, we're about to see 2 full houses on display here. It's really gonna come down to who comes out on top. And right now, Young and Beautiful.
Yeah, and S9 is gonna be that. S9 eats out the pulse bomb, and unfortunately, Isis Snapper gonna take a nice little swim down there as Bella trying to keep this point alive for the squad. Unfortunately, it's not really gonna happen. A little bit more of a stall from Talisman, who's gonna have to recall out, manage to get their way back in, doing a great job of stalling once again. But the flip is inevitable. 47% on the board here. Streamline ended up putting 3 ultimates into that fight.
Same thing with Young and Beautiful, though. 3 ultimates invested by both sides, so pretty even ult economy right there now. However, Pulse Bomb and Bomb ready for Young and Beautiful. I think that's a little bit more valuable here than the Bola Shot and the Nano from Hanbei. The Nano from Hanbei, though, that could win a fight on its own. It goes on to Pella here. Pulse Bomb out from Alex. Not going to be able to find anyone. Now Pella, they need to find something here with this Nano.
Yeah, you saw the moment of hesitation with that Nano coming out onto them right there. And now with Hanbei getting rid of Icy Sniper, opens up the door beautifully, but AC Design being knocked out of the mech is going to have to use that so get back in the bomb. Managed to do so outside, thankfully, so creates a good scenario for them. And now 80% and counting, trying to stay alive as Alex doing a really good job of keeping them in this situation. But Talisman still on the scene, has been wonderful throughout this map so far. We'll be able to clear away. So 89% looks like it's going to end up being the cap here for Young and Beautiful.
Young and Beautiful will have Beat coming back into this next engagement, but Dreamland, we've seen this before from them where they have both DPS ultimates, and they just kind of hold on to them. They've been a little bit of the better team in the neutral fights a lot of this time here. Even though Young and Beautiful did win first fight on this point, Dreamland has just really been able to find a lot of good picks early on, especially from manually. Talisman, though, Pulse Bomb ready to go. Finding it on someone like Ice Sniper, getting rid of that Immortality field might be the way to go, but the bullet actually lands onto them.
Yeah, forces out that beat. Talisman just gets annihilated on the spot, and now it's going to come down to Pella to live long enough to get this online, but they will not, and now 90% and counting. It's just manually in the support duel hanging around. Got to try to make something happen, but first and foremost, Dex, they got to get a touch in here.
And manually, not necessarily the person who wants to be able to find the touch, going to be able to get one here. They will fall. However, Pella needs to get back. You do see Talisman, Pulse Bomb ready to go. Dreamland, they just need to get bodies back on point. They have ultimates coming up here.
Yeah, and the stick on the Icy Sniper keeps things alive. You're trying to push people away further and further. Maybe get some kind of flip, but unfortunately, AC Design gets rid of 2, and Pella just gets hit back to back to back here. Young and Beautiful just have one more little bug to clear away, and with that, they will take our first map here. It was very back and forth, but proving why this is one of the toughest teams in the Master Division.
Yeah, it's going to be a series here. These 2 teams are going to be duking it out. Map 5 could be on the table here. But it's like a boxing fight, essentially, right now, Hunter. These 2 teams are going to be throwing haymakers at each other, hoping that eventually one will be enough to knock the other one out, but they just don't go down. It's like Rocky Balboa. They just take so many punches to the face, and they just don't fall. It's going to be a fun series here. Young and Beautiful, though, starting off with the advantage here over probably the favored Dreamlight squad here. A good start for them, and honestly, winning that first map gives you a little bit of momentum and probably confidence going into our second map of the night.
Yeah, you definitely want to, because there's kind of a difference when you end up winning something by only 1 map and it ends up being a wipe in that scenario. It's kind of like in a situation where in tennis, the more rallies you go, the more momentum you really get or lose. When one eventually takes it away. And I think that's in a scenario with Overwatch sometimes as well. But you know, it's different for every player. It's different for every team at the end of the day. Don't know how quite Dreamland, I should say, are going to be able to react in this situation right here. But they have come back from these scenarios before. They have definitely been down and fought back before. So I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to bring to the table. But of course, that also comes down to what their map pick and their initial ban is going to be in this scenario. But there's still a lot open up at the table. But I mean, with Young and Beautiful, what they were able to do, was there any heroes that kind of really stood out for you, or more so players that stood out for you that you might want to kind of punish with this next ban?
I mean, it's going to be hard, really, because I mean, the support line is probably the only place you could realistically look at it here. Neptune was the only one that necessarily played a different kind of hero. Alex eventually went over to the Tracer, which is something I really did expect to see throughout the series here. The Symmetra, though, on Ruins didn't really work out for them, even though, I mean, Young and Beautiful really did keep that first point close, but the Symmetra was not the way to go. Alex on the Tracer seems to be a little bit of a problem. I feel like the smart ban would probably be either you're going to look at that D.Va or you're going to look at that Lucio, because those are the two heroes that Young and Beautiful played that really you didn't on the side of Dreamland.
Yeah, because Pella at the end of the day was doing a lot on that Winston, but Astasign was obviously just kind of constantly being in their face and making it difficult to do their job. You see scenarios like that where Pella was able to get away with a lot, but that was off of the back of the exchange between those two squads. Pella had to go forward all the way through, Watermarch leaving the team to their own device, and sometimes that works out, like in that situation. Others, though, unfortunately, it's not quite the case. I mean, Astasign all the time took advantage of when Pella would go in deep and would just kind of go and punish the backline as a result. But obviously, that can change depending on what map type you go to. Maybe we end up going to something that's a little bit more linear, and you have to force something more like the Brawl, where the D.Va perhaps isn't as effective into something like the Orisa or even the Hazard.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, you go back to that first map's performance there for Young and Beautiful, or the first point performance for Young and Beautiful. I mean, Astasign really struggled to build up an Annihilation. They only used their first Annihilation in the final fight of that point. I mean, you look at the stats here, you look at just everything here. Pella did really good there, but AST Design did so much more, and you kind of touched on it there, being able to follow up on that support line a lot. However, Hunter, this is one of those maps where you look at the stats and you kind of feel like potentially this should have been a Dreamland win, but somehow, some way, it's Young and Beautiful coming out on top. And you look at that DPS line, a lot there. Juice did a decent amount. Alex struggled, especially on this first point, but once they swapped over to Tracer, really did step it up.
I mean, honestly, really did in this situation, and it kind of just goes to show the resilience that I think both these players really have. And while it is a rough one for Alex to get things going, I definitely think they have the ability to bounce back. The one DPS really stood out for me was Talisman, managing to stick a lot of those pulse bombs. Ended up only dying 6 times, which with the Tracer, you know, Tracer does have a lot of survivability, but able to have that much effectiveness without having any assists, honestly, that's an incredible thing to be able to pull out. But what I'm super excited for is the continuation of this tank battle, because even with the D.Va constantly running down Pella was able to still get away with a lot. So I'm hoping they kind of keep able to develop and go further within this series, especially, you know, thinking about where we might go with this next map.
Yeah, I mean, we don't even know just yet. It's taking a little bit for these teams to decide what map number 2 is going to be. But I mean, again, a close map back and forth. You're at Dreamland. I mean, you're bummed you lost, but it was really close. One fight going your way was the main difference there. And I mean, you talked about Talisman. Their Tracer play was very, very scary. Like you said, a lot of pulse bomb sticks, just being able to get in that back line and just find so much value. That is something, as the series goes on, I mean, it's going to be at some point, you're going to have to see a Tracer ban come out eventually. Midtown is going to be our second map of the night. And Hunter, I'm going to be honest with you here. Dreamland, when I watched them back, they played a really interesting comp, especially on the defensive side where Lifeweaver was actually used.
Yeah, Midtown is one of those maps which doesn't end up getting played by a whole lot of teams. So it's one of those scenarios where some teams aren't necessarily fully in practice with a map like this, and you're able to pull away with a lot of these different compositions. We see teams pull out the Symmetra also in a lot of these situations, especially that first map to kind of just bypass that initial choke entirely and go into that left side building. We see it all the time. And honestly, it works a fair amount of the time as well. And that's definitely something we could see within this map. But you talk about that Lifeweaver character that honestly, you had talked about 6 months ago. Hey, Lifeweaver is getting played in OWCS. Wouldn't have believed it for a moment, but we live in the reality now where it very much is a pick that can have a lot of effectiveness. Gonna see whether or not anyone's going to pull it out in this situation. We have yet to see it. But one thing we won't see in this map is going to be Lucio.
And not a big surprise. Like I said, coming into this map, their only differences on support was really the Lucio from Young and Beautiful. So you ban it out. I like this ban from Dreamland. I feel like it's a good targeted ban here, especially on a map like Midtown, where you want to be able to use that speed to get up to the high ground, especially on second point push, just to kind of disrupt the defensive team or the offensive team. Lucio just being banned out here, really, really smart. And I mean, it still does play into Dreamland's hands here a little bit, especially if they decide to play that Life Weaver here. But on the other side, Young and Beautiful, I mean, there was a slight difference on DPS line here as well, where I believe they played Freya throughout or Dreamland played Freya throughout the majority of it, and that's gonna be what we see banned out here. Young and Beautiful, they tend to favor that Cassidy, which at the moment I'd like it a little bit better than Freya, especially heading into this map where Freya does find a lot of value with the long sight lines that you have on first point, second point, and third point. Getting rid of that high burst damage potential is just the right move.
Yeah, I think it really is the situation right here, and it does open up the door for us to get into things like the Cassidy, like the Sojourn as well, in this kind of thing, where I think the Sojourn and Cassidy can both get a lot of effectiveness at long range, can really build up and do a lot in these kind of situations. It's something that we're definitely going to have to see, because Midtown, again, is one of those maps that I wish we got to see a little bit more often, because it plays a little bit uniquely compared to some of the other maps that we have in this game, especially the fact we don't get to see it a lot in situations like this. But we'll have to see what the situation is going to be as we'll get into this map here pretty shortly. But if there's one thing that is difficult about this map for a lot of teams, it is that initial choke. Getting through there, I mean, I can tell you the amount of series where I have seen it end in 1-0 fashion because a team just is unable to properly get through that first choke.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the tougher chokes in the game to get through, but once you honestly get through and get at least a tick on that point, it becomes very easy because you figure it out one time. And a lot of times, once that defense team gives up a tick, they normally don't really press up unless they get a really quick team kill. Again, they just like to play back instead. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that choke gets played, whether or not you see the attacking team go down that far alley, which you do see a lot of times, but I feel like at some points, yeah, that's just a little bit of a death trap. However, I mean, with one of these teams potentially playing Symmetra, you could see them just use the sim, like you said, to just TP straight up inside the firehouse and get themselves out of that danger of that choke point very early on. However, Hunter, it sounds like we might potentially be having a sub come in here this map for one of the teams. If I was to assume, I would assume Dreamland, because I believe that was the team that would always make the swaps between Pella and Dion or Monkey Happy coming in here for map number 2, because that's what they did last series, where they were flip-flopping back and forth between the two.
Yeah, I think it'd be the most likely thing in this kind of situation right here. In this screams that you're trying to run a different type of tank, realistically speaking, because I can't imagine you're trying to run the Winston over on a map like Midtown, which, to be fair, again, Pella was doing a great job on it, but this is one of those things that is kind of called a little bit more towards brawlier tanks. That's something that kind of calls like the Orisa, like their Matra, honestly, as well, can make a decent appearance on top of that. But it's something that we'll have to find out momentarily. But I do think you would be right about that, to kind of have that situation. We have the evidence of it previously, and I can't imagine there was some magical wish that happened to cause that to stop happening. So we'll get into this momentarily, and we'll definitely be able to find out, is Midtown gonna be our second map in the series? Dreamland hoping to bounce back and not have to put themselves in reverse sweep territory.
And I mean, I feel like that'd be a very bad thing for Dreamland. However, I mean, already having one experience with a map 5 series against Midori, again, don't want to be put down to that reverse sweep. Hello, Pigeon. But it's gonna be really interesting to see what Young and Beautiful comes. Young and Beautiful comes out with here. The team names are backwards.
Indeed. We'll figure that'll be taken care of momentarily. But what we can talk about, Dion is indeed in the game and currently is representing that Hazard.
And this is what we saw a lot from Dreamland in the past. They would do this a lot. And like I said, last series, they flip-flopped the tanks, finding that good balance. And Dion might be a little bit more favorable with this kind of hybrid kind of dive brawl style that Hazard really does provide here. But right now you do look at it, looks like there might be a little bit of a discussion going on between the two teams here, but it does look like that Young and Beautiful, yep, there we go, gonna be defending here first. And this was gonna be what I was gonna talk about. What was Neptune gonna come out with here? Because they were playing that Lucio the entirety of the first map. I thought Brig would be what we would see them go to, and that's exactly what we do. But Talisman, they're showing us the sim here to start off, and it looks like they're immediately going back. A swap here early on from Dreamland. Hunter, I like this kind of play. You get a good idea of what Young and Beautiful is playing. You go back, swap over here to the Ramatra, and Talisman back over to the Tracer. Hanbei now on to the Kiriko. I like this play from Dreamland. They took 30 seconds, but they're in the right composition right now.
Yeah, and I think when you go into a thing like Midtown, where the first point, the way it is, I feel like it's more than worth it to take those extra 30 seconds to realize, all right, this is the right comp. This is exactly what we want to do right here. Interesting enough, Alex being over on this Torbjorn is going to make things very interesting. And honestly, it's going to make things really difficult for Talisman to do the job that they want to do. But first fight definitely being initiated right now. Dion going to be pushing forward with that Nemesis form, pushing back further and further. But ASC Design more than happy to keep spinning them back and back and back, try to keep them away from doing what they want to do. But for the time being, Neptune is just caught out in the wrong place at the wrong time. ASC Design is now in a bit of a rough spot. Eventually has to use all their cooldowns to try to live momentarily. But for Dion and Co, for Dreamland, it's looking like it might be a quick first point.
I feel like I did a bad job as a color caster without even mentioning the Torb. Alex at least going to be able to find one, but Hunter, that might be all we see of the Torb here for Young and Beautiful. I would imagine going in the second point, they're going to swap back over to something else here. But if you're Dreamland, we talked about it. That's a very difficult choke to get through. But with how Young and Beautiful played it, kind of split up, it'll really allow Dreamland just to kind of push through very easily. And because they took that 30 seconds at the start to make the swaps, they put themselves into a much more favorable position. Alex, though, going to be sticking with the Swede here right now, the Torb. And I mean, the turret has to really act as essentially a 6-man here, especially with ASC already taking so much space.
I mean, 100% right now, manually getting incredibly low. Dion trying to simply run down Icy Sniper, who eventually can be forced to use that Mortality Field. A lot of bodies caught in, but a cleanse. Heads at perfect time for Hanbei as Talisman gonna catch on to Alex, so it's a 4v4 situation, but with this M-Matrix being used, Dreamland is going to have a temporary reset as they're gonna move forward just a little bit on this corner.
Well, temporary make that a definite reset right there as Dion will fall. Annihilation ready for them, so it's going to be a really quick re-engage here for Dreamland when they are back in. Same thing with them. Has that overclock, has the orbital ray. I mean, they're in a really good spot right here. The only thing Young and Beautiful can honestly do into it is just try to get this Molten Core out from Alex to stop them from walking with that Annihilation. And that has to be the play here. You're not that far from your own rally, not that far from your own Terror Surge, but the Molten Core from Alex has to be a difference maker in this fight as manually already decides to pop off with one, but I feel like that Molten Core comes out early.
It does, but it does force manually out essentially and isn't going to find any real value, you know, off of their overclock. So it's the 1-for-1 trade at the end of the day, so I don't hate it in the slightest. But now you have to be able to capitalize on this, and for Dion, it's a really early Annihilation here. They're going to be able to help get rid of Juice at the end of the day, but that's just going to be the only person they can really get rid of, as Alex is going to commit and die on to the point with their tank here. Honestly, just to stall for the extra few seconds.
And I want to say again, maybe this is the time where Alex makes the swap, but I think they're stuck on the Torb. If they've stuck on the Torb this long, they're going to stick on it. Nope. Okay. I need to stop talking about swaps. Alex going to go swapping over to the Trace here. I like this a little bit better for them. Dreamland, though, like you said, Dion maybe using that Annihilation a little bit early. I think they used it as really good. They really just bought space with it. And even though you wanted to find value with picks and stuff like that, just getting the space, being able to push the card up to where it is now is really good. But you're walking into Young and Beautiful, who has ultimates and already using one.
Yeah, it's going to clear away part of that high ground. Going to make you kind of have to hide away if you are Dreamland, but this is mainly just going to take a few seconds off this clock at the end of the day, as Dreamland going to be happy to try to go aggressive momentarily, but again, they pop another ult early on Young and Beautiful, and again, this forces Dreamland to kind of just have to hide away and wait around.
But again, you're just eating time away here. If you win a team fight, that will get rid of more. And you want AST to basically be meeting Dion here. Pulse Bomb out, but Juice already finding one.
Yeah, Manuel being down might make this tough, but Hanbei somehow managed to get rid of Alex in that exchange. So now we're in the 4v4. Dreamland trying to commit further, want to be able to hold on to this, but they're just being drilled away one by one. ASC Design just currently dealing with Dion on the high ground. We'll eventually be able to push them back and take care of business, as Young and Beautiful going to hold on once again.
I'm going to be honest, I didn't see Hanbei there, but they died to that Terror Surge. But right now, Young and Beautiful, like I said, this card is pushed up really far. Dreamland now into that kind of no man's land where cards so far pushed up, you really might have to use ultimate just to get back to it. But Neptune, they are not afraid to pop Rally, and Hanbei, no escape for you into Stairwell.
Yeah, unfortunate scenario. Bright side though, Dreamland is building up some really good ult spins. Young and Beautiful do the Pulse Bomb online with actually a couple more coming up on top. So if we're having a long-term fight, we could see something like a 5-6 ultimate usage coming up for this next engagement.
And for one thing, we've seen these teams not afraid just to dump ultimates into fights all the time. But Dion, they might end up using Annihilation the same way they used it last time, just to get them off this high ground, which would not be the worst uses of it manually, though, starting off with the overclock.
Yeah, gonna be forcing everybody off this high ground. In fact, he's gonna try to double down this scenario. Bit of a weird spot for them as Annihilation ready to go. Might think about using it here, but instead is gonna hold on momentarily. But it's running up the stairs. Is not gonna hit anything with that pulse bomb, pushing them off the high ground. But ASU Design trying to hold on as long as they possibly can, needing a little bit of care. Eventually, will not find what they are looking for in Dreamland. They go through with the investment. At the end of the day, it looks like it is about to pay off. Alex is managing to get rid of one, but that'll be the last little bit of stall coming through as Alex decides, hey, come at me, see what happens. And they are deleted.
Hey, come at me, see what happens. Gets touched once and dies. But hey, you saw the card out there for a little bit longer. You see it here. Dreamland only has 2 minutes to push through Central Station, which this is a really tough push because you have multiple turns you really have to make, long sight lines, which the hit scans should take advantage of. And Dion now getting off the Ramatra, going over to the Orisa here, gonna be behind on perks just for one fight, but should get them back here really quickly, especially if they win one. Young and Beautiful though, I mean, Overclock and Terror Surge not that far away from both being ready. You might only really need to use one here just to get control of the fight and the cart and just put Dreamland to a spot where they're going to be in a rough one.
Yeah, every DPS is very inclined to, when they get their ultimate online, to pop it within the first 5 seconds, which honestly, it can work out. It hasn't really been the case the last few that we have seen, but if you're able to get it back that quickly, why not use it? But Juice doesn't need one to get rid of manually, as it's going to force another reset here from Dreamland, but a minute on the clock still available. Should be able to get at least 2 fights in.
Here's the thing though for Young and Beautiful, finding these early picks and winning these fights pretty early on is not allowing Dreamland to build up to anything. I mean, Hanbei is going to have the Consumer Rush at some point this in the next engagement or two, but outside of that, Narwhal and Manually are going to probably be some of the only ones. Dion has to stay alive to build up that Terror Surge, but ASC holding on to theirs. I mean, you're in a good stall potential here for Young and Beautiful, especially building up to both of your support ultimates.
Yeah, we see the aggression, double support ultimates being used. Icy Sniper hoping to hold them back with this at Matrix, while Hanbei hoping to get them through with the Katsune Rush. Dion doesn't quite have their own Terror Surge to use quite yet, though. So unfortunately, it's not really going to work out too well in their favor. Using everything they have in the book to be able to survive a little bit longer, give an opportunity for their DPS to pull it away. But unfortunately, AST Design and Co. moving forth, and with 15 seconds left, Talisman is going to have to be the toucher.
And Young and Beautiful, look at this. I like what they're doing here. They're playing up. They fall back. I really wish they would have stayed up. It would have been able to slow down Dreamland here. ASC Design going to be the only one. They could Terror Surge at this choke point to stop them from getting a touch, but there's the touch from Talisman. Narwhal has that orbital ray manually not that far away from the overclock here, Hunter. Dreamland does have the ultimates here to really find a team fight victory.
Yeah, not able to find anything with that Terror Surge though, as Narwhal happy to invest in this scenario. Getting really low is Dion, and manually the ladder being taken out, and Dion gonna be sent away, and Juice gonna be happy to try to clear this one away. Juice, though, barely able to stay alive, but gets another and is gonna stop that right there about halfway through that final area. It's a fair distance to be able to get, but for Dreamland, you would have loved to finish that one out.
You would have loved to finish it out. Hell, you would have loved to at least get it to that final turn, because that's really a rough spot to get to, or a really hard spot to get to on any attack. But Young and Beautiful, I mean, as that map went on, or as that round went on, their defense got more and more stout, becoming a little bit more of a brick wall. Yeah, Dreamland was still able to get through them at points, but it really took a huge ultimate investment. And that was one thing that really hurt Dreamland there with that 2-minute time bank they had going in to Central Station. They just didn't have enough time to really rotate through all their ultimates. Narwhal and Hanbei almost using their ultimate, or basically using their ultimates in back-to-back fights, ended up hurting them here. And I mean, you look at the stats here, Alex had a little bit of a rough round, but they were playing Tracer the majority of the time. That's what you really expect a lot of times from a Tracer, that is pestering the back line. Dion, though, a good job coming out here, coming in here for this map. And this is what I expect from Dreamland. I talked about it. They like to play Lifeweaver on this map, particularly on the defensive side. It really allows Dion to play a little bit aggressively and have them get out of dodge, especially with that grasp. But right now, I mean, if you lose Dion early on, the Lifeweaver starts to lose a lot of its value unless you're going to be pulling Hanbei back closer to you.
Yeah, exactly. You can definitely have a lot of effectiveness out of it. Does have to be used at the right time, though, as we see Young and Beautiful making a couple of last-minute adjustments, making us guess and wonder what's going to come up. I don't think it's going to be the ball. It will go back to the Orisa, as Alex going to TP them out. And at the end of the day, it's going to go back to the Torbjorn.
Okay. Like, the Torb is still a very interesting pick here. I really thought we'd see Sim just TP them up to that Firehouse second floor, because I thought that would really just disrupt everything they're trying to do here with this Lifeweaver composition. But the Torb, you're really just looking for that annoying factor of the turret and the deterrent on the Talisman.
Yeah, exactly. You have to be very careful if you're our Talisman. Now, Recall is already out, has to fully go back into the Firehouse, but unfortunately for Juice, doesn't really get that luxury as they get taken out in Dreamland. Exactly how you want to start off this first fight, and now, unfortunately for Neptune, they are horribly separated, as is Alex, but everyone's coming back together as Dion might end up suffering here, has to use shield just to be able to stay alive a little bit longer, will be able to get the care and take the reset.
And right now, I mean, you see Young and Beautiful going down this alleyway. Turret coming out there, but that should be something that almost gets destroyed immediately here. But I like Young and Beautiful's position at the moment. Ooh. It's going to force Dreamland to really try to buy into them, but there's the grasp. A huge one there, keeping Hanbei alive and safe.
Yeah, exactly what you want to have out of that situation. I see Sniper being forced back a little bit more into a bit of an awkward scenario, but still going to manage to stay alive as they're going to have their Ant Matrix around the corner, going to throw it out, put everybody in a weird scenario. Now Dion might have to be pulled out, but there's multiple bodies up there. You don't really get the opportunity to do that too easily because you could leave the rest of your team members exposed, as Young and Beautiful currently going to get at least one tick on the board, but do get stopped just before it ends up coming through. So now you're hoping for a lot of these ultimates to be able to come up online. Dreamland is coming up on literally everything as we speak. If they're smart, they'll go for it right now. The stick comes through, gets Alex really low, but for the time being, not finding a whole lot of anything.
Immortality Field's gone. I mean, once Dion gets this Annihilation, you could walk straight into that room and just try to trap them in there, make it their own kind of personal hell. But you see Young and Beautiful, I mean, it looks like they're kind of on a different page. Half of them have gone up to that high ground in the second story of the Firehouse, while some of them are still on the low ground here. But Juice getting rid of Narwhal, a huge early pick.
Yeah, now you got to try to live your AST design right now. Not able to find anything with that terror surge, but you clear out a bunch of space. But Juice has got another, and here it comes from Dion going into the room, and it is ultimate hell going on right now as Dion simply gets forced out. As I imagine the first tick will definitely be coming through momentarily, but you want to be sure to play a little bit careful if you are Young and Beautiful, as trying to find something with this Nemesis form. Juice ends up being taken out. Icy Sniper might not be too far behind. Immortality Field currently not to their name, as Dion getting run down by Alex will eventually go down, but it's not going to be enough as Young and Beautiful trying hard, but so far, no progress.
No ticks either. I mean, like you talked about there, they should have at least probably had one. Some swaps now coming out. Alex going over to the Tracer. Yeah, this is probably the right move at this point. Neptune's rally didn't really find the value you were truly looking for. You need to get rid of Dion. You just didn't. And now, though, this is a pretty dry fight outside of Icy Sniper's Amp Matrix. You really, really need this to find something here, because Talisman, not that far away from a Pulse Bomb. If they find it onto someone, say like Neptune, say like Icy Sniper, that Immortality Field's out. That just gives Dreamland every advantage in the world to play aggressively into you. But the Amp Matrix is out here now from Young and Beautiful.
Yeah, here it is. It gets thrown out. It's going to force out the Immortality Field, just like you want to do in that scenario. Don't really expect to get that first pick, but ST Design, rough scenario, gets run down, sitting super low, needs all the care in the world, but will not get it. Hanbei will get traded out as well, but Dion is just really going to run down this back line. You see the pull coming through as well as Dion going to get the three-piece combo. And now 20 seconds on the board. Young Beautiful got to hurry out here, switching to the Juno.
Desperation times call for desperate measures, but AST Design sticking on this Orisa. I don't necessarily know if that's the right thing to do here, but you see the Juno swap here. Dion has Annihilation, manually has that overclock to come up here. You have no ultimates for Young and Beautiful, other than Alex could build up to a pulse, but that Annihilation coming out early. The touch gonna come out there from Alex just to force overtime, but you need to find something here now if you're Young and Beautiful, or it's curtains for this map.
Yeah, barely touching the point once more is Alex. Gonna need somebody else to potentially get this next one forced back. They die and no one else can make it back. It is the full hole for Dreamland to tie back up this series. If they needed a bounce back, that was definitely the way to do it.
Yeah, definitely there. This was a really, really strong map for them. And Young and Beautiful, they just kind of seemed lost. It kind of seemed like they were in between a couple different ideas. The Torb was a very interesting one. You knew that there was going to be a Tracer from Talisman there, and you really wanted to slow him down. However, the turret didn't necessarily do that, both on defense and on offense. You just struggled into everything there for Young and Beautiful. Dreamland, though, that is what you truly, truly wanted there. A good bounce back map, like you said, and one that was pretty handily yours throughout it. Yeah, Young and Beautiful was able to stop you on that third point push. But, I mean, every fight that you saw there was very methodical. They seem to have their targets called out. Really good amount of communication coming out there from Dreamland to even up the series here.
Yeah, it's honestly the beautiful display. It's what you want if you're a Dreamland fan. You go out there, and to be fair, you put on a pretty good attack, all things considered. You get stopped a couple of fights short of finishing the map. But the way that they were able to play that fight, or all those fights for that matter, was fantastic because they never truly rushed into anything they weren't ready to pull off. And even when they were, you saw Norwal simply be able to pull out someone like Dion, who was in a bit of a rough situation, and be able to keep them and sustain them and be able to regroup for another engagement. You never really saw a chance where Dreamland really overextended what they should be able to do without it being a situation where, again, Norwal can just get them directly out of the fight. And for Real and Beautiful, they definitely fought back as hard as they could. It seemed like their best chance was honestly kind of pretty early on, where they initially had some good presence on the point, but just never felt like they were able to recapture that, kind of hang it around the room for a pretty extended period of time, where just eventually Dreamland just collapsed in on them.
Yeah, and like I said, there was a point right there where there was 2 or 3 people going up, 1 or 2 people on the ground floor, and it just seemed like there was different ideas going on right there where they were trying to chase kills, just try to give themselves an early advantage, and instead it just fired in their face. Nothing really worked out for them there. It just wasn't a good map there for Young and Beautiful. I mean, again, though, you talk about this DPS line for Dreamland, one that really needed to step up. Talisman, you had that Torb there for the majority of that first point on both times. Talisman never really cared about it. I mean, you always saw their Narwhal or someone else was really dealing for it there to make sure Talisman could have that free reign, and manually on this Soj, I mean, it was just a great showing from them. A little bit, I would consider it a Soj diff coming out for them. But Dion, I mean, we see him coming in here, first map they played this series. I would not be surprised if we see Pella come right back in, because Dreamland has been flip-flopping these tanks these past couple series. So that might just be their playstyle right now. Keep Young and Beautiful guessing what kind of playstyle we might see, because these two tanks, like I said at the start, I feel like while they specialize in probably one style of play, they can definitely flex over to that other one and try to catch Young and Beautiful off guard.
And again, that's exactly what you want to be able to do in a situation like this. So Pella coming out, again, wouldn't be really surprising. I think it is going to be a little bit map dependent here, because there are definitely still maps that fall into that dive format, but others that'll kind of keep this format where Dion could easily just keep playing their Amatra. And it really is a situation for Young and Beautiful on which one they deem they want to go against. And I think obviously given the results, you would want to do the former, but it's going to be somewhere in the middle, Dex, because Sukkah Royale is going to be our third map of the day. It is a map that doesn't quite play like any other map in the game. And honestly, Ramatra is a character we see here more than most tanks.
Ramatra, you see Mei show up here, you see Ari show up here. This is one of my favorite maps in the game at the moment, because it is so unique to every other map in the game. But Ramatra, Young and Beautiful, they don't want to deal with it anymore. And Dreamland, Hunter, I'm going to be honest with you here. You know Alex likes to play the sim. I would not be surprised to see that banned out here. However, you could go look back at that support line. Dreamland looking like they want to just be punishing that support line down here, already banning out 2 supports.
Yeah, honestly, it could be a third in a row. I mean, the Juno has certainly a level of effectiveness that the orbital rate could be a lot to deal with on a lot of the corners of Sukkah Royale. But at the end of the day, you are correct. Symmetra is going to be the ban, so this is going to be the use that Dreamland is having now. Won't have another opportunity to be able to do so, so they definitely need to make it count. And honestly, on a map like Sukkah Royale, we have seen that Symmetra get incredible value from some of the teams that pull it off. So waiting for this map right here, using it now, I think ends up being the right choice, at least with, perspective of being before the map.
Yeah, and honestly, if you're Dreamland, I mean, you could see Lifeweaver back-to-back here. This is a really good map for Lifeweaver. We've seen in OWCS with teams like Geekay really finding a lot of value with Lifeweaver, especially on this map. Like I said, Iari could also show up here. You see that one a lot. Mei, though, I feel like is that wildcard pick, just because Blizzard, especially on first point with Ice Walls, sectioning off tanks, is really, really strong here. And this is one of the only maps, I feel like, in the game at the moment where you do see Mei get played over a lot of other heroes that you would normally expect to be seeing out here. However, the hit scan DPS, I feel like we're going to see Freya come back into the fray here for both sides. Cassidy, though, potentially for Young and Beautiful.
Yeah, we'll occasionally see something like the Widowmaker, but it's not really a character that tends to really stick around. It's kind of an early on scenario where you use it for a minute, maybe it works out, maybe it doesn't, and they kind of make the swap back. But you're correct about that May pick right there. I think it could be a beautiful realization. I think either of these teams definitely have the ability to pull it out and make it happen, because without the Ramatra in there, you're looking potentially at running something like the Orisa, maybe even like the Sigma, where it's a scenario, well, hey, when you get wall off in that situation, there's not actually a ton you can really do to kind of help yourself as much of a Ramatra who's able to simply block away every little thing possible. But, it's something we'll have to see. And luckily for you, you get to see it a lot of different ways. If you use FACEIT Watch, where you get to see a bunch of amazing different POVs anytime, any place, maybe you'll be able to do so for this Circle Royale coming up here, Dex, because like I said, it's going to be a lot of that poke game, you would imagine, but if we saw something like the May and the Sarisa, it wouldn't really be surprising, would it?
It really wouldn't. And I will say this, AST Design and Juice are going to be your candidates for Young and Beautiful that you guys can watch here. Pella and Hanbei are the ones for Dreamland. Pella actually not coming back in. Dion back, is going to be staying in here. A little bit different from what we saw in their last series. Everyone say hello to the duck. But coming out of the gate here, Young and Beautiful, I mean, they're playing around a little bit. They're in the spawn. Dreamland, though, this is something else I noticed when they played this map earlier on in the playoffs. They ran this double hit scan primarily throughout the entire time. Hanbei as well on the Baptiste. I mean, Hunter, you're looking at potentially 3 very, very good DPS heroes out here. Narwhal, though, back out on the Lifeweaver. Like I said, I would expect to see it. AST Design, though, going over to the Diva. I really thought we'd end up seeing the Orisa mirror here, but I like this. It really worked out for them back on Ilios. However, I feel like with the Lifeweaver there, Diva's gonna have a little bit of a tougher time just diving in and harassing that backline.
Yeah, it feels like a very different type of map to make it happen. It definitely can have its effectiveness, but you have to do so very carefully. That Diva can be caught out in the wrong place at the wrong time, and you've got to worry about staggies. You got to worry about the D-Max that can come through if you just happen to get him in the wrong place at the wrong time. But Dreamland, for the time being, does have a really good comp. It's basically what they were doing before, where Narwhal can just pull Dion out pretty much at any point within this fight.
Yeah, and look where Narwhal's just set up. I mean, that pedal's going to fade away here at the moment, but going to be able to pull out Talisman. I mean, it's just a really good setup here with Lifeweaver. It's very hard to kill them just because of how they're able to move around. But right now, I mean, Dreamland allowing Young and Beautiful to get a lot of space, but this is what we see a lot on this map. And Juice shutting down manually, and Talisman, it's falling apart for Dreamland. This is the problem when you give up this much space.
Yeah, and they're going to be pulled back at this point. I don't think a re-engagement is going to happen at all. So that's going to be a really quick take here for Young and Beautiful. 5 minutes on the clock here. And on top of that, going to have an early Kitsune Rush online. And they're going to use it right now. Okay, no time to rest. They're going to push forward and take over a ton of space, which is basically going to give Young and Beautiful this ability to kind of play up close. But all it really does is kind of just give them an extra bit of time.
It gives them an extra bit of time, but I just don't necessarily like the usage of it there, especially with Dreamland coming into this next engagement with 4 ultimates. Talisman getting off of the Soj, going over to the May here. There's the damage, though, from Hanbei, and look at what that does to Young and Beautiful.
Yeah, you're going to see the escape coming through from Juice right here. Going to get a little bit of help from AST Design to keep them going, as Dion does have the ability to hit a Terra Surge, and in fact, he's going to do it pretty much as solos Neptune in that situation, as Oasis never had to kind of fade out of there. Uses the cleanse beautifully to keep themselves alive and get out momentarily, as Tail's going to finish them off on the May now.
And I mean, this is something you see a lot from these defending teams, especially once they win a fight on the second point push. They like to play low ground really much even with the attacking team and play at spawn, which is something you don't really see on a lot of maps outside of this one. Dreamland, though, heavy investment into that last fight, but you're coming up to a blizzard, you're coming up to a tree and an overclock. You're still in a really good spot here just to stall out this cart for a decent amount of time, as Talisman already getting rid of Neptune.
Yeah, and that's going to make this a really tough fight to pull out. They're going to be burnt away once again, and now this is the fear you have walking into a team like Dreamland, where once they get their stuff together, it's really hard to break them out of their form.
Yeah, I mean, Dreamland seems to have found something against this Young and Beautiful squad. And right now, this is where this Symmetra ban really comes into play. I mean, the Sim ban or Sim would be able to get you to that high ground, kind of flip the map, which is something that we've seen a lot in NA, where they are not afraid to just flip map. But nice ice ball out there from Talisman. AST has to use the bomb.
Yeah, I think it's just what you have to do at the end of the day. Freeze came online, just causes a little bit of separation, so it's put everybody in a bit of a weird spot. But now Alex is going to invest as well with the blade, manages slice and dice away at one, looking to get a second, and it is looking like it's ready to be curtains for this fight right here. Young and Beautiful gonna be able to start moving forward, just have a little bit more to clear off the point, but with the help of a blade, they do so very successfully.
But this is the thing with this kind of defensive hold there from Dreamland, and what you see from a lot of teams, they're okay with that. They're okay with losing that fight. Yeah, the cart's moving, but look at what Young and Beautiful had to invest. Basically everything just to get out of that spawn hole. Dreamland still has an amp. They're not that far away from Terra, and Bola shot online from manually here. I mean, Dreamland's absolutely happy with it's already investing the amp matrix. You win one fight here, you go right back down to that ground level again.
Yeah, it's going to force Young People out entirely in this scenario. So now Dreamland able to take back a little bit more of that space. Are coming up on that Bolo as well as that Terror Surge, which honestly cannot find a lot of effectiveness, especially since there's no real immortality field. But Narwhal has gone down. Dion managed to get rid of one. And now with AST Design being knocked out of the mech here, it could be a long stagger.
It's going to be a very long stagger. It's an immortality field comes out from Hanbei just to keep everyone alive. Eventually fade away. AST... Okay, a little bit too close for comfort, even though it would have been only onto Dion. And honestly, Hunter, that would have just led to an even longer stagger coming out here. But again, Young and Beautiful now in the same spot they were before. There's really no way for them to quickly get up to that high ground. Dreamland has 3 ultimates coming online here. Young and Beautiful really only going to have, you know, both their support ultimates and a blade, which really did help them last time, but you don't want to invest all 3 of them in this situation. You really want to try to win a dry fight here and hold those ults for the second point hold or second point fight. But right now, Dreamland, I mean, they're playing the angles perfectly. Young and Beautiful just being thrown into corners. Oh.
Yeah, Clem comes online. It's Alex hoping to find something again with this blade. Was successful the first time around, and so far managed to get rid of one, but pulls back, plays their life, takes a bit of the reset, because now you can get AST Design some care and just go right in with this Kitsune Rush. Now you're going to be met with the tail end of this freeze right now, which is not going to catch anybody in particular. Neptune does get caught on the corner, but not in a spot where anything can really be done about it. It's beat being thrown in as well for Young and Beautiful. They're doing everything they can to break through this, and all Dion needs to do is live, get up to the Terror Surge, and they might be able to simply blitz through this.
Yeah, I mean, Young and Beautiful invested both their support elements and that blade there. Juice now with the overclock, looking for something here, and that's exactly what you needed to do. Get rid of Talisman.
Yeah, and that's going to be the case. Point going to go over, so now Dion is simply just going to be stalling out the point for a little while longer. It's doing the rotation anyway, so 2 minutes on the board right here as Hanbei going to try to escape with Narwhal. A little bit of separation, but that pull should be able to keep them alive. But unfortunately, Narwhal goes down and Hanbei goes down too. That is going to give them a ton of space to work with.
I mean, once you break through that second point hold here on Circuit Royale, the attacking team just seems to find so much momentum, almost an advantage. But I don't want to get into the attacker's advantage thing here. But Dreamland, you're still in a really good spot here just to kind of slow down Young and Beautiful. Not a lot of time on that time bank. Terror Surge, Tree ready. Tree, probably the most important ult for either sides here just because of how strong it is. Narwhal's been playing an excellent life mover, and Neptune.
Caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. Dion might have to use the Terror Surge just to live here. He's going to get a little bit of care, though, so it's smart to hold on to it momentarily, but it eventually will be let loose, and both Oasis going forward. A nice usage there, and see Design gets struck directly back into it. That is an excellent use of the pedal by Narwhal.
What goes up, Hunter, must come down, and right there, whew, that's no better example of the saying. Now, 45 seconds left to go here for Young and Beautiful. You do have a blade. And not that far away from your own Kitsune Rush. Dreamland, though, you have that. You have the amp. You have a Bola shot here. If Manly can really find one with it, it could be curtains here. But Dion playing far up, already forcing both those ultimates out from Dreamland just to keep them alive. But they find Juice.
Yeah, and looks like Neptune not gonna be too far behind. Frozen away. Alex gets out momentarily, but now AST Design and Icy Sniper are gonna help keep each other up, and it's a big reset as they're pushing them way far back.
And 15 seconds left to go. You see where that cart is. You could still maybe get one more touch here if you're Young and Beautiful, but who is it going to come from? You're going to probably have to invest that Kitsune Rush just to get in. Nice ice wall, though, as AST Design. This might be their life.
Yeah, they are trying to push forward, get a touch onto that card. The touch has come through, but Juice ends up dying throughout that. And now it is down to Alex to try to get something with this blade once more. Manages to get rid of one, forces the freeze out there from Talisman. But you're going to need more than that at the end of the day. The wall used to kind of do a bit of a regroup with the Dreamland down to right now. Need to just kind of focus on holding on this corner for as long as they can.
Neptune needs to get back here fast. That beat could really help him out in this fight, especially if you can find Dion out, get rid of that Terror Surge here. Talisman, though, the Blizzard might just be the thing that really puts the nail in the coffin for this round.
Yeah, and now everything being used, freeze being thrown on, that gold form got expended, and now they're getting forced away from the point. A nice freeze as they're going to get rid of ASD Design, and that could end up being curtains for this first round right here. Ball shot thrown in directly into the face of Neptune, trying to clear them off the point in Dreamland. Looks like they're going to hold Young and Beautiful just short of that final checkpoint, as it's a good push overall, but Dreamland not letting them complete.
And hey, you gave yourself a win condition here for your Dreamland. You played a really good defensive round. Young and Beautiful, though, getting it that far, especially with how much they struggled on that second point push, really, really good for them. Honestly, it really was. Because I really thought there was a point where we would see Young and Beautiful just get stonewalled over and over and over again, but they use ultimates at the right times to break that hold. I mean, stats here, pretty evenly across the board. Neptune kind of having a little bit of a struggle there, but I mean, they're playing a very aggressive Lucio, especially into the competition that they were playing. I'm not surprised by that. Talisman, though, did a lot throughout that round. Same thing could be said for Manually. I mean, that DPS line again for Dreamland, when they are on it, that Dreamland team almost seems unstoppable. And Dion coming in for the second straight map here, still playing really, really good. And you're seeing Young and Beautiful struggle right now into that. However, now, Young and Beautiful on the defensive side, really no big surprises here with that comp. I mean, it would have been fun to see them play the Life Weaver, but that's one thing that I haven't seen them play. They might not just be necessarily comfortable with it here. Dion?
Yeah.
You gonna play them out?
I have the doubts. I have a little bit of a doubt as Dion gonna go back to the Orisa. I mean, to be fair, it'd be fun. I don't know if it would be fun for Dreamland, but it would be fun for us.
Is Young and Beautiful's getting ready for? Is this a close hold?
Yeah, this is literally like, yeah, this is. Oh no, never mind. They manually spotted them out. That was smart.
Sonar arrow coming out from them, and Talisman. I mean, coming out on the Widow right there for a moment just made me try to find an early pick. I like the idea there, but Young and Beautiful, I mean, they're playing this first corner, which is a very, very rough strategy, especially when you don't have that Life Weaver, because you're really banking on essentially Icy Sniper to heal up ASD while Neptune gets them out of dodge.
Yeah, and you see ASD Design pretty much forced out in that scenario, as Dreamland can be more than happy to push us around this very first corner. Young and Beautiful happy to simply keep their tank alive. He did them a good shot in this next fight, but already you're starting to worry about all this Icy Sniper already 2/3 of the way there to that first ult. But now ASD Design being down means Young and Beautiful, they are going to have to full commit to this card, try to find some picks, because at the end of the day, they need to be given time to be able to reset and take another fight.
I mean, Icy Sniper will find one, but that's going to be all they get here. Dreamland, if you put 3 on the cart, it's going to be very difficult for Young and Beautiful to just get back and really have a strong contest other than just throwing bodies at the point just to try to slow it down. You see AST Design go immediately over to the Diva just to try to get there. And Icy Sniper, again, this Kitsune Rush might actually be able to really help him out here. And I mean, with Dreamland just decommitting from the cart, it's going to allow Young and Beautiful to come back in at full force. And with that ultimate ready to go, Young and Beautiful could really handily win this fight.
Yeah, Alex Machia on the dash, but not quite going to matter. So they're going to be able to clear the way and force them back further and further away. But Dreamland are coming up on a plethora of ultimates. The question really is, how much are they willing to invest? But it might be hard to do so with Manually right back in the spawn room, as they're going to be forced back further and further, as Young and Beautiful halfway to a potential full hold.
And I mean, Juice right there, finding that one pick, changed the entirety of that fight right there. You don't find Manually, you probably see Dreamland really engage faster with that Orbital Ray, with the Terror Surge, and try to win that fight very, very quickly. This allows Young and Beautiful now to build up to the rest of their ultimates, but there's the Ant Matrix, and that's in a very dangerous spot here for Young and Beautiful.
Yeah, and they have to completely pull around that corner right here. Still have the opportunity to kind of hold on right now, as Beacon to come up online and try to find something. And it's the investment of Alex that's hoping to find something. Trying to get at least one with the slash, ends up being able to pull it off, and now minute 30 on the clock. Young and Beautiful having themselves a time right now.
having themselves a time, having themselves a round. I mean, remember how this went last round for Dreamland on the defense? They lost Dion early and just basically gave up first point for free. They fell back so far that Young and Beautiful, all they needed was one pick, and Dreamland just had to give up first point. But right now, a minute 20 left on the clock. Dreamland, 3 ultimates ready to go. Young and Beautiful, though, they're going to have 3 here ready to go as well. Ice Sniper building up that Kitsune Rush is really going to help them. And AST Design essentially has the remacking tool here, but one that will clear the field, allowing their team to get set back up into spots that they like here. Orbital Royale, but Juice is out as well.
Yeah, that's going to be a weird trade at the end of the day. Manually doesn't have the ultimate, and Juice ends up losing out on that overclock. But Tailsman has gotten rid of 2. There's a bomb directly in their face, trying to get rid of them. Doesn't even need to get crushed. Alex will be able to help with that remake, but now it is just AST Design with Juice getting on their way back alongside Neptune. So you just got to live as long as you can. Group back with your team for reinvestment here, because they should be able to retouch pretty effectively with the Kitsune Rush.
Nice Jasmine, just try to get them away, but they will get back in time. There's Kitsune Rush out from Icy Sniper. The rest of Young and Beautiful, though, not that far behind here, Hunter.
Yeah, not at all. A lot being invested right here to try to hold on. And for Dreamland, this is their final fight. This is the potential coup de grace for this Circuit Royale, as AC Design going to go really out there. Eventually going to be forced to come back as Neptune gets taken care of. That could open the door, as Dion has the ability to simply invest his ultimate if they want to simply confirm this point. But it looks like it's likely not going to be necessary. It's just Juice hanging on as first point finally claimed by Dreamland. Only 2.5 minutes on the clock. It took them the entirety of that 4 minutes to get that first point.
And if you're Young and Beautiful, I mean, considering when you lost AST Design the first time on that Orisa, that you almost gave it the point, getting it down to overtime is great. Dreamland, though, you're going to have Amp, you're going to have Terra Surge, you're in a really good spot here. Maybe it'll just kind of snowball a little bit with ultimates and just try to find early picks. Neptune and Alex, though, having that combo of the Beat and Blade might just be enough here to really win them that spot back, and we could see him do exactly what Dreamland did last round, win a team fight, and then immediately play at the spawn doors.
Yeah, honestly, it's a pretty likely situation by using the Matrix just to get a little bit more room, and now you're putting yourself in that one-fight territory, I'd say, pretty easily. But Tailsman is going to play a little bit careful, as AC Design in the back has a beat to be able to back them up. This Narwhal going to get run down to the back line, and Hanbei might not be too far behind, but manually does manage to catch the stray onto Alex getting out of there, but it's still going to hold back the fact that manually he's going to get back in the fight. Not enough to sail Tailsman, though, as Dreamland, again, going to get stopped here. And for Young and Beautiful, it's just them returning to what they were doing before.
Yeah, now if you're Young and Beautiful, I mean, it looks like you're not necessarily going to hold at the ground level right there. You're going to still play on this high ground. And I don't necessarily hate it, especially with 3 ultimates to go here. I thought we would see that, but I mean, Alex with the Blade early on. If they can find one more, this might be right.
Bolo ends up being solo used, as Alex has managed to find 2. AST Design is there to hang around. We're down to a 2v2 with Dion going down. That means the reset is going to be really slow for Dreamland, and Young and Beautiful should be able to get a majority of their cast back by this next fight.
I mean, if you're Dreamland, though, you kind of have to go a little bit faster. You know that, like you said, Young and Beautiful lost a couple people there. They should be able to get back in time, though. Bomb, Overclock online. Juice got shut down the last time they used Overclock. Dreamland, though, look at what they have here. Blizzard and that Orbital Ray. And you find Neptune out early on. And that almost basically commits Young and Beautiful here just to try to fight at the cart.
I mean, you kind of have to at the end of the day. You're going to be pushed away, and AC Design is going to use the bomb here, which I don't like the decision very much, as they're kind of draining away. Dion does manage to get rid of Alex, and Ami's helping pull it back. So at the end of the day, Young and Beautiful trying to hold on as much as they can. AST Design still hanging on in the back, trying to get rid of at least one more, but instead they're going to be taken care of, and honestly could be a slight stagger, as you don't want them there for that final fight.
No, it's going to be a huge stagger, and I agree with you as well. I feel like that bomb usage there by AST was probably not the best, because look at where the card is right now. You're going to be essentially giving up second point here for free. I like Young and Beautiful could engage on this one here, but it's almost a suicide mission.
I mean, but you got to try to end this right here and now, and it does get another ultimate, so that is something at the end of the day. But now you're at a minute and a half away. Juice and try to get out alive. Manages to slide by and get Hanbei in the processes. Everyone else for Young and Beautiful should be able to escape. Unfortunately, Juice just cannot get the care they need. Is Dreamland going to keep pushing forward, and Young and Beautiful got to reset.
A minute 15 here. I mean, Young and Beautiful did get this cart pretty far, and you see the yellow box of victory right there. And I mean, Young and Beautiful, they can give up some space here right now. They really can. They can play slow. They can build up to their ultimates, which is what they're really trying to do. And at the same time, Dreamland, I mean, you see them taking space. They're trying to get on the high ground, try to really disrupt Young and Beautiful, because one pick going the way of Dreamland really breaks down everything Young and Beautiful is trying to do here.
Ooh. Yeah, if that was most people, they would have been knocked off the edge, but Alex is going to be able to make it back. Dion after using all those cooldowns, just be able to survive momentarily. Zombie able to help them stay alive thanks to that Matrix, but now they're kind of out of range of it. And Talisman not in the best situations after that freeze. She was able to finish them off, and that means Dreamland have to recall once more. And now with the way things are going, you're looking at having probably win back-to-back fights to take this one away.
Yeah, you're essentially in final fight territory. If you lose one here, especially with what the time bank's at, it's going to be rough for you as a whole team to get back into the engagement. You're going to have Blizzard, you're going to have Overclock, not that far away from a Terra Surge, and honestly, you're looking at Narwhal here to build up to that Orbital Ray. Neptune, though, Investigate here early on. Blizzard coming out from Talisman, just trying to counter it out.
Yeah, and now it's the blade from Alex. He manages to get rid of one, trying to clear away, and nobody's able to make it back to the point. And Young and Beautiful take that one away. They go to match point, and that is a very unfortunate way to end that map for Dreamland.
It really was, but I don't think, even if we had seen a touch from Dreamland, I don't think they wouldn't have necessarily been able to really find anything there. But I mean, Young and Beautiful, they bounce back here, win this map, put them on to series point. And Hunter, you have to remember the stakes of this series. Young and Beautiful now one map away from grand finals, but more importantly, one map away from locking themselves in to that promotion relegation game for OWCS.
Yeah, and honestly, it's a phenomenal job by them as well. It's a scenario where these two teams are really able to simply go back and forth, and both definitely have their really strong points as well, but that ends up being a beautiful hold for Young and Beautiful. They're able to force to the overtime in one occasion, nearly to the other there. So great performance for them right here. Oh, by the way, didn't catch that. Ajax onto Neptune.
I questioned it. I really did. But I didn't want to say anything in case I was wrong.
Oh, understandable. But Alex on this Genji, though, I mean, doing a heck of a lot. That blade, if it didn't end up catching anybody, it would force out some ultimate or some massive cooldowns just to be able to stop it. And it got effective value every single time.
Yeah, it really did. And I mean, Young and Beautiful, though, they just played this map really smart. Again, they got that first point essentially for free. I feel like Dreamland misplayed first point defensive side, and that's what killed them this map. The fact that they gave Young and Beautiful over 5 minutes to push second point, it just killed them. It really did. And remember, they spent about the first 2.5, 3 minutes of that second point push for Young and Beautiful just stuck in their spawn, essentially, playing Respawn Simulator. They were able to finally break through and got that second point. And I mean, I felt like right there, Young and Beautiful, unless something drastically happened or Dreamland was able to match what Young and Beautiful did on the first point on their attack, I felt like Young and Beautiful had the map right there. But Dreamland, they kept it close. Again, this is what we've been seeing a lot here between these two teams. It's really back and forth. Dreamland had their moments, but just wasn't able to come out on top. And I mean, this is the second straight series where I've talked about the flex DPS player playing maybe one or two heroes, but we have seen a lot from Alex here. Their Genji was very, very good this map.
Oh, yeah, and you watch the replay there, Dion walking away from the point, unfortunately, not able to re-engage. That is like I said, definitely not the way you want to end that map, but I mean, you look at a lot of stats we have there, and I mean, Dion putting up the 40 burger there in eliminations, 23,000 damage as well. It's the instant standout right there. But if we want to talk about somebody else really quick, Dex, that had one heck of a game, Icy Sniper going down 7 times, but amounting 24,000 healing and still managed to get 10,000 damage on top of that. I mean, that is a extra performance in sport category.
And AST Design having almost over 32,000 damage mitigation is insane. But I feel like much like back on the first map, where if you looked at the stats and only looked at the stats, you would say Dreamland should have won that map. And you could look at those stats again and say Dreamland probably should have won that map. But Young and Beautiful in these very, very close ones they just find a way to come out on top here. And that's why they are now one map victory away from a spot in the grand finals and a spot in those promotion and relegation games.
Yeah, gonna see whether or not that's going to be the case, because it could potentially be a map 5 banger if they are able to pull it out in this fourth map. But said fourth map is going to come after a quick break. So when we come back, we will have the conclusion of this upper finals matchup between Dreamland, Young and Beautiful. Who is going to the finals? We'll find out right after this.
The match is about to start.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, you guys. Lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger. Let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold car. We're down. That was so bad.
Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving backline.
No, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, back
Oh,
on.
no.
I got pulse bomb.
Bats on cart. Come on, bats on cart.
Going in.
Stop the cart.
Oh my God! Ah! Go to world! Do you see that?
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Everybody, welcome back once more here to the upper finals here in the FACEIT Master Playoffs. It's a very impactful game. It's gone back and forth. We're trying to decide the very first spot in our promotion relegation games for the coming stage of OWCS. And so far, between myself and Dexatron, it has been a really fun one to be able to show off what both these teams are able to do. Two of the best teams that we have seen in the Masters Division so far, Young and Beautiful, have themselves at match point, hoping to close this out against, to be fair, a very game Dreamland, who even when they fall, they're making it incredibly close every single time.
Yeah, I mean, every map we've had so far this series has been back and forth. I mean, you could go back and look at all the stats here, look at all the percentages. You go back to Ilios map 1, I feel like it was 99 to 99 on a lot of those points, maybe 100 to 70 on one of the points there, but very, very close between these two teams. Midtown, that was potentially the one-sided map of the series so far, where Dreamland just looked like a completely different team there, and Young and Beautiful just struggled into it. But you go back to Circuit Royale, I mean, Dreamland really had their opportunities there, but once Young and Beautiful was able to break through that second point push defensive hold that Dreamland had on them, they were just able to kind of get decently far in the map. And you saw a little bit better 0.1 defense there for Young and Beautiful. That, I think that's what really sealed the deal there. But Hey, we know what map 4 is, Hunter, and this feels like a very comfortable spot for this map so far tonight. Runasappi is going to be our 4th map here. And Hunter, we saw it in our first series. We're going to see it here again.
Yeah, not shocking in the slightest, and I feel like this really does play into Dreamland wants to be able to do, because if they opt to keep Diana in, which, you know, we'll get to that in a minute, whether or not that has or has not happened, it is a situation where I think they could get away with a lot on their Symmetra. It's already been banned out. It's not a worry with it being gone for map 4 or potentially 5 if need be. So if you simply want to be able to try to run it down on a map like this, I think you have the ability. But in this situation, the bans are going to be the Cassidy and the Brigitte for Dreamland and Young and Beautiful respectively. And I mean, how do you feel about these bans? Because I honestly feel pretty decent about both of them.
Cassidy makes a lot of sense here. I mean, especially if for Dreamland, Young and Beautiful played Cassidy back on map 1 and found a lot of value with it. The Brig ban from Young and Beautiful, that has kind of been what Dreamland has been playing in these sort of maps, so I'm not necessarily against it. I feel like these are two just very smart bans for the map. No one necessarily wants to ban out a tank, especially going into map 5 or going into a map 5. If we do see Dreamland come out on top, you will probably want to have a tank ban for that one, or at least a tank protect for both these teams. So, I mean, I feel like they're just playing very smart bans here, but at the same time, these are just 2 safe bans across the board here.
Yeah, that Deadeye can be very difficult to deal with, especially if you are running something like a Tracer. That Cassidy can consistently be a menace. If they decide to hang around the backline, that Tracer really isn't going to be able to get away with a whole lot. And a lot of that can be said about the Brig as well. It's not the easiest thing in the world to dive a Brig. It's intentionally not meant to be an easy thing to do, especially if it's paired with something like the Ana, like the Juno, where you can either care for each other or able to speed away very easily. So I like the ability of getting rid of the Brig in the situation right here. I'm curious to see how it's realistically going to play out within the swaps right here, because we saw earlier how Teams Hatch reacted last series when Brig was out, because it takes away some of those dynamic support duos that we've really gotten to see a lot over the past these next several months.
Yeah, absolutely. But Hunter, we have some subs coming in here, and yes, plural. Dreamland, you're going to see Dion come out here after 2 really good maps. Pella coming back in, and Young and Beautiful making their first sub of the night. Juice will be coming out for this one, and Carmez is going to be coming in. So you're seeing that hit scan DPS here now, or I believe that's Chantosaur coming in for Young and Beautiful here, and Pella back in now for Dreamland, and that might kind of tell you a little bit about how they want to play this map. Pella did play Dive a little bit back on that first map but sticking with the Ramatra, like you said, wasn't banned out. So bringing Pella back in for this case here, it might be the right move. On the other side, Young and Beautiful, we see that Sombra back here as Chantosaur comes in for the first time.
Yeah, 100%. I am really excited to see what Chantosaur is going to be able to do. Previously saw them on Dildux, was able to do a lot of fantastic things. But gonna see how that's going to work on this Young and Beautiful roster, and it could be the thing that helps propel them into getting into the grand final situation. But for Dreamland, they do not want to let this come to an end here and now. You want to lock in that spot. And we're see whether or not that's going to be the case, as Pella has come out on that Ramatra here. It's got to be a vote of confidence for Pella to come in here and run something that you would figure Dion would potentially get the opportunity to come in and play.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, right now, Dreamland, they need to get back in the series. And hey, starting off good, getting rid of that Sombra. Young and Beautiful deciding to play this dual flex DPS line here, which could work really well. But I feel like you kind of want this DPS line with a little bit of a faster tank, but you lose AST as well.
Yeah, and that's going to be a quick first fight there for Dreamland, clearing things away. Do lose out on Talisman, but honestly, they'll get back pretty quickly. It's not particularly an issue.
But, I mean, we've seen this in the past, Hunter, especially in our last series where we saw Midori win the first fight, get the checkpoint soon after it, and Dreamland, I mean, they're already starting to build up that, yeah, Ultimates could be online here soon. AST design, though, like I said, that DPS line really would help from a little bit of a faster tank going over to the D.Va now, but they immediately have to fly away.
Yeah, and that's what's going to happen in these situations. Alex gets taken down, so for Dreamland, the job starts to become a little bit easier and easier as Chantosaur not able to get a hack in that scenario. Push back harder and harder, and honestly, I struggle to think that Young and Beautiful could even force them to not get the checkpoint. It feels all but locked in.
Yeah, this is going to be another sub 2-minute checkpoint here tonight on stream. And Dreamland, I mean, they're kind of following exactly what we saw Midori do. Just take space, find early picks, and just win off of that here. Alex back in, almost gets rid of Manually here, but Ice Sniper wants to try to get Young and Beautiful back on track.
Yeah, there's a bit of a trade-off right there. You do lose Alice, but with Pella being down, it's going to be really hard for Dreamland to pull this back. There is a pulse bomb at the ready, but Tailsman knows that they're not really going to be able to get a whole lot with it. There's a couple of late deaths coming down here for Narwhal as well as manually, but with the way they died, everyone is going to get those natural good spawns.
Yeah, just barely as well. Those spawn waves coming in clutch right there for Dreamland. Ultimate's still going to be online here. Chances are not going to have the EMP ready to go at first, but you do see everything almost ready for Dreamland, and this could be a really quick fight. Chances needs to build that EMP fast, because you honestly need to slow down a lot of what Dreamland wants to do, but beat out from Neptune, they want to play fast. They want to play aggressive, Hunter.
Yep, and that is the right move at the end of the day. Pella, though, is going to go in a 3v5, and unfortunately, isn't really going to find anybody's really hanging around to go after. They're going to just be bullied into the corner and eventually simply taken out. As manually going to try to get out with Tailsman. As on the bright side, you do get out the bomb and the beat.
You get out the bomb and the beat, but you also invested a lot there already. Yep. Just a lot gone. Annihilation manually used their ultimate. Hanbei making some swaps now, going over to the Kiri. Narwhal, no beat ready for them here. I mean, you're gonna see this map get tied up here pretty quickly. And Icy Sniper, when your Kiri's finding picks, Hunter, it's gonna be a rough battle for the other side.
Yeah, but if Pella can be kept up right here from Hanbei, it would be incredible, but they can take it now by manually, who ends up getting rid of 2. And they're so close to getting this lead being taken over, but with it just being ASD Design and Alex sitting by, that's just not going to happen. Now ASD Design is simply going to get out, take the reset, get healed up, because the last thing you want to be is staggered on a push map.
Yeah, absolutely. They didn't get that checkpoint, so no forward spawns just yet. So the long walk back will be able to basically reset the bot and start pushing it back your other way. Pella, though, not necessarily back just yet, so you're going to have to wait for your Ramatra here. However, Young and Beautiful actually give up a decent amount of space. Dreamland, though, just decides to get off the bot. Now they're back on it here. Pulse bomb ready, but you're walking into a pulse bomb and a Kitsune Rush, which Ice Sniper basically used to right the ship for Young and Beautiful after a slow start.
Yeah, and nearly is taken out on the spot for pulling that out, and now you're going to see if you can get away with something for ASD Design and Young and Beautiful trying to push forward to find elimination. Unfortunately, nobody going on quite. In fact, Chantasaur is just getting pushed back further and further as Alex hoping to find something with a pulse bomb. Unfortunately, is going to have to hit the recall here and kind of hold on to the life as Pella forced to use that Nemesis form directly out of the hack. And I mean, for Dreamland, you don't hate this at the end of the day. You're killing more and more time away. You're being able to build up to more and more of these ultimates. And Chantasaur is unfortunately not building very quickly on the CMP.
No, they're not. They're struggling to find much there, or much of anything with hacks. Alex invests his pulse bomb, but ASC Design, I don't know if you've been watching them, but they've just been in a constant state of hurt.
Yeah, and beat is used. Unfortunately, it's in a 3v5 where I don't think Dreamland it has an ability to really even lose this fight. You get manually a bit of a rough scenario, but Neptune is trying to find the assassination, but they're unable to. Hanbei helping clean things around, gets a 2K as Tailsman gonna fish it out, and Dreamland gonna start extending that lead once again.
And Hunter, look at Dreamland here. Look at their ultimates.
Whoa.
They won a fight there where Young and Beautiful invested some ultimates. Dreamland just played smart. They played safe. Manually, though, starting off here with the overclock, this should be able to buy a decent amount of space. If they find a pick, oh, that's not who you want to see fall there. Chantasaur swaps over to the Soj and immediately takes a railgun shot.
Yeah, and you're going to get 100 meters plus here easily. And now it becomes a line, and Norwell, I think, just solo beated on the point. Was that a buddy?
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, that was, they fat fingered right there. And Hunter, I'm gonna be honest with you, that's a costly ultimate to fat finger. I mean, especially with Young and Beautiful not necessarily having a lot here other than this Kitsune Rush, the beat really could have been used here to end this map.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is that Dreamland is still winning right now. They're still drilling away, and Icy Sniper is lucky to be alive right now. Shantosaurus has to come back out, and somebody is going to throw their body over on this thing. ASC Design is going to be the one using that gold form very early, as Pella is going to have to use their own ult just to kind of hang around in the area. They have the solo heals of Hanbei sitting by, but it's not going to be enough as they're trolled away, and it's just going to be a long stall here as everybody going to easily get these forward spots.
And hey, like I said, that beat could come back to haunt them. They have that beat there. With that Annihilation, you see Pella play a little bit differently probably in that engagement rather than just having to put up their arms and back out slowly. But now Pella goes over to the Orisa, want to mirror it here. And I mean, Hunter, this lead is not insurmountable here for Young and Beautiful. They could easily come back, especially with 3.5 minutes left to go. They're now coming up to all 5 of their ultimates. I mean, Dreamland now, it felt like that last fight right there was really one they wanted to end the map on. The beat from Narwhal could cost them.
Yeah, it could. AC Design is forced to use all these cooldowns. It's getting really close to its Terror Surge, though, which will give them a little extra lease on life. And honestly, could catch something like Narwhal Humpy in a bit of a rough scenario. See AC Design trying to get through, but B is going to be able to help them move forward faster and faster. A nice spear by Pella to be able to push them away as the Pulse Bomb is going to miss out, unfortunately. A nice cleanse there in case, and unfortunately, Alex is going to follow suit directly, as well as forward spawns are going to be lost. Pella in a rough scenario as they're going to die really late here. Streamland needs to try to get everybody out. Unfortunately for Manually, that is not happening.
The plus size for Dreamland in that entire engagement is you got 3 ultimates out from Young and Beautiful. You would have loved to probably get one more, but here's the forward spawns now for them, and they're going to slowly start pushing this barrier closer and closer to the final point. 2.5 minutes left to go. You now are coming up to your own ultimates. You're rotating back through them. You're going to have both your support ones here. However, though, I feel like this is a situation where you really only need to invest one if you're Dreamland and try to get the other 2 out from Young and Beautiful, which, hey, chances are already decided to do just that.
And Normal apparently just wanted to go back to the spawn room, unfortunately, as they get taken out. Talisman doesn't have the ability to recall right there, but Pella is going to be able to help trade out, which means Dreamland, they could potentially hit a bit of a reset, especially if Chanasar manages to go down, but they get eventually speared away as Manually helps take care of them, and Pella going to basically solo onto Neptune there as well. Alex will manage to take care of Pella. Alex is likely not long for the world.
But here's the thing, with Alex getting that stall right there, they're going to be able to allow essentially their entire team to come back. However, heavy ult investment across the board for both sides. If you're Dreamland, you got everything you want there. You got rid of the Terror Surge, you got rid of that the Overclock. However, Pulse Bomb and now Kitsune Rush ready here for Young and Beautiful coming in this engagement. You only truly have beat. You now need to play smart this last 90 seconds of this map, and plus whatever overtime here, because Young and Beautiful, I mean, they can feel the comeback, but Manually, what a shot!
Manually is not playing around right now, and Talisman does have a Pulse Bomb. Doesn't want to have to use it if they don't have to, but the scenario might end up coming their way with Icy Sniper going down, though. Definitely not going to need it, just a quicker death for SD Design going their way, and Chanasar unfortunately falling again, and now a minute left on the clock. It's a 62-meter deficit, and Young and Beautiful are running out of options.
Oh, but Young and Beautiful, they had forward spawns that entire time. They're going to be back in this very, very quickly here. Ooh. Dreamland, though, the one thing you want to do, just get forward spawns yourself here. Try to push this bot up as far as you possibly can. You still have this about 50-meter lead, 60-meter lead. You need to be able to kind of maintain that here, but as overtime gets closer and closer and you have these ultimates, you don't necessarily need to invest anything in here if you're Dreamland. You could hold on to them, let Young and Beautiful build their own, and have to invest them early on.
Yeah, and honestly, the closer you get towards this coming to an end, the more you're willing to kind of invest. And here they go right now, using the Kitsune Rush. It's going to put everybody in a difficult scenario. ASC Design hoping to build up closer and closer to a Terror Surge. Unfortunately, it's not quite there, but Neptune has it be ready to go. Ends up being used. Nearly gets speared out of it, but manages to keep Chanasar alive, at least for the moment, as they get extremely low. As Dreamland hoping to come together on somebody right here. Chanasar is in a bit of a rough scenario, being pelted from all sides, being kept alive, speared away. The trade going back and forth, and Pella might be trying to clean this out. The moment ASC Design comes out from this, Terror Surge online for both. Alex, though, is keeping the squad alive, as ASC Design might be forced to use their own Terror Surge momentarily just to stay alive. Getting super low, doesn't end up popping it, and that might be for the better as Alex is going on a spree.
Alex, like I said, coming into this series is going to be the player to watch here for Young and Beautiful. Finding, I believe, 4, maybe even all 5 members of Dreamland out there. However, Hunter, this is a long, long road that this Young and Beautiful squad has to go to lock themselves into the grand finals and that OWCS promotion game here. But they have the ultimates to play with here. I mean, they're in a really good spot. Dreamland, they invested everything into the last fight. And finding Alex, now there's no touch, no one's there. Map 5, here we come again.
Alex just dies and nobody else is back to be able to get back in there. There's nothing you can really do in that situation either. No one else can replace the touch. Alex just has to try to live on the point. And it just doesn't happen, but you said it. Map 5 on the board. I mean, it's the double Map 5 has become a reality. That's just the syndrome here in North America. As honestly, I wouldn't want it to end any other way. In this situation, these teams are too dang good to have this be a quick one.
Absolutely. And I mean, hey, if you look back at the bracket here when we go to our next break, every series today that's happened in the NA region has gone 5 maps. the teams understand the significance of everything here, especially these two. Because a win here, yeah, gets you that promotion relegation game, gets you into that grand finals, which I have to imagine just gets so much pressure taken off you. You're already there. You don't have to worry about going down that lower bracket and potentially facing off against Midori or Emote down mid. Two really good teams, and Midori might be one of the weirdly hottest teams right now in this tier. But I mean, Young and Beautiful, just a rough map for them coming out of the gate. You wanted to see Shantasaur find a lot of value with that Sombra. Found that one EMP, which they didn't end up winning the fight off that, and they swapped over to something else after that. But Dreamland, it was really their map, and that fat finger beat doesn't come back to bite them. It does not. Close, but it does not. Map 5, though, Hunter. Wouldn't want it any other way.
I definitely would not. And at the end of the day, I am very happy for both these teams. The fact that they get to show every single little thing that they have, get to show off their other players in the meanwhile as well. And at the end of the day, this is the story of what we've seen through a lot of the push maps this season, and especially through today, where one team just takes it super, super far, but it doesn't just stay one-sided. It slowly starts going back and forth, or more so the other team's way, and they get close, but unfortunately, they seem to always fall just short within these situations right here. It was at this point right here where Young and Beautiful had a really big opportunity to kind of pull this back around. Unfortunately, they do just get kind of caught out. Talisman and Manually had a fantastic map, as hard as Alex tried to pull it back every single time. The consistency was just too much to deal with.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the situation. This was the point right here for Dreamland where they had 5 ultimates here. Half the time bank left to go. Oh. Oh, there's your low light. There's your low light. At least they came back to win. At least they still won. That's it. But Young and Beautiful, like you said, they made this map still very interesting. They got that checkpoint, and I mean, they had these ultimates here, and we're finding Dreamland out. But Dreamland showing how resilient they are here, just being able to take that bot back and push to the other side of the map really gave them that victory.
Yeah, that's definitely the situation right here. And I'm curious to see now how Young and Beautiful is going to react in this situation once more, because they've already gone through the scenario of Dreamland having a bit of a more one-sided affair on them. But Young and Beautiful was able to bounce back a lot more in this scenario. And honestly, this had a really unfortunate end to the map, as you saw right there. Who knows what would have happened if they would have had a full 5 there ready to re-engage and do their stuff. But you can take a look at the stats here. I mean, I think I know what you would add. And for me, that is Pella over there, hanging around once more, coming back in, having an amazing performance, 13,000 damage, ends up dying 7 times overall. But to be fair, the tanks were just constantly being focused, and it was a really rough time for both of them. But they still both did some amazing things.
Yeah, I mean, AST not that far behind, actually has more limbs and 1 less death, but that extra 4,000 damage that Pella was able to put out, a huge difference. And Manually as well, that might be your player of the match right there. 25 and 5, almost 12,000 damage, basically getting almost the amount of damage combined that Alex and Shantasaur got for the other side. They wanted to make sure this was sent to a map 5. My feeling is this Dreamland team does not want to go down to that lower bracket.
No, you don't want to do that in this situation. Neither of the teams want to have to go to the pressure of having to go up against a team that has been fighting for their life over and over and over and has won multiple matches in a row, kind of just fighting and clawing away at it. That's not what you want to do. That is not the kind of team you want to go up against in this scenario. But for one of them, that is going to have to be the case. There's no such thing as a full-on tie in Overwatch. It does not exist. So one of these teams is going to have to pull it out with their 5th and final map. But this is where it gets really interesting in this situation. Young and Beautiful are going to have that selection of the map. And that means that the map pool has opened up with us being in map 5. You just simply can't reselect any maps that have already been played. So if they want to go back to an archetype that they thought they did really well on, the ability is well and fully in their control.
Well, here's the biggest thing. I mean, I highlighted after we saw the stats for the 2 maps that Young and Beautiful won. You could look at the stats and say, how did Young and Beautiful win it? The maps they've won, they've been very back and forth, very close, but they found ways to come out on top and shut down Dreamland on their own attacks. But it looks like they decided to bring us to King's Row. And Hunter, you talked about no ties in Overwatch. Well, this is the one mode where you could potentially see a draw.
You had to say it, didn't you? We had this at one point, didn't we? Did we not? No, I remember there was a map 6 earlier this season in OWCS in the EMEA region. It's possible. It could happen. I'm not going to bet my money on it, but it could certainly happen between these two squads. But one thing we definitely need to find out is what the bans are for Young and Beautiful. They're going for the Tracer in this situation.
Yeah, honestly, the right move here. I mean, Dreamland's Tracer has been really, really good. No matter who it has been, they have just been solid throughout the night. And I was wondering when we would see the Tracer ban. Map 5 seems like a really, really good time to see said ban. Dreamland, though, well, D.Va is going to be their pick. And this is the conversation I had going into map 4. We didn't see a tank ban there because Dreamland didn't probably want to force out a tank ban and potentially have to save one here or force out a tank ban there and lose it for map 5. I like the D.Va ban here, though. Young and Beautiful has played a little bit. You're going to King's Row, though, so you're really trying to force it back into a brawl where Dreamland, I think, is looking at this as we've had the better brawl throughout the night here, throughout the series. They want to try to force brawl and force it hard.
Yeah. I'm loving the idea that this is the route they're trying to go down because they have indeed really had the edge in a lot of these scenarios. Not having the Tracer, it stops Alex, because if there was one crux to that entire series that they had, it was Alex bringing back these fights what felt like some scenarios that they shouldn't have been winnable. You look back earlier on where it's like they were simply going to close it out, but Alex went ahead and I believe, looking back, did get all 5 of the eliminations there. Ends up being a really cool situation for Alex, but now they've kind of been taking off that hero that they've been performing excellently on, and now you have to sort of adjust and figure out what you're going to do right here. And with that being the case, we'll find out as well if there are any swaps whatsoever, because again, we've kind of had the rotating tank line. We did have Shanosaurus in on that previous map as well. Curious if that's going to end up staying the same. I'm sure we'll find out momentarily if there is anything. But at the end of the day, I mean, Dreamland seemed to have it figured out in these situations right here, and if they can force it to go their way, we might just have a repeat of that last Runasappi.
Yeah, and banning out the Tracer, I mean, like you said, Alex really did show us a lot last map and throughout the series on it, but they might be trying to force Alex back onto something where they can handle it a little bit better, whether it be the Genji, whether it be the Symmetra potentially here. That was one thing I was very excited about with Alex here, was potentially seeing a lot of Sim play. However, it's been very muted. Outside of the first map, we haven't seen Sim at all. Sim was also one of the bans back on Circuit Royale, for the reason that Alex could find a lot of value with it. You could see Sim come back out here, but there's a lot of points where I think Sim struggles on this map. However, you could see it. Genji, though, I feel like would be the way to go for Alex. And like you said, yeah, the tank subs coming in here for Dreamland is going to be really interesting, because I felt like Pella played a really good map, but Dion at points this series, and the 2 maps we saw them, has been excellent. It's gonna be a tough choice for Dreamland, because you have 2 very strong tanks.
You really do, but with the fact that we have not heard anything, it's looking like it's a really positive scenario that we're going to be sticking with Pella for this 5th and final map, which again is not surprising at the end of the day, because Pella also does have a certain flexibility to them if certain things are needed, but it should realistically be that Ramatra going into this. The question is what Young and Beautiful want to be able to pull out in that tank line, because obviously no D.Va available, and SC Design has been really good at it earlier on within the series, and it's an option simply taken away from them. And it might be a scenario where SC Design might have to simply go back to that Orisa.
It might be, but no, Ramatra's out the gate, and Alex currently hovering over the cast. But look at Talisman. Could we be seeing the Pharah come out here, and Narwhal back out on the Life Weaver? Ooh, this was not what I expected for this map from them. But I mean, you go back and look at the last hybrid map we played on Midtown. Narwhal played an excellent Life Weaver. Really held down that defensive round for them and almost made Young and Beautiful struggle. But there's Alex out on the Symmetra, and I think it's going to be more than just a TP out of the door for them here.
Yeah, exactly. So going to see how well it's going to work here, as they're going to simply end up TPing over to that right side. And it looks like they might end up doing a bit of a long rotation, but instead, no. Just going to stick around the statue, do their thing. And now Talisman being on Pharah is more than out of the bag, as right now everyone kind of just struggling, kind of having to huddle around right now. It's just too much damage coming through from Dreamlight.
Yeah, but you already see Young and Beautiful here just trying to rotate up that high ground. They're just waiting for some cooldowns to go away, and then there's gonna be a full-on brawl in this small hallway between the Ramatras.
Yeah, exactly. Not the place you really want to be in any scenario, as all of this shot coming through from Tillsman makes it really difficult to do anything in this scenario. And Tillsman literally gets within an inch of their life, eventually going to be forced out right there. Lots of pressure being delivered. Already getting pretty close to a barrage, but barrages typically aren't really used with the intention of trying to stay alive. But for now, just holding them at bay.
I mean, right now, if you're Young and Beautiful, you're trying to rotate around long enough that Alex can get that TP up to that high ground and have it work. And hey, you get rid of Hanbei, and that's exactly probably who you want to get rid of first from Dreamland.
Yeah, and now, I mean, Pella, if they're caught up in a bad situation, they're not going to be able to do anything. The problem is they're going to eventually be forced into a bad situation because they're going to have to get the point here soon. Talisman, though, needs to stay alive. It is extremely important because it's the one ultimate that's going to be able to really help out as manually catches on the bodies, but unfortunately, he pulls Talisman down into death.
That's a little bit of an unfortunate mistake there. Dreamland gonna lose the point. I don't see the reasoning for that. Narwhal though, sticking with the Lifeweaver here. I think as this map goes on, they will have to swap. I think Lifeweaver is really only good for the first point hold. Yeah, Tree can be valuable here in the streets, but with how many sharp corners there are on this phase, it's going to be hard for Narwhal to necessarily find a lot of value with grass because you're just going to be putting yourself in the line of fire here a lot. But Dreamland, outside of using the bola shot from manually in that first fight, or first point, you have almost all your ultimates. Hanbei, though, swapping over to the Kiri here as well. Young and Beautiful, good spot with ultimates as well. About to have all 5.
Yeah, here comes the Kitsune Rush. Want to go in super aggressive with that. It gets pulled away momentarily, so Pella will be able to survive as manually gets deleted on the spot, and Juice wants to keep running it down. For Young and Beautiful, it seems for the time being, nothing can stop them in what they're going for, as Talisman, unfortunately, is going to take a late death. Juice hitting another.
And if you're Dreamland, you just need a little bit of a hard reset here. That cart is still decently far back, so you don't necessarily have to worry about rushing back to this point. Just fall back, regroup. But it looks like Young and Beautiful really doesn't want to allow that. They're gonna fall back here a little bit, but still a lot of ultimates coming up. And Alex with this photon barrier is gonna be able to split up so much. It's gonna be hard for Dreamland really to do anything. It's just gonna be something where they have to just stall out the cart for as long as they can.
And I know Talisman wanted to break the photon barrier as well, but gets deleted instantly, and now this fight is as good as done because now all Vel can do is just hold a shield and slowly be burnt away. That's literally all you're able to do here. Your sports being pushed away harder and harder and harder, and eventually just pulls Pella away because Pella's gonna die anyway. You might as well try to get them out and take a faster reset.
Oh, and the TP in. Pella is getting jumped right now. All the healing trying to go in them. Gonna be able to keep him alive here, but if you're Dreamland, you already see some swaps coming out. Talisman now going over to the Sombra here. Young and Beautiful, though. AST Design never used Annihilation in that fight. Still hasn't used it yet this entire round, but that's because Young and Beautiful has just been casually going through the map.
Yeah, and Juice going down does create the opportunity to stop them momentarily, but you're going to see them pull back around the corner, take a very quick reset here because, I mean, no one else goes down. They're going to be able to re-engage really quickly here.
And this is what you need if you're Dreamland. Just stop the bleeding, and you found it right there with one pick. Young and Beautiful, they don't necessarily want to engage into a fight without Juice, which is a very smart thing. Juice has that potential to find value early on, but Hanbei, Kitsune ready to go here. Ice Sniper gonna use theirs. Hanbei probably should follow up with their own here.
Yeah, and right now, Talisman is in no man's land as Kitsune Rush going to be used manually. Rough scenario getting super low, needs a bit of care. As Talisman trying to create a little bit of disruption in the backline and now manually able to get rid of Alex. Pella helping out with Neptune as well. As long as Pella's able to live, they should be able to stem the bleeding a little while longer. A nice hack, able to stop things for a bit longer as that's the sign going in, making something happen as Talisman able to help get rid of Juice, but this likely, with Pella coming back here pretty shortly, should stop Young and Beautiful from progressing too much further.
And right now, I mean, you lose Hanbei, that card's still moving. Young and Beautiful, I mean, they're gonna have another photon barrier and a beat. I could really see them just investing both those here and trying to win a fight off that. EMP though from Talisman, they have to hold on to this for the beat or the photon barrier from the other side, because using it before, it kind of just feels like it's a little bit of a misplay from them. There's the beat.
And they're going to go mega aggressively here. You almost have to try to get this EMP online, but you're sitting so close right now. You're about to have it online. It comes out in time, but Is it going to actually have the impact you're hoping for? With Pellet going down, Talisman does manage to get one, but it doesn't look like it's going to realistically be enough. Narwhal still so far off of that. BA for Young and Beautiful. They are one good hold away from locking into the spot.
And this was not what Dreamland wanted or expected. Young and Beautiful picked this map for a reason. Remember that. Dreamland brought us to Midtown, and they handily won that map. That was truly the only one-sided map that we've seen this series so far.
Yeah.
Young and Beautiful, though, I mean, Hunter, you know what I normally say. You finish the map, good. You finish the map with over a minute, great. Over 2 minutes, incredible. Anything over that, just insane. But 2.5 minutes here for Young and Beautiful on that time bank. A really, really great round for them, man. I mean, look at that. Icy Sniper, AST, never dying once.
Wow.
Not once. They played that round perfectly. And Dreamland, it just felt like they were kind of fumbling their way into fights a lot of the times. I mean, you see it there. The most elims across the board is 3 for Talisman, Pella, and Manually. They were just struggling throughout that entire round. However, bonus points here are the plus side. If you're Dreamland, all you have to do is just complete the map. Easier said than done.
Yeah.
But just complete the map. You don't have to complete it with time. Just complete the map. And now, Alex sticking with the Symmetra here on defense. I like it here. Symmetra is really good on defense here. Talisman, though, the May pick, that could be an insane read here from them. All they have to do is just ice wall off AST Design away from anyone from their team and get them out of the picture early on. That could work out well. However, at the same time, that ice wall is going to build up that beam for Alex, so you have to play it very, very safe.
You absolutely have to in this scenario right now. Alex is put Talisman in a bit of a rough scenario. No wall to their name, and not even going to get one of them in the room either. So it creates a bit of a unfortunate scenario for Dreamland, who just have to take a reset early on. Hope they don't lose anybody else.
Narwhal getting low. They're going to be able to fall back, though. I mean, Young and Beautiful, a good first fight there. I mean, getting rid of Talisman early on. Talisman really did put themselves into a bad spot, basically boxing themselves into that hotel lobby. But right now, I mean, the TP here, you see high ground, low ground. I like that there from Alex. They want to make sure they keep this angle here with Juice, and then they can easily just go right back down to hotel lobby and force Dreamland just to go straight down main, which is where Young and Beautiful wants them to fight.
Yeah, exactly. Juice is being hit with a little bit of pressure. Eventually has to abandon the high ground. But Young and Beautiful really are trying to hold out as AST Design getting super low, mainly going down. Kind of helps them out because they're able to sustain harder. They open up that Nemesis form, and now they should be able to run down the rest of Dreamland here. But they're still managing to kind of hang around and hold on, especially if Hanbei is able to hold on and get this consuming rush. Dreamland could make a comeback.
They could, but Ice Sniper has one to respond with here, so you see them dueling, and I feel like Young and Beautiful just in a little bit of a better spot with Photon Barrier about to come up online as well.
Yeah, trades out. Everyone's gonna be back at full health momentarily. Now Manually could be hoping for a nice little bolo shot here to bring them back. But Alex is gonna have a Photon Barrier. Gonna go and Mega Grab Whistle, a nice wall to stem the bleeding momentarily, but they're all forced away. Talisman is literally just sitting on death's door as we speak right now, but a nice little boot coming through to try to help out. Bolo shot comes through. Neptune gets caught. And now it is Dreamland coming away with this one. Just a couple more to finish off. But with this late pick on AST Design, a full cap is all but confirmed.
Yeah, you're going to get the full cap here, but Young and Beautiful, they're going to be able to hold at Arches, which is really, really good for them, especially with the ultimates they have. Overclock, Beat, and now Annihilation for AST. Dreamland going to have the same plus the Blizzard, or minus the Overclock plus the Blizzard. So the Blizzard actually will really be able to help him out, just clear out some space, clear out some just openings to him. But the Overclock already out here from Juice as they look to focus in on Pella.
Yep, Freezes come online, a Beat as well. Gets traded out here as the Design ends up getting in the freeze, but stays alive. And in fact, it's a double Annihilation on top of that. This is such an important fight that is needed for Dreamland here. They have thrown so much at the kitchen sink, and now Narwhal has gone down first and foremost. AST Design is able to just simply punch away and clear it around, and that was almost everything Dreamland had to offer as they're shut down.
You're going to have the Katsune Rush going in this next engagement. And granted, it's going to be a little bit longer now, but I mean, that should really help you get through here. Icy Sniper's not going to be able to build to theirs, and you just want to get through this choke. That's the biggest thing. This is one of the hardest chokes to get through, and Young and Beautiful now is set up in prime position to really just hold here for as long as they can. Hanbei has to play fast here. They have to play aggressive because Icy Sniper quickly building up to their own kit.
Yeah, 100% right here, and it's going to be the trade once again, almost 100% as long as Ace Sniper doesn't get caught out here. And Ace Design also getting really low, and now you might just see ultra aggression being thrown away. Bolo comes out, Alex goes back to the TP, but the TP is no longer existing, so everyone's in a really awkward spot. And if you're able to collapse on this, if you're young and beautiful, you could just clear everybody out one by one. As a matter of fact, that's what's gonna happen. Late that's coming through here, and now you're gonna have Juice die, and that's gonna be the fight you want at your Dreamland. 2:45 on the clock, still a good amount of time left.
Yeah, still a great amount of time left. But honestly, if you're Dreamland, the icing on top of the cake right there for that fight was the fact that Ice Sniper invested their own Kitsune Rush into that one. I thought that would be the case, but there's a part of me that really thought Ice Sniper would understand that, you know, that's just a fight you might have to give up right there. Juice still getting low here early on, and if Dreamland can find a pick here before really anything gets started, you could look at the ultimates they're coming up to here as essentially this being the second point cap.
Yeah, because Dreamland is closer in a lot of these aspects right here, but you have to be careful because, again, that photon barrier from Alex is something that is strong enough to really shut down anything that Dreamland kind of wants to throw their way. The only exception really is that Annihilation, and Pella now has it online with the beat coming up online. Pella's going to use it instinctively immediately just to give themselves a new lease on life, and now here comes Alex. Needs to be killed if they want a shot at taking this away. They've done so. It's a big investment from both sides, but at the end of the day for Dreamland, it works beautifully.
They'll get that second point. And Hunter, what did I say coming into this round for Dreamland? What did they need to do? Just complete the map. You're not going to have a better time bank here. I think it's almost impossible. But just complete the map. And that's a good way to do it. You only invested 2 ultimates in that fight. You're not that far away from another Kitsune Rush, and you have a Blizzard and a Bola shot. I mean, the Blizzard, especially you're waiting for Young and Beautiful to really engage into this fight here. You want to use that essentially to cancel out probably the Annihilation from AST coming up here, and maybe even the Kitsune Rush. I would feel like those could be ultimates you see comboed here for Young and Beautiful, but Ice Sniper pops theirs. There's the overclock though from Juice.
Yeah, but the bullet ends up being used on AST Design single-handedly, and that's not going to result in anything going down, and Juice is going to help finish off Pella here momentarily, and now that's going to clear away. That's ult down right there. Young and Beautiful should be able to get a nice staple on this corner once more.
Yeah, I mean, you got a good amount of ultimates out there from Dreamland. Hanbei invested the Kitsune Rush there. Manually, like you mentioned, did use the Bola shot there, not really finding much. Now, I mean, you have to essentially be using this Blizzard to cancel out AST's Annihilation, but Talisman was looking for it, but they were not finding it.
No, unfortunately, they ended up being a little ahead of their tank. It kind of just got deleted on the spot. It happens. It's unfortunate. But the bright side is that ends up being a quick situation, so they're able to take another quick reset. But that time, he's going to dwindle away fast.
2 minutes just under right now. Dreamland, I feel like they're just trying to build up some ultimates here. Young and Beautiful, they've shown us in the past they're not necessarily afraid to invest ultimates early on. AST, though, very low here. That Annihilation might come out just to keep him in this fight.
It could be a potentiality here, but for the time being, does manage to just sit into the Nemesis form and live right here. But honestly, you could think about still throwing the freeze directly onto them, but you have to be careful of that cleanse that could come through, and the beat comes up online. Narwhal gonna out the onto theirs, but eventually he's gonna come out with it into a 4v5 situation. This is a risk and a half to pull it out, but for the time being, looks like it's going to pay off beautifully. Late year death for Icy Sniper, but Juice gonna be able to get back in a retouch. Should happen easily.
3 members on the cart right now. You see Pella going up to that spawn door. Annihilation might honestly come out, but I love the venture swap here from Juice.
Yeah, Narwhal's in a rough scenario, getting deleted. Now Pella is gonna have to try to pull this one back. Bull shot being thrown in. Rough situation is Dreamland. Gotta try to pull this one back. Punch is coming through, but Talisman helping out manually. Gets rid of another. Gets rid of another. It's just Assassin trying to hold on as Alex is not gonna make it back. Dreamland keeps themselves alive, but Young and Beautiful will move up to a time bank of 2 minutes and 42 seconds.
Hunter, I don't want to talk about potentially the thing I talked about happening for this map. But hey, like I said, the only thing that Dreamland needed to care about that round was just completing the map. A much better round for them there. Everything was going their way. They seemed like they actually found a lot there. I think just not playing Lifeweaver was a big thing for them. I really do feel like they stuck on that a little bit too long on the defensive side, and by the time they made the swap off of it, it was just a little bit too late. But a really good round there. I mean, you shut down a lot of those members. Remember, Icy Sniper and AST did not die that first round. Died 5 times that round to really even up a lot, and that was just a big difference for Dreamland. Now, Dreamland, you're on the attack. A tick at least gives you a win condition here. you need to play fast. That's the biggest thing. Talisman, I mean, right now you're going to see a lot of swaps come out here probably from Dreamland. Overtime rounds, you get to immediately get up to those major perks. And yeah, that's what you're seeing. Talisman is at least getting a couple of those out here, but it seems like for everyone else, it looks like they might just be sticking with these heroes. And I mean, I'm not against it. Manually popped off there at the end. Talisman now, I mean, we've seen the Pharah, we've seen we saw the Sombra right there as well, and one other hero. But I mean, you have a minute. You have to go fast because that time bank is not on your side.
Yeah, this is enough time for basically one long fight. And on first point, King's Row, a lot of those end up being really long fights to get started right now. But AC Design already forced into the Nemesis form. If they burn them away, I mean, this could be exactly what the Doctor ordered. Going to throw everybody back in, but nobody ends up going down as a result. So now, if you're Dreamland, you need at least a single tick on this board to give yourself an opportunity. TP ends up coming through. Bodies are the wrong place at the wrong time as Juice and Neptune being taken care of. And for Dreamland, it's all about clearing up the rest of the Motley crew as they will take over the first point.
Well, Hunter, we can take a sigh of relief. We're not going to end up having a map 6 somehow. But Dreamland... just perfect play from them right there. I mean, the TP from Alex, I feel like you needed to have everyone from Young and Beautiful go up and follow up onto Manual League. Granted, would not have been the smartest play, but at least you would have confirmed the kill. And we've normally seen it from both these teams in the past. They don't want to truly engage into a fight down one. At Dreamland, though, in that situation, you would have forced them to commit. I think it was a little bit of a misplay there by Young and Beautiful. No real ultimates for Young and Beautiful ready just yet. Ice Sniper should be able to build this very fast, but Hanbei and Manually have the opportunity here to really open up this map.
Yeah, and you have to play this very carefully if you're Young and Beautiful. You could choose to go in super aggressively right here, but Hanbei is going to have this to be able to match right now. Continue Watch is thrown in very aggressively as AC Design going to go through to try to find the punch that they need. Not finding it quite yet, getting a ton of damage. It is getting closer and closer to that annihilation. Gets hit right in the face with a bubble shot. Doesn't manage to find any though, and now Narwhal going to have a beat online. Alex going to try to go through with the TP. Doesn't get anything quite out of it as AC Design trying to match around, get something with this annihilation of their Pella, getting on the same boat. And this Narwhal and Hanbei trying to hang around in the backline. Alex is about to have a photon barrier available, and now here's AC Design go aggressive over onto the mate. It's such a rough situation for Talisman to be in, but they still have all the care in the world. Manually is going to come back on their own Symmetra. It's weird to see, but Juice has the Deadeye and looks to be the attention closing this one up. And with Hanbei being taken care of, it seems to be a matter of time.
And I mean, Dreamland trying to do whatever they can here. Not going to be enough, but Hunter, like I said, they got that first point cap, and sometimes that's all you need. Young and Beautiful, though, it's going to be really interesting to see what changes they make on the attacking side. They really didn't make any swaps between them last time around. Dreamland, though, I'm going to be staring at Narwhal here. I understand the Lifeweaver could work out here, but stick with what you've been playing outside of Lifeweaver. I think that's the way to go. It's going to be interesting as well if we see any other tank. I know we've seen Ramatra v Ramatra, but we could see Orisa come back out here for one of these teams. And yeah, that's going to be Young and Beautiful. I don't hate it. You have this time bank here, almost 3 minutes. At this point, you know Dreamland, the moment they get ultimates and you engage into a fight, they're going to probably be using them. You could really play the long game here and just try to build up all your ultimates. However, with how far Dreamland did push that cart, it does give them that time to come back into the fight if you really do kill them quickly.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's what you're kind of playing for the situation right here. Because if you are Dreamland and things just simply stop going your way, you have to either commit to dying on that point and stopping as much as you can, or getting out with your lives. Because if you get those late deaths, that ability to hold it, right there at the archway becomes extremely hard, and it might be run away for Young and Beautiful after that.
Right now, though, Alex on this sim is going to be really interesting to watch. They were able to just get so much damage in last time, and Photon Barrier, especially here, will help. But, yeah, let's not watch Alex on the sim anymore.
Yeah, just get taken out very quickly. But to be fair, if you can do that every single time, you can stop Young Beautiful from doing pretty much anything. So they just kind of are going to keep hanging around as Manually already halfway to that bolo.
Yeah, which is, I mean, it's not insane, but they can build up that quickly, especially as they find Juice. I mean, getting up these bullet shots incredibly quickly is going to be huge for them because it'll just allow them to throw out ultimates. Like I said, Dreamland is going to use them pretty often, and Manually being able to build up to them very quickly helps them out. Juice going over to the Widowmaker here. Yep, nope. Going back over to the Soj. The Widow would have been fun for one life because all you really need for Young and Beautiful is one pick, and then you can open up this entire map.
Yeah, I don't like how much room Dreamland is giving up here, though. They're leaving a lot of room for that TP. They were doing really good while they were playing aggressive, but ASC Design is taking a walloping right now. Has to back out eventually as bullet shot's still available, but nobody else is anywhere close to an ultimate except for Icy Sniper, who has that Continuing Rush ready way ahead of Han B.
Yeah, but the biggest problem, the biggest thing is Alex finds manually. You did not need that to happen there, but right now, if you're Dreamland, if you feel like you're losing this fight, just die on point. Have this stall as long as you possibly can.
Yep, you see right now, Talisman, Pella, and Narwhal all ended up simply getting out. They're going to do one big regroup, and it's going to come down to this. And to be honest, the one thing you don't need is Alex getting this photon barrier. That should realistically spell near defeat.
Here's the thing you have to watch out for now, especially with Alex, TP into the backline. I mean, you are going to be watching Juice. You're going to be watching probably AST flip the map on Dreamland. Dreamland, though, I mean, they did a really good job. They have ultimates coming up here, 42 seconds. It might seem like an eternity for them here, but they are going to need to do it.
Yeah, and Dreamland is coming up on a lot of these ultimates, but they cannot come quicker right now. Gonna push through. Talisman getting pushed back really hard. Needs a little bit of care, but now bodies have to go back onto the point right now. Bullet shot being thrown in. It follows through, catches on to Juice, so ends up being the progress that they're hoping for. Talisman has to throw down that freeze, and right now, you're gonna try to get the Terror Surge out. Beat comes up online. Everyone's gotta escape it, though. That Beat healing pretty much goes away immediately as they invest everything from Dreamland, and a photon barrier is available. Thrown back in. It all comes down to this. Pella loses out on that annihilation, though. You're less than a meter away. You have to keep bodies on, but nobody can stay on. Oh! It is over.
Oh, I'm not gonna call that a C9. AST Design was pushing them away, but Dreamland, it was gonna be very hard for them to come back into that fight. However, Young and Beautiful, they have locked into the grand finals. They've also locked themselves into those promotion and relegation games here in an incredible series. Again, back and forth. This map, Young and Beautiful. Whew, what a performance.
You couldn't have asked it to be any closer than that. Young and Beautiful, gonna move on. And my God, it's a beautiful performance on their part. No pun intended. Being able to go in there and pull, hey, we'll intend the pun all we want. But it ends up being a beautiful performance, and especially, I keep hampering on Alex, but Alex doing amazing things on that Symmetra, making it the toughest time for Pilla to do what they want to be able to do right here. And there were times where the answer was figured out, but to be fair, the answer was typically figured out when Alex wasn't on the Symmetra, quite frankly. You look back at the two maps they ended up losing, those are the ones where either the Symmetra wasn't available or didn't really get played. And when it did, they found those solutions and they made it work. So for Dreamland, they do have that opportunity in the lower finals to get back and to go up against, which we'll find out later, but we'll figure that out momentarily as we'll focus in on this map once more, because, I mean, this was a masterclass by both sides, no matter what way you look at it.
Yeah, Dreamland struggled on the defensive round first time. Remember, 2 minutes, 30-something seconds for Young and Beautiful at the end of it. Dreamland, all they had to do, complete the map. They did that. They added on a couple seconds there to Young and Beautiful. But Dreamland, they really did get better as this map went on. And I really thought there was a case. And if they could have just got through Arches on that overtime round, I feel like we would be talking potentially about Dreamland winning this series. But Young and Beautiful, they played a stout defense at Arches, proving it why it is one of the tougher defenses to get through. But going into that final real engagement we saw in overtime with Young and Beautiful attacking, I mentioned that Alex is going to be looking for that TP into the backline, and they did exactly that. What did it do to Dreamland? Split their attention. You had that backline being harassed by everyone. Ultimates going out each and every way. The Blizzard not necessarily finding the value you were really hoping for there for Dreamland, because everyone took that teleporter to get away from the cart. I mean, just great plays coming out there from both sides, and that's what makes just watching this kind of Symmetra comp really, really fun at times. But Young and Beautiful, I mean, give it up to them. This was an incredible series. Dreamland, they now fall down to that lower bracket, but they only have to win one more series to put themselves back into a grand finals rematch here and lock themselves in to that OWCS promotion relegation spot. However, whatever team they go up against, Hunter, I feel like they're going to give them a run for their money.
Yeah, 100%. Dreamline not familiar to losing games in these situations right here. Definitely won't be able to go in and yeah, it has been a long time again since like week 2 of the regular season, which I mean was probably about like what 2 months ago, maybe. That'd be about my guess. We'll say that. But it's a beautiful display by them. Unfortunately, it just comes up barely short. And I'm curious to see who they're going to go up against because we've already seen a little bit of action earlier today within our lower bracket. And we're to be deciding who their opponent is going to be later tonight with our very last match. But we'll talk about that soon here because Dex, we're taking a quick moment to set up an interview because, fun interview for the winners here. And honestly, there is no person I would like to talk to more than AST Designed the tank over on the side and young and beautiful. And first and foremost, congratulations on putting on a banger in a match and getting a big victory.
Oh, thank you so much, man. Yeah, that was a banger. That was as close as it could get.
Right down to the wire. Back and forth. Only really one map where you guys seem to truly struggle on. But now, let's just put this series aside for a moment. You're in the grand finals. You're also locked into that OWCS promotion relegation game. How much pressure does that really take off of you going into that grand finals match?
Oh, man. It feels great. Like, the goal was top 2 to make relegation. I'm honestly shocked, bro. I got so much adrenaline. Like, that's crazy, bro. Like, 4 out of the 5 of us on the team, we really started competing only a couple months ago, and now we're here. We have a shot at OWCS. It's crazy, bro. But yeah, I'm so happy.
Yeah, I definitely would be as well in that situation right here. And it comes down to a map 5 situation against a team that has been beaten in multiple months now. Going into this matchup, which might have been the hardest one for you guys in a long time, was the mindset any different than, per se, going up against a team where it's like, yeah, we know for sure we can pull this off? Was that the same mentality?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was the same mentality. We did all the same stuff. We scouted the same. We felt just as confident. But yeah, these guys are great. I'm expecting to see them in the grand finals. But yeah.
Yeah, excellent performances all around. We really did truly see the flexibility of this team for Young and Beautiful. And it's been a really fun journey watching you guys throughout the regular season, now into the playoffs. Locking yourselves into this grand finals game is huge. But talk about the flexibility of this team for a while, because Alex, in what I watched through the earlier rounds for you guys, mostly played that Sim Tracer, but they really popped off here tonight. You had Chance come in as well, and same thing, so many good players. Juice was a highlight reel almost anytime you saw him. Your team very, very flexible. I have to imagine that gives you a lot of just comfort going into any map.
Oh yeah. Flexibility, definitely a strong suit. You're right. Also, Alex and Juice are the GOATs. But yeah, like, banning against our team is very difficult. Every week we're playing a new comp. Like, it feels like we just started playing Sim and Diva like a week ago. The week before that it was like Ram and whatever. Like, our coaches are cooking up stuff, but it only works because we're flexible. But yeah, I appreciate the acknowledgement.
Yeah, acknowledgement is definitely worth noting right here. And now that y'all are in that grand final situation, we already talked about the pressure kind of being off a little bit here, as we're kind of looking at our own bracket and the journey that y'all have kind of had in this situation, winning all these games in a row, having such an amazing time with it. You expect, Dreamland to be in that final. And do you expect to go the distance once again, or do you think that maybe you've got them a little figured out now?
We'll see. It's hard to tell. I do expect them to be in the finals, but I will be cheering for Emote down mid, because they have the GOATs, Cardi Fan and Derpy on that team. I'm rooting for them all the way. They have a match right after this, I believe, right? So hopefully we'll see them in the finals, but Dreamland does deserve it, so I wouldn't be surprised if we're against them again. Who knows how that'll go? I imagine we'll win again, but that was freaking close, bro. It could go either way.
Yeah, we've already seen some chaos happen in that lower bracket. And who's to say there's not more to come here? But AST, before we let you go, man, we want to give you this moment to shout out anyone or anything you want, man.
Well, shout out my team. It was the power of friendship since day one. And shout out my twin brother Liam, who goes by Pirate on Overwatch. He's the GOAT. And so, like I said, Pirate and Derpy and Cardi Fan as well, bro. I love those guys. And shout out Hunter for glazing me. He glazed me all day yesterday. He watched both of our games. He was calling me next up. He was calling me the MVP of the stage. I freaking love that Australian man. So yeah, that's about it.
Hunter got his shout out here. He's probably very happy about that. But AST, hey, again, congratulations on the victory. We will now go let you celebrate that one with your team, and good luck tomorrow in the grand finals, man.
Appreciate it. Thank you guys so much.
Hunter, again, what a series. What a series we have had. This one, the previous one, still one more left to go here.
Yeah, and the way the tides have kind of been rolling, we might be sticking with the same mentality of having ourselves a long night. It's already been one heck of a long one as it is, but of course that match between Shikigami Midori and Emote down mid, both of them winning out in Map 5 series, both that were unbelievably close. So both the teams know what it's like to come in these situations and be able to fight when everything is on line in a single fight. It is definitely impactful to be able to have that within them. But, I mean, with that being the case, Dex, I mean, you just love to see it. The fact that everything is this competitive, we could have had a day of 3-0s before us. You know, you never know. But instead, it is every team literally clawing and fighting for every single map point, literally every elimination that they can, and just proving why this division has been so competitive and so chaotic throughout the last couple of months.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said coming into our NA coverage tonight. The fact that outside of maybe Dreamland and Young and Beautiful, you could look at the rest of those teams and say, I don't know who could come out on top, who would win. And so far, all we've seen today in all the matches that have been played have been Map 5s. And Hunter, like you said, we might be in store for another one next. So we are going to take a quick break and then come back with our final series of the night as Emote down mid takes on Shikigami Midori. Everyone, stick around. You are not going to want to miss that one.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander. Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold car. We're down. That was so bad.
Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving back line.
No, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Oh, going in.
Stop the cart.
Oh my God! Ah! Go to world! Do you see that?
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
that energy. Everybody, welcome back once more to some FACEIT League action here in the Master Playoffs. It has been a super crazy day already. We already have back-to-back map 5s, the third map 5 of the day just finishing up. We've decided one of our grand finalists now. So we're trying to decide for ourselves who is going to be the other team to go into those lower finals for an opportunity to get into the grand finals. And Dextron, it is two teams we are quite familiar with from all that we've seen them, not just from today, over the course of the last couple months. Shikigami Midori, Emote down mid, two teams that are just apparently addicted to going to map 5s consistently, and I would be remiss to say that it could potentially happen right here one more time.
I mean, hey, they've already played one map 5 night, like you said. Midori, well, they played 3 this playoff run. 6 in the regular season. They're going for the double digits, my guess is. But, I mean, you see their journey to this point right now. You look at Emote down mid. They beat Tanuki Tep here in round 1, lose to Dreamland in round 2, drop down to face Alternate. And I got to give Alternate a lot of credit. They struggled towards the end of the season, but they are able to right the ship against Shikigami, almost get the huge upset over Emote down mid, but Emote down mid ends up finding their way through that one. Shikigami, well, that map 5 curse is gone for them at this point. It might actually be a blessing for them if they get to map 5. However, I feel like both these teams at this point really don't want to see another one.
No, I think everyone's had a long night. I think either team would be content with taking a 3-0 in this situation right here. But we know in the world of Overwatch, it is never that simple. But taking a look at both the rosters that we have been able to see, I mean, I'm excited to see these once again, especially Midori. Cabe and Zach had themselves a fantastic series before Hero in full time as well. But I'm excited to watch more of this Emote down mid. I remember being able to watch a lot of Danny and being extremely impressed watching them every single time. And of course, Cardi Fan being the tank we primarily see. I'm just excited to see both these rosters go at it because I don't know if we covered the time that these two went against each other, but it just feels like one of those games where anything could happen.
Yeah, and you heard the glaze coming there from AST onto Cardi Fan. Cardi Fan's a really fun tank to watch, but at the same time, you're going to be seeing Derpy probably a lot throughout this series here. And same thing goes for the other side. Seaful was a tank we did not necessarily see a lot from Midori in our first series of the night, and they were even talking about a little bit in chat the fact that a lot of the times the heroes that are being banned kind of affected how they had a chance potentially to be played. I feel like we're going to be seeing both tanks come in here. We're going to probably be seeing a lot of movement around from these two teams, but Hunter, we started the day with Midori on Oasis. We're going to start this series again with Midori going up against Emote down mid on Oasis.
Yeah, I guess it's probably not too much of a shocker at the end of the day. Oasis is one of those maps, though, that does play very differently, as I feel like those are... hi, how's it going down there? But the thing to really mention with Oasis is it is one of those maps where all these sub points play very differently. Again, University is going to play into something, like that Orisa, that is going to play more towards that Brawl. But you go over City Center, that opens up the door to those Brawl tanks. You have like the Winston Hazard, the Ball. So this is one of those maps where we're definitely going to see a level of flexibility from both of these teams, or a willingness to dedicate themselves to one comp that they feel they're the best at.
I feel like we're not focusing on the bans here enough. That's a Moira ban coming out from Midori.
Yeah,
we haven't seen Moira all night. But Emote down mid, they are a team that has flexibility and likes to play kind of weird comps at points, and I mean Moira is one of those players where I feel like we have seen Emote down mid in the past really find a lot of value with the Moira. So ban them out map 1 seems like a pretty safe ban, but it looks like these two teams, they've been waiting in the wings a while. They want to get started with our series. Hunter, it's going to be a fun one here. Oasis map number 1. Let's see what point we get though, because like you said, that really determines a lot.
Yeah, it's obviously going to be University, guys. I have never been wrong on stream ever before in my life. Oh, hey, this time. Let's go. We're taking WC here live on stream.
Let's see if it's a bait. Nope, not a bait.
Yeah, it's not. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Did not expect this. Did not expect because the Orisa's banned out here that we are potentially seeing dueling wrecking balls come out here. And hey, like I said, we could see Seaful come in. Midori, we talked about it, did not play Seaful at all last map. there's a chance we see dueling Doomfist. I know Cardi fan really likes to play that, but it looked like Wrecking Ball for Emote down mid, Doomfist for Midori. Hunter, we are past 10 o'clock here. It is time for these two teams to get wild in the lower bracket.
Yeah, Seafold though is kind of that Doomfist player for Midori. That is not necessarily the shocking part right here, but Cardi fan has got to play careful because they're playing into a Doomfist, a Sombra, a Lucio. Their ability to do a lot is going to be hampered heavily, but they're still somehow going to get rid of Zach, as that's going to be a heck of a way for them to open up the fight, as Julia forced to hit the recall and is probably be forced to back out further and further and get a little bit of care, but instead they're going to push on forward as Danny in tow with them, as they should be able to get the first cap.
I feel like we've seen a lot more Sombra than we really expected to see coming into tonight already. But right now, I mean, Zach almost getting rid of Cardi fan in that first engagement would have been huge for them, but Cardi fan on that Wrecking Ball, just with how mobile it is, able to roll away from any danger. Danny, though, I mean, you look at Shikigami's Midori's lineup here, there's really no one that can pressure them out. Zach's going to be able to find them eventually, but if they can get into a good spot, Danny might have free reign to do whatever they want.
Yeah, but Danny unfortunately only has free reign on the spawn room for the moment, unfortunately, as Emote down mid, slowly falling apart the seams, going to get only 27% as Midori going to take over.
Midori bouncing back and forth. Zach, maybe going a little bit too far forward. They're getting caught out by Julia, and I mean, that's going to allow Emote down mid to come right back in and play really aggressively, knowing that Cardi fan cannot be hacked out.
And Jacob just gets slammed while the pulse bomb was on them. That is a little bit of double trouble right there, but doesn't mean the fight is over quite yet. Seafool is going to go through, going to get the mini right here, but unfortunately doesn't have a block, so while Danny does eventually go down here, the damage could potentially be done as Zach is forced down, and Cardi fan going to chase momentarily, but instead they're going to look for the cap here, as Cape is sitting by and is going to go for a touch, but I can't imagine it's going to last too much longer. But hey, Dex, the squad is back. Seafool hanging around. Triplet has a beater right around the corner. Unfortunately, he's in the middle of all those mines and barely escapes. But Julia hits the 2-game pulse bomb, and that should solidify it right then and there.
You know, it's hard being between a rock and a hard place, especially when both the rock and the hard place are explosive. But Emo down mid, going to be able to win that fight. They're just off of those picks alone. I mean, a really good take-back fight there. Shikigami Midori did come back in and really try to contest that. It just wasn't going to be good enough for them there. Emo down mid had the position. They had everything ready to go their way. And they're going to have the lead here momentarily. But now that you're down Pulse Bomb and Minefield, you can see Midori here play really aggressively. And that's what they're trying to do. Seafull, that's a dangerous place to go for that punch.
Yeah, that's a weird exchange right there. Pretty much single, just goes for the solo kill essentially on Seafull, and then EMP just pretty much solo gets rid of Danny. But for Emote down mid, it's working in their favor right now, because at the end of the day, now that EMP is out from Midori, you don't have that massive threat sitting by anymore.
Yeah, and I feel like this Sombra pick is not necessarily working out how you really hoped it would for Shikigami Midori. I mean, you want to be finding either the hack onto Cardi fan or probably onto someone like Jacob, getting them out of the way early, but you just haven't been able to find the follow-up pick. And the pile drive right there, that's an immense amount of damage coming out.
It really is, and now it is Final Fight coming online for Midori. Pulse Bomb comes through, punch, gonna put Seafull out of effective range for the time being. Unfortunately, isn't able to ult before being taken down, and now with Zach being down, Cabe literally has to focus on survival, as Triplet's going to have to beat just to give them the ability to even like set up a overtime touch here, as Seaborn ends up just being taken down. Cabe is not even going to get the retouch, but still overtime gets activated. Seafull has to come back and manage a touch right here. He's going to have to ult momentarily. Needs to find some kind of pick, but I mean, this just feels like they're buying time for what feels like an inevitability.
I mean, if they can keep staggering out touches here, I mean, you do have your team coming back. Seaborn has Kitsune Rush, which could help you out here immensely, but Gorilla has the same.
Yeah, they're just joining them one after another. It is a big attempt for Midori to pull this one back, but it's just supports hanging around. And unfortunately, the mindset, nah, we're done here, ladies and gentlemen. And first round will go over to Emote down mid. And for the style that they're running, which has been unique compared to a lot of teams, starting off pretty well.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about it coming into this one here, and I talked about it throughout that round. I felt like we just did not see a lot from that Sombra really slowing down Cardi fan or really anyone else. I mean, you're really looking for Sombra to find those assassination kind of picks, or slowing down Cardi fan and being able to hope that the rest of your team is there to clean them up. Cardi fan not dying at all is really showing that Zach on the Sombra is truly not working, especially when you look at the stats for Zach. that's double the amount of deaths they have to Elims there. I mean, Gorilla and Cardifan, though, an excellent first round for them. 0 deaths across the board, and that's what you want from that kind of composition you're running here for Emote down mid. You want this Wrecking Ball to live forever, and you know what I say about Wrecking Ball comps? I call them chaos comps because they are never meant to be stable. They're never meant to be stationary. They're meant to be all over the place, and Shikigami Midori, I mean, they're kind of running a chaos comp as well, but they need to play it a little bit freer, and it's just not working for them so far.
Yeah, there's a lot of chaos being introduced right now as Julia, Danny, and Gorilla all in a weird situation there, but Seaborn ends up going down first and foremost as Triplet just really trying to survive, is being chased down as first fight realistically should be going down to Emote down mid. I mean, Seafool is still hanging around, but Zach has to also get out and just kind of work on keeping them both alive.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, if you're Midori here, you really have to start thinking if you don't win a team fight here, trying to just swap it up. I feel like Zach maybe going over to something like Cassidy would help him out a lot here. Getting this assassination on the Danny would be huge, but you don't get the hack, you don't get the virus either, and you immediately just have to kind of reset yourself. And Emote down mid, they're in a really good spot at the moment.
They really are right now. Cardifan is able to just keep hanging around, getting a bit of pressure from Triplet, but still has all the care in the world and just can do what they want. An excellent slam. I don't think Zach quite saw that coming. Nearly gets taken out, but the hack comes through on a Cardifan. Now they're in a bit of a rough scenario. They are forced all the way out, but I mean, Emote is able to just simply hold it down anyway. You trade out. You lose Gorilla, though, which is going to make sustain for Jacob and Danny a lot harder as Cardifan is just playing the field.
Cardifan, again, still hasn't died. The hacks aren't working onto them. You really need to start focusing on trying to kill everyone around Cardifan, but at that point right there, you're going to struggle into it. This Emote down mid team at the moment right now, Hunter, just looks unstoppable. Midori, they really need to figure out something here. You're coming up to both your support ultimates. You're about to have a pulse bomb, but that didn't necessarily help you a lot in that first point as well, and you're about to walk into Minefield, Deadeye, and almost everything here for Emote down mid. And you're getting to that situation, Hunter, where Midori, this is starting to slowly get away from them, where Emote down mid just knows exactly what to do.
Yeah, but there you see Midori go right past that. The mine's not even really to be even used at that time. And being used aggressively here from Triplet needs to keep everybody alive, and Julia ends up going down. Mine's activated. On top of that, though, Emote down mid. This is still a winnable fight right now. Cardifan trying to hunt down Zach as Beat is invested over by Jacob. I mean, further saying that, hey, we think we can end this thing right here and right now, but Cardifan being hacked out, forced away more and more. EMP even thrown down on top of that, but Zach is super low as Jacob goes off the edge. You would think Emote down mid would be losing this fight, but no. They are staying in it no matter what here, as you're going to try to go grab the Mega Health Pack if you're Cardifan, but for the time being, you're looking for a retouch, but you give it up for now.
Cardifan, I mean, just keeping their perfect map alive here, not dying. But Shikigami Midori, you are now in control of the point. You have to play a little bit differently here, but at the moment, Cardifan is doing whatever they want.
Yeah, I mean, just getting away with anything and everything. As Seafull is going to inhale, Pulse Bomb comes out online. Unfortunately, there is nobody there. Julia gets rid of Triplet. You don't have anywhere else to use right here. Julia is just clearing the house away. Seafull does get the punch to be able to stop it, but to be honest, that's not going to do a whole lot at the end of the day. It's just 2 more hanging around. They're cleared away. It's Triplet and Zach trying to get the retouch, but ladies and gentlemen, that is not happening. Emote down mid, starting out very dominantly to get us started.
I mean, dominance is the easiest way to put it right there. Cardifan never died. They had almost free reign to go wherever they wanted on the map. Shikigami Midori could never slow them down, never necessarily counter them out either. The Sombra, which everyone probably looks at as a really, really good counter to ball, just didn't do enough. I mean, the hack is not as strong as it used to be, and you really saw Cardifan take advantage of it here. Julia getting play of the game for right there, which was a really good play. But, I mean, I feel like that entire first map can just be narrowed down to Cardifan never died. Emote down mid wins.
That's what it felt like, because in these situations where you go up against ball comps, you see 2 different types of strategies. One is when the ball goes in, there's a full investment, 5 people turn around, and you kill that ball. The other side of things is you try to ignore the ball, so they go past them and try to take a quick 5v4. It felt like there was never a full-on investment that's in this situation. I think there's a couple times they tried to ignore the ball and go forward, but you see the way that Emote down mid is used to this being used against them in that way. They all backed out in a way to where pretty much all of Midori put themselves in a little area where Cardi came around the second time, pile drive down, got separation, and Emote down mid ended up coming away with it. these are these chaotic comps that you don't face all the time, and when you do, for some teams, they aren't sure how to handle it.
Yeah, and at the moment right now, with this being playoffs, lower bracket, semifinals, you need to figure it out fast. You really do, because like Shikigami Midori will have next map pick. So your one goal right now is to find a map where Wrecking Ball will not find as much value and try to force Derpy to come back in, or try to force a swap to get Derpy in here for emote down mid. But like, I mean, we saw this Midori team earlier, and this does not look like that team right now. They got handled right here throughout this entire map. I mean, like I said, the chaotic comp is made to be just that, chaotic. The players for emote down mid everywhere, Cardifan being the leader of the circus essentially, and they were just that all over the place. You look at the stats, Cardifan 23-0, like unheard of. It's really unheard of. Maybe after a round, which we've seen a couple times tonight where no one's died, but after a whole map, it blows your mind.
It does. You saw Cave trying to do everything they could in that situation. Zach was being punished consistently on that Sombra, the one character that really has this amazing effectiveness to shut down the ball. But unfortunately, Cardifan had this ability to survive the hack every single time. I don't know how they did it. Even here, this is what I do. I don't know how they did it. They escaped every single time. They have this amazing care that comes through from Gorilla and Jacob as well, who are able to either take attention away or jump into the fray and are more than happy to enter the chaos to simply keep them alive, because that's how you win, by keeping Cardifan alive. So emote down mid, they just have to repeat this process 2 more times and they get the opportunity to go to the losers finals. But there's a bit of a tonal switch here, Dex, because we're going over to Royale right here. And this is the one map that is very different from most of the other maps. But to be honest, if you still wanted to force the ball, I think there's a lot of areas that it could still work.
Yeah, it could, but you might be forcing it a little bit too hard on this map. You could definitely try. I mean, if I'm emote down mid, if Cardifan stays in, yeah, go ahead, try it. I mean, you weren't able, Shikigami Midori was never able to beat it that last map at all. So essentially, you're just saying to Midori, we're going to play this until you beat us on it. And that wouldn't shock me. However, I still feel like there's a good chance Derpy comes back in here, maybe a little bit of a better map for them. We could also just see a different kind of dive tank come out here, but bans. It will be Midori banning out first. Who do they go for here? I think it'd be a little bit of an overreaction. Yeah, it'd be an overreaction to do the ball here. I feel like maybe trying to get that support line out a little bit. I mean, you banned out Moira map 1. I don't think Moira would have made a big difference.
Ooh, Symmetra though is the ban. Which, to be fair, if Derpy is coming into the lineup, there is the possibility for them to kind of play around that and go with Symmetra shenanigans. Honestly, that is a genuine route it could go down. This also could be seen as a protection for DPS. Maybe you specifically want to play something in the DPS category that maybe you think emote down mid knows you want to be able to pull off. These teams have been able to see each other previously and are able to pretty much stay codes on each other whenever they want in their matches. So there's always information sitting by. So for me, it seems like more of a protection, but Ramatra is the ban from emote down mid. And this one has me a bit curious because it's not a bad pick, but this is now the second time that we have seen the Ramatra banned on Circuit Royale today.
I mean, Ramatra just finds a lot of value. They're that good check between either running a brawl or running a poke on this map. And Ramatra just left click on its own is a really good poking tool. You see it used a lot. Annihilation, especially around the point controls. We've seen that one basically be something where you throw it out there, maybe with one of the support ultimates, doesn't matter which one, and it basically secures you that point. So Ramatra being banned out, really good ban here. Also, this goes right back into the conversation that if you want to force the ball, Ramatra is technically a light kind of counter to it with that vortex, just being able to pull ball back down to the ground. And again, if you're going to try to do that, not the worst ban if you want to run ball, but I feel like it's just a smart ban map wide because Ramatra does find an immense amount of value on this map in general.
Yeah, I think they really do right here. There's a reason why it has been banned out multiple times within the day already. But talking more about the potentiality of what you're going to run for emote down mid, well, could work, It could be a scenario where you try to force it out the gate, see if it works, and if it doesn't, you make the swap right away. But for Midori, I want to know how their adjustment is going to be in this situation right here, because we have seen what this team's strengths are. We've seen what they're good at running into, and at this point right here, last map, what they're not so great running into. But they have this innate ability to be able to bounce back, to make something happen, and I feel like we'll have that ability to see that from them here. But the one thing they need to do is not let this get out of hand. We have yet to see a series go into 2-0 fashion, and if it does, I'm really afraid it's going to keep spiraling down from there. So for Midori, it is for me personally, a must-win situation, because you can't let Emote down having all that confidence.
You really can, especially with this Emote down mid team. Like you said, they are a really confident team. They really do trust in their abilities in this game. And we're probably really disheartened to be knocked down to the lower bracket when they got knocked down to it. And being taken to 5 against Alternate was probably a huge wake-up call for them here. And they're just trying to reestablish themselves here in the lower bracket now. Still prove to Dreamland that they have to be ready for this Emote down mid team and not take them lightly. However, though, going into map 2 here, it's going to be really interesting to see just what else we see here. I mean, we didn't see that much hit scan from both sides. I mean, we saw the double flex DPS come out from Midori, and that, let's be honest, didn't really work out for them there. You did see the cast, though, from Julia on the side of Emote down mid, and that's really worked out for them. They got play of the game off it, and that did slow down a decent amount of what Midori wanted to do there. Flashbang is still strong right now, and Cassidy, you're just starting to see them slowly get their way back into being one of those DPS heroes you always kind of have to pick. But I feel like Freya, especially on first point, we're going to see a lot of that. That support line, though, no support bans this time around. Like we talked about last time we saw this map, Iari could come out here, Zen could come out here, Lifeweaver. We could see supports we haven't seen at all on most other maps here in this map right now.
Yeah, and I'm curious how that's going to come through right here, because it sometimes just comes down to what the flexibility really is, because there are some support that just love coming out on the Alari in these situations right here, or coming out on the Zenyatta, especially if you end up going something more like the Sigma, which, while we haven't seen that today, it's a really good pick going into Circuit Royale. It can get away with a lot. In that situation, you sometimes fall into the more traditional, poke style supports, which is like that BAP, Iliari, Zen, that it really falls into. But we see these teams that are still dedicated to running things like that Ramatra and like that Orisa, and just running these simple like BAP or Lucio, backline with it in these situations right here. So neither side would realistically surprise me, but especially from Midori, it's an adjustment that they need to figure out and make as soon as they possibly can.
And yeah, absolutely. But right now, the reason why we haven't gotten in a game just yet, subs coming in here for both sides. Don't necessarily know who's coming in for each side yet. I would really feel like if you're Emote down mid, this is just a map where you bring Derpy in just to make sure that they are ready to go here. You've already had one map 5 series, so they're probably ready, but there was a long time between these series for both these teams here. And for Midori, you really need to have that first map, put it behind you, act as that was a warm-up map for you, come back into this one here. I imagine they might be making some changes here as well when we do go, and we'll be able to see that. But yeah, again, rosters, these two teams have a decent amount of subs that could come in. Like we talked about, Hero could come in. We did see Seaful first map for Shikigami Midori, so we could be seeing Hero. We could be seeing tank swaps for both sides, really. And outside of that, I mean, Zaitu, haven't seen them yet tonight. We could, though. I feel like that is a chance that we could see them.
Yeah, this does just scream a double tank swap for me personally. So I think it's just going to be a Derpy versus Hero situation right here, which calls for me that we're going back down the route of things like the Orisa or even like the Sigma, because we saw Hero able to pull off that Orisa pretty good earlier on within the series. So I'm curious to see how that's kind of going to go down as well. But yeah, that just makes the most sense in my mind, since in this scenario, there's no reason to kind of force the ball here. And plus, Shikigami Midori, very smart to not overreact and ban the ball right out the gate, because you want that further down the line for when you go to these maps where it's going to have a lot more of viability. You don't want to panic and say, hey, let's do this just so we can get a map here and now. No, you want that later where it's going to be a more impactful ban.
It wouldn't surprise me, though, if we do see Midori win this map, that they do ban out ball next one. Because my feeling is they believe that as long as that ball's not on field, they have a good chance at winning. So putting themselves on a series point would give them at least one map to try to figure out how to shut it down if they do end up winning this one. However, that's a whole lot of ifs and buts. Yeah. And that still just need to be figured out here whenever we do get into game. But I mean, this Midori team, they have a knack for map 5s. I'm not counting out that we're in store for another one here, but like you said, after map 1, they need to show us something here in map 2, even if they lose it very, very closely, that they can stay in this series. If they lose it and it's a kind of a roll like we saw on map 1, I think Emote down mid is ever so closer to really locking themselves in, even if they do end up dropping a map.
Yeah, because I mean, between the 4 teams that we have left, this is genuinely everybody's game right here. It genuinely is. It feels like any team could take this away. Emote down mid has the ability to play differently than any other team left. Midori just have this ability to punch up as high as humanly possible. Young and Beautiful have these different comps and flexibility that I feel like other teams aren't able to match. And Dreamland feels like they just have a certain level of consistency that's really, really hard to beat. So I'm excited to see what the case is going to be here, but you've said it yourself. I've said it myself multiple times. There needs to be something here from Midori, and I feel like with things going back to a certain level of normalcy, it should play more in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, everyone, if you want to watch some perspectives from this series right now, remember, FACEIT.com/watch. You will be able to watch Gorilla and Derpy for the side of Emote down mid. And Derpy, in the game this map, Cabe and Seaborn for the side of Shikigami Midori. I mean, it's always fun to watch the perspectives here for all these teams, especially in FACEIT League. I don't see it a lot. We've seen a lot in OWCS, but throughout playoffs, you're going to be able to watch at least perspectives from 2 players on each side. But coming out of the gate, Derpy on the Rhine, I'm going to be honest with you, Hunter, doesn't shock me at all. They are known for that brawl tank style, and having the Rhine with that Mei is very, very scary. Shikigami Midori, though, with the Ramatra being banned out here, they're deciding to play poke, but they're going back to probably the oldest form of poke known to this map. And I just said all that for nothing. Hero going over to the Orisa here late. Cabe, though, Cabe on this Widow, especially with where you see Emote down mid playing, one pick opens up so much for them here.
Yeah, it really does. Cabe is going to go over, switching around to the Freya here, which, to be fair, is going to have the ability to kind of target this backline a little bit more. Everyone forced into a little room right now, but to be fair, I think you're really comfortable right there if your Emote down mid. Derpy is able to pretty much go in and out whenever they please. So now this is Midori realizing we need to go in here, we need to make something happen, honestly. And I think that comes from just literally drilling down Derpy with everything you have and just trying to burn away that shield and burn away them as well. But Derpy has played this hero for a very long time and knows how to manage those cooldowns and shield.
Yeah, but I like what Cabe's doing here. While the rest of their team is focusing in on Derpy, they're trying to focus in on the backline. However, you lose your Mei, and that is a lot of sustain in this fight that you just lose. You also lose Seaborn.
Yeah, Danny does go down, so now you're content for a reset here, which means Danny is going to be super far away. Jacob realistically isn't going to be able to go taxing them back either. So if Shikigami Midori is fast, they might be able to just push this.
I mean, they're going over to the Lucio to try to play a little bit faster, but Zach going over to the Torb. Now, I mean, I don't hate it, especially if you just want to try to get rid of Derpy's shield. It does provide a decent amount of value that way and just damage after the fact. But you are just looking now just to make sure that turret is always in a spot where it's going to be finding value. Hero, though, not that far away from Terror Surge. I would not be surprised if they try to use that very, very quickly, especially with Pauline having that amp matrix ready to go on the other side.
Yeah, and the aggression certainly is there, and Derpy is in a bit of a rough scenario. He's going to go back and get a little bit of care as the shadows around the corner here. In fact, everything going to be ready here for both sides pretty soon, except for Triplet really far behind on that beat currently. So I'm curious how much Emote down mid is willing to invest to hold this corner. As Cabe has a bullet shot ready to go, and that doesn't seem quite where I would have put that. But, you know, at the end of the... Not the best case scenario here, ladies and gentlemen. Beat's going to come up online as Derpy Shatter coming around the corner, and Cabe looking for the bolo shot. Is going to throw one person in there. Jacob gets caught, but now it's a 4v4, and Julia hoping to close this one out with that shot right onto Cabe. That should definitely do it. His hero is going to be killed here as everyone else from Midori trying to get out.
They're going to be able to... Ooh, Seaborn almost falling there. Derpy really wants to find them out, but they're going to be able to escape. Shikigami Midori going to come into this next engagement with truly only a beat, while Emote down mid. The Shatter and now Pauline already building up to another amp matrix. They're in a really, really good spot here, and with only 90 seconds left to go, Shikigami needs to be able to really win a fight here without the investment of an ultimate. Yeah, you're going to have a beat, but once that beat comes out, you're going to have to play aggressively. Derpy, though, I mean, there's nothing stopping that shatter from them.
Yeah, but Triplet does have a B here, and they're going to go in with it. B can be used directly over on to Hero to keep them alive momentarily. The spin to be able to keep them alive, and unfortunately, Zach just caught out in the wrong place at the wrong time, and Cave is literally in the middle of nowhere. Has to kind of just hang around and hope they hit the shots. And while they do hit a couple, there's just too much focus fire over there. Is again, Midori gonna have to reset it now. Under a minute on the clock.
I'm gonna be honest, whoever that observer was, that was pretty mean to just zoom in on the body there. But hey, honestly, if you're Shikigami Midori, getting rid of that shatter is huge because look at what Emote down mid has. Nothing in the early fight. Shikigami Midori, you're gonna have Amp, you're gonna have Molten Court, and you're gonna have your own Bola. You're in a good spot here now, but you have to play fast. You cannot allow someone like Danny to build up to this Blizzard because that will stop you dead in your tracks.
Exactly, and Zach is going to go mega aggressive here. In fact, they're using both ultimates aggressive just like last time. So it's going to get them a ton of space, and you can build away at getting rid of Derpy's shield. But Derpy's doing everything to hide away. Freeze comes online, bolo shot thrown in on bodies, and nobody's going down quite yet, but Derpy finally does, and it looks like this Terror Surge should be able to help clear things away. Danny goes down, just a little bit more stall coming up online, so Shikigami Midori does it for the full 4 minutes. Now only has 2.5 to push through this. I mean, it took literally everything.
It really did. And I mean, there's a part of me that would like to see Shikigami Midori just throw 3 members on cart and get as long of a push as you can here, especially when you remember what happened last series where the attacking teams just kind of struggle to get going on second point, especially with Emote down mid. 3 good ultimates here. Julio already throwing one out there, and I mean, you're already seeing the disengage here from Midori.
Yeah, but Midori doesn't really have the spin to work with, only has the shield as M Matrix going to be used here. Rough scenarios, everyone put in a really weird spot, but Derpy may have been over-invested just a little bit, doesn't get caught with the beat, but we're still trading out as Julia and Jacob finding picks of their own. Jacob, though, needs to be careful not to extend too far forward, and Hero also in that situation, kind of playing around the enemy's wall, as unfortunately, I don't think they're going to get anything in this situation, so Derpy is going to more than be able to get back in time for this next fight.
90 seconds ready to go, and Derpy already back here ready. Almost has shatter, and again, one thing with Shikigami Midori, they do not really have much to cancel out the shatter. I think Hero picked the shield perk just to try to maybe help their team out, just to try to make sure that the shatter finds a little bit less value. But right now, I mean, you have beat, you have amp, you're gonna have bola. You need to be able to get someone out of the fray early on from down mid, really force Derpy to have to use that shatter early on here rather than holding on to it.
Yeah, and Derpy's waiting for that opportunity right now. Bull shot being thrown just directly into the shield once again. Doesn't really get anything, but now the shield going down is going to open up the door for the shatter. Triplet, though, again gets out of the way, and unfortunately the pin doesn't hit anybody. So now Seaborn is going to have the ability to use their ult right now, but Derpy and Julia being down means it might not even be necessary, as Pauline, last person remaining, will be ticked away, and now with 3 heal on the cart, Midori touching this point is going to be really difficult.
It's going to be really difficult, especially with Hero pressuring up here. They're going to have Terror Surge, and 100, that's not, in my opinion, not the worst idea if you think Emote down mid is going to come back in, try to engage, just to use Terra. Nice ice ball there by Zach. Blizzard, though, out, but they still get the point.
Yeah, and oh no, poor Danny. Nothing you could have done in that situation, and now Immortality Field there means you have the ability to get some really late picks and give yourself a ton of room. And you see Derpy, with a soft investment, does manage to get rid of Seaboard. Unfortunately, they are really far in. They still have all the care in the world, apparently, because they are just staying in there. So they'll still point out for a few seconds longer, and while Jacob does get rid of Triplet, Jacob is not long for the world as Emote down mid finally put down as Shikigami Midori can move forward with 120 on the clock.
I mean, hey, this was going to be an uphill battle for Midori after capping first point in overtime, but they did a really good job getting through point 2. I thought that it was almost going to be their death sentence. Getting through that one now, only a minute to go here, so you're really looking at, if you're going to complete this map, it would be in overtime, but you have ultimates coming up here. Same thing, though, for Emote down mid. Zach already investing one. The beat just going to get the Derpy. Won't matter, though.
Oh, my goodness gracious. You hate it when that happens, and now everybody getting along. Emote down mid. Pauline more than happy to invest, though, in the scenario. And Midori, to be fair, is respecting this Amp Matrix being used, and maybe Cave should have respected it a little bit more because they are taken down as Hero back into the engagement, trying to move forward and do something here. But Derpy is back in the engagement, and to be honest, Derpy might not even be needed as Hero taken out. Midori is having to reset again.
And yeah, Midori, you're gonna. This is a rough dagger. I feel like once you lost one, you really just need to get completely out of that fight here, because now emote down mid, especially with the ultimates they have here, that shatter could just be used as this choke to deny Shikigami Midori from even getting back to point. Beat though, ready for triplet, which has been what's got them through these last couple shatters without mass casualties from this side. Midori though, does have ultimates here to really help him out, but Zach finding Jacob.
Yeah, this time triplet gonna be really early here. Now Derpy doesn't have anything to stop them from hitting this shatter right now. Is being kept up by Pauline. Jacob still kind of hanging around, but Julia eventually be taken care of. A triplet no longer in existence, as Derpy has to be careful how they want to manage it. They're barely staying alive as Danny gonna freeze out to kind of stall out the point. Gonna wonder whether or not they invest. They will not, as Emote will play for one more fight.
I really looked at that as an opportunity for Danny to potentially use that Blizzard, especially Derpy not that far away with a shatter, but you just see right there, Emo down mid didn't have much support after that here, and Cave on that off angle, Zach gets the freeze!
He gets kept up terribly, but unfortunately doesn't sustain through, and now you're gonna see Julia and Jacob go back in. Jacob literally pulled back in to make sure they don't go down. Another freeze onto the point. It's not probably gonna matter at all. Danny does end up getting one freeze away, but Midori, we're looking for a bounce back, and they're one step there by finishing the map.
What a round for them. I mean, this was a really back and forth one, a really resilient round from Midori. And Hunter, like I said, I mean, even if they lose this map close, they just need to show us something in this map that gives us hope for the rest of the series. I have hope now. I have hope now in this Midori team. But you look at the stats. I mean, even almost across the board, Hero, a little bit of a better performance there on the tank, 21 elims to that of 11 of Derpy. But I mean, they were attacking. You kind of expect that unless it's a good defensive round. Just a good performance from Shikigami Midori. They really needed something here to bounce back. Julia, though, tried their hardest. 10,000, almost 11,000 damage.
Yeah, it's honestly a brilliant display by both of these squads right here. Now, it's time to Emote down mid to kind of react in their own way here, because they have to be able to finish the map as well to have an opportunity to actually take this one away. And right now, you can already kind of see from the outset what they're trying to pull off. And to be honest, this feels like textbook Emote down mid. Derpy still over on the Reinhardt. Julia potentially can be over on that Bastion. Honestly, just a trail away Hero and just make their ability to hold the corner as difficult as humanly possible.
And the Lifeweaver potentially on attack. I'm not against it. I mean, we've seen it work in the past in OWCS, but Derpy, I mean, my bad, Pauline gonna go over to the BAP. I think it's a little bit of a better pick. Shikigami Midori, though, they're gonna really try to disguise. They're gonna play this forward kind of corner fight, but then they're gonna immediately fall back like we saw Emote down mid do. Again, it's just kind of holding this bridge. We always see these defensive teams really allow the attacking team to get to that bridge because it's a far walk from that point there for them. But Julia is going to be the interesting one to see here. That Bastion's going to be able to melt through Hero even in Fortify. And after that Spear Spin goes away, it's going to be just difficult for them to do anything. They're just going to be on cooldown watch the entire time.
Yeah, essentially, as you see Emote down mid and moving forward without much resistance in the world. Cade, though, is building very quickly to the very first Bolo shot, and having it all that early on can be extremely impactful. But what's even more impactful, keeping everybody on your team alive, not being overzealous if you get that ultimate early, as Derpy is literally peeking a corner, getting stuck, peeking a corner, getting stuck, and this is just gonna be a repeated process for a minute.
I mean, right now, Emote down mid is just looking for an opening, whether that be a pick or whether that just be someone committing strongly to. There's the ultimate out from Pauline, though.
Yeah, pulled back right there. As Hero is just in a bad situation. It's kept up momentarily, but that's exactly what you wanted if you're Emote down mid. You're going to try to commit to dying on this card. Zach gets rid of one, but Cave and Seaborn going to die a bit late on there. So a retouch. I mean, Hero and Triplet are out first, so a retouch could happen.
A retouch could happen. I just think it would be a little bit costly for them. You still have 4 members of Emote down mid. The Ice Wall coming out, going to basically block them, and this almost going to be 0.1 cat, but no, there's the retouch. Hero, though, that Lucio healing just not going to be enough. 0.1 with a huge time bank for Emote down mid right there. 5 minutes going into second point, Hunter.
Big time bank. Lots of balls coming up online here. Hero dead, so they have to be all the way back there and can't play for that initial fight. So Emote down mid is just going to get a bunch of space for free here. And now they're sitting on 4 ultimates coming up here shortly. And Midori it's about to have the same as well, quite frankly, but it's about the effectiveness of this here, because if you're just calling the wrong place at the wrong time and Triplet can't hit this beat, it might just take one shatter or maybe one freeze and this one right away. But instead, Matrix gonna be used here, Beat gonna be invested, gonna try to find something on the pin. It's Jacob way in the back line, and now taking their sweet time is Julius trying to find something here. Terror Surge activated, Danny in a weird scenario, but Hero gonna get away with 2 right there. Mortality Field gone as well. That's what you needed right there, but at the end of the day, that is an 8 ultimate fight going the way of Midori.
Yeah, if you're Midori, you're happy you won that fight. I think that Blizzard at the end was maybe a little bit of an overinvestment, but hey, you won the fight. You can now reestablish yourself here, playing down on this low ground by Emo down mid spawn. Derpy, though, just immediately gonna run for Staircase, and I like this. They're gonna try to drag Shikigami Midori just back. They're gonna try to split them here without the sim. A great play.
Yeah, Midori is going for this, but it's not getting exactly what you would hope, because you have traded out, but now they're gonna move back in. Hero realizes, not, you know what, this is not my neighborhood. I do not wish to be here, as they're going to get way out of dodge, and Derpy is literally just gonna solo shatter momentarily, and some shattering gets diddly squat out of it. Unfortunately, the wall there to help out, as Midori gonna be able to re-stabilize, building up closer and closer to Seaborns and Matrix. Emont mid are kind of just gonna keep playing this corner now.
Yeah, no ultimates ready for either side right now, but Seaborn and Cave about to have theirs here. Cave, though, finding Pauline out, and this should really force Emote down mid, especially now, just to completely fall back.
Yeah, and now that big 5-minute time bank dwindling away, nearly halfway gone right now. It's still a lot of time to have to hold right here, but if Midori can really section out these ultimates they have coming up here, they could set up for a hold that could last them the rest of that time bank.
Yeah, and right now, remember, Midori capped second point in overtime. I think if they allow Emote down mid to cap here, they're gonna try to do it in overtime to have that same kind of time bank going into that final one. But you are now starting to see Midori find value early on. Already the bull shot out there from Cave as they're looking to go in even more here.
Yeah, Derpy has to go in mega aggressive, manages to get the pin over onto Zach, so it opens up something, but at the end of the day, Emote down mid just has to keep everybody alive so they can get a quick reset.
Yeah, they know that right now they have the favorable spawns, especially with them playing down there on that low ground around their own spawn. Zach's going to have a slow walk back unless Triplet comes and gets them, essentially, attacks them back into this fight, especially with Blizzard's about to be online for them. It could be something that they just want them here fast.
Yeah, and you're going to bully Pauline off the high ground, but still, Terror Surge is there, and unfortunately for Julia, might not go their way, but Beat is there in time. It's been traded back over by Triplet as Midori want to win this desperately, but Zach being dead again, not going to have that freeze. It's gonna fall all apart. He'll just need to try to die on this point, but unfortunately, a retouch here just isn't gonna happen.
Yeah, and Zach, the only one really alive here, I think they're in a rough spot right now. They might have to just ice wall or ice block themselves. Second point, though, gonna be capped here. Gonna be about an extra minute and a half now for Emote down mid. 3 minutes on the time bank for them, and I mean, Hunter, they're in a good spot right now where, I mean, they have 3 good ultimates. They could roll if they wanted, but Blizzard coming out here from Zach early on.
Yeah, I mean, Derpy just pretty much gets soloed right there, but Danny ends up going down the process too. So if I'm Midori, honestly, I'm committed to playing close. I mean, why not? Because Emote down mid is gonna have to dedicate a freeze or a shatter to get through, so you might as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is not necessarily a bad idea. Play close, try to eat as much time bank as you possibly can. You know you're eventually gonna probably end up giving up the cart here, but like you said, force out 1 or 2 ultimates, put yourself back in position of the better ult economy, especially for these final couple fights.
Yeah, Bolo not going to find anything. Julia's trying to get something with these pot shots. Julia getting pretty low, though, as Immortality Field has to be expended by Seaborn. Freeze also thrown out onto the high ground as Hero is trying to run for their life. Is getting ran down by Derpy in the wall. Going to be able to help them out for a little bit longer as both tanks about to have their ultimates online. Hero is doing everything to get this online. Gets to 99%, but it's not enough as Midori going to be cleared away. Will die over on the card. The bright side is they get a ton out of Emote down mid.
Yeah, they get a ton. However, I mean, you're still coming up to the point where Emote down mid still has more time on that time than Shikigami Midori had going into this final push. A minute and a half now, and you're in the final stretch, the final 30 meters. Shatter, though, for Derpy, if it lands onto, say, 2 or 3 people, it might just end the map here. Midori, I mean, yeah, you're coming up to both your support ultimates, but you really need his Terror Surge to be able to find either a pick or if not, just force out maybe a beat from Jacob.
Yeah, because eventually they're gonna have to go in, but that comes with the pressure of the high ground as well, forcing a lot of the Midori squad up there, but they're gonna go in aggressive right here. I don't think the aggression is necessarily needed, but Derpy's in a bit of a rough spot. You would think the Terror Surge was the answer right there, but instead Hero's gonna hold off on it, and now this is gonna be the answer, but Derpy gets stopped right there on the spot. The investment as Derpy is gonna struggle to live through this. It's super low as they invest Bolo. I think Midori's throwing way too much into this.
They are.
As they're gonna shatter back. Oh my goodness.
Shatter came out? Forget about Midori maybe investing a little bit too much. The Shatter coming out, unless we see a swap here from Derpy, might have really just costed them here, potentially the map. Yeah, there's the swap over to the Orisa, so that's why Shatter came out. Danny now Blizzard. Zach has Blizzard. Beats ready for both sides. Pauline gonna be the difference maker. Having that Amp Matrix, but now Emo down mid needs to find a way to get back to the cart. That's cart, near the final resting spot of the map.
Yeah, Beat's been thrown out aggressively. Zach gonna go in with the first phase. Is literally just gonna solo Pauline, and now you get rid of that other ultimate in the equation. But Emo down mid is just falling one at a time right now. Is Jacob over on the point. Gonna get the overtime touch, but Julia's the last person remaining, has to slide out. And ladies and gentlemen, this is now a tie ball game. Shikigami Midori figuring out their footing a bit here. And it ends up being a brilliant hold on their part.
A really brilliant hold. Emote down mid, I mean, they had ultimates going into that last kind of push phase. However, Shikigami Midori, they almost positioned themselves, in my opinion, perfectly. You really saw it there. Derpy did not just want to invest the ultimate into the Orisa. They did not just want to solo shatter the Orisa. They knew that there was going to be other stuff to their follow-up, so they held on to it maybe a little bit too long. Midori just positioned themselves perfectly, allowing everything to come their way. And even with these, I'm not going to call it an overinvestment. I think they invested the right amount of ults to try to get stuff out from Emo down mid, which they got. That shatter from Derpy towards the end of that map where really questionable uses of it was, you could tell that they were using that just to get rid of it at that point because they knew the Rhine was not going to be the way to go, especially with how Midori was positioning themselves in that final hold. Great map there by Midori to get themselves back into this series.
Exactly. I love the investment at the end as well. You saw them pretty much walk past Derpy and Co. and Hero went in as well as with that freeze to simply get rid of Pauline, which was the player with one of the only ults remaining inside of Emo down mid. If you have that Amp Matrix, you're probably going to be able to keep Derpy alive throughout the duration of that fight. It's a brilliant display right here. And honestly, all things considered, it was a great map by both squads. Definitely did have those low lights in there, but that Ryan was constantly being a menace. But it felt like Midori figured out pretty quickly how to deal with these shatters, and I don't know if there was a time where Triplet got caught in it even once. They were able to beat it almost every single time.
I think maybe the first shatter that Derpy threw out there caught them, but they didn't find Triplet after it because they focused on getting the charge onto Hero. But I mean, like you said, these are good maps by both teams, really. Yeah, there were the lowlights across the board, but it's what you really expect in a back and forth kind of map like that, to be fair. But I think we came into this map saying, again, Shikigami just need to show us something that they're going to be able to respond to Emo down mid in this series. Derpy coming in on the tank, while the Rhine was fun to see, it just didn't necessarily do enough at certain times, and you were really banking on Julia and Danny to really do a lot in some of these fights because Derpy just wasn't necessarily finding the space, finding the value with fire strikes, or even swinging that hammer sometimes. And I mean, you could go back and look at that second point push for Emo down mid. They had 5 minutes going into it. Shikigami Midori whittled that down to about a minute and a half there. I mean, that's a big difference. It really is. That second point's hard to push, and you have to remember, Midori completed that second point push with only a minute and a half on the time bank.
Yeah, it really isn't easy to do at all. I mean, Emo Demit came in with the biggest time bank in the world, and it took them forever to eventually get through. But I mean, just looking at some of the stats that we have here on display, I mean, this is a rising back to form for Cabe in this map right here, managing to amount to 22,000 damage, going down 9 times, which, I mean, pretty average overall from what we're seeing here. But I mean, the tank game is what it really felt like. I mean, to be fair, Derpy having a hell of a time. 42,000 damage mitigation. That is the life of a Reinhardt right there.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, this DPS line there for both sides really doing their jobs. However, I just think it was Midori. They were finding a lot more value. Cabe, again, 22,000 damage playing that Freya, was able to find a lot of value, even with Bola shot, which, I mean, we talked about earlier on in the first series of the night where we saw Midori play. Bola, kind of a weak ultimate at the moment, but you still are finding ways to find value with it. However, we know where our third map is, and Hunter, we're going to King's Row here. Emote down mid is aside to bring us there. Do we see Cardifan come back in? That is the question. Not necessarily the best ball map, but you could play it. Emote down mid, though. They have first ban. Who are they going to be focusing in on here?
You've got a couple of choices right here, and I think it really does depend on whether or not you're going to swap out. Unfortunately, that's not something you find out until after the bans have come through. So if you did the ball, they might just keep Derpy in regardless. So in the situation right here, ends up being the break. Honestly, I think this matchup is curious. I don't think it's a bad ban by any means. Plus, it does protect all the supports as well for Emote down mid in this scenario. And for Midori, I think their pick is going to be, it's not as easy to decide, and it's literally because it is Emote down mid. It's hard to guesstimate what the correct ban is.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen a lot of DPS bans throughout the night. They did ban out Symmetra last map. Yeah. And that could be something we see here again for them, where they focus in on that DPS line, but I think it would be smart to go tank, and yeah, they're gonna go tank. Not gonna be the Wrecking Ball. Gonna actually be the Doomfist coming out from Shikigami Midori here. And remember, it was the Doom that came out from Midori map 1. The Wrecking Ball came out from down mid. I feel like they expect that we're gonna see Cardifan come back in, and that they prefer to play Doomfist over Wrecking Ball on this map.
Yeah, I mean, that possibility is certainly there. This also screams of the fact that Seafull is still going to be out on this map right here, which, to be fair, ends up usually being the case regardless. Honestly, I fully agree with you in that situation right here. If Cardifan comes back in, it's a scenario where now you have to really think it through, because, again, the fact that these swaps happen after the bans, teams are usually able to adjust from that. So with that coming through, it might be a situation where Derpy does come back in and they decide, all right, hey, let's go back to the Rhine or the Orisa style. Maybe we throw a Symmetra in there and really just try to make as much chaos as we can, even without having that ball.
Yeah, I mean, that could be the case here. But we've seen King's Row already 2 times here tonight. And I feel like we've seen 2 different kind of King's Row matches. I mean, it's been really fun to see these teams have a lot of flexibility here and just a lot of variety when it comes to this map. I mean, we already joked about it, Scrims Row. These teams have probably played this map more than any map in the game. The fact that it's in the map pool really allows them to really show off some unique playstyle here. Shikigami Midori, gonna stick with the Orisa here on the defensive side, which I really like. I do like that here. Cabe on the Cassidy, Zach on the Venture. Haven't seen Venture a lot tonight outside of on this map, just looking for last second stalls on third point. I like that we're seeing it here from the start. Emote down mid though. Cardifan back out here on the tank, but it's gonna be D.Va this time around, not the Wrecking Ball. Danny, I think they're just gonna look for one pop shot and then probably swap back over to something else. Alakin, maybe a Tracer. I feel like that would really work out for them here. Potentially even Genji. Yeah, Genji.
Yeah, honestly, I like it at the end of the day if they stick with this. Cardifan being in on that D.Va now makes it very interesting. But to be fair, we saw this a bit earlier today from a different team, and honestly, it had a decent amount of effectiveness as well. But Zach, got to be careful. Not the person I would want to run into, quite frankly. I feel like the D.Va's not my #1 choice. But for Danny, needs to be able to escape, does hold on to the deflex, so will live for a little while longer. As Emote down mid is likely gonna have to commit to some kind of high rotation here.
Yeah, I mean, you already see them split up with 2 members going to that high ground rotation while the rest kind of just hanging around the theater, which is not a bad play here. You're really trying to just draw attention one way so the other side can get it there. But Cabe finding Jacob out early on. There goes your speed. You're still in this one because they can come back into the fight pretty quickly.
Yeah, and Julia's gonna be forced off that high ground, sitting on 1, gonna go inside and be able to get that mega health pack momentarily. Danny getting super low. Julia still hanging around in the back here, so they gotta turn eventually, but Julia has managed to get rid of 1, and Cabe is not in the place I would want to be right now, getting in a bit of a rough space, but Julia has now gotten their second pick and is still just standing behind them.
Yeah, and the problem with losing Seaborn here early on is what you're seeing happen right now with Midori. They completely have to disengage. Now they just lost Triplet, which hurts them. They're completely disengaging just to make sure that they can get back to Seaborn. This is going to be at least 1 or 2 ticks going the way of Emote down mid, but they're pressing up at the moment, maybe trying to find a little bit more than just those 2 ticks.
Yeah, but with Shoba coming back, a re-engagement is 100% in the book. Zach can get a really easy toucher without risking their life too much. They're going to wait around a little bit, make sure they get everybody back as much as they can, as Cardi Fan can be forced to get out of the point for the time being. You kind of see hanging around right now is Julia, who does have a Deadeye ready to go. And with the fact that they have the Diva there, it could make it really easy to use here. Body's getting low as Hero does manage to get out Julia, so no longer going to have that, but it feels like the numbers game is already starting to run out of hand here. Seaborn is down. Midori doesn't really have much else to work with unless Zach is able to find a really good pick here momentarily, but everyone is just so hard to hunt down from this Emote down mid squad.
Hero, I mean, at this point, just trying to get out. They do get the bomb out from Cardi Fan here, which is huge, but that's kind of soul crushing there. Cardi Fan gonna pick up Zach as well, and now there goes your complete arch hold as wow, Emo down mid just rolling now.
100% just rolling, and that's what you want if you're the Emote down mid fan. And Cam getting picked off, extremely late death there, unfortunately.
Extremely. It really is. However, with only 1 person on this card right now, Shikigami Midori is going to be able to come back in very quickly and just force back Emote down mid, probably to around the corner, around the pub, which is really good for them. And they have ultimate, so if they want to engage in here quickly, I mean, just throw out beat and just go running down the line here, which wouldn't be the worst idea since you would still have the same amount of ults on the other side.
Yeah, you see right now Gorilla trying to hang around, but eventually Terror Surge being activated. Weird scenario, but Cardi Fan getting super low as Julia hanging around there. Yeah, that is a lot. That is a lot from Midori, by the way. Like, that is 4 ultimates a lot.
And you're truthfully only able to find that's 3 picks. I mean, yeah, you win the fight, you get the thing that you were looking for here, just was map control. But maybe a little bit of an overinvestment. The Deadeye probably could have been something you held on to in that one. Probably just a little bit of miscommunication there by Shikigami Midori, but hey, like I said, you got that control back. Cardi Fan is back out on the ball. And they have B and Deadeye ready to go.
Yep, and B can be used aggressively. Julia might end up using this Deadeye pretty aggressively too, but he might not need to. His Hero is down. Julia might just do it for the memes, but not going to be the case, as people going to simply die on it. Julia gets a 3K, make it the 4 as they're going to clear it away, but with everybody from Emote down pushing forward, Midori, a touch here is, I mean, it'll be rough.
It is possible for Midori to get a touch here, and it wouldn't surprise me if Seaborn does try to invest the Kitsune Rush here. Again, you just want to try to eat away some time bank here and make sure that Emote down mid has as little as possible going into 3rd point. And hey, you could potentially win a team fight here. Julia has Deadeye, but that's something you can easily cancel out. That was your touch.
Yeah, now they just have to full-on invest onto the point right here and pray the Hero can come in with something. And Cardi Fan just doing the mumbo-jumbo. Okay, why not? And eventually it's going to cost for the cap to go through here. Midori winning this fight has next to no merit, unfortunately. They're going to be drilled away 1 at a time right here as, again, the ball just baffling them.
Again, yeah, like you said, it's baffling them. Like, they haven't been able to slow it down. Hero now making the swap over here to the Hazard. Zach onto the Genji, and Cabe over to the Soj. I mean, I like this a little bit better going into Cardi Fan's Wrecking Ball, but right now you're walking into 3 ultimates from Emote down mid, and you're only truly gonna have a beat here. If you're Shikigami Midori, you need to find some way to really stabilize this entire round here and just win a team fight.
Yeah, rough scenario with Julia can be pressed hard, gonna lose out on the Deadeye, ends up being really good timing overall. And you want to try to catch out more than just the 1 person. Hero hoping he'll finish out Cardi Fan, but Cardi Fan will get out. But Jake does take a little bit of a later death here, so not bad at the end of the day, but it's still gonna take a long while if you're gonna properly shut down Emote down mid.
Cardi Fan still hasn't died on the Wrecking Ball and gonna be able to get out scot-free. Still has Minefield, Blade ready for Danny here. But Midori, like I said, you just need a team fight victory, and you got that right there. But a quick re-engage by Emote down mid.
Yeah, and Hero is not long for this world either, and Triplet might just want to be focusing on getting out, but Hero takes the quick death right there as fast as they can, realizing they can't really stall out, but Zach is going to be able to come out and get the touch on Venture.
Yeah, again, going over to the Venture here, I would have liked to actually see him stay on it, but I think going over to the Genji was the right move. Cabe also making a swap here. You're going to be looking for something. Hero not that far away from a downpour, but touchers.
Yeah, I think Imodame could have gotten it right then and there with a potential touch right now, but Hero is just being slashed into over and over. Finally gets deleted. Now Seaborn is just gonna have to go for on the point, trying to get a cleanse back for themselves, and Bodies doing a really good job staying on the point. Jacob has been taken care of right here, but Gorilla going to try to answer back right here. Cardifan gonna be slicing through everybody, and it is not the place you want to be if you are a Midori. Hero makes it back, but not in time. 129 on the clock. Emote down mid. Very, very successful attack.
Very successful. Minute 29, though, I feel like for the struggles that we really recorded there for Midori, that's actually not a bad time to allow them to have. Emote down mid, though, I mean, again, Cardifan is just a problem for them. It doesn't matter what tank they're playing. Gorilla, no matter what, we haven't talked about this backline yet for Emote down mid. Gorilla, it seems like every time we look at stats, they have the least amount of deaths on their team, and they had a perfect round right there. 6,900 damage. I mean, so healing as well, added on to 21 assists. They just did everything that their team really asked for there and more. Midori, I mean, they were able to slow it down at points, and that's what got them down to this minute and a half time bank. That's the only good positive thing here for them. Right now, though, Cardifan coming out on the Orisa, I feel like this is the time for Midori to really try to slow down Cardifan, because they're not on one of these high mobile tanks. They're on a tank that, I mean, needs a lot of help to be mobile. So this should be the time that if you're Midori, you find a way to get past Cardifan.
Yeah, that's what you need to be able to pull off here. But to be honest, it wouldn't surprise me a whole lot is if we get to that third point that Cardifan could invest back into that ball, especially if things just go really south really fast. But it's on the back of Midori to be able to pull it off here. And to be fair, I like Hero staying over on Has in the situation right here. I think Cabe can do a lot over on the Sojourn, and Zach back over on the Tracer to match Danny, so we'll get to see a little more of the Tracer 1v1 action.
Yeah, I mean, almost a mirror match across the board, just the two tanks, which is not a big surprise. However,
whoa.
Ooh, I like this. I like this a lot. Midori taking the first 30 seconds just to get a lay of the land, going back to swap. We saw this in the past. Honestly, I believe it was from the Dreamland and Young and Beautiful series, but it really ended up working out for that attacking team.
Yeah, it did. It was the quick adjustment, got back immediately, didn't really waste any time doing it, but gotta see if the results can be produced, and so far would take him down. It's looking like it might be. Nice spear over onto Julia. Cabe helping get another finish, and it seems like, that might just be the answer, because they're gonna start taking away at this thing right here. They need to keep people on that, though.
That's a huge mistake there by Zach. You're going to be able to get up to a second tick, but without that Tracer there now for Midori, Emote down mid just going to feel free to come right back in.
I don't know why you don't keep three people on the point in that situation right here. It feels like a textbook scenario, and with Cardifan going down, it is still looking in their favor right there, as Julia does manage to find one, but it's literally just a stall game as Bodies are going to die late. A ton of people going to lose out on those good spawns, and Midori essentially have this archway locked in.
And the Orisa experiment is over. Back to the Wrecking Ball. We haven't, here's the thing. We have not seen Shikigami Midori kill Cardifan on the Wrecking Ball this entire series. Granted, we've only seen it for a map and a half, but that's still impressive. And you are looking for a way, if you're Midori, to shut down Cardifan on this ball, considering you now know they're on it.
Exactly, but Cardifan has his anger on the backline as, Jacob, buddy, not the place you want to be, unfortunately, is. I mean, Cardi's hanging around, but Cardi is going to have to eventually engage, but it's just, I don't know. It's not able to do a lot back here, and it's going to eventually be able to get out at last.
I mean, you look at Midori coming up here, 5 ultimates into Emote down mid, who's really only going to have 2. The Kitsune Rush, honestly, is going to need to be able to really get you through a lot, but the Terra Surge might be actually able to shut down Cardifan for the first time on this Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, and we see right now Zach putting a little bit of pressure onto Julia, realizes he don't really want to open that can of worms. Everybody pulled in, but everybody gets out literally instantaneously as Zach holding on to that recall is going to come online for Triplet as they want to be able to re-engage in this scenario, especially with the fact that that Kitsune Rush is trying nothing but gaining. Gets stuck in Cave once again, finishing body after body. It's just Cardifan and Gorilla hanging around, and Cardifan getting super low, manages to get Seaborn, but for the first time, Cardifan will die on that Wrecking Ball as Midori is going to cap the second point.
It is possible. It is possible. Midori has shut down Cardifan on the Wrecking Ball. Took him a long time, but it's happened. And now, Hunter, the biggest thing for Midori, look at the time bank. 5 minutes to go here. Now going back over to the Hazard. Cardifan on the D.Va. I mean, the Wrecking Ball was, I think, just an experiment by them to see if it would work on the defensive side. And I think both me and you knew the moment we saw it, it was going to need a lot of help, especially with how far back they are playing for the majority of that second point push.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm curious to see how the adjustment's going to be here for Emo down mid now over on the D.Va for Cardifan. Julia just gets annihilated on the scene. Hero is just going to hang around the inside. It's literally just going to lock poor Cardifan inside the room. Eventually, B has to come up online here. Last ult available at the moment. As Cave is going to throw it in. Cardifan going to eat the bolo shot, though. So now it's just Zach with that pulse bomb for now. He needs to try to find somebody in this situation. But Julia already been taking out Danny directly behind Midori, trying to clear the rest of the wave. They want a long cap. Considering Rush gets canceled out, and it's just Cardifan and Jacob hanging around on the point. No bomb ready to go, and that is a massive time bank. 358 for Midori. If Emo's down mid was good, Midori's was amazing.
Midori's is almost otherworldly. Like, this was such a confusing round from Emo down mid. Like, the Wrecking Ball was an idea. Cardifan playing anything else but a dive tank seems not necessarily to work out at all for them. The Orisa didn't do much, but we could go all the way back to the start of that round for Shikigami Midori and just stare at and focus in on the first 30 seconds of that round. We saw it in the Young and Beautiful and Dreamland series, where on Midtown, we saw the team go out, come right back to spawn, swap over to a composition that they thought would work out for them, and it did just that. And Shikigami Midori found so much value just taking away that first 30 seconds to do that. Emo down mid, though, a minute 29, and Cardifan's going to come back out on the Wrecking Ball again. I feel like at this point, Hunter, that has to be what they do. Attacking wise, the Wrecking Ball was almost unstoppable. And going into Midori, who's not going to be running an Orisa, not really going to be running much to slow it down, Cardifan should be able to find a decent amount more value, especially with Danny and Julia on this DPS line. Danny honestly should just be following Cardifan at all moments, while Shikigami Midori, they might have to play very spaced away from each other here, just to make sure that Cardifan doesn't necessarily have the opportunity to pile drive into multiple people, allowing Danny and Julia to really clean up picks here.
Yeah, you see Cardifan going for the world record, going around King's Row, back to the high ground extremely quickly, going to be able to roll through, making a rough scenario for Cave, which Cave, by the way, has been popping off throughout this entirety of this map. I gotta wonder how many final blows they already have under their belt. But Hero, gonna be forced out, gonna go over towards the hotel instead, as Cardifan is content to kind of take their time and cost for as much gas as possible. And Cave, you are gonna be at the wrong place at the wrong time, my friend, is now Emo down mid, gonna clear away, and this first point already feels all but capped.
Yeah, this should at least get you 1-2 ticks. You're gonna throw 3 members on the cart, but you know Hero's still around, a good kind of late stagger. They're gonna get that respawn wave though with Zach and Seaborn, so they're gonna be able to come back out and hold at arches, most likely. And Cabe, I like this swap here, but I mean, you're gonna have to quickly pick those perks here. Cardifan is gonna have to do so much disruption here because Shikigami Midori does have the better perk to hold, the better composition to hold at the archway.
Yeah, they do. Ultimates are going to start playing a factor as well. I mean, especially if you're able to get these support ults online, Gorilla's going to have that considered rush before anybody should have anything online. Zach can maybe get away with a really good pulse bomb here, but instead they're going to be forced around as Danny doesn't really want to have to hang around with them, have to hit that Geef like just to kind of hang around this situation right now. But it's a big fight for Midori right here. You're going to see that come online. Zach waiting for the opportunity, realizes it's gonna have to wait for another day. Hack nearly going on to Gorilla, but has to use the cleanse on the cell. So cleanse no longer being available means Zach has an open coming up.
Yeah, and right now overtime commenced, so Emo Demo cannot get off the card. And I feel like if Cardifan dies here, that might just be the round.
Yeah, and Cardifan is going to go down. Downpour comes down. Not going to get a whole lot, but Julia Danny's still trying to hang around. Unfortunately, they're deleted. Sports cannot make it back, so that is the extent for Emo Daumen, and for Midori, that is realistically a 2-fight barrier, keeping them away from putting this on match point.
2-fight barrier? But at the same time, remember how fast Midori capped this first point first time around? And Hunter, they're basically playing with a whole nother round here. You start off with 4 minutes in regulation. hey, they're only 2 seconds below it. But just a really good job by Midori there. Emote down mid, that entire composition we've talked about. It's a chaotic comp. They want to be spaced all over the place. But going into Streets phase of King's Row, you just can't really do that. And I mean, the slight swaps you saw there from Shikigami Midori, Cave going over to the Sombra, really did end up affecting Cardi enough to the point where they just weren't comfortable going in without the rest of their team. And I mean, you see Emote down mid now on the defensive side, and Cardi fan, I feel like they think this is the only true way that they're going to be able to slow down Shikigami Midori. But on the defensive side, I feel like the ball struggles. And Hero, buddy, what are you doing?
Hero's just having a little bit of fun on stream, you know?
Yeah, I mean, they are, but I feel like there's much better options for them, and especially I really like the Orisa from them. Going in with this much time, you have time to really build up ultimates right now for Shikigami Midori. I mean, we talked about this last time on King's Row in our last series, where if you're the attacking team, you have this large time bank, you don't necessarily need to invest ultimates until you know Emote down mid is basically invested all theirs.
Yeah, and now you're going to see Cardi Fan try to go on the other side. Unfortunately, doesn't quite get the rotation I think they were hoping for, but will force Zach in a bit of a rough scenario. Might have to hit the recall, but instead going to get that mega health pack from below as Gorilla Rough scenario has the TP out. Cardi Fan has a lot of bodies in front of them. Thankfully, Danny is able to get one of them with that dash triplet going down as Cardi Fan. I mean, some amazing maneuverability, by the way, able to escape from that situation, and one fight down, many to go here, but Cardi Fan might actually go down, and if they do, that'd be devastating, but they will live for the time being.
They will live, and this basically gets rid of that first minute here for Shikigami Midori. So if you're Emote down mid, I mean, hey, one fight, 1 minute, you will take that every time. But now you see Cave going over to the Sombra just to try to slow down Cardi Fan, and I like that here, especially if they were playing inside that building the entire time. Cardi Fan's just going to find so much value.
Yeah. And now Ultimate's going to start becoming a factor here in the near future. Zach coming up on this Pulse Bomb. Julia not too far behind as well. Gorilla getting assassinated on the spot. And now Cardi Fan has got to try to make it back on the scene here. But honestly, they might be better simply trying to get them out of there alive and resetting again. But to be honest, the way Emote down mid is, I don't see them trying to do that. I think they commit here, but Cardi Fan goes down. And now that means Cardi Fan and Danny going to have the bad spawns.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where you want to just throw bodies on point. Like, I understand maybe just playing for arches, but you just want to throw bodies on point to just stall out the card as long as you can. Cave now finding Julia, and I mean, they only have to go 50 meters here. They have 2 minutes, and Hunter, they haven't used any ultimates just yet. Emote down mid is coming to their ultimates, though. And this is the situation now for Emote down mid where it starts to slowly rotate back into your kind of favor. You just need to be able to get an ultimate out from your side and force out an ultimate from the other, but Hero's Downpour is going to be something you're going to be watching out for here. Really just to slow down Cardi Fan. I have to believe that's what they're going to end up using it against.
Honestly, oh yeah, Shago goes down. Hack comes up online, trying to find more on them. A lot of people getting low. Downpour gets used. Unfortunately, the cleanse is there perfectly in time as Danny not gonna be able to find anything. Julia, though, trying to keep them alive right now. Beat being activated, doesn't catch over onto Zach, though. So we're in a 3v3, and now Cave has to wonder whether or not to invest this EMP when they get back right away, or wait for a full-on different fight. And right now, they are considering it right now. Only 2 meters to go. EMP comes out, getting rid of all the mines, and that is going to clear that out. Midori gets the match point, and right now, may have had this ball figured out.
I mean, I don't necessarily know if they have figured out the ball. Like I said, King's Row just not really favorable towards that chaotic comp that we saw back on Oasis. But, I mean, Emote down mid, they were able to... I mean, I thought they had a really good first round. Like I said, 1.5 minutes on the time bank is nothing to scoff at. But then we just saw Shikigami Midori come right back in and essentially say, hey, yeah, your round was good, but... ours was, say, incredible. There. It's just awkward plays from Emote down mid. It really just seemed like they were just trying to force that Wrecking Ball on a map where Wrecking Ball struggles. It really did there. And even with Cardi Fan, we looked at it there and saw multiple times, they were a very technical tank on that Wrecking Ball, being able to get up to max velocity multiple times just off of a short kind of whip around. It just wasn't enough there. And I think it hurt the team a little bit. Shikigami Midori now, Dream Run still alive here, now 1 map away from being in that lower bracket finals as the 8th seed.
Yeah, which is something that does not happen often in the world of Overwatch, in competitive Overwatch. It just doesn't happen like this. But still, there are teams like this that are able to pull off, and Midori is definitely one of those that's able to put it on display and able to fight back, because when we started in that first map, it wasn't the closest thing in the world. There was definitely a bit of fight back, but it feels like they didn't have the situation figured out. They're able to go to things more in the Brawl scenario and stick Array out. They make it their own. And now here on King's Row, where Cardifan really isn't able to play the ball at full capacity and you decide to keep Derpy out, Midori takes advantage of these facts a lot. They come back with an amazing attack. And I don't know if Emote were properly ready for that situation either. It feels like they were caught really off guard after those first initial fights.
Yeah, it really did. It really did. And that's just a bad thing to see, because Emo down mid, like we saw, especially going back to that Oasis map, they just looked like a different breed of team. Midori had no good answers, and now these last two maps, Midori has figured it out against both the tanks for Emo down mid, and that, I feel like, is the biggest problem right now for Emo down mid. Doesn't matter who's at the tank line. Shikigami Midori knows now how to basically slow you down, and you're basically now picking a map here, going into map 4, for your season. And I mean, it's rough now when you have to be putting that much pressure onto this map pick.
Yeah, and there's so much on it as well, because you think about what they have kind of gone to already, and the fact that now on map 4, your options are more limited than any other map situation. There's only a couple you can go to in this situation, and now looking at the stat lines, I mean, it's honestly impressive from both sides at the end of the day, but I mean, some of the death counts on here, Seaborn unfortunately going down 12 times, same thing for Senna. But if there's a person that is really stand out to me, again, it comes down to Hero, only going down 6 times throughout that whole exchange, able to have less deaths than Cardifan at the end of the day, and being able to keep up with that damage, having the most in the lobby on top of that. I mean, Hero has definitely had some rough spots, but this map right here has got to be a highlight for them.
Yeah, and I mean, Hero's showing us a lot throughout the night here tonight. In both the games we've seen, that they are in that conversation for maybe one of the best tanks in this tier, which, I mean, coming into the night, you would have to argue, we've seen some good ones, but Hero right now, they are on a little bit of a different level here. But right now, Shikigami on series point, up on top of Emote down mid. We're going to take a quick break and come right back with our 4th map of the series. Everyone stick around. We'll be right back.
The match is about to start.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Kudos up top. I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nito? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger, let's stagger.
On me, on me, on me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold card, we're down. That was so bad.
Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving backline.
No, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Oh, going in.
Stop the cart. Stop the cart.
Oh my God! Ah! Go to world! Do you see that?
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once more to what has been a long and fruitful day here, deciding who are going to be moving on to the OWCS promotion and relegation games. And so far, the Master Division has had a lot of fantastic things to show us here today, but right now, we're looking at what might be the end of our day. Shikigami Midori up 2-1 on Emote down mid. And Dexatron, the way that we saw that last matchup over there on Kings Row, Midori has started to figure it out more and more. And now, feels like for the first time very truly this series, Emote down mid is the one that now needs to provide the answers, because it feels like their back has been pressed up against that wall pretty hard now.
Yeah, it really has. And I mean, me and you were talking about during the break, just the breakdown of Emote down mid on Kings Row, allowing Midori to get on the series point here. Runasappi is going to be our fourth map of the night. I think this is a really good pick here for Emote down mid, especially if you want to potentially keep Cardifan in to play a Wrecking Ball. Me and you were talking about that Wrecking Ball, not necessarily the best when it comes to push maps, but this is the one kind of asterisk that you would put upon that, where Wrecking Ball does decently find a lot of value on Runasappi. And you're going to see Emote down mid having first ban here, so you could really go for protection ban if you want to play that, if you really want to. So it's going to be fun to see whatever. I would assume they're going to ban out tank here. I would be absolutely flabbergasted if they don't, though.
Yeah, because it's like there are plenty of tanks to choose from that just are never going to get viability. You could get rid of like a Hog, you could get rid of a Sigma in this situation. You could get rid of freaking Mauga. You know, there is a plethora of options to which you could ban to do it. But instead, Dex, we are getting rid of the Lucio, which obviously is targeted on Triplet, but that doesn't feel like the right call.
It doesn't feel like the right call, but like you said, it's a target on the Triplet, and Triplet has quietly been having an incredibly solid series. Again, we haven't been talking about the support lines enough for these two teams. They've been able to do so much, and I mean, you look at when the supports have been banned out, Emote down mid, now banning out 2 straight supports, and there's the Wrecking Ball ban from Midori. So it's going to come down to, do we see Derpy come back in, or does Cardifan stay in to play another one of those dive tanks? Doomfist was banned out last map, and I would assume that a lot of people thought that going into Kings Row, Midori thought going into Kings Row, if we were going to be seeing Cardifan, Doomfist was going to probably be the way to go. We could be seeing it again here, though, as Cardifan does stay in. So Doomfist is on the table, every other dive tank on the table. Default is now back in for Midori as well. I mean, Hunter, I'm going to say this. Midori has this knack for playing map 5s, but I don't know if this is the first time this playoff run where they've been up going into map 4.
I mean, yeah, you're absolutely right in that situation right here. And now it is backs fully against the wall for Emo Down Mid. Everything that they're trying to do, we're probably getting, I mean, Cardiac Fan could be messing around, but we might actually be getting the Doomfist versus Doomfist to get us rolling away. Danny gonna TP everybody out, probably heading over to that Tracer, but they're gonna go back, and it looks like it is indeed gonna be the Tracer.
The Doom mirror that I think a lot of people were really expecting to see from C4 and Cardifan at some point tonight. Wrecking Ball being banned out does get rid of Cardifan's probably best tank. But now you look at the rest of the lineups here, and Julia on the Cass, I feel like they're going to be able to find so much more value here than potentially Zach on the Venture. This double flex DPS line from Midori, we've seen in the past where it's worked out for them, but I just don't know if it's going to work out here.
Yeah, it's going to make things certainly rough for the situation, so it is a much needed bounce back for Emo down mid. Danny, you can see, had to hit that recall right there. Seaful and Co getting punched away, but Midori is just kind of chipping away slowly and slowly at a little bit of this percentage. Julian looking for the necessary headshots, just hasn't really found them quite yet.
And there's the first pick on the triplet. Moira coming out for them here. I like the idea, but you're going to need to find a lot in Danny now. I mean, they're trying to keep their team alive in this series, and they're starting off good.
Yeah, and that's when we cleared them away. Midori doesn't get any of that 16 meters, but Emo down mid will be able to bring it back the other way, take lead over. The question is, how long will it be until Midori is able to re-engage?
Won't be long, and you already see that DPS line decide that they really can't play that flex, the double flex. Zach, though, going to take over the Tracer. Cabe on the hit scan just needs to be the way to go for Midori. They have been a standout in both series. We'll watch from them here tonight. Seaborn, though, does have this Kitsune Rush ready to go here early on, but Gorilla, Pulse, a Nano ready, Pulse Bomb ready for Danny, and Julia has Deadeye. I mean, Emo down mid, they have the ultimates here. That could just get you this checkpoint really fast.
It really could. If you just catch Seaful in the wrong place at the wrong time, Triplet gets super low, and Nano ends up coming through. Puts a really rough scenario as TP has to be used here. Gorilla goes down. Unfortunately, Seaborn, not the place I would want to be. And Cardifan has got rid of two. It's just Seaful and Zach hanging around on the point. While they're going to get this card somewhere, it is not going for long as the bot is going to slowly start trending further and further away. And with that pick, checkpoint is all but secured.
Checkpoint is all but secured, and one thing I want to share with everyone, Zach did type in all chat before this map started that directly talking to me and you, Hunter, saying, Casters, you know we taking this to a map 5, right? I don't like that considering they're winning this series currently. But Emo down mid, checkpoint in 2.5 minutes. I mean, this is what we've seen all night from Runasappi. Whoever gets checkpoint first normally does get a decent amount after the fact, and we've seen the other team chip away at it but never be able to come back.
Yeah, and we see right now going for the slam as Seaful literally barely hanging on, gonna use the ult to get as much health back as humanly possible. Goes for the high ground. I like that right there. Put themselves in a nice setting, but Seaful gets punched out the gate. Going down on that slam, and now Triplets in a rough scenario. Danny been really good on this Tracer throughout the day, and now is just showing off more and more as Midori is just the one unraveling this time.
I'm looking at Seaful here. This Doom mirror is not working out right now for Midori. Nothing's working out for Midori. Emo down mid, I mean, they look like the team we saw back on map 1 for them. The one where they just purely dominated. And Midori, they look like their map 1 selves here again. They are struggling. No ultimates ready for them. Julia has Deadeye, and Cardifan already up to another Meteor Strike.
Full rough scenario. Cardifan is going to be backed out all the way, but will eventually get care after that anti. But yeah, I mean, if you're Emo damage in front with this, take all the time in the world. We don't care. Take your time trying to win this fight. We want that. We want to burn away as much time as humanly possible. As a matter of fact, we might be willing to just try to end this thing as soon as humanly possible. A nice punch on the Seaful. Seaful potentially not long for this road. It's just Cabe and Zach hanging around as both of them gotta try to escape as Emo down mid are honestly one good fight away from ending this now.
One good fight away, and look at what Emo down mid has. Nano, Deadeye, they're not that far away from Pulse Bomb. Gorilla's gonna probably invest that Nano on the Cardifan like they did last time, just to get everything going, and Midori, outside of a Nano and a Deadeye of their own, doesn't really have much here. There's the Deadeye coming out from Julia, just to really get space, and look how much space they're getting.
Yeah, they got so much. 138 meters now on the clock here. Seaful gonna go with that. Cabe gonna be the one this time around. A nice little sleep gets activated, but now it's a Nano being thrown in. Cabe gets a little bit of damage right here, but has to back out momentarily as Cardifan and Seaful both have their own nanos. Seaful has managed to get rid of Jacob, so it looks like Emo down mid finally going to be stopped in their crusade. But man, it is so much damage that has come through as Julian, yeah, they're still hanging around the back. What?
They're still finding picks. I mean, the bot's being taken away, which is the best thing that could happen for Shikigami Midori here. But, I mean, this has just been an interesting map from Midori. I felt like they had all the momentum coming in this one, and now I personally feel like they've let Emote down mid get back into it. In a point where you really didn't want them to. Cardifan, yeah, they just need to get out of dodge here. But right now, that half that time bank's gone, Hunter. Shikigami Midori has a 122-meter deficit to make up here. It might just be a little bit too much for them.
Who knows? Seapool's gonna have to use the ult here momentarily. Stick directly onto Seaborn. That is a bad case scenario. Seafool is just gonna go for the high ground and try to go for the big slam. Gonna catch on to a couple of bodies, but gets stunned directly afterwards, and there's no escape for them this time. As Midori is gonna make, is gonna make no more thing, but Cayman Triplet are kind of popping off. They will pull this fight back with their own bare hands. As, man, they pulled that back from almost nothing.
Yeah, they really did. And I mean, Seafool falling first, normally a lot of times you look at that kind of engagement, losing your tank early as, well, that's basically the fight right there for that team, but give it up to them. Able to find a lot there. You did invest the rally, but you are coming up to both your DPS ultimates. However, Cardifan can play aggressively here. Same thing with Jacob. They have rally. Cardifan has a get out of jail free card with the Meteor Strike, and they're already just diving into the backline. I mean, they are just making space for their team.
Yeah, rough scenario. Right now, you know you're in the weird spot, and Seaborn, just no chance at life there. Seafool trying to escape with their own life attack, has to commit to dying on the deployment potentially, but again, Triplet just seems to hang around and always find somebody in these fights. But this time around, no heroes for Midori, as no cap either for Midori, so everybody gonna get the bad spawns.
I mean, right now, if you're Midori, you're just happy you cut into that lead a little bit. It's not 100 meters anymore. It's still about 87, but hey, it's better than 122. However, Emo down mid, they've been very smart this map, not really over-investing ultimates into a lot of these fights. They have Deadeye, Nano, and Rally ready to go here. Nano probably gonna be invested. I would not actually be surprised if they invested on the Julia and popped the Deadeye with that, just to try to get some space and maybe even find an early pick. But no, on the Cardifan, the right move.
Yeah, oh no, this is I think this is the worst case scenario for Shikigami Midori. Oh my goodness gracious. Seafool does manage to get rid of Julia, but unfortunately, Seafool is not even going to escape. So now you got to think Femont down mid are back in this one fight win scenario.
Yeah, one fight win scenario. You have Deadeye, Pulse Bomb. You only have Pulse Bomb ready for the other side. Seaborn needs to build up to the Nano here pretty quickly, but then who do you give it to? Do you give it to Seafool? Well, you don't have a Pulse Bomb anymore. You don't have a Pulse Bomb. Cave going over to the
down
Freya here, I feel like it's a little bit too late, but I mean, the bot is being stolen at least.
Yeah, now Seaborn needs to live. They are in such a rough scenario. Pulse Bomb could end it all right now. They're getting closer and closer, just a few more meters away. As Seafool gonna have to go for the touch right now. Body's trying to get in the way, swept away, but they're stuck. Zach rolls into Jacob, unfortunately, and now this looked like it was going to be currents for Emote down mid here. And honestly, it might be, and they will. They'll push it in with 2 minutes still on the clock. For the last time, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a fifth and final map.
Welcome to map 5 again, if you're Midori. Hunter, I don't know how to feel after this map. It just felt like Emote down mid, they got everything they wanted. They got the ball ban. You still have Doomfist here to play, and guess what? You can't ban the Doom either. I believe that Shikigami Midori's banned the Doom already this series. So now Cardifans, both their best tanks are available. The only thing Shikigami Midori can do here is go to a map where you can't play either, which is hard. Which is very hard to do, but I just have more questions for Shikigami Midori than answers here. Emote down mid did everything they needed to do. They did everything they needed to do this map. Shikigami Midori, I don't know. It just looked like they were a shell of the team that we saw on Circuit and on King's Row, where they were fighting tooth and nail some fights to find 1 or 2 picks. This map, it didn't look like they were doing that at all.
No, it didn't really feel that way. It's not that return to form that we saw from them on that very first map, because with the ball being available, we thought, hey, maybe that is simply what's going to happen, is they simply come in, they run that comp again, and they run it down like last time. And, you know, for the first, like, little bit, or, like, the first, like, fight, it felt like, okay, they're pushing them back further and further and further. They get them all the way back into the room. But then we just see the display of Emote down mid and what Cardifan has been able to pull off here, and the amount of aggression they were able to get away with. And Midori, again, just feel like they couldn't properly find that answer throughout almost the entirety of the series. They had moments, of course, but it ended up just being 50-50 fighting, and Emote down mid finished with multiple minutes still left on the time bank. I mean, we've seen a lot of these maps go the full distance, even when people push nearly towards the end, because they fight back, they make it close. This one, it wasn't that.
Yeah, I mean, just Emote down mid, completing any push map is very difficult in general, and Emote down mid able to do it here really shows you that they still have a lot of faith in themselves in this series. And like I said, Emote down mid, I don't really have any questions for. They played this map as if their season depended on it, and Cardifan played an incredible map through and through. The Doomfist, they had the diff. Maybe even a canyon right there against Seaful. Midori, though, like I said, there's more questions and I have real answers from them, because it just felt like they were just kind of throwing dirt at a wall, hoping it would stick. I mean, you see the stats here. Cardifan, 2 deaths, 29 elims. Seaful, 9 elims, 8 deaths. That's a canyon. There, that's not a gap.
That is incredible to see how one side there really is on the stat line. And there's not a whole lot you can really say, unfortunately, about what Midori was able to do. And they tried their hardest to try to pull that one back. But Cardifan was unstoppable in this situation. On top of that, Gorilla refusing to die, consistently able to help out Cardifan in every scenario. I mean, Nano's constantly getting onto them, and they found effectiveness with every single one they had going their way. And so now it puts Midori back up against the wall, because it's one thing to have a dominant map, it's the other to be able to finish a map like this, like Runasappi, multiple minutes still on the clock, and to sit back and wonder, how did we let that happen?
I mean, but if you're Midori, I guess the one saving grace is you can go back to the start of the series. They got rolled on Oasis. Then they come right back on Circuit Royale, and they don't complete the map, but they have a really good round, one that gave us that confidence back in them, and that defensive round was really good again. And then they go to King's Row and build upon that. And it just looked like Midori had finally figured it all out. I thought maybe they weren't going to have the map 5 game in them, try to end it in 4, but nope. Map 5 seems to be written in the stars for this team throughout this playoff run, and looks like Ilios is going to be our final map of the night here. And honestly, if you're Shikigami Midori here, what do you ban out? You've already banned out Ball. You've already banned out Doomfist. So Cardifan probably gonna be staying in here.
Yeah,
it's gonna have both their 2 tanks.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you need to target ban somebody. That is what you have to do, and you can't do it to the tank line. So you either have to go for the supports or go for the DPS. And to be fair, I mean, you had Julia popping off a lot that round, so you could go ahead and target them. If you want to go for a scenario, or maybe you simply want to go for the support line, because again, we talked about how effective both of them really were. Go either way, but no, this is a Cassidy ban, which, all things considered, is essentially a Julia ban.
Yeah, and not the worst idea to get rid of Julia, or try to slow down Julia here a little bit. But
yeah,
I mean, we thought after King's Row that maybe Shikigami Midori had figured out how to shut down the tank. Now that door's wide open again. If you can shut down the DPS line, it might end up working out for you. But you really need to be able to shut down the tank and emote down mid, banning out the hazard. And Hunter, in my honest opinion, I feel like this is something where banning out the hazard means that Wrecking Ball is going to probably be on the table a lot this series, because Downpour was something that they really had to watch out for back on King's Row. And it's going to be interesting to see if we see any subs come back in for either of these teams. Does Hero come back in for Midori, or do they leave Seaful in to try to do the dive tank mirror, or the dive tank match again, where we just saw was a canyon with Cardifan? And I feel like it'd be really interesting to see, does emote down mid take Cardifan out? It's not out of the possibility, but with how they played that last map, I think you have to leave him in.
You have to leave Cardifan in, but you would not surprise me if Hero ended up coming in this map right here, just because of how things went. And this ability that you can have that Hero has had, who's had a really good day overall, honestly. Definitely has had a couple of lower points, but has a really good level of consistency to come through here. And if you just end up going back into a Doomfist 1v1, I'm sorry, it's probably going to go the exact same way it just did on Runasappi. We're seeing history potentially go ahead and repeat itself. So I'm hoping Hero comes back in here. I hope they try to make some return to form like what we had seen previously, you know, when we look back on maps like that King's Row. But I mean, again, looking at this bracket, the way that has gone down, it has been a journey for both these teams. And especially, it has been a journey for Midori, who have played so far in the playoffs a combined 19 maps. This next one about to be number 20.
Yeah, I will say this. One thing that the NA bracket has over the EMEA bracket is, well, at least we're going to make sure you have really entertaining series here, as every series here tonight has gone 5. But Hunter, it is time to lock in here, and Hero is not in the lineup for Shikigami Midori.
Ooh.
It is
a risk, but
it's a risk. But if Seaful can turn around the performance last map and they don't even have to match Cardifan, they just have to play a little bit better. And Midori had opportunities, they really did, but Seaful struggles really did hurt them. If they can play a little bit better here, this leaves the door wide open for this to be a really close map. But heading to Ruins here first, this is the one map that I would kind of expect Brawl on, but both these teams going to be staying away from that here, I think, the entirety of this. Cardifan,
yep,
out on the Wrecking Ball like everyone's expected. Seaful on the Winston. Map 5, Hunter. Let's get this going. Our final map of the night, no matter what.
No matter what, because there's no way in God's creation that we somehow go to another. But this means it could end in spectacular fashion between these squads right here. One of them is eventually going to have to bend and break. We'll find out very soon who that is going to be, as Cardifan currently just hanging around onto the point. Seaful waiting for a good opportunity to be able to dive in. Gonna go super high. Gonna try to go in directly onto Julia, and that is 101 dive right there. Works out beautifully. You try to get away, and Seaful is gonna help get rid of Gorilla and from Midori. That is the first fight that you are desperately hoping for, as Cardifan, while they're still hanging around, they can't do anything to stop the point from flipping.
Yeah, Midori gets the first cap here, which is huge. And Cardifan, I feel like, again, you want to play this Chaos comp. I feel like they're trying to harass the backline the entire time, but the dive there from Seaful was just a little bit better than what Cardifan was able to do. And now Midori, here's the thing. You could play back. You don't necessarily need to engage into emote down mid. You could just play very, very passive and just try to bait emote down mid into these engagements.
You really could in this situation right here. And honestly, that might be what you want to do in a lot of these situations. But Cardifan gets extremely low. Is just getting run down by Zach every single time. Zach eventually going to have to be forced to use the recall in this scenario. But Zach is about to have this pulse bomb ready, but everyone went and chased Cardifan, so the flip just came through essentially for free. And now emote down mid essentially have this fight taken care of, especially if Seaful can't get out of here.
Seaful's going to be able to escape, but this is what Cardifan's been able to show us a lot tonight on the Wrecking Ball, just being able to draw attention. Pulse bomb out there from Danny, not going to be able to fight anyone. So that gives Shikigami a little bit more momentum going into this next one here, knowing that you have your Bola, you have your own Pulse, Nano and Rally not that far away, but you need to start getting this fight towards point. There's a Nano out on his people.
Yeah, it's a rough scenario. Gonna try to escape if you're Julia. It just doesn't happen. And now you just got to try to throw everything into Gorilla, who's super low, gets taken out. Ends up being a clean fight overall for Midori. Gonna get that 35% for emote down mid, as Cardifan has some mines around the corner, but Midori has a bit more than that.
Yeah, but right now, I mean, look at this, really. Emote down mid is Danny and Seaful, Danny and Cardifan are all the way back by Midori's spawn. This is what they want. They want this attention. It's what got them that first point cap where they're able to get 35. Now minefields out across a wide area, and you're already seeing ultimates being invested here by Midori just to try to get back to point.
Yeah, and Seaful has gone ahead and used that Primal Rage in the situation. Zach super low, as again, another flip comes through essentially for free here, as Seaful gets caught directly onto right now, getting low bowl shot, throwing everybody together. It's gonna go back and forth. It's chaos going on in the center of the ring. Midori trying to cause another flip. And with Seaful going down, unfortunately, I don't think it's gonna happen, as Zach hits the recall, needs to try to get out there with a reset. Looks like both DPS should be able to get out alive.
And, am I wrong to say that's truly the first team fight victory this entire map? We've been just going back and forth. I don't think we really had a team fight. it's just been because these two tanks want to play so far in the backline that we really haven't seen anything just yet. But right now, Emote down mid, 70% and counting. Pulse bomb ready for Danny. Oh no!
You poor soul, you, and now Seafool wants to take advantage, but Julia is there to stop it right now.
I mean, Midori just not taking advantage of that huge advantage, that huge misplay from Danny. And now Midori, I mean, they're losing players here. This is Final Fight territory.
We're beyond Final Fight territory. This is potentially just done. Seafool or Zach have to go for the touch. Seafool gets booped out of midair. It has to be Zach with the touch. Nano comes online over for Seafool. You see that sleep that went down on the Cardi fan, and now it opens back up. Gorilla needs to be hunted down because right now people are just standing on the point and they don't have a target to go after because everyone can just run around and throw directly into the face of Seaborn. That's going to trade it around. Julia is going to get taken out in the process. K managed to get rid of Gorilla, which is the one person you desperately needed to get rid of, but you can't let Cardi fan get these mines online as point going to flip over 60% and counting as once again it's going to go down to one final fight.
These two teams, it's back and forth, weird back and forth. That's the thing about this.
Yes.
But good job there by Midori finding the picks there. Zach finding that one there. Make it 2 for Zach. And I mean, this now puts Emote down mid into the situation where Shikigami Midori was, where it's really Final Fight territory. However, you have Minefield ready to go here. The only thing Midori has at the start of this fight is Pulse Bomb. Cave, Seafool, and Triple, though, they could build up those ultimates fast, and you're not that far away from double support ultimates from Emote down mid. If you're Midori, you need to win a fight fast, and you need to win it early.
Yep, see, lines being used, and Triple being caught out is literally the worst thing that could have happened in that scenario. Seafool ends up going down. Zach is probably going to have to carry this fight right here. It's a 4v2 right now. Mines are going away as they're going to be chased down. They need to catch on to somebody as they're going to go through once. Recall is going to have to be expended, but they don't do it in time, and now it is map point for Emote down mid, only one round away from moving into that top 3 slot.
And I mean, Emote down mid kept themselves alive, kept Cardi fan in. It's the right move all around. Shikigami Midori, though, they got to figure something out here. They looked so good on Circuit and on King's Row, and it's all fall apart. This is their last chance. I mean, they have to be able to force a map point 3 on map 5. But these two teams, I mean, Cardi fan, I feel like will struggle a little bit here on Lighthouse. If you're Midori, this is probably the best case scenario for you. The fact that you're getting Lighthouse second. It plays a little bit better for Winston. Wrecking Ball, though, can still try to roll through. And if Cardi fan's going to be finding a lot of value here, it's going to be on just getting so many environmental kills, as you already see Shikigami trying to get into that high ground. But Cardi fan going to be right up there as you already see them on the roof.
Yeah, I love this play right now as Seafool is going to have trouble really diving because, well, I was going to say Jacob is just helping out consistently, but Seafool is able to get rid of Jacob's side. The defense mechanism is now gone. And just like before, it's a good first fight for Shikigami Midori, but it's about them staying consistent and bringing this to a 3rd point as a couple more stackers onto the point as Midori got to take this first fight away.
And like I said, this point in particular does favor the composition that Midori is running a little bit more than Wrecking Ball, just because of how close quarter the point is, really forcing Wrecking Ball to have to find value in other spots, like trying to get pile drives on the support line, who's going to be up on that high ground the majority of the time. And you see Cardi fan getting up there, but that's going to be the problem. The sleep coming out onto them is just going to allow so much play here from Midori onto them.
Yeah, and Cardi fan is kind of like that one sickness that just never goes away no matter how hard you try. As Julia, rough scenario, barely staying alive. Same case for Cave there, temporarily, but pressure going on to the point as Ultimate's going to start becoming an issue, especially Bolo Shot and Pulse Bomb coming up online for Midori. As Cardi fan super low on the point, just has Gorilla constantly in the face, just trying to help them out as it's just one on the point. Zach trying to survive, and they're just going to force them away as Nano comes up online as Seaborn also going to get it. They're trying to pressure away. Gorilla in the wrong place at the wrong time. Danny burnt away. And now for Emote down mid, the reset comes through 50% accounting. Midori trying to push this all the way.
I mean, if you're Midori, at this point, you just need to hold on this point as long as you can. I feel like you're going to have to give it up eventually. Emote down mid's going to have ultimates, and they're probably just building up to 5 anyway before they really decide to use any. But Midori invested Nano, they invested Bola into that shot, into that fight. However, you're not going to have Primal. This might be the point where you give up point.
Yeah, you just keep putting the pressure on though, but unfortunately, again, Midori aren't that great at this so far at this map, but kind of making that stall last long at all.
No, not at all. Zach though finding Julia is huge. That does allow Shikigami to come back in, knowing that they don't have to deal with a lot of burst damage here early on, but still, Cardifan around. I mean, even without the Freya, the pile drive is a huge, immense amount of burst.
Yeah, mines have been used. Seaful literally has to invest that. Two walls basically thrown in their face. A Seaful already sitting at one. Triplet pops it, but unfortunately falls, and now being expended. Bolo thrown in as well. All being thrown left and right into this engagement as Emo down mid want to clear this one away. If they get rid of Seaful, they will have certainly done it, but with, you know, Seaborn still hanging around, that's gonna be something that's really difficult to do. And Jacob going down on top of that, Midori could be pulling this back. The question is whether or not they think they need the nano to do it.
Yeah, the answer is yes. They're going to be able to find Julia off that, but Triplet falling very quickly again. Hunter, they engaged in that last fight, popping rally, and they just walked straight into 3 mines and basically took themselves out of the fight before they really had a chance to do anything.
Yeah, and you can't low right now. Gorilla's literally sitting on 1 HP. Is eventually going to get deleted. Single bolo shot going to be expended. The point will, it's about to flip over. They need it really badly. Looks like it is probably eventually going to happen, but Cardifan is just hanging around. They can stall for all day, you know. They might as well. And no, and Danny goes off the side. Oh.
And you talk about a moment in a series that could potentially change it. That might be it right there. Yeah, Danny on the Tracer might not have been able to do much, but not that far away from a Pulse Bomb. And Midori did have some low members on the point. A Pulse Bomb would have been able to clean them up, potentially keep Emote down mid in control. Swap it out, coming out from Julia, going over to the Sombra. They are focusing in on someone. It has to be Seaful or one of those supports at the moment, as you do see Midori gonna go up to that high ground instead. And Emote down mid might get a free point flip here again.
You can't let them do that, though. That is the one thing you cannot let them do, as they're going to get antied. Cardifan in a weird situation. Forced out, Pulse Bomb thrown out. It's gonna miss from Danny. That really needed a stick. His body thrown in. Pulse Bomb thrown out. Gonna stick over to the wall. Neither Pulse Bomb finding a whole lot, but Jacob and Triplet being traded around. Bodies even keep going on to the point for Emote down mid, but Julia has gone down. Bodies starting to get low for Emote down mid. Gorilla needs to stay alive, as Danny does come back to get a little bit of revenge, but now it's Mines on the point, but it is down to Cardifan and Diddy to live for as long as they can. Cardifan being bullied away into the corner. Pile drive is there, but it's not enough. We are going the full distance, 3 rounds.
I mean, there's no other way to end the night. There's no other way to end the night. I just have to say that. There's no other way. This series and every series we've seen today on the NA side of FACEIT Masters tier, there's no way, no possible way that this was going to end in point 2. Point 3, it was destined, like I said, coming in the map 5. Shikigami Midori has it written in the stars that they are always going to be in map 5 in this playoff run, and now it comes down to this for both sides. And Emote down mid, I talked about it. Lighthouse was not a good map for the Wrecking Ball composition. They kept it really close, though. Well, on the other hand, a great map for Wrecking Ball. Same thing for Winston, a great map. This is really going to be what tank comes out on top more. Is it going to be C4 or is it going to be Cardifan? That's what it really comes down to, unless we see an incredible performance from one of these DPS lines. I think it really comes down to Cardifan and C4 here.
Yeah, this is where that Midori magic needs to stay alive right here. It's going to take every little bit of it, but it has clearly been doable before. It is definitely doable right here and now. Danny forced to hit that recall. Zach gonna be happy to hold on to and save it for a later date, but that point is open right now. Emote down mid normally have a really good case to take it first and foremost, and Seaful can only stay on to this point for so long, as indeed will go over for free to get things started. Seaful ends up going down on top of that, so now Midori struggling here, need to try to take a bit of a reset.
And it's going to be interesting. Like, if this Winston at some point throughout this point does not end up working out for Seaful, do they make a swap? Julia will fall right there. That does give Midori a good advantage here. Seaful should be able to get back pretty quickly. Already back to point here. Cardifan, though, I mean, this is a point where you could just see the Wrecking Ball stall out forever. Jacob very low on health here. But if you're Midori, you really need to get something going towards point here. You really need to get a point cap here before Emote down mid really gets to 50%.
And I don't get that. They literally don't put any pressure over onto the point. They're committed to trying to clean up one after another, but that's not how to do it right there. Cave is going to throw the bolo shot in. Cardifan is sleeping, so if Cardifan goes down, the possibility is definitely there. They're super low. Pulse Bomb's going to stick, so Zach's going to get rid of one. The Cleanser doesn't come out online. They need to put the pressure back onto the point, but it's just not going to happen. 50% and counting, and it's going to stay on Emote down mid.
I mean, they're so close. Zach, though, finding more. You need to get some. You need to just get some presence here on point just to make sure that percentage cap does not go away. And there it goes. There it all goes. Midori. I mean, no ultimates invested from the other side, and you invested ultimates at half-bound value. You just haven't been able to clean up the fights just yet here. 70% and counting now for Emote down mid, and Hunter. They are about to have all 5 of their ultimates. Shikigami, Midori.
Oh, no.
Their run might be ending here.
Cave does manage to get rid of Julia, though. They're going all in on getting rid of Triplet. Danny is sitting super... I mean, Seafull is the one sitting super low right now. Danny is still managing to hang around. They need to reset right here, right now. And you see right now, Triplet going over to that Lucio as Zach needs to try to survive, but it's going to go into the hole.
90% and counting minefields at the start. Triplet dies. Seafull, I don't think they have a jump to get back in time. Midori, the run might be over. Seaborn gets put to sleep, and Seafull not able to get back in time. Emo down mid wins a series in comeback fashion to move on to the lower finals.
Well, that could have ended any other way with the way that we essentially started with Emote down mid, killing it over on the Wrecking Ball. It's an unfortunate scenario for Shikigami and Midori, but they gave their all to try to stop it. But at the end of the day, it was the one kryptonite they were never able to truly beat. Now, Emote down mid have themselves a lovely date in the lower finals, fighting for that other spot in the OWCS promotion relegation games. And I mean, that is a tough journey for both of these squads. One, unfortunately, had to drop here, but Emote down mid winning the war of attrition.
Winning the war of attrition, but I mean, if you're Shikigami Midori, I feel like you let this one get away from you. I really do. And it's almost to the point where it's just like, it's disappointment. It really is. You go up 2-1, you look strong, and then it just seems like going into Runasappi, a map where I felt like it should have really been theirs. We saw how they played Runasappi against Uni Academy, and they won that really within the first 3 minutes of that map.
Yeah,
they looked like a shell of themselves, and that's the disappointing thing for me at the end of the series here. But Emote down mid, you did everything here. You did everything you needed to do to keep the series alive. You did everything you needed to do in that final map to really win it. And like I said, Lighthouse was going to be a struggle for them on that Wrecking Ball comp, but Well was going to be their sweet spot. And Hunter, it could not have been sweeter.
No, it really couldn't have been in that situation right there. Like I said, they closed it out the way that they started it, in that dominating fashion. And again, every credit in the world to Midori for everything they have gone through over the last couple of days to fight and claw and keep their way into this for as long as humanly possible. Everything in the world is given towards them. Again, it's just an unfortunate situation. The one thing that I would look back on is that Wrecking Ball ban that we saw previously that went out to Runasappi, because at the end of the day, who knows, maybe the Doomfist mirror would have happened anyway. You never know at the end of the day. It's hindsight's 2020 as we stand here and wonder if what could have been the right or wrong decision at the end of the day. But that's the end of Midori's path right there. They finished 4th, but at the end of the day, I think they should be incredibly proud being the 8th seed, running it back as much as they could and putting on a fantastic display on stream. It can't be said enough.
Yeah, 20 maps. I mean, there's going to be some teams that don't play 20 maps throughout the entirety of it and are going to be crowned champions here. Yeah. I mean, they put on a performance here, but Hunter, me and you are going to have a really, really good interview coming in here. It's not going to be Cardifan, sadly, about that, but it will be Derpy whenever that interview is ready. But hey, sounds like Derpy is joining us here now. Man, I mean, what a series overall. I imagine this has to be something where you're biting your fingernails through it, going down 2-1 to this Midori squad that was honestly on a Cinderella run, but you stop it here in the final map. And I mean, I want to talk a little bit about your tank teammate here in Cardi Fan. Insane plays when they're on it, especially on that last map. The Wrecking Ball almost seemed unstoppable in the control maps that we saw throughout the night. Just was it like having a player like that on your team?
It's very helpful, especially with this map pool. You saw we tried to make the Rhine work on circuit without the Symmetra. That was very rough. So with this map pool having a lot of dive heavy maps, having a guy like Cardi come in to play ball, Doomfist, or whatever else he wants to play is very helpful, and he's very good on these heroes, and I'm glad we picked him up.
Yeah, I'd be definitely glad as well. But of course, Dex brought up the fact that y'all went down in that 2-1 fashion for a while. Wasn't really sure how it was going to go at that point. So for y'all talking, kind of figuring things out, what was it like kind of regrouping from those first 3 maps and pursuing forward and winning those last 2?
Yeah, I mean, we honestly should have won circuit even though they banned Sim. Maybe I could have played Orisa. And then on King's Row, I feel like we had an advantage on them the entire time. And then we kind of just made some compositional swaps when we didn't need to. But then, yeah, we were just confident in our bans the whole time. We decided to ban Lucio because they seemed pretty comfortable on that hero, so we banned it, and then they matched Doomfist, so we were able to just knock out a free win on Runasappi and then go from there on Ilios.
Yeah, moving away from your tank line here, you and Cardi Fan, I mean, we saw a lot from your support line and your DPS line throughout the night. They seem like at times they could be among that argument of maybe potentially some of the best DPS and support line in this NA Masters tier at the moment. I mean, having those type of players on your team that have those pop-off moments, especially as a tank player, I have to imagine takes a lot of pressure off of you just in general throughout the series, even though you weren't playing.
Yeah, Danny and Senna, great scouting out of me. I'm not going to lie. I played with those guys in Stage 4 in Ramatra Punch. They did a lot of work, so decided to bring them back for this stage, and yeah, I mean, they're exceeding expectations, especially on map 5. You saw great plays on both of them, and they're very flexible as well, so you can't really ban them. You kind of have to like they're going to be able to be comfortable and whatever, so.
Yeah, 100%. But now y'all are moving on to those lower finals. Y'all are 1 game away from being able to go into those OWCS promotion and relegation slots. So at the end of the day, Dreamland, is there a certain mentality or a certain wisdom you have going into that game specifically?
Dreamland's a very good team. We played them yesterday. It was sort of close, but they got the best of us yesterday. So, I mean, we're just going to look back at the VOD, look at their match from today, and just kind of, make our own strategies around what we think they're going to play. And I don't know, I feel like every day you see something new from us, so I don't even know what we're going to play, but yeah, we'll think of something.
I mean, that should be a really, really fun one tomorrow. And especially with them going 5 here tonight against Young and Beautiful, there's a lot to study here. I feel like there's definitely some things that you guys could find. But Derpy, before we let you go and celebrate this victory here with your team tonight, we want to give you the floor to shout out anyone or anything you want, man.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to my teammates, of course. They play great at always. Dexatron, do you know if you're able to unban my main account on Battle.net? It would be awesome if I could load up on the cardboard Reinhardt skin on that account.
I don't have that much power. Hell, I might not have any.
That's unfortunate. I tried my best.
Hunter, those a different story. Maybe he does.
Hey, whoa, you throw me under the bus here. All right.
Hey, Hunter,
Hey, listen, I won't make any promises, but my dad does work for Microsoft, so don't worry, we'll figure it out.
Oh, okay, bet. Yeah, let me know. Thank you guys for casting. I know it was a late night, so appreciate it.
Yeah, no, again, congratulations, and have yourself a good night, man.
Yeah, you too. Thanks, guys.
All right, Hunter, I mean, let's be honest, this has been a long day for us, but not only for us, everyone behind the scenes as well. Some people have been a part of this the entire time, going on almost 12 hours here. But look at what we saw here today. EU was really fun to watch, but NA brought a different level of chaos to this whole factor that I think both me and you coming into the night probably truly expected. But what we saw was honestly just all over the place. Oh man, 15 maps in NA and across the board in EU. I mean, it was, I'm trying to do quick math, but at this point in the night, it's a questionable thing. Is that's what, 13 maps? 12 maps.
Yeah, 12 maps from them. Yeah. It's correct.
Math has gone out the window. It's officially Sunday morning on the East Coast.
Oh gosh, but we do gotta talk about everything. Be my guest, sir.
No, I was gonna say, but looking ahead to tomorrow's schedule, I mean, we have another Cinderella run happening over there in the EMEA. Team Vision, probably the team that everyone expected to really win the entire thing over there, got knocked down to that lower bracket finals against Anomaly and Dreamlight. I mean, they had been a fun team to watch throughout the day today, able to lock themselves into that lower bracket finals. Now one match away from going into that grand finals and locking themselves into the promotion relegation. And you even heard I forget who the player was that they interviewed after the series. They said beating Team Vision would be really funny, just because of how much talent Team Vision has. And at this point, anything's possible, but Anomaly is waiting on the winner there. Dreamland versus Emote Down Mid in our NA semifinals tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. here on the East Coast. This one right now, Hunter, if Emote Down Mid is able to figure something out and keep Cardifan in, that's nothing against Derpy, but I feel like Cardifan brings in this extra level that you have to really build upon. And Dreamland tonight, they definitely got they played a really close series, but I feel like there's a lot more that Emote Down Mid can learn from Dreamland than Dreamland can learn from Emote Down Mid, but you have that grand finals waiting there for Young and Beautiful after the fact.
Yeah, and I'm sure those are going to be some bangers as well, and we'll be signing the last of those couple promotion relegation slots for OWCS coming up to this next stage right here. So definitely a lot on the line for all the teams involved in the situation right here. But with that being the case, I wish we could continue with these games, but for one, it's a little late for that. Me and Dex are dying just a little bit over here, but you're gonna have some amazing casters tomorrow as well to bring you all of that action. So I think we're gonna go ahead and close this thing up for tonight. Thank y'all for joining us here tonight. It was, I'm gonna be real, I'm gonna guess it, a historic night, going 3 games back to back to back map 5s. Incredible. I love to be here. I love to see it. So thank y'all very much for joining us tonight. Please come back for tomorrow for some more FACEIT League action, and have yourselves a fantastic night.